I think, you know, we were playing for $50, $100 blinds, and over the course of about 120,000 hands, it made close to $2 million.
120,000 hands.
120,000 hands.
That's humans.
Yeah, and this was fake money. So there was real money at stake. It was $200,000.
First of all money is fake, but that's a different conversation. We give it meaning. It's a phenomenon that gets meaning from our complex psychology as a human civilization. It's emerging from the intelligence of the human species, but that's not what you mean. You mean like there's literally you can't buy stuff from it. Okay, can you actually step back and take me through that competition?
Yeah. Okay. So when I was in grad school, there was this thing called the annual computer competition, where every year all the different research labs that were working on AI for poker would get together. They would make a bot and play against each other. And we made a bot that actually won the 2014 competition, the 2016 competition. And so we decided we're going to take this bot, build on it, and play against real top professional heads-up, no-limit Texas Hold'em poker players. So we invited 4 of the world's best players in this specialty, and we challenged them to 120,000 hands of poker over the course of 20 days. And we had $200,000 in prize money at stake, where it would basically be divided among them, depending on how well they did relative to each other. So we wanted to have some incentive for them to play their best.
Did you have a confidence, 2014, 16, that this is even possible? How much doubt was there?
So we did a competition actually in 2015 where we also played against professional poker players and lost by a pretty sizable margin. Actually. Now, there were some big improvements from 2015 to 2017. And so...
Can you speak to the improvements? Is it computational nature? Or is it the algorithm, the methods?
It was really an algorithmic approach. That was the difference. So 2015, it was much more focused on trying to come up with a strategy up front, like trying to solve the entire game of poker, like, and then just have a lookup table where you're saying like, oh, I'm in this situation, what's the strategy? The approach that we took in 2017 was much more research-based. It was trying to say, okay, well, let me in real time try to compute a much better strategy than what I had pre-computed by playing against myself. And so forth.
What is the search space for poker? What are you searching over? What's that look like? There's different actions like raising, calling. Yeah, what are the actions? Is it just a search over actions?
So in a game like chess, the search is like, okay, I'm in this chess position, and I can like move these different pieces and see where things end up. In poker, what you're searching over is the actions that you can take for your hand, the probabilities that you take those actions, and then also the probabilities that you take other actions with other hands that you might have. And that's kind of like hard to wrap your head around. Like, why are you searching over these like other hands that you might have, and like trying to figure out what you would do with those hands? And the idea is you want to always be balanced and unpredictable. And so if your search algorithm is saying like, oh, I want to raise with this hand, well, in order to know whether that's a good action, like let's say it's a bluff. Let's say you have a bad hand and you're saying like, oh, I think I should be betting here with this really bad hand and bluffing. Well, that's only a good action if you're also betting with a strong hand. Otherwise, it's an obvious bluff.
So if your action, in some sense, maximizes your unpredictability, so that action could be mapped by your opponent to a lot of different hands, and that's a good action.
Basically, what you want to do is put your opponent into a tough spot. So you want them to always have some doubt, like, should I call here? Should I fold here? And if you are raising in the appropriate balance between bluffs and good hands, then you're putting them into that tough spot. And so that's what we're trying to do. Always trying to search for a strategy that would put the opponent into a difficult position.
Can you give a metric that we're trying to maximize or minimize? Does this have to do with the regret thing, what we're talking about, in terms of putting your opponent in a maximally tough spot?
Yeah, ultimately what you're trying to maximize is your expected winnings, like your expected value, the amount of money that you're going to walk away from, assuming that your opponent was playing optimally in response. So you're going to assume that your opponent is also playing like as well as possible a Nash equilibrium approach, because if they're not, then you're just going to make more money, right? Like anything that deviates, like by definition, the Nash equilibrium is the strategy that does the best in expectation. And so if you're deviating from that, then they're going to lose money. And since the two players are game, that means you're going to make money.
So there's not an explicit like objective function that maximizes the toughness of the spot they're put in. You're always this is from like a self-play reinforcement learning perspective. You're just trying to maximize winnings, and the rest is implicit.
That's right. Yeah. So what we're actually trying to maximize is the expected value, given that the opponent is playing optimally in response to us. Now, in practice, what that ends up looking like is it's putting the opponent into difficult situations where there's no obvious decision to be made.
So the system doesn't know anything about the difficulty of the situation.
Not at all. Doesn't care about it.
In my head, I was getting excited whenever I was making the opponent sweat. Okay, so you're in 2015, you didn't do as well. So what's the journey from that to a system that, in your mind, could have a chance?
So 2015, we got beat pretty badly, and we actually learned a lot from that competition. In particular, what became clear to me is that the way the humans were approaching the game was very different from how the bot was approaching the game. The bot would not be doing search; it would just be trying to compute. It would do like months of self-play. It would just be playing against itself for months. But then when it's actually playing the game, it would just act instantly. And the humans, when they're in a tough spot, they would sit there and think for sometimes even like 5 minutes about whether they're going to call or fold a hand. And it became clear to me that there's a good chance that that's what's missing from the bot. So I actually did some initial experiments to try to figure out how much of a difference this actually make. And the difference was huge.
As a signal to the human player, how long you took to think?
No. I'm not saying that there were any timing tells. I was saying when the human, like the bot, would always act instantly. It wouldn't try to come up with a better strategy in real time over what it had pre-computed during training. Whereas the human, like they have all this intuition about how to play, but they're also in real time leveraging their ability to think, to search, to plan, and coming up with an even better strategy than what their intuition would say.
So you're saying that that's what you mean by you're doing search also. You have a intuition and search on top of that, looking for a better solution.
Yeah, that's what I mean by search. That instead of acting instantly, a neural net usually gives you a response in like 100 milliseconds or something. It depends on the size of the net. But if you can leverage extra computational resources, you can possibly get a much better outcome. And we did some experiments in small-scale versions of poker, and what we found was that if you do a little bit of search, even just a little bit, it was the equivalent of making your pre-computed strategy, like you could kind of think of it as your neural net, 1,000 times bigger, with just a little bit of search. And it just like blew away all of the research that we had been working on and trying to like scale up this like pre-computed solution. It was dwarfed by the benefit that we got from it.
Can you just linger on what you mean by search here? You're searching over a space of actions for your hand and for other hands. How are you selecting the other hands to search over?
So yeah,
randomly?
No, it's all the other hands that you play. So when you're playing No Limit Texas Hold'em, you've got 2 face-down cards, and so that's 52 choose 2, 1,326 different combinations. Now that's actually a little bit lower because there's face-up cards in the middle, and so you can eliminate those as well. But you're looking at like around 1,000 different possible hands. And so when the bot's doing search, it's thinking explicitly, there are these 1,000 different hands that I could have. There are these 1,000 different hands that you could have. Let me try to figure out what would it be a better strategy than what I've pre-computed for these hands and your hands.
Okay, so that search, how do you fuse that with what the neural net is telling you, or what the trained system is telling you?
Yeah, so you kind of like where the train system comes in is the value at the end. So there's you only look so far ahead. You look like maybe one round ahead. So if you're on the flop, you're looking to the start of the turn. And at that point, you can use the pre-computed solution to figure out what's the value here of this strategy.
Is it of a single action essentially in that spot? You're getting a value, or is it the value of the entire series of actions?
Well, it's kind of both, because you're trying to maximize the value for the hand that you have, but in the process, in order to maximize the value of the hand that you have to figure out what would I be doing with all these other hands as well.
Okay, but are you in the search always going to the end of the game?
In Libratus, we did, So we only used search starting on the turn, and then we searched all the way to the end of the game.
The turn, the river. Can we take it through the terminology?
Yeah, there's 4 rounds of poker. So there's the pre-flop, the flop, the turn, and the river. And so we would start doing search halfway through the game. Now, the first half of the game, that was all pre-computed. It would just act instantly. And then when it got to the halfway point, then it would always search to the end of the game. Now, we later improved this, so it wouldn't have to search all the way to the end of the game. It would actually search just a few moves ahead. But that came later. That drastically reduced the amount of computational resources that we needed.
But the moves, because you can keep betting on top of each other. That's what you mean by moves. So, like, that's where you don't just get one bet per turn of poker. You can have multiple arbitrary number of bets, right?
Right. I'm trying to think, like, I'm going to bet, and then what are you going to do in this spot? Are you going to raise me, or are you going to call? And then if you raise, what should I do? So it's reasoning about that whole process up until the end of the game in the case of the
So for the broadest, what's the most number of re-raises have you ever seen?
You'd probably cap out at like 5 or something, because at that point you're basically all in.
I mean, is there like interesting patterns like that you've seen that the game does? Like you'll have like Alpha Zero doing way more sacrifices than humans usually do. Is there something like the broadest was constantly re-raising or something like that you noticed?
There was something really interesting that we observed with the broadest. So humans, when they're playing poker, they usually size their bets relative to the size of the pot. So, if the pot has $100 in there, maybe you bet like $75, somewhere around there, somewhere between like $50 and $100. And with Libratus, we gave it the option to basically bet whatever it wanted. It was actually really easy for us to say, like, oh, if you want, you can bet like 10 times the pot. And we didn't think it would actually do that. It was just like, why not give it the option? And then during the competition, it actually started doing this. And by the way, this is like a very last-minute decision on our part to have this option, and so we did not think the bot would do this. And I was actually kind of worried when it did start to do this. Like, oh, is this a problem? Like, humans don't do this. Like, is it screwing up? But it would put the humans into really difficult spots because you can imagine, like, you have the second best hand that's possible given the board, and you're thinking like, oh, you're in a really great spot here, and suddenly the bot bets $20,000 into a $1,000 pot. And it's basically saying, like, the best hand, or I'm bluffing. And you having the second best hand, like, now you get a really tough choice to make. And so the humans would sometimes think like 5 or 10 minutes about, like, what do you do? Should I call? Should I fold? And when I saw the humans like really struggling with that decision, like, that's when I realized, oh, actually, this is maybe a good thing to do after.
And of course, the system doesn't know that it's making, again, like we said, that it's putting them in a tough spot. It's just that's part of the optimal, the game theory output.
Right. From the bot's perspective, it's just doing the thing that's going to make it the most money. And the fact that it's putting the humans in a difficult spot, like, that's just the side effect of it. And this was, I think, the one thing. I mean, there were a few things that the humans walked away from, but this was the number one thing that humans walked away from the competition, saying, like, we need to start doing this. And now these overbets, what are called overbets, have become really common in high-level poker play.
Have you ever talked to like somebody like Daniel Negreanu about this? He seems to be a student of the game.
I did actually have a conversation with Daniel Negreanu. Yeah, I was visiting the Isle of Man to talk to poker stars about AI, and Daniel Negreanu was there, and we had dinner together with some other people. And he was really interested in it. He mentioned that he was like, excited about like learning from these AIs.
So he wasn't scared. He was excited.
He was excited, and he honestly wanted to play against the bot. He thought he had a decent chance of beating it. I think he's this was like several years ago when I think it was like not as clear to everybody that the AIs were taking over. I think now people recognize that, like, if you're playing against a bot, there's like no chance that you have in a game like poker.
So consistently, the bots will win. The bots heads up, and in other variants too. So multi 6-player Texas Hold'em, no limit Texas Hold'em is the bots win.
Yeah, that's the case. So I think there's some debate about, like, is it true for every single variant of poker? I think for every single variant of poker, if somebody really put in the effort, they can make an AI that would beat all humans at it. We've focused on the most popular variants, so heads up, no limit Texas Hold'em, and then we followed it up with with 6-player poker as well, where he managed to make a bot that beat expert human players. And I think even there now, it's pretty clear that humans don't stand a chance.
See, I would love to hook up an AI system that looks at EEG, like how, like actually tries to optimize the toughness of the spot it puts a human in. And I would love to see how different is that from game theory algorithm. So you try to maximize the heart rate of the human player, like the freaking out over a long period of time. I wonder if there's going to be different strategies that emerge that are close in terms of effectiveness. Because something tells me you could still be achieve superhuman level performance by just making people sweat.
I feel like that there's a good chance that is the case. Yeah, if you're able to see like that, it's like a decent proxy for score, right?
Yeah.
And this is actually like the common poker wisdom when they were teaching players before there were bots, and they were trying to teach people how to play poker. They would say like the key to the game is to put your opponent into difficult spots. It's a good estimate for if you're making the right decision.
So what can you say about the fundamental role of search in poker, and maybe if you can also relate it to chess and Go in these games? What's the role of search to solve in these games?
Yeah, I think a lot of people this is true for the general public, and I think it's true for the AI community. A lot of people underestimate the importance of search for these kinds of game AI results. An example of this is TD Gammon that came out in 1992. This was the first real instance of a neural net being used in a game AI. It's a landmark achievement. It was actually the inspiration for AlphaZero. And it used search. It used 2-ply search to figure out things. You got Deep Blue. There, it was very heavily focused on search, looking many, many moves ahead, farther than any human could. And that was for why it won. And then even with something like AlphaGo, I mean, AlphaGo is commonly hailed as a landmark achievement for neurons, and it is. But there's also this huge component of search, Monte Carlo tree search to AlphaGo, that was key, absolutely essential for the AI to be able to beat top humans. I think a good example of this is you look at the latest versions of AlphaGo, it's called AlphaZero, and there's this metric called ELO rating, where you can compare different humans and compare bots to humans. Now, a top human player is around 3,600 ELO, maybe a little bit higher now. AlphaZero, the strongest version, is around 5,200 ELO. But if you take out the search that's being done at test time, and by the way, what I mean by search is planning ahead, the thinking of like, oh, if I place this stone here and then he does this, and then you look like 5 moves ahead and you see like what the board state looks like. That's what I mean by search. If you take out the search that's done during the game, the ELO rating drops to around 3,000. So even today, 7 years after AlphaGo, if you take out the Monte Carlo tree search that's being done when playing against the human, the bots are not superhuman. Nobody has made a raw neural net that is superhuman in Go.
It's worth lingering on. That's quite profound. So without search, that just means looking at the next move and saying this is the best move. So having a function that estimates accurately what the best move is.
That's right.
Without search. Yeah,
and all these bots, they have what's called a policy network, where they will tell you this is what the neural net thinks is the next best move. And it's kind of like the intuition that a human has. The human looks at the board, and any Go or chess master will be able to tell you like, oh, instantly, here's what I think the right move is. And the bot is able to do the same thing. But just like how a human grandmaster can make a better decision if they have more time to think, when you add on this Monte Carlo tree search, the bot is able to make a better decision.
Yeah, I mean, of course, a human is doing something like search in their brain, but it's not, I hesitate to draw a hard line, but it's not like Monte Carlo tree search. It's more like sequential language model generation. So it's like the neural network is doing the searching. And I wonder what the human brain is doing in terms of searching. Because you're doing that like computation. The human is computing. They have intuition, they've gut, they have a really strong ability to estimate, amongst the top players of what is good and not position without calculating all the details. But they're still doing search in their head. but it's a different kind of search. Have you ever thought about like what is the difference between the search that the human is performing versus what computers are doing?
I have thought a lot about that, and I think it's a really important question. So the AI in AlphaGo or any of these Go AIs, they're all doing Monte Carlo tree search, which is a particular kind of search, and it's actually a symbolic tabular search. It uses the neural net to guide its search, but it isn't actually like full on neural net. Now, that kind of search is very successful in these kinds of like perfect information board games like chess and Go. Well, if you take it to a game like poker, for example, it doesn't work. It can't understand the concept of hidden information. It doesn't understand the balance that you have to strike between like the amount that you're raising versus the amount that you're calling. And in every one of these games, you see a different kind of search. And the human brain is able to plan for all these different games in a very general way. Now, I think that's one thing that we're missing from AI today. I think it's a really important piece. The ability to plan and reason more generally across a wide variety of different settings.
In a way where the general reasoning makes you better at each one of the games, not worse.
Yeah, so you can kind of think of it as like neural nets today. They'll give you like transformers, for example, are super general, but they'll give you it'll output an answer in like 100 milliseconds. And if you tell it like, oh, you've got 5 minutes to give your decision, feel free to take more time to make a better decision. It's not going to know what to do with that. But a human, if you're playing a game like chess, they're going to give you a very different answer depending on if you say, oh, you've got 100 milliseconds or you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, there people have started using like transformers language models in an iterative way that does improve the answer or like showing the work kind of idea.
Yeah, they got this thing called chain of thought reasoning, and that's I think
super promising.
Yeah, I think it's a good step in the right direction. I would kind of like say it's similar to Monte Carlo roulettes in a game like chess. There's a kind of search that you can do where you're saying like I'm going to roll out my intuition and see like without really thinking, what are the better decisions I can make farther down the path. What would I do if I just acted according to intuition for the next 10 minutes? And that gets you an improvement, but I think that there's much richer kinds of planning that we could do.
So when Labrada essentially beat the poker players, what did that feel like? What was that? I mean, actually, on that day, what were you feeling like? Were you nervous? I mean, poker was one of the games that you thought like is not going to be solved because of the human factor. So, at least in the narratives we tell ourselves, the human factor is so fundamental to the game of poker.
Yeah, the Labrada's competition was super stressful. Also, I mean, I was working on this like basically continuously for a year leading up to the competition. And for me, it became like very clear, like, okay, this is the search technique, this is the approach that we need. And then I spent a year working on this pretty much like nonstop.
Can we actually get into details like what programming language is it written in? What's some interesting implementation details that are like fun/painful?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about Labrada's is that we had no idea what the bar was to actually beat top humans. We could play against like our fire bots, and that kind of gives us some sense of like, are we making progress? Are we going in the right direction? But we had no idea like what the bar actually was, and so we threw a huge amount of resources at trying to make the strongest bot possible. So we used C++. It was parallelized. We were using I think like 1,000 CPUs, maybe more actually. And today that sounds like nothing, but for a grad student back in 2016, that was a huge amount of resources.
Well, it's still a lot for you and grad students. It's still tough to get, or even to allow yourself to think in terms of scale at CMU or MIT.
Yeah, and talking about terabytes of memory. So it was a very parallelized, and it had to be very fast too, because the more games that you could simulate, the stronger the bot would be.
So is there some like John Carmack style, like efficiencies you have to come up with, like an efficient way to represent a hand, all that kind of stuff?
There are all sorts of optimizations that I had to make to try to get this thing to run as fast as possible. Where like, how do you minimize the latency? How do you like package things together so that like you minimize the amount of communication between the different nodes? How do you like optimize the algorithms so that you can try to squeeze out more and more from the game that you're actually playing? All these kinds of different decisions that I had to make.
Just a fun question. What IDE did you use? What for C++? the time?
I think I used Visual Studio actually.
Okay. Does that still carry through to today?
VS Code is what I use today. It seems like it's pretty
It's the
popular.
community based on. Okay, cool. So you got this super optimized C++ system, and then you show up to the day of competition.
Yeah.
Humans versus machine. How do you feel throughout the day?
Super stressful. I mean, I thought going into it that we had like a 50-50 chance. Basically, I thought if they play in a totally normal style, I think we'll squeak out a win. But there's always a chance that they can find some weakness in the bot. And if they do, and we're playing like for 20 days, 120,000 hands of poker, they have a lot of time to find weaknesses in the system. And if they do, we're going to get crushed. And that's actually what happened in the previous competition. The humans, they started out, it wasn't like they were winning from the start, but then they found these weaknesses that they could take advantage of. And for the next, like 10 days, they were just crushing the bot, stealing money from it.
What were the weaknesses they found? Like maybe overbetting was effective, that kind of stuff. So certain betting strategies work.
What they found is, overbetting, like betting certain amounts, the bot would have a lot of trouble dealing with those sizes. And then also, when the bot got into really difficult all-in situations, it wasn't able to, because it wasn't doing search, it had to clump different hands together, and it would treat them identically. And so it wouldn't be able to distinguish, like having a king high flush versus an ace high flush. And in some situations, that really matters a lot. So they could put the bot into those situations, and then the bot would just bleed money.
Clever humans. Okay, so I didn't realize it was over 20 days. So what were the humans like over those 20 days? And what was the bot like?
So we had set up the competition, like I said, it was $200,000 in prize money, and they would get paid a fraction of that depending on how well they did relative to each other. So I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't work together to try to find weaknesses in the bot, but they entered the competition with their number one objective being to beat the bot, and they didn't care about individual glory. They were like, we're all going to work as a team to try to take down this bot.
Yeah.
And so they immediately started comparing notes. What they would do is they would coordinate looking at different parts of the strategy to try to find out weaknesses. And then at the end of the day, we actually sent them a log of all the hands that were played and what cards the bot had on each of those hands.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's gutsy.
Yeah, it was honestly, I'm not sure why we did that in retrospect, but I'm glad we did it because we ended up winning anyway. But that, if you've ever played poker before, that is golden information. To know, usually when you play poker, you see about a third of the hands to show them. And to just hand them all the cards that the bot had in every single hand, that was just a gold mine for them.
Yeah.
And so then they would review the hands and try to see okay, could they find weaknesses, and could they then they would coordinate and study together and try to figure out, okay, now this person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses. This person's going to explore this part of the strategy for weaknesses.
It's a kind of psychological warfare showing in the hands.
Yeah.
I'm sure you didn't think of it that way, but doing that means you're confident in the possibility.
Well, that's one way of putting it. I wasn't super confident. So, going in, like I said, I think I had 50-50 odds on this winning. When we announced the competition, the poker community decided to gamble on who would win, and their initial odds against us were 4-1. They were really convinced that the humans were going to pull out. The bot ended up winning for 3 days straight, and even then, after 3 days, the betting odds were still just 50-50. And then at that point, it started to look like the humans were coming back. They started to but poker is a very high variance game. And I think what happened is they thought that they spotted some weaknesses that weren't actually there. And then around day 8, it was just very clear that they were getting absolutely crushed. And from that point, for a while there, I was super stressed out, thinking oh my God, the humans are coming back, and they found weaknesses, and now we're just going to lose the whole thing. But no, it ended up going in the other direction, and the bot ended up crushing them.
How did it feel at the end? As a human being, as a person who appreciates the beauty of the game of poker, and as a person who appreciates the beauty of AI, did you feel a certain kind of way about it?
I felt a lot of things. At that point in my life, I had spent 5 years working on this project, and it was a huge sense of accomplishment. I mean, to spend 5 years working on something and finally see it succeed. Yeah, I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world.
Yeah, because it's that's a real benchmark. It's not like getting some percent accuracy on a data set. This is like real. This is real world.
Yeah.
It's just a game, but it's also a game that means a lot to a lot of people. And this is humans doing their best to beat the machine. So this is a real benchmark, unlike anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I have been dreaming about since I was like 16, playing poker, with my friends in high school. The idea that you can find a strategy, approximate the national equilibrium, be able to beat all the poker players in the world with it. So to actually see that come to fruition and be realized, it's kind of magical.
Yeah, especially money is on the line too. It's different than chess. In that aspect, like people get. That's why you want to look at betting markets. You want to actually understand what people really think. And they're saying this poker, it's really high stakes because it's money. And to solve that game, that's an amazing accomplishment. So the leap from that to multi-way 6-player poker, how difficult is that jump? And what are some interesting differences between heads-up poker and multi-way poker?
Yeah, so I mentioned, Nash equilibrium and 2-player zero-sum games. If you play that strategy, you are guaranteed to not lose an expectation no matter what your opponent plays. Now, once you go to 6-player poker, you're no longer playing 2-player game. And so there was a lot of debate among the academic community and among the poker community about how well these techniques would extend beyond just 2-player heads-up poker. Now, what I had come to realize is that the techniques actually I thought really would extend to 6-player poker, because even though in theory they don't give you these guarantees outside of 2-player zero-sum games, in practice it still gives you a really strong strategy. Now, there were a lot of complications that would come up with 6-player poker besides like the game theoretic aspect. I mean, for one, the game is just exponentially larger. So the main thing that allowed us to go from 2-player to 6-player was the idea of depth-limited search. So I said before, like, we would do search, we would plan out, the bot would plan out like what it's going to do next and for the next several moves. And in Libratus, that search was done extending all the way to the end of the game. So it would have to start from the turn onwards, like looking maybe 10 moves ahead. It would have to figure out what it was doing for all those moves. Now, when you get to 6-player poker, it can't do that exhaustive search anymore because the game is just way too large. But by only having to look a few moves ahead and then stopping there and substituting a value estimate of like how good is that strategy at that point, then we're able to do a much more scalable form of search.
Is there something cool? We're looking at the paper right now. Is there something cool in the paper in terms of graphics? The tree traversal via Monte Carlo.
I think if you go down a bit.
Figure 1, an example of equilibrium selection problem. Ooh, so yeah. What do we know about equilibria when there's multiple players?
So when you go outside of 2 players, you're sum. So a Nash equilibrium is a set of strategies, one strategy for each player, where no player has an incentive to switch to a different strategy. And so you can kind of think of it as like, imagine you have a game where there's a ring. That's actually the visual here. You've got a ring, and the object of the game is to be as far away from the other players as possible. A Nash equilibrium is for all the players to be spaced equally apart around this ring. But there's infinitely many different Nash equilibrium. Right? There's infinitely many ways to space 4 dots along the ring. And if every single player independently computes a Nash equilibrium, then there's no guarantee that the joint strategy that they're all playing is going to be a Nash equilibrium. They're just going to be like random dots scattered along this ring rather than 4 coordinated dots being equally spaced apart.
Is it possible to sort of optimally do this kind of selection, to do the selection of the equilibrium you're chasing? So is there like a meta problem to be solved here?
So the meta problem is, in some sense, how do you understand the Nash equilibrium that the other players are going to play? And even if you do that, again, there's no guarantee that you're going to win. So, if you're playing Risk, like I said, and all the other players decide to team up against you, you're going to lose. Nash equilibrium doesn't help you. And So there was this big debate about whether Nash equilibrium and all these techniques that computed are even useful once you go outside of two-player zero-sum games. Now, I think for many games, there is a valid criticism here. And I think when we go to something like diplomacy, we run into this issue that the approach of trying to approximate a Nash equilibrium doesn't really work anymore. But it turns out that in six-player poker, because six-player poker is such an adversarial game, where none of the players really try to work with each other, the techniques that were used in two-player poker to try to approximate an equilibrium, those still end up working in practice in six-player poker.
There's some deep way in which six-player poker is just a bunch of heads-up poker like games in one. It's like embedded in it. So the competitiveness is more fundamental to poker than the cooperation.
Right, yeah. Poker is just such an adversarial game. There's no real cooperation. In fact, you're not even allowed to cooperate in poker. It's considered collusion. It's against the rules. And so for that reason, the techniques end up working really well. I think that's true more broadly in extremely adversarial games in general.
But that's sort of in practice versus being able to prove something.
That's right. Nobody has proof that that's the case. And it could be that six-player poker belongs to some class of games where approximating an Nash equilibrium through self-play provably works well. And there are other classes of games beyond just two-player zero-sum where this is proven to work well. So there are these kinds of games called potential games, which I won't go into. It's kind of like a complicated concept, but there are classes of games where this approach to approximating an Nash equilibrium is proven to work well. Now, six-player poker is not known to belong to those classes, but it is possible that it either provably performs well or provably performs not that well.
So, what are some interesting things about Pluribus that was able to achieve human level performance on this, or superhuman level performance on the six-player version of poker?
I think the most interesting thing about Pluribus is that it was so much cheaper than Lebradas. Lebradas, if you had to put a price tag on the computational resources that went into it, I would say the final training run took about $100,000. You go to Pluribus, the final training run would cost like less than $150 on AWS.
Is this normalized to computational inflation? So meaning, does this just have to do with the fact that Pluribus was trained like a year later?
No. It's not. First of all, computing resources are getting cheaper every day, but you're not going to see a 1,000-fold decrease in the computational resources over 2 years, or even anywhere close to that. The real improvement was algorithmic improvements, and in particular, the ability to do depth limited search.
So does depth limited search also work for Lebradas?
Yeah. Yes. So where this depth limited search came from is I developed this technique and went on two-player poker first, and that reduced the computational resources needed to make an AI that was superhuman from $100,000 for Lebradas to something you could train on your laptop.
What do you learn from that discovery?
What I would take away from that is that algorithmic improvements really do matter.
How would you describe the more general case of limited depth search? It's basically constraining the scale, temporal, or in some other way of the computation that you're doing, in some clever way. So how else can you significantly constrain computation, right?
Well, I think the idea is that we want to be able to leverage search as much as possible. And the way that we were doing it in the Lebradas required us to search all the way to the end of the game. Now, if you're playing a game like chess, the idea that you're going to search always to the end of the game is kind of unimaginable, right? There's just so many situations where you just won't be able to use search in that case, or the cost would be, prohibitive. And this technique allowed us to leverage search, and without having to pay such a huge computational cost, and be able to apply it more broadly.
So, to what degree did you use neural nets for Lebradas and Pluribus, and more generally, what role do neural nets have to play in superhuman level performance in poker?
So we actually did not use neural nets at all for Lebradas or Pluribus, and a lot of people found this surprising back in 2017. I think they find that surprising today, that we were able to do this without using any neural nets. And I think the reason for that, I think neural nets are incredibly powerful, and the techniques that are used today, even for poker AIs, do rely quite heavily on neural nets. But it wasn't the main challenge for poker. Like, I think what neural nets are really good for, if you're in a situation where finding features for a value function is really difficult, then neural nets are really powerful. And this was the problem in Go, right? Like, the problem in Go was that, or the final problem in Go at least, was that nobody had a good way of looking at a board and figuring out who was winning, describing through a simple algorithm who was winning. And so there, neural nets were super helpful because you could just feed in a ton of different board positions into this neural net, and it would be able to predict then who was winning and losing. But in poker, the features weren't the challenge. The challenge was, how do you design a scalable algorithm that would allow you to find this balanced strategy that would understand that you have to bluff with the right probability.
So can that be somehow incorporated into the value function? The complexity of poker that you described.
Yeah, so the way the value functions work in poker, like the latest and greatest poker AIs, they do use it for the value function. The way it's done is very different from how it's done in a game like chess or Go, because in poker, you have to reason about beliefs. And so the value of a state depends on the beliefs that players have about what the different cards are. But like, if you have pocket aces, then whether that's a really, really good hand or just an okay hand depends on whether you know I have pocket aces. Right? Like, if you know that I have pocket aces, then if I bet, you're going to fold me. But if you think that I have a really bad hand, then I could bet with pocket aces and make a ton of money. So the value function in poker these days takes the beliefs as an input, which is very different from like how chess and Go AIs.
So as a person who appreciates the game, who do you think is the greatest poker player of all time?
That's a tough question.
Can AI help answer that question? Can you actually analyze the quality of play, right? So the chess engines can give estimates of quality of play. Right? I wonder if is there an ELO rating type of system for poker? I suppose you could, but there's just not enough. You would have to play a lot of games, right? A very large number of games, like more than you would in chess. The deterministic game makes it easier to estimate ELO.
I think it is much harder to estimate something like ELO rating in poker. I think it's doable. The problem is that the game is very high variance. So you could be profitable in poker for a year, and you could actually be a bad player just because the variance is so high. I mean, you've got top professional poker players that will lose for you just because they're on a really bad streak.
So, yeah, so for ELO, you have to have a nice, clean way of saying if player A played player B and A beats B, that's something, that's a signal. In poker, that's a very noisy signal.
It's a very noisy signal. Now, there is a signal, so you could do this calculation. It would just be much harder. But the same way that AIs have now taken over chess, and all the top professional chess players train with AIs, the same is true for poker. The game has become a very computational. People train with AIs to try to find out where they're making mistakes, try to learn from the AIs to improve their strategy. So now, yeah, so the game has been revolutionized in the past 5 years by the development of AI in the sport.
The skill with which you avoided the question at the greatest time was impressive.
So my feeling is that it's a difficult question, because just like in chess, where you can't really compare Magnus Carlsen today to Gary Kasparov, because the game has evolved so much. The poker players today are so far beyond the skills of like people that were playing even 10 or 20 years ago. So you look at the kinds of like all-stars that were on ESPN at like the height of the poker boom. Pretty much all those players are actually not that good at the game today. At least the strategy aspect. I mean, they might still be good at like reading the player at the other side of the table and trying to figure out like are they bluffing or not. But in terms of the actual like computational strategy of the game, a lot of them have really struggled to keep up with that. Now, so for that reason, I'll give an answer, and I'm going to say Daniel Negreanu, who you actually had on the podcast recently, so it was a great episode. Yeah.
And Phil's going to hate this so much.
and I'm gonna give him credit because he is one of the few like old school really strong players that have kept up with the development of AI.
So he's constantly studying the game theory optimal way of playing.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think a lot of the old school poker players have just kind of given up on that aspect, and I got to give Denny Brennan credit for keeping up with all the developments that are happening in the sport.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch where it's headed. Yeah, so there you go. Some love for Daniel. Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yep, let's do it.
Let's go from poker to diplomacy. What is, at a high level, the game of diplomacy?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about two players in some games. And what's interesting about diplomacy is that it's very different from these like adversarial games like chess, Go, poker, even StarCraft and Dota. Diplomacy has a much bigger cooperative element. It's a 7-player game. It was actually created in the 50s, and it takes place before World War I. It's like a map of Europe with 7 great powers, and they're all trying to form alliances with each other. There's a lot of negotiation going on, and so the whole focus of the game is on forming alliances with the other players to take on the other players.
England, Germany, Russia, Turkey, Austria, Hungary, Italy, and France.
That's right. So the way the game works is on each turn, you spend about 5 to 15 minutes talking to the other players in private, and you make all sorts of deals with them. You say like, "Hey, let's work together. Let's team up against this other player." Because the only way that you can make progress is by working with somebody else against the others. And then after that negotiation period is done, all the players simultaneously submit their moves, and they're all executing at the same time. And so you can tell people like, "Hey, I'm going to support you this turn," but then you don't follow through with it. And they're only going to figure that out once they see the moves being cut off.
How much of it is natural language, like written, actual text? How much is like you're actually saying phrases that are structured?
So there's different ways to play the game. You can play it in person, and in that case, it's all natural language, free-form communication. There's no constraints on the kinds of deals that you can make, the kinds of things that you can discuss. You can also play it online, so you can send long emails back and forth. You can play it like live online or over voice chat. But the focus, the important thing to understand is that this is unstructured communication. You can say whatever you want. You can make any sorts of deals that you want, and everything is done privately. So it's not like you're all around the board together having a conversation. You're grabbing somebody going off into a corner and conspiring behind everybody else's back about what you're planning.
And there's no limit, in theory, to the conversation you can have directly with one person.
That's right. You can make all sorts of, you can talk about anything. You can say like, "Hey, let's have a long-term alliance against this guy." You can say like, "Hey, can you support me this turn, and in return, I'll do this other thing for you next turn." Or, just you can talk about like what you talked about with somebody else and gossip about like what they're planning. The way that I would describe the game is that it's kind of like a mix between Risk, poker, and the TV show Survivor. There's like this big element of like trying to, there's a big social element. And the best way that I would describe the game is that it's really a game about people rather than the pieces.
So, Risk, because it is a map, it's kind of war game like. Poker, because there's a game theory component, it's very kind of strategic. So you could convert it into an artificial intelligence problem. And then Survivor, because it's a social component. That's a strong social component. I saw that somebody said online that the internet version of the game has this quality of that it's easier to almost to do like role play. As opposed to being yourself, you can actually like be really imagine yourself as the leader of France or Russia and so on. Like really pretend to be that person. It's actually fun to really lean into being that leader.
Yeah, so some players do go this route where they just like kind of view it as a strategy game, but also a role playing game where they can like act out like, what would I be like if I was a leader of France in 1900?
A forfeit right away. I'm just kidding. And they sometimes use like the old timey language, so like or how they imagine the elites would talk at that time. Anyway, so what are the different turns of the game? Like what are the rounds?
Yeah, so on every turn you've got like a bunch of different units that you start out with. So you start out patrolling like just a few units, and the object of the game is to gain control of the majority. If you're able to do that, then you've won. But like I said, the only way that you're able to do that is by working with players. So on every turn, you can issue a move order. So for each of your units, you can move them to an adjacent territory, or you can keep them where they are, or you can support a move or a hold of a different unit. So
what are the territories? How is the map divided up?
It's kind of like Risk, where the map is divided up into like 50 different territories. Now, you can enter a territory if you're moving into that territory with more supports than the person that's in there or the person that's trying to move in. So if you're moving in and there's somebody already there, then if neither of you have support, it's a 1 versus 1 and you bounce back and neither of you make progress. If you have a unit that's supporting that move into the territory, then it's 2 versus 1 and you'll kick them out and they'll have to retreat somewhere.
What does support mean?
Support is like it's an action that you can issue. So you can say this unit. You can write down this unit is supporting this other unit.
Are these units from opposing forces?
They could be. They could be. And this is where the interesting aspect of the game comes in, because you can support your own units into territory, but you can also support other people's units into territories. And so that's what the negotiations really revolve around.
But you don't have to do the thing you say you're going to do. Right?
And this, yeah. And
so you can say I'm going to support you, but then backstab the person.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Tension is core to the game.
That tension is absolutely core to the game. The fact that you can make all sorts of promises, but you have to reason about the fact that like they might not trust you if you say you're going to do something, or they might be lying to you when they say that they're going to support you.
So maybe just jump back. What's the history of the game in general? Is it true that Henry Kissinger wanted the game, or JFK, and all those? I read like a bunch of different people that. Or is that just one of those things that the cool kids say they do, but they don't actually do?
So the game was created in the 50s.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it was JFK's. It was played in like the JFK White House. Henry Kissinger's favorite game. I don't know if it's true, but that's definitely what I've heard.
It's interesting that they went with World War One when it was created after World War II.
So the story that I've heard for the creation of the game is it was created by somebody that had looked at the history of the 20th century, and they saw World War One as a failure of diplomacy. So,
sure,
you know, they saw the fact that this war broke out as like the diplomat countries like really failed to prevent a war, and he wanted to create a game that would basically teach people about diplomacy. And it's really fascinating that like in his ideal version of the game of diplomacy, nobody actually wins the game. Because the whole point is that if somebody is about to win, then the other players should be able to work together to stop that person from winning. And so the ideal version of the game is just one where nobody actually wins. And you know, it kind of has a nice, like, wholesome take-home message then that you know, war is ultimately futile.
And that feudal optimal to be achieved through great diplomacy. So, is there some asymmetry in terms of which is more powerful, Russia versus Germany versus France and so on?
So I think the general consensus is that France is the strongest power in the game, but the beautiful thing about diplomacy is that it's self-balancing, right? So the fact that France has an inherent advantage from the beginning means that the other players are less likely to work.
I saw that Russia has 4 units, or 4 of something, that the others have 3 of something.
That's true, yeah. So Russia starts off with 4 units, while all the other players start with 3. But Russia is also in a much more vulnerable position because they have to they have a lot more neighbors as well.
Got it. Larger territory, more more border to defend. Okay. What else is important to know about the rules? So how many rounds are there? Like, is this iterative game? Is it finite? Do you just keep going indefinitely?
Usually the game lasts, I would say, about 15 or 20 turns. There's, in theory, no limit. It could last longer. But at some point, I mean, if you're playing a house game with friends, at some point you just get tired and you all agree, like, okay, we're going to end the game here and call it a draw. If you're playing online, there's usually like set limits on when the game will actually end.
And what's the termination condition? Like, does one country have to conquer everything else?
So if somebody is able to actually gain control of the majority of the map, then they've won, and it is a solo victory, as it's called. Now that pretty rarely happens, especially with strong players, because like I said, the game is designed incentivize the other players to put a stop to that and all work together to stop the superpower. Usually, what ends up happening is that all the players agree to a draw, and then the score, the win, is divided among the remaining players. There's a lot of different scoring systems. The one that we used in our research basically gives a score relative to how much control you have of the map. So the more that you control, the higher the score.
What's the history of using this game as a benchmark for AI research? Do people use it?
Yeah, so people have been working on AI for diplomacy since about the 80s. There was some really exciting research back then, but the approach that was taken was very different from what we see today. The research in the 80s was a very rule-based approach, kind of a heuristic approach. It was very in line with the kind of research that was being done in the 80s. Basically trying to encode human knowledge into the strategy. Sure. And it's understandable. I mean, the game is so incredibly different and so much more complicated than the kinds of games that people were working on, like chess and Go and poker, that it was honestly even hard to start making any progress in diplomacy.
Can you just formulate what is the problem from an AI perspective, and why is it hard? Why is it a challenging game to solve?
So there's a lot of aspects in diplomacy that make it a huge challenge. First of all, you have the natural language component, and I think this really is what makes it arguably the most difficult game among the major benchmarks. The fact that you have to, it's not about moving pieces on the board. Your action space, basically all the different sentences that you could communicate to somebody else in this game. And
can we just linger on that? So is part of it like the ambiguity in the language? If it was very strict, if you narrow the set of possible sentences, if you do, that's
the real difficulty is the breadth of things that you can talk about. You could have natural language in other games, and like Settlers of Catan, for example, you could have a natural language Settlers of Catan. But the things that you're going to talk about are basically like, am I trading you 2 sheep per wood or 3 sheep per wood? Whereas in a game like Diplomacy, the breadth of conversations that you're going to have are like, am I going to support you? Are you going to support me in return? Which units are going to do what? What did this other person promise you? They're lying because they told this other person that they're going to do this instead. If you help me out this turn, then in the future I'll do these things that will help you out. The depth and breadth of these conversations is really complicated, and it's all being done in natural language. Now you could approach it, and we actually consider doing this, like having a simplified language to make this complexity smaller. But ultimately, we thought the most impactful way of doing this research would be to address the natural language component head on, and just try to go for the full game up front.
Just looking at sample games, what conversations look like. Greetings, England. This should prove to be a fun game since all the private press is going to be made public, and at the least, it will be interesting to see if the press changes because of that. Anyway, good. Okay, so there's
yeah, that's just kind of like the generic greetings at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I think that the meat comes a little bit later when you're starting to talk about specific strategy and stuff.
I agree. There are a lot of advantages to the two of us keeping in touch, and our nations make strong natural allies in the game. So that kind of stuff. Making friends, making enemies.
Yeah, or if you look at the next line, so the person's saying I've heard bits about a Lepanto and an octopus opening, and basically telling Austria hey, just a heads up, I've heard these whispers about what might be going on behind the back.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of complexities in that, in the language of that, right? To interpret that means it's hard for us humans, but for AI it's even harder. You have to understand at every level the semantics of that.
Right. I mean, there's the complexity of understanding when somebody is saying this to me. What does that mean? And then there's also the complexity of should I be telling this person this? I've overheard these whispers. Should I be telling this person that hey, you might be getting attacked by this other power?
Okay, so how are we supposed to think about? Okay, so that's the natural language. How do you even begin trying to solve this game? It seems like the Turing test is different.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the natural language aspect, and then even besides the natural language aspect, you also have the cooperative elements of the game. And I think this is actually something that I find really interesting. If you look at all of the previous game AI breakthroughs, they've all happened in these purely adversarial games where you don't actually need to understand how humans play the game. It's all just AI versus AI, right? Like you look at uh, checkers, chess, Go, poker, StarCraft, Dota 2. Like in some of those cases, they leveraged human data, but they never needed to. They were always just trying to have a scalable algorithm that then they could throw a lot of computational resources at, a lot of memory at, and then eventually it would converge to an approximation of a national fund agreement. This perfect strategy that in a two-player zero-sum game guarantees that they're going to be able to not lose to any opponent.
So you can't leverage self-play. So
You can leverage self-play, but it's no longer sufficient to beat humans.
So how do you integrate the human to move with it?
So what you have to do is incorporate human data. And to kind of give you some intuition for why this is the case, imagine you're playing a negotiation game, like diplomacy, but you're training completely from scratch, without any human data. The AI is not going to suddenly like figure out how to communicate in English.
How are you? Hello. I hope you are well.
English. It's going to figure out some weird robot language that only it will understand. And then when you stick that in a game with 600 humans, they're going to think this person's talking gibberish, and they're just going to ally with each other and team up against the bot. Or not even team up against the bot, just not work with the bot. And so in order to be able to play this game with humans, it has to understand the human way of playing the game, not this machine way of playing the game.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, right, that's a nuanced thing to understand because a chess playing program doesn't need to play like a human to beat a human.
Exactly.
But here you have to play like a human in order to beat them.
Or at least you have to understand how humans play the game so that you can understand how. If they have certain expectations.
Yeah, I'm well. Excellent. Okay, how'd you sleep? Positive energy, that's right. Okay, great. Well, wonderful. I'm just chilling. Okay, look at you. Hello. Okay. Good on you. Stay strong. It's, no. It's hard. It's hard. Cool. I understand. How did you sleep? I can hear you. I can. Okay. How did you sleep? You cannot work today, or you can work? Okay, good. Excellent. You seem like you're in a really good mood. Good on you. Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you slept well, and you need anything, just let me know, okay? Sounds good. I do need to know something. Is your name Roxanne? It's a beautiful name. That's all I want to know. I like that.
It's about what does it mean to be a good ally? What does it mean to have like a reciprocal relationship where we're working together? You have to abide by those conventions, and if you don't, they're just going to look at something else instead.
Do you think of this as a clean, in some deep sense, the spirit of the Turing test is formulated by Alan Turing? Is it, in some sense, this is what the Turing test actually looks like? So, because of open-ended natural language conversation seems like very difficult to evaluate. Like here at a high stakes where humans are trying to win a game, that seems like how you actually perform the Turing test.
I think it's different from the Turing test. Like the way that the Turing test is formulated, it's about trying to distinguish a human from a machine and seeing, oh, could the machine successfully pass as a human in this adversarial setting where the player is trying to figure out whether it's a machine or a human. Whereas in diplomacy, it's not about trying to figure out whether this player is a human or a machine. It's ultimately about whether I can work with this player, regardless of whether they are a human or a machine. And can the machine do that better than human?
Yeah, I have to think about that, but that just feels like the implied requirement for that is for the machine to be human-like.
I think that's true. That if you're going to play in this human game, you have to somehow adapt to the human surroundings and the human play style.
And to win, you have to adapt. So you can't, if you're the outsider, if you're not human-like, I feel like that's a losing strategy.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
So okay, what are the complexities here? What was your approach to it?
Before I get to that, one thing I should explain, like why we decided to work on diplomacy. So basically, what happened is in 2019, I was wrapping up the work on six-player poker on Pluribus, and was trying to think about what to work on next. And I had been seeing like all these other breakthroughs happening in AI. I mean, 2019, you have StarCraft, you have AlphaStar beating humans in StarCraft. You've got the Dota 2 stuff happening at OpenAI. You have GPT-2 or GPT-3, I think it was GPT-2 at the time. And it became clear that AI was progressing really, really fast. And people were throwing out these like other games about, what should be the next challenge for multi-agent AI. And I just felt like we had to aim big. If you look at a game like chess or a game like Go, they took decades for researchers to ultimately reach superhuman performance at. I mean, like chess took 40 years of AI research. Go took another 20 years. And we thought that diplomacy would be this incredibly difficult challenge that could easily take a decade to make an AI that could play competently. But we felt like that was a goal worth aiming. And so honestly, I was kind of reluctant to work on it at first because I thought it was like too far out of the realm of possibility. But I was talking to a coworker of mine, Adam Lear, and he was basically saying like, why not aim for it? We'll learn some interesting things along the way, and maybe it'll be possible. And so we decided to go for it. And I think it was the right choice considering just how much progress there was in AI, and that progress has continued in the years since.
So winning in diplomacy, what does that really look like? It means talking to 6 other players, 6 other entities, agents, and convincing them of stuff that you want them to be convinced of. Like what exactly? I'm trying to get to deeply understand what the problem is.
Ultimately, the problem is it's simple to quantify, right? Like you're going to play this game with humans, and you want your score on average to be as high as possible. If you can say like I am winning more than any human alive, then you're a champion diplomacy player. Now, ultimately, we didn't reach that. We got to human level performance. We played about 40 games with real humans online. The bot came in second out of all players that played 5 or more games, and so not like number one, but way higher.
What was the expertise level? Are they beginners? Are they intermediate players? Advanced players? Do you have a sense?
That's a great question. So I think this kind of goes into how do you measure the performance in diplomacy, and I would argue that when you're measuring performance in a game like this, you don't actually want to measure it in games with all expert players. It's kind of like if you're developing a self-driving car, you don't want to measure that car on the road with a bunch of expert stunt drivers.
Yeah.
You want to put it on a road like an actual American city and see, is this car crashing less often than an expert driver? So that's the metric that we use. We're saying like we're going to stick this bot in games with a wide variety of skill levels, and then are we doing better than a strong or expert human player would in the same situation?
That's quite brilliant because I played a lot of sports in my life, like at the time of judo or whatever, and it's somehow almost easier to go against experts almost always. I think they're more predictable in the quality of play. The space of strategies you're operating under is narrower against experts. Really frustrating to go against beginners. Also, because beginners talk trash to you when they beat you, so that's a human thing that they have to be worried about that. But yeah, the variance in strategies is greater, especially with natural language. It's just all over the place now. Sure.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at what makes a good human diplomacy player, obviously they're able to handle themselves in games with expert teams, but where they really shine is when they're playing with these weak players. And they know how to take advantage of the fact that they're a weak player, that they won't be able to like pull off a stab as well, or that they have certain tendencies and they can take them under their wing and persuade them to do things that might not even be in their interest. The really good diplomacy players are able to take advantage of the fact that there are so many players in the game.
Okay, so if you have to incorporate human play data, how do you do that? How do you do that in order to train an AI system to play diplomacy?
Yeah, so that's really the good question. How do we leverage the benefits of self-play that have been so successful in all these other previous games while keeping the strategy as human compatible as possible? And so what we did is we first trained a language model, and then we made that language model controllable on a set of intents, or what we call intents, which are basically like an action that we want to play and an action that we would like to play. And so this gives us a way to generate dialogue that's not just trying to imitate the human style, whatever a human would say in the situation, but to actually give it an intent, a purpose in its communication. We can talk about the specific move, we can make a specific request, and the determination of what that move is that we're discussing comes from a strategic reasoning model that uses reinforcement.
So computing the intents for all the players.
Maybe like
how's that?
Well, it's definitely
Just
like mineral oil. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's gurgling. We're gonna say it's a what's it?
It's a combination of reinforcement learning
Maybe
and
raw
planning.
sienna.
Actually, very similar to how
raw
you
sienna,
approached poker and how
double
people
A,
approached like chess and Go as well. We're using self-play and search to try to figure out what is an optimal move for us and what is a desirable move that we want this player to play. Now, the difference between the way that we approached reinforcement learning and search in this game versus the previous games is that we have to keep it human compatible. We have to understand how the other person is likely to play rather than just assuming that they're going to play like a machine.
And how language gets them to play maximize the chance of following the intent you want them to follow. Yeah, how do you do that? How do you connect to intent?
So the way that RL and planning is done is actually not using language. So we're coming up with this like plan for the action that we're going to play and the other person's going to play, and then we feed that action into the dialogue model that will then send a message according to this model.
So the language model there is mapping action to message, one word at a time.
Basically one message at a time. So we'll feed in dialogue model like here are the actions that you should be discussing. Here's the message. Here's like the content of the message that we would like you to send, and then it will actually generate a message that corresponds to that.
Okay, does this actually work?
It works surprisingly well.
Okay, how? Oh man, the number of ways it probably goes horribly. I would have imagined it goes horribly wrong. So how the heck is it effective at all?
I mean, there are a lot of ways that this could fail. So, for example, I mean, you could have a situation where you're basically like we don't tell the language model, like, here are the pieces of our action or the other person's action that you should be communicating. And so, like, let's say you're about to attack somebody. You probably don't want to tell them that you're going to attack them, but there's nothing in the language, like the language model is not very smart at the end of the day. So it doesn't really have a way of knowing, like, well, what should I be talking about? Should I tell this person I'm about to attack them or not? So we have to, like, develop a lot of other techniques that deal with that. Like, one of the things we do, for example, is we try to calculate, if I'm going to send this message, what would I expect the other person to do in response? So if it's a message like, hey, I'm going to attack you this turn, they're probably going to, attack us or defend against that attack. And so we have a way of recognizing, like, hey, sending this message is a negative expected value action, and we should not send this message.
So you have, for particular kinds of messages, you have like an extra function that does the estimates the value of that message.
Yeah. So we have these kinds of filters
Right.
that, like,
So it's a filter. So there's a good, and is that filter in your network or is it rule based?
that's a neural network. So it's a combination. It's a neural network, but it's also using planning. It's trying to compute, like, what is the policy that the other players are going to play, given that this message has been sent, and then is that better than not sending a message?
I feel like that's how my brain works too. Like, there's a language model that generates random crap, and then there's these other neural nets that are essentially filters. At least that's when I tweet. I'll usually my process of tweeting, I'll think of something and it's hilarious to me, and then about 5 seconds later, the filter network comes in and says, no, it's not funny at all. Yeah, I mean, there's something interesting to that kind of process. So you have a set of actions that you have an intent that you want to achieve, an intent that you want your opponent to achieve, that you generate messages, and then you evaluate if those messages will achieve the goal you want.
Yeah, and we're filtering for several things. We're filtering, like, is this a sensible message? So sometimes language models will generate messages that are just, like, totally nonsense, and we try to filter those out. We also try to filter out messages that are basically lies. So, diplomacy has its reputation as a game that's really about deception and lying, but we try to actually minimize the amount the bot would lie. This was actually mostly a...
Or are you? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, like, part of the reason for this is that we actually found that lying would make the bot perform worse in the long run, end up with a lower score. Because once the bot lies, people would never trust it again. And trust is a huge aspect of the game of diplomacy.
Taking notes here because I think this applies to life lessons too.
No, I think it's really strong.
So, like, lying is a dangerous thing to do. Like, you want to avoid obvious lying.
Yeah, I mean, I think when people play diplomacy for the first time, they approach it as a game of deception and lying, and they ultimately, if you talk to top diplomacy players, what they'll tell you is that diplomacy is a game about trust and being able to build trust in an environment that encourages people to not trust them. So that's the ultimate teaching in diplomacy. How can this AI reason about whether you are being honest in your communication, and how can the AI persuade you that it is being honest when it is telling you that, hey, I'm actually going to support this?
Is there some sense, I don't know if you step back and think, that this process will indirectly help us study human psychology? So, like, if trust is the ultimate goal, wouldn't that help us understand what are the fundamental aspects of forming trust between humans and between humans and AI? I mean, that's a really, really important question that's much bigger than strategy games. It's that's fundamental to the human-robot interaction problem. How do we form trust between intelligent entities?
So one of the things I'm really excited about with diplomacy, there's never really been a good domain to investigate these kinds of questions. And diplomacy gives us a domain where trust is really at the center of it. And it's not just like you've hired a bunch of mechanical Turkers that, are being paid and trying to get through the task as quickly as possible. You have these people that are really invested in the outcome of the game, and they're really trying to do the best that they can. And so I'm really excited that we're able to, we actually, like, have put together this, we're open sourcing all of our models, we're open sourcing all of the all the code, and we're making the data that we've used available to researchers so that they can investigate these kinds of questions.
So the data of the human and the AI play of diplomacy and the models that you use for the generation of the messages and the filtering.
Yeah, not just even the data of the AI playing with the humans, but all the training data that we used to train the AI to understand how humans play the game. We're setting up a system where researchers will be able to apply to be able to gain access to that data and be able to use it in their own research.
We should say, what is the name of the system?
We're calling the bot Cisco.
Cisco. And what's the name, like your open source, and what's the name of the repository and the project? Is it also just called Cisco, the big project? Or are you still coming up with a name?
The data set comes from this website, webdiplomacy.net. Is the site that's been online for like 20 years now, and it's one of the main sites that people use to play diplomacy on it. We've got like 50,000 games of diplomacy with natural language communication, over 10 million messages. So it's a pretty massive data set that people can use to. We're hoping that the academic community, the research community, is able to use it for all sorts of interesting research questions.
So do you, from having studied this game, is it a sufficiently rich problem space to explore this kind of human AI interaction?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's maybe the best data set that I can think of out there to investigate these kinds of questions of negotiation, trust, persuasion. I wouldn't say it's the best data set in the world for human AI interaction. That's a very broad field, but I think that it's definitely up there. It's like, if you're really interested in language models interacting with humans in a setting where their incentives are not fully aligned, this seems like an ideal data set for investigating them.
So you have a paper with some impressive results and just an impressive paper that's taking this problem on. What's the most exciting thing to you in terms of the results from the paper?
Well, I think there's
ideas or results.
Yeah, I think there's a few aspects of the results and that I think are really exciting. So first of all, the fact that we were able to achieve such strong performance, I was surprised by and pleasantly surprised by. So we played 40 games of diplomacy with real humans, and the bot placed second out of all players that have played 5 or more games. So it's about 80 players total, 19 of whom played 5 or more games, and the bot was ranked second out of those players. And the bot was really good in 2 dimensions. One, being able to establish strong connections with the players on the board, being able to persuade them to work with it, being able to coordinate with them about how it's going to work with them, and then also the raw tactical and strategic aspects of the game. Being able to understand what the other players are likely to do, being able to model their behavior and respond appropriately to that. The bot also really excelled at.
What are some interesting things that the bot said? By the way, are you allowed to swear in the are there rules to what you're allowed to say and not in diplomacy?
You can say whatever you want. I think the site will get very angry at you if you start threatening somebody. And we actually,
or if you threaten somebody, you're supposed to do it politely.
Yeah, politely. Keep it in character. The bot. We actually had a researcher watching the bot whenever we play a game, we have a bot watching it to make sure that it wouldn't go off the rails and start threatening somebody or something like that.
I would just love it if the bot started mocking everybody, some weird quirky strategies would emerge. Have you seen anything interesting that you? That's a weird. That's a weird behavior, either of the filter or the language model, that was weird to you.
There were definitely things that the bot would do that were not in line with how humans would approach the game, and that in a good way. The humans actually, we've talked to some expert diplomacy players about these results, and their takeaways that maybe humans are approaching this the wrong way, and this is actually the right way to play the game.
So what's required to win? What does it mean to mess up or to exploit the suboptimal behavior of the player? Is there optimally rational behavior and irrational behavior to estimate, that kind of stuff? What stands out to you? Is there a crack that you can exploit? Is there a weakness you can exploit in the game that everybody's looking for?
Well, I think you're asking kind of two questions there. So one, like modeling the irrationality and suboptimality of humans. Um, you can't in diplomacy. You can't treat all the other players like they're machines, and if you do that, you're going to end up playing really well. And so we actually ran this experiment. So we trained a bot in a two-player zero-sum version of diplomacy, the same way that you might approach a game like chess or poker. And the bot was superhuman; it would crush anything. And then we took that same training approach and we trained a bot for the full 7-player version of the game through self-play, without any human data. And we stuck it in a game with 6 humans, and it got destroyed. Even in the version of the game where there's no explicit natural language communication, it still got destroyed because it just wouldn't be able to understand how the other players were approaching the game and be able to work.
Can you just linger on that? Meaning, like, there's an individual personality to each player, and you're supposed to remember that. But what do you mean it's not able to understand the players?
Well, it would, for example, expect the human to support it in a certain way, when the human would simply think no, I'm not supposed to support you here. It's kind of like, if you develop a self-driving car and it's trained completely from scratch with other self-driving cars, it might learn to drive on the left side of the road. That's a totally reasonable thing to do if you're with these other self-driving cars that are also driving on the left side of the road. But if you put it in an American city, it's going to crash.
But I guess the intuition I'm trying to build up is, why does it then crush a human player on heads up?
This is an aspect of 2-player zero-sum versus games that involve cooperation. So in a 2-player zero-sum game, you can do self-play from scratch, and you will arrive at the Nash equilibrium where you don't have to worry about the other player playing in a very human suboptimal style. That's just going to be the only way that deviating from a Nash equilibrium would change things is if it helped you.
So, what's the dynamic of cooperation that's effective in diplomacy? Do you always have to have one friend in the game?
You always want to maximize your friends and minimize your enemies.
Got it. And boy, and the line comes into play there. So the more friends you have, the better.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to attack somebody, or else you're not going to make progress.
All right, so that's
It's an interesting topic. I don't know how it's
this is
going
too real. This is too real. So this is too close to geopolitics of
Then
actual
it went into like
military
solid
conflict in
done.
the world. Okay,
It's like I
that's
don't
fascinating.
know.
So that cooperation element is what makes it
6.
Yeah. And to give you an
Very quickly
example
moved
of
into a
how
1.
this suboptimality and
So we had the
irrationality
cleave.
comes into play, there's a really common situation in a game of diplomacy where
the
one
brown.
player starts to win, and they're
Like
at the point where they're controlling about half the map.
That,
And the remaining players who have all been fighting each
then
other
a
the whole
1.
game
Diarrhea.
all have to
Totally.
work together now to stop this other player from winning.
Oh!
Everybody's going to lose. And it's kind of like Game of Thrones, and you've seen the show. You got the others coming from the north, and all the people have to work out their differences and stop them from taking over. And the bot will do this. The bot will work with the other players to stop the superpower from winning. But if it's trained from scratch, or it doesn't really have a good grounding in how humans approach it, it will also, at the same time, attack the other players with its extra units. So all the units that are not necessary to stop the superpower from winning, it will use those to grab as many centers as possible from the other players. And in totally rational play, the other players should just live with that. They have to understand, hey, a score of 1 is better than a score of 0. So okay, he's grabbed my centers, but I'll just deal with it. But humans don't act that way, right? The human gets really angry at the bot and ends up throwing the game because, I'm going to screw you over because you did something that's not fair to me.
Got it. And are you supposed to model that? Is the bot supposed to model that kind of human frustration?
Yeah, exactly. So that is something that seems almost impossible to model purely from scratch without any human data. It's a very cultural thing. And so you need human data to be able to understand that, hey, that's how humans behave. And you have to work around that. It might be suboptimal, it might be irrational, but that's an aspect of humanity that you have to deal with.
So how difficult is it to train on human data, given that human data is very limited versus what a purely self-play mechanism can generate?
That's actually one of the things from the research, that we had a good amount of human data, about 50,000 games. What we try to do is leverage as much self-play as possible while still leveraging the human data. So what we do is we do self-play, very similar to how it's been done in poker and Go, but we try to regularize the self-play towards the human. Basically, the way to think about it is we penalize the bot for choosing actions that are very unlikely under the human deals. And
so is this some kind of function that says this is human-like and not?
Yeah, so we train a bot through supervised learning to model the human play as much as possible. So we basically like train a neural net on those 50,000 games, and that gives us a policy that resembles to some extent how humans actually play. Now, this isn't a perfect model of human play because we don't have unlimited data, we don't have unlimited neural net capacity, but it gives us some approximation.
Is there some data on the internet that's useful besides just diplomacy? So on the language side of things, is there some? Can you go to like Reddit? And, sort of background model formulation that's useful for the game of diplomacy.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for the language model, which is kind of like a separate question, we didn't use the language model during self-play training, but we pre-trained the language model on tons of internet data as much as possible, and then we fine-tuned it specifically on diplomacy games. So we are able to like leverage the wider data set in order to fill in some of the gaps in like how communication happens more broadly, besides just like specifically in these diplomacy games.
Okay, cool. So what are some interesting things that came to life from this work to you? Like what are some insights about games where natural language is involved and cooperation, deep cooperation is involved?
Well, I think there's a few insights. So first of all, the fact that you can't rely purely or even largely on self-play, that you really have to have an understanding of how humans approach the game. I think that's one of the major conclusions that I'm drawing from this work, and that is, I think, applicable more broadly to a lot of different games. So we've actually already taken the approaches that we've used in diplomacy and tried them on a cooperative card game called Hanabi, and we've had a lot of success in that game as well. On the language side, I think the fact that we were able to control the language model through this intense approach was very effective. And it allowed us, instead of just imitating how humans would communicate, we're able to go beyond that and able to feed into it superhuman strategies that it can then generate messages corresponding to.
Is there something you could say about detecting whether a person or AI is lying?
The bot doesn't explicitly try to calculate whether something is lying or not. But what it will do is try to predict what actions they're going to take given the communications, given the messages that they send. So given our conversation, what do I think you're doing? And implicitly, there is a calculation about whether you're lying to me in that. If you're, based on your messages, if I think you're going to attack me this time, even though your messages say that you're not, then essentially the bot is predicting that you're lying. But it doesn't view it as lying the same way that we do.
You could probably reformulate all the same data and make it classify lying or not.
Yeah, I think you could do that. That was not something that we were focused on, but I think that it is possible that if you came up with some measurement of like, what does it mean to tell a lie, because there's a spectrum, right? Like if you're withholding some information, is that a lie? If you're mostly telling the truth, but you forgot to mention this like one action out of like 10, is that a lie? It's hard to draw the line, but if you're willing to do that, and then you could possibly use it to.
This feels like an argument inside a relationship now. What's it used to lie? Depends what you mean by the definition of where it is. Okay. Still, it's fascinating because trust and lying is all intermixed into this, and it's language models that are becoming more and more sophisticated. It's just a fascinating space to explore. What do you see as the future of this work that is inspired by the breakthrough performance that you gained through
I think there's a few different directions to take this work. I think really what it's showing us is the potential that language models have. I mean, I think a lot of people didn't think that this kind of result was possible even today, despite all the progress that's been made in language models. And so it shows us how we can leverage the power of things like self-play on top of language models to get increasingly better performance. And the ceiling is really much higher than what we have right now.
Is this transferable somehow to chatbots for the more general task of dialogue? So, because there is a kind of negotiation here, a dance between entities that are trying to cooperate and at the same time a little bit adversarial, which I think maps somewhat to the general, the entire process of Reddit or like internet communication. You're cooperating, you're adversarial, you're having debates, you're having camaraderie, all that kind of stuff.
I think one of the things that's really useful about diplomacy is that we have a well-defined value function. There is a well-defined score that the bot is trying to optimize. And in a setting like a general chatbot setting, it would need that kind of objective in order to fully leverage the techniques that we developed.
What about like what we talked about earlier with NPCs inside video games? Like how can it be used to create for Elder Scrolls 6 more compelling NPCs that you could talk to instead of committing all kinds of violence with a sword and fighting dragons, just sit in a tavern and drink all day and talk to the chatbot.
The way that we've approached AI in diplomacy is you condition the language on an intent. Now, that intent in diplomacy is an action, but it doesn't have to be. And you can imagine, you could have NPCs in video games or metaverse or whatever, where there's some intent or there's some objective that they're trying to maximize, and you can specify what that is. And then the language can correspond to that intent. Now, I'm not saying that this is happening imminently, but I'm saying that this is like a future application potentially of this direction of research.
So what's the more general formulation of this? Making self-play be able to scale the way self-play does and still maintain human-like behavior.
The way that we've approached self-play in diplomacy is that we're trying to come up with good intents to condition the language model. And this basic intent is actions that can play. There is like the potential to have a broader set of intents. Things like, long-term cooperation or long-term objectives or, gossip about what another player was saying. These are things that we're currently not conditioning the language model on, and so we're not able to control it to say like, oh, you should be talking about this thing right now. But it's quite possible that you could expand the scope of intents to be able to allow it to talk about those things. Now, in the process of doing that, the self-play would become much more complicated. And so that is a potential for future work.
Okay, the increasing the number of intents. I'm still not quite clear how you keep the self-play integrated into the human world.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit loose on on understanding how you do that.
So we train in neural nets to imitate the human data as closely as possible, and that's what we call the anchor policy. And now when we're doing self-play, the problem with the anchor policy is that it's not a perfect approximation of how humans actually play. Because we don't have infinite data, because we don't have unlimited neural network capacity, it's actually a relatively suboptimal approximation of how humans actually play. And we can improve that approximation by adding planning and RL. And so what we do is we get a better approximation, a better model of human play by, during the self-play process, we say you can deviate from this human anchor policy if there is an action that has, particularly high expected value. But it would have to be a really high expected value to deviate from this human policy. So you basically say, try to maximize your expected value while at the same time stay as close as possible to the human policy. And there is a parameter that controls the relative weighting of those competing objectives.
So the question I have is how sophisticated can the anchor policy get? So I have a policy that approximates human behavior, right?
Yeah.
So as you increase the number of intents, as you generalize the space in which this is applicable. And given that the human data is limited, try to anticipate a policy that works for a much larger number of cases. Like how difficult is the process of forming a damn good anchor policy?
Well, it really comes down to how much human data you have.
So it's all about scaling.
I think the more human data you have, the better, and I think that that's going to be the major bottleneck in scaling to more complicated domains. But that said, there might be the potential, just like in the language model where we leverage, tons of data on the internet and then specialized it for diplomacy. There is the future potential that you can leverage huge amounts of data across the board and then specialize it in the data set that you have for diplomacy. And that way you're essentially augmenting the amount of data that you have.
To what degree does this apply to the real world diplomacy, the geopolitics? There's game theory has a history of being applied to understand and to give us hope about nuclear weapons, for example. The mutually assured destruction is a game theoretic concept that you can formulate. Some people say it's oversimplified, but nevertheless, here we are. We somehow haven't blown ourselves up. Do you see a future where this kind of system can be used to help us make decisions geopolitically in the world?
Well, like I said, the original motivation for the game of diplomacy was the failures of World War I, the diplomatic failures that led to war. And the real take-home message of diplomacy is that, if people approach diplomacy the right way, then war is ultimately unsuccessful. The way that I see it, war is an inherently negative sum game, right? There's always a better outcome than war for all the parties involved. And my hope is that, as AI progresses, then maybe this technology could be used to help people make better decisions across the board and, hopefully avoid negative sum outcomes like war.
Yeah, I just came back to Ukraine. I'm going back there on deep personal levels. Think a lot about how peace can be achieved. And I'm a big believer in conversation, leaders getting together and having conversations and trying to understand each other. Yeah, it's fascinating to think whether each one of those leaders could run a simulation ahead of time. Like if I'm an asshole, what are the possible consequences? If I'm nice, what are the possible consequences? My guess is that if the President of the United States got together with Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, that there will be significant benefits to the President of the United States not having the ego of kind of playing down, of giving away a lot of chips for the future success of the world. So giving a lot of power to the two presidents of the competing nations to achieve peace. That's my guess, but it'd be nice to run a bunch of simulations. But then you have to have human data, right? Because the game of diplomacy is fundamentally different than geopolitics. You need data. You need I guess that's a question I have. How transferable is this to, I don't know, any kind of negotiation, right? To any some local, I don't know, a bunch of lawyers arguing at a divorce, divorce lawyers. How transferable is this to all kinds of human negotiation?
Well, I feel like this isn't a question that's unique to diplomacy. I think you look at RL breakthroughs, reinforcement learning breakthroughs in previous games as well, AI for StarCraft, AI for Atari. You haven't really seen it deployed in the real world because you have these problems of it's really hard to collect a lot of data, and you don't have a well-defined action space. You don't have a well-defined reward function. These are all things that you really need for reinforcement learning and planning to be really successful today. Now, there are some domains where you do have that. Code generation is one example. Theorem proving mathematics, that's another example where you have a well-defined action space, you have a well-defined reward function. And those are the kinds of domains where I can see RL in the short term being incredibly powerful. But yeah, I think that those are the barriers to deploying this at scale in the real world, but the hope is that in the long run we'll be able to get there.
Yeah, but see, diplomacy feels closer to the real world than StarCraft. because it's natural language. As you're operating in the space of intent and in the space of natural language, that feels very close to the real world. And it also feels like you could get data on that from the internet.
Yeah, and that's why I do think that diplomacy is taking a big step closer to the real world than anything that's came before in terms of game AI breakthroughs. The fact that we're communicating in natural language, we're leveraging the fact that we have this like general data set of dialogue and communication from a breadth of the internet. That is a big step in that direction. We're not 100% there, but we're getting closer.
So if we actually return back to poker and chess, are some of the ideas that you're learning here with diplomacy, could you construct AI systems that play like humans? Like make for a fun opponent in a game of chess?
Yeah, absolutely. We've already started looking into this direction a bit. So we tried to use the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy to make chess and Go AIs. And what we found is that it led to much more human-like, strong chess and Go players. The way that AIs like Stockfish today play is in a very inhuman style. It's very strong, but it's very different from how humans play. And so we can take the techniques that we've developed for diplomacy, we do something similar in chess and Go, and we end up with a bot that's both strong and human. To elaborate on this a bit, like one way to approach making a human-like AI for chess is to collect a bunch of human games, like a bunch of human grandmaster games, and just do supervised learning on those games. But the problem is that if you do that, what you end up with is an AI that's substantially weaker than the human grandmasters that you're trained on. Because the neural net is not able to approximate the nuance of the strategy. This goes back to the planning thing that I mentioned, the search thing that I talked about before, that these human grandmasters, when they're playing, they're using search and they're using planning. And the neural net alone, unless you have a massive neural net, it's like 1,000 times bigger than what we have right now, it's not able to approximate those details very effectively. And on the other hand, you can leverage search and planning very heavily, but then what you end up with is an AI that plays in a very different style from how humans play the game. Now, if you strike this intermediate balance by setting the regularization parameters correctly and say you can do planning, but try to keep it close to the human policy, then you end up with an AI that plays in both a very human-like style and a very strong style. And you can actually even tune it to have a certain elo rating. So you can say play in the style of like a 2800 elo human.
I wonder if you could do specific type of humans or categories of humans.
So
not just skill, but style.
Yeah, I think so. And so this is where the research gets interesting. Like, one of the things that I was thinking about is, and this is actually already being done. I think there's a researcher at the University of Toronto that's working on this. Is to make an AI that plays in the style of a particular player. Like Magnus Carlsen, for example, you can make an AI that plays like Magnus Carlsen. And then where I think this gets interesting is like, hey, maybe you're up against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship or something. You can play against this Magnus Carlsen bot to prepare against the real Magnus Carlsen. And you can try to explore strategies that he might struggle with and try to figure out like how do you beat this player in particular. On the other hand, you can also have Magnus Carlsen working with this bot to try to figure out where he's weak and where he needs to improve his strategy. And so I can envision this future where data on specific chess and Go players becomes extremely valuable because you can use that data to create specific models of how these particular players play.
So increasing the human-like behavior in bots, however, as you've mentioned, makes cheat detection much harder.
It does, yeah. The way that cheat detection works in a game like poker and a game like chess and Go, from what I understand, is trying to see like, is this person making moves that are very common among chess AIs or AIs in general, but very uncommon among top human players. And if you have the development of these AIs that play in a very strong style, but also a very human-like style, then that poses serious challenges for cheat detection.
And it makes you now ask yourself a hard question about what is the role of AI systems as they become more and more integrated in our society. And this kind of human AI integration has some deep ethical issues that we should be aware of. And also, it's a kind of cybersecurity challenge, right? To make, one of the assumptions we have when we play games is that there's a trust that it's only humans involved. And the better AI systems we create, which makes it super exciting, human-like AI systems with different styles of humans is really exciting, but then we have to have the defenses better and better and better if we're to trust that we can enjoy human versus human game in a deeply fair way. It's fascinating. It's humbling.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of negative potential for this kind of technology, but at the same time, there's a lot of upside for it as well. So, for example, right now it's really hard to learn how to get better in games like chess and poker and Go because the way that the AI plays is so foreign and incomprehensible. Yes. But if you have these AIs that are playing, you can say oh, I'm a 2000 ELO human. How do I get to 2200? Now you can have an AI that plays in the style of a 2200 ELO human, and that will help you get better. Or, you mentioned this problem of how do you know that you're actually playing with humans when you're playing online video games? Well, now we have the potential of populating these virtual worlds with agents, AI agents that are actually fun to play with, and you don't have to always be playing with other humans to have a fun time. So yeah, a lot of upside potential too, and I think any sort of tool there's potential for a lot of greatness and a lot of downsides as well.
So in the paper they got a chance to look at, there's a section on ethical considerations. What's in that section? What are some ethical considerations here? Is it some of the stuff we already talked about?
There's some things that we've already talked about. I think specific to diplomacy, there's also the challenge that the game is, there is a deception aspect to the game, and so developing language models that are capable of deception is, I think, a dicey issue and something that makes research on diplomacy particularly challenging. And so those kinds of issues of should we even be developing AIs that are capable of lying to people? That's something that we have to think carefully about.
That's so cool. I mean, you have to do that kind of stuff in order to figure out where the ethical lines are. But I can see in the future it being illegal to have a consumer product that lies.
Yeah.
Like your personal assistant, AI system, is always have to tell the truth. But if I ask it, did I get fatter over the past month? I sure as hell want that AI system to lie to me. Mm-hmm. So there's a trade-off between lying and being nice. We have to somehow find where's the ethics in that, and we're back to discussions inside relationships. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that's kind of going to the question of what is a lie? Is a white lie a bad lie? Is it an ethical lie? Yeah. Those kinds of questions.
Boy, we return time and time again to deep human questions as we design AI systems, and that's exactly what they do. They put a mirror to humanity to help us understand ourselves.
There's also the issue of in these diplomacy experiments, in order to do a fair comparison, what we found is that there's an inherent anti-AI bias in these kinds of games. So we actually played the tournaments in a non-language version of the game, where we told the participants hey, in every single game there's going to be an AI. And what we found is that the humans would spend basically the entire game trying to figure out who the bot was, and then as soon as they thought they figured it out, they would team up and try to kill it. And overcoming that inherent anti-AI is a challenge.
On the flip side, I think when robots become the enemy, that's when we get to heal our human divisions, and we can become one. As long as we have one enemy, it's that Reagan thing when the aliens show up. That's when we put aside our divisions and become one human species.
Yeah, we might have our differences, but we're at least all human.
At least we all hate the robots. No. I think there will be actually in the future something like a civil rights movement for robots. I think that's the fascinating thing about AI systems, is they force us to ask about ethical questions about what is sentience, how do we feel about systems that are capable of suffering or capable of displaying suffering, and how do we design products that show emotion and not? How do we feel about that? Lying is another topic. Are we going to allow bots to lie and not? And where's the balance between being nice and and telling the truth. I mean, these are all fascinating human questions. It's like so exciting to be in the century we create systems that take these philosophical questions that have been asked for centuries, and now we can engineer them inside systems where like you really have to answer them because you have transformational impact on human society depending on what you design inside those systems. It's fascinating. And like you said, I feel like diplomacy is a step towards the direction of the real world, applying these RL methods towards the real world. From all the breakthrough performances in Go and chess and StarCraft and Dota, this feels like the real world. Especially now where mine's been on war and military conflict. This feels like it can give us some deep insights about human behavior at the large geopolitical scale. What do you think is the breakthrough or the directions of work that will take us towards solving intelligence, towards creating AGI systems? You've been a part of creating, by the way, we should say a part of great teams that do this, of creating systems that achieve breakthrough performances on before thought unsolvable problems like poker, multiplayer poker, diplomacy. We're taking steps towards that direction. What do you think it takes to go all the way to create superhuman level intelligence?
There's a lot of people trying to figure that out right now. And I should say, like, the amount of progress that's been made, especially the past few years, is truly phenomenal. I mean, you look at where AI was 10 years ago, and the idea that you could have AI that can generate language and generate images the way they're doing today, and able to play a game like diplomacy was just like unthinkable. Even 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. Now, there are aspects of AI that I think are still lacking. I think there's general agreement that one of the major issues with AI today is that it's very data inefficient. It requires a huge number of samples of training examples to be able to train. And it needs millions of games to learn how to play the game well. Whereas a human can pick it up in, like, I don't know, how many games does a human Go player, Go grandmaster play in their lifetime? Probably, in the thousands or tens of thousands, I guess. So that's one issue, overcoming this challenge of data efficiency. And this is particularly important if we want to deploy AI systems in real-world settings where they're interacting with humans. Because, for example, with robotics, it's really hard to generate a huge number of samples. It's a different story when you're working in these, totally virtual games where you can play.
I was planning on just launching like 1,000 of these robots in Austin. I don't think it's illegal for like robots to roam the streets and just collect data.
That's not
like,
a crazy
what's the worst
idea.
that could happen?
Yeah, that's one way to overcome the data efficiency problem.
Yeah.
Like scale it. Yeah.
Like I actually tried to see if there's a law against robots, like legged robots, just operating in the streets of a major city, and I couldn't find any. So I'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Robot rights. Okay. Anyway, sorry, you were saying. So what are the ideas for becoming more data efficient?
That's the $1 trillion question in AI today. If you can figure out how to make AI systems more data efficient, then that's a huge breakthrough. So nobody really knows.
It could be just a gigantic background model, language model, and then you do the training becomes like prompting that model to essentially do a kind of querying, a search into the space that it thinks it's learned, to customize that to whatever problem you're trying to solve. So maybe if you form a large enough language model, it can go quite a long way.
I think there's some truth to that. You look at the way humans approach a game like poker. They're not coming at it from scratch. They're coming at it with a huge amount of background. How humans work, how the world works, the idea of money. So they're able to leverage that kind of information to pick up the game faster. So it's not really a fair comparison to then compare it to an AI that's like learning from scratch. And maybe one of the ways that we address this sample complexity problem is by allowing AI to leverage that general knowledge across a ton of different domains.
So, like I said, you did a lot of incredible work in space research. and actually building systems, what advice would you give to still beginners? What advice would you give to beginners interested in machine learning? Just they're at the very start of their journey, in high school or college, thinking like this seems like a fascinating world. What advice would you give?
I would say that there are a lot of people working on similar aspects of machine learning, and to not be afraid to try something a bit different. My own path in AI is pretty atypical for a machine learning researcher today. I mean, I started out working on game theory and then shifting more towards reinforcement learning as time went on. And that actually had a lot of benefits, I think, because it allowed me to look at these problems in a very different way from the way a lot of machine learning researchers do it. And that comes with drawbacks in some respects. Like I think there's definitely aspects of machine learning where I'm weaker than most of the researchers out there. But I think that diversity of perspective, when I'm working with my teammates, there's something that I'm bringing to the table and something that they're bringing to the table, and that kind of collaboration becomes very fruitful for that reason.
So there could be problems like poker, like you've chosen diplomacy. There could be problems like that still out there that you could just tackle. Even if it seems extremely difficult.
I think that there's a lot of challenges left, and I think having a diversity of viewpoints and backgrounds is really helpful for working together to figure out how to tackle those kinds of challenges.
So as a beginner, so that I would say that's more for like a grad student where they already built up a base. Like a complete beginner with a good journey. So for you, that was doing more on the math side of things, doing game theory, or like so. It's basically built up a foundation in something. So programming, mathematics, even be physics, but build that foundation.
Yeah, I would say build a strong foundation in math and computer science and statistics and these kinds of things. But don't be afraid to try something that's different and learn something that's different from the thing that everybody else is doing to get into machine learning. There's value in having a different background than everybody else. But certainly having a strong math background, especially in things like linear algebra and statistics and probability, are incredibly helpful today for learning about and understanding machine learning.
You think one day we'll be able to, since you're taking steps from poker to diplomacy, one day we'll be able to figure out how to live life optimally?
Well, what is it like in poker and diplomacy? You need a value function. You need to have a reward system. And so, what does it mean to live a life optimally?
So then you can exactly like lay down a reward function. Be like, I want to be rich, or I want to be in a happy relationship, and then they'll say, well, do X.
There's a lot of talk today about in AI safety circles about the misspecification. So you say like, okay, my objective is to be rich, and maybe the AI tells you like, okay, well, if you want to maximize the profit, you're going to rich. And so you want to. Is that really what you want? Is your objective really to be rich at all costs, or is it more nuanced than that?
So you got to understand the consequences. Yeah. So maybe life is more about defining the reward function that minimizes the unintended consequences than it is about the actual policy that gets you to the reward function. Maybe life is just about constantly updating the reward function.
I think one of the challenges in life is figuring out exactly what that reward function is. Sometimes it's pretty hard to specify. The same way that trying to handcraft the optimal policy in a game like chess is really difficult. It's not so clear cut what the reward function is for life.
I think one day AI will figure it out, and I wonder what that would be. Until then, I just really appreciate the kind of work you're doing, and it's really fascinating taking a leap into a more and more real world problem space and just achieving incredible results by applying reinforcement learning. No, since I saw your work on poker, you've been a constant inspiration. It's an honor to get to finally talk to you, and this is really fun.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mo Brown. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Sun Tzu in The Art of War. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom our real intent. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
What is what's speed fixing? I get hentai and manga.
In my mind, I have to top everybody else. Women is not enough.
The following is a conversation with Haji Gracie, widely considered to be the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, to your friends, here's Haji Gracie. Let's start with possibly the greatest match in jiu-jitsu history. Your second match against Pacheco. Let's go through the details. Let's go through the whole thing. So, the walk leading up to it. You always do this walk. The walk. You post that on Instagram. Henzo posted that on Instagram. You have this calm walk towards the mat. Let's go to that match in particular. What was going through your mind? You've been away from competition, facing probably one of the greatest, and at that time, many people considered the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time in Pacheco. Here's the old man, the old timer, getting back out there. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I think that's the first time since probably I got my black belt that I wasn't the favorite walking to a fight, I have to say. Like a lot of people thought, consider him the favorite. I mean, understandable, I was out of competition for a while and he was just winning everything. So, saying about the walk, like for me, the fight starts way before the referee say go. It's all the focus and concentration that I think is very important for me to start before. Like, I almost walked blind to the mat. Many times I passed like great friends and I couldn't see anyone, they're trying to talk to you, and I'm 100% focused on my opponent already, so that I cannot even see him in front of me. So I think that's for me was always very important to try to clear my mind out from everything.
Are you visualizing the opponent or just clearing?
Not at that time.
Right, is there what's in your head? Is it like a calm river with birds chirping? What
It's
like darkness? Okay, and that's what we've seen that cause. It's just blankness. How hard is it to achieve that blankness?
It's difficult to say because I think I don't remember when. I'll say probably as a black belt, I try to focus like that, not to think, because it's probably something you learn. You think the more nervous you get, and there's nothing that you're gonna gain by thinking of the fight or the possibilities, what you can do, what can go wrong, what can go right, because it's unpredictable. You have absolutely no idea. It's impossible to predict the fight.
You discover that if you just let those nervous feelings go and empty your mind, it actually is pretty effective.
It is. It makes you feel better. It's you kind of control your emotion, control the adrenaline on your body up to a level. So it absolutely helps you, focus in the fight.
I've learned that in jiu-jitsu and in general in life, that whenever something feels really shitty, you can just take that thought and not think about it. Like I do that on long runs or like a fast run, or in jiu-jitsu, especially when I get out of shape, like that feeling of exhaustion. Well, you can always get to the feeling of exhaustion. You can just not think about it. Not think about being exhausted. And that's somehow relaxing. I think maybe in the face of exhaustion, all the fears start to creep in. Maybe your muscles tighten up. I don't know. This is for the amateur jiu-jitsu person. But it's kind of funny how you can just take that thought and let go of it. So you get, as a black belt competitor, you get good at letting go of any thoughts.
Yeah. When you mentioned exhaustion, and that's another good example of it. It's, there's a lot of times in the fight you're getting tired, and you're getting pretty tired. So it's like the last thing you want to think of it is how tired you are. It doesn't matter because it doesn't. What are you going to do? It doesn't matter. It's how tired you are.
There's no value thinking about it.
There's no value. You just have to go through it.
So when you're many minutes into the match, and you're slowly moving as you sometimes do, tying your belt, catching your breath. You're not thinking about anything. You're trying to let go.
Yeah,
of thinking.
I'm trying to save everything to the fight. Like nothing goes to waste. It's every move unnecessary. It's just going to make you more tired, or it's going to take something out of you. Like I try to calculate every single move I make, save as much energy as I can, so I can fully be focused 100% in the fight with no waste, especially energy-wise.
And that's instinctual. Like minimizing the amount of moves. You're not like explicitly thinking, should I do this or not? It's just don't move unless it's absolutely required.
The fight is you cannot really think much. It's like your instinct of playing is like it's you already have your your weapons. Let's say you do the things that you do. Right? It's just wait for the perfect moment. The beauty of it is there's the right moment to everything. If you feel 1 second too late, it doesn't work. Or you get messy. So it's, you try to catch that moment. That's just and for that you have to be fully focused on what you're doing, because 1 second you won't work.
But you're not exactly known as somebody that moves super quickly. So so the moment, it's not about how quickly you move. It's about the right moment.
So the right moment. Yeah. It's not like speed. It's not like you have to move at the speed of light. It's the move itself at a precise moment. It doesn't have to be super fast, because your opponent's not moving super fast. So it's a combination of movement between you and him.
I mean, the same thing happens in judo, and the movement can be really small.
Yeah.
It's just
judo is a bit more explosive, man. It moves on slightly faster, so it does require a bit more explosiveness in judo.
But even just the right timing for an off balance, just a little tough.
Yeah. It's not that moving. The speed is not going to count that much. It's the timing that you initiate that.
You see that with foot sweeps. There's nothing more beautiful than like an Olympic level athlete going at it in the Olympics, and it puts somebody, and it's just you see one man's life flash before his eyes and realize, like, I'm supposed to be the top 3 person in the world. That I just find, and they have this look on their face like, I don't know what just happened. It's beautiful to see. You don't see that. I guess you see that in boxing, knockouts and stuff like that. You don't know what the hell just happened.
It's that precise moment of movement that you get caught. Like it's that 1 split second. That's it.
You get that in jiu-jitsu at all? Because judo has, because of the explosiveness, because of the point scoring system that incentivizes these giant throws, has these moments where everything just turns at a single moment. Do you have that in jiu-jitsu?
Not really, because then it's points. Yes, you get 2 points. So it's because I think regarding the submission, it's not just one precise movement that changes. In judo is the takedown that counts as a submission. Like you can't fight over. Jiu-jitsu don't have that. So you will score points. But I think in terms of submission, you need to get to a dominant position first, and then the submission will come slowly. It's the process. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to that guy with his mind. So actually, in the weeks leading up to it, in the days, in the hours, in the minutes, is there some fear in you leading up to this?
I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm fearless, because everybody fears something. The fear is there, but it's like how much you let that control you. I think I was a lot more confident than fearful. For sure. Walking into that fight, I was pretty confident that I could do it.
What was the source of that confidence?
My belief on me. I can take the world.
That's you can take anyone in the world, but is there a specific strategic, talking to Danaher, he believes that there's no such thing as confidence, or rather, the way you get confidence is through data, like that you have proven yourself effective in previous situations. But with Buchecha, you don't have much data. It was the first time you faced it was a very tough. It was also one of the greatest matches of all time. It was very tough. So doesn't that creep in, like that doubt, because you don't have enough data to be confident based on?
Yeah, I mean, okay, if I never have fought before, somebody walk into a fight with someone like that, then would I be that confident? I mean, probably not. So that history of what we've been doing or been achieving does gives you confidence. If that was my first fight ever, I probably wouldn't be that confident.
But the time off, doesn't matter. You don't have the fear or the actual physical experience, the psychological experience of being rusty, of being out of the
That will come out.
So you simulate some aspect of that.
Yeah, the training will tell you how you.
Did you increase the intensity of the training leading up to this?
Yeah, I mean, I train normal. Let's say compared to the first fight, the second was a lot more confidence because, like I said on training, the training for the first fight, you were terrible.
Is there anything else?
So,
What do you mean?
I think I was focusing on MMA for a while, for a couple of months, and I wasn't really focusing on the game. By the time I accepted the fight and start training, like all my responses on training were off. Like all my training partners that I used to train with that I destroyed. Now they're beating me. It's like I cannot beat them the way I was used to. But so I knew something was not right for the first fight. But then is it no points, it's submission or draw. So
Yeah, for people who don't know, it's a Meta Morris, which is a 20-minute match, submission only. So the winner is determined only by submission. Otherwise, it's a draw.
So physically, I wasn't myself on that fight. I was tired. My body wasn't responding. Anyway, so the confidence was different from the first to second. I think I was confident enough that I wouldn't get tapped out in the first. That I was still going to fight because he has to tap me out to beat him. And I trust on my defense. I'm confident enough on my defense that he would not tap me out. But in terms of winning, walking to the second fight, I was a lot more.
What can you say about that feeling when something's not right? Is that a thing that breaks people?
It really breaks. It's weird. Like people crack, they give up. This it's a big test because it's like being really tired. It's the same thing. It's like a lot of people crack because they just feel the kid not giving more. They have nothing more to give, so they just give up.
So what do you do? Just again, take the thoughts out.
There's no giving up.
The worst stream
I
ever
don't care.
in the
Like
history of mankind.
just giving up's not enough.
People will watch this in the future and be like, this is the
always
most
the way you
boring
thought.
shit
About
of all
jiu-jitsu.
time.
Yeah.
57,
I never gave
85
up. When I
is so
tap,
shit.
it's not giving up is not
What
tapping.
is this
That's just
bullshit,
stupid.
motherfucker?
Especially doing training. Like I get caught by tap. I've never ever
Yo, dog.
hurt myself by not tapping. You get angry,
This is the
it's
worst.
train hard. Improve.
No
Make
reason
yourself
to
better.
psych,
You
bitch.
got caught. Accept that you made a
Dude,
mistake.
I'm gonna take it.
Give up.
Dog.
Tap and try harder. So the not tapping, you're sacrificing your body, and you will never be the same. Like if you let your elbow pop,
This is the
your elbow will
worst.
never ever be the same.
Let me sing a song.
You
You
let
guys
yourself
ready?
go to sleep,
The song goes
your
like this.
resistance drops.
This
It's
is
everybody
the
has a-
worst
There's a limit of resistance, and so they
shit
you
I
resist the kill.
have
before you pass
ever
out.
known.
The moment that
I'm on
you
3
go to
fucking
sleep,
streams. No
the
one is
resistance will
watching
drop.
4
I've
fucking
heard
I've
streams.
never heard anyone say that. That's awesome.
So
That's
Hey,
true.
just hear
So that's
8
the reason
fucking
people usually
streams.
say it's
No one
no,
is
it's
watching.
the same when you get knocked
any
out.
of
You get knocked
this.
out the first time,
I
your
am
resistance
fucking
drops. Your job
blinded
gets weaker.
by the
just for the record,
fucking deer
I've never
lights.
means my resistance is high, right?
This shit sucks.
I don't know about that. No,
What the fuck?
because it doesn't make sense to me, or maybe
Did you know?
in my case, I think my understanding of when I'm screwed is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like there's no,
you're trouble.
yeah. One of the things I regret the most about my jiu-jitsu journey is not having given enough time to
This is
of being in really bad positions. Like the better I got, I think the less I started being in bad positions, which is
Because
You all ready
you
for
spar.
this?
That's like it's how you train.
Yeah.
Because you should just spar. When you spar, like it's difficult to be in
No, this is the
bad
first
positions a lot. And you train with better people, but
box.
let's say 6 minute rows. How long are you going to be in a really bad position? Not long, right? So you don't really have time to develop.
Is that Minecraft?
That's why people they don't,
No one knows.
they don't train in
What's
bad
this
positions
other-
because you have to start that
Lobster
over and over
training.
again to be used to.
Yeah, I'll put yourself there. I just
No,
didn't have
bitch.
that mindset. I think you start.
This is the
Part of the
worst.
fun of jiu-jitsu is as you
My
get better
fucking
and better.
fantasy
You have
football
certain
team
people
is
you
so
go
bad.
with, these puzzles that you've figured out, that you're playing,
My kicker
very
sucks.
specific details you're working out,
He
you're
was
trying to
he's the
improve
best
your
kicker in the
main
history of the NFL, and he
like
sucks.
techniques and so on. But yeah, just the percentage of time you spend being submitted or trying, even going against like lower ranks,
Yo,
trying to
quit
escape
sucking
basic
dick.
submissions slow. I don't
He
know if
was
that's true
supposed
for
to be
most
the
people.
number
Probably
one
is,
kicker.
right?
Most people have bad defense
Worst.
because they don't allow themselves to be there because, who wants to get touched? Because you will. Until you work on your defense, of course you're going to get tapped. Or, you're not going to skate. You're going to struggle to skate. So people, they don't want to be there.
Let's change it up.
I regret it most because of the effect it clearly had on how I competed. It was clear that my competition was constantly driven by conservative thinking, like don't take risks. I think because of a weak defense, honestly, and I think a lot of any of the fear, like for example, exhaustion was accompanied by fear because of weak defense. I think if I were to psychoanalyze myself, and I regret it a lot.
Who the fuck is still
But
playing this?
speaking of which, I don't think anyone's ever submitted you in competition. So you're
Or when I was a juvenile.
yes. So it's when you were a young person. That's still haunt you.
Oh no, it's first I was winning the fight by a large. I think by 6 points or 4, something like that. But I was like, I don't remember it though. I did details. Yeah,
Have you ever beat him again?
he never competed again.
Whoever you are, please let's do a podcast.
I know.
We'll talk about magic. No, but what do you attribute that to? You're saying you're confident. You're confident that the top of the world, the number one, Uchesha would not submit you. So where's that confidence grounded in? What do you attribute the fact that nobody was able to submit you?
First, you come on training. I train a lot bad position. Like my defense is good because I practice over and over again. As much as I practice all my offensive position. So it's you have to train both equally, not just being in a good position. You have to be in that. So I think that's the very strong part of my game. To be a complete fighter, this a complete martial artist, you have to be good in every single position, every single one. Those are you have a weakness. So it's to be complete, you should have no weakness. So that was always my, I was always very particular on that. Like it's where my weakness, what I don't feel good at it. If you put me in a position where I struggle, how to escape, how to get up, everything, any submission lock, penny position, back mount, everything. It doesn't matter which position I practice over and over again. So if I get there in a fighting situation, I will know how to get out. At least I'll have a direction. I will know this is my way out.
Do you practice both escaping the bad position and the transition into the bad position, avoiding it? Because that's how it happens. Jiu-jitsu, you start in a neutral position.
No, the transition then becomes the fight itself. It's being there is most important. It's when you're there, then you have to know how to get out. That's your weakness. How stopping the person getting there is something different. They're two different things. Either you practice one or the other.
So, but both are important, I guess. But the stopping a person is easier to practice because that comes naturally in training.
Yeah.
What was the actual process? Like, what was your biggest weakness throughout your, like, you just remembering what was annoying to you to figure out?
I mean, outside control is always a lot of side control. It's regardless how much you practice, it's not ever easy. It'll never be easy. But
It's so annoying. It makes no sense.
if someone pins you down, he doesn't want to move much. He's a big and strong guy. Regardless of who, he's not going to be to escape. So some situations are just hard.
That must be the, sorry to interrupt. I'm interrupting Haji Grace as he discusses budgets. And you just made me realize if you're really good, if you're going against like the perfect jiu-jitsu competitor, probably side control might be one of the hardest positions. Is it the hardest position to escape?
Here's one of them. If the person doesn't want to progress, he's
Right.
concerned about
So they're
pinning. Yeah.
Like the best pinners in the world, maybe partially because I've just seen judo people that know how to pin. They
Escape gets side control is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Doesn't matter how much you practice.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
And it's also just frustrating. I guess it is also frustrating because a lot of people in that position will be about maintaining control, not progressing. And usually people when they're not in back control are usually trying to progress things to submission, which opens up opportunities for escape. So what's the actual process of just time and time again putting yourself in bottom side control?
Yeah. Over and over again. Starting there, escape, back, mount you, get back. Any situation outside that, stop, start again. And it has to be, I'll say 5 minutes, because it's the repetition that will teach you. If you train like 3 minutes on top, you have time to, one thing, and then time out. It's the repetition that over and over again. That, when you try the same move over and over again, then you see what can go wrong.
And is it understanding the details of the movement or actually doing the movement and feeling it?
It's both. First, you have to understand the movement and then practice. But most important thing is defense. Escape comes second. Because, he's attacking you. The one thing is if he's not trying to submit you, but the other one, if it is, let's say if a person is very good, has a very good attack, the first thing is defense, not just escape and expose yourself to an even worse position. Because that is very risky. When you're trying to escape, you always expose yourself to a worse position. So avoiding that, first is defense, not getting caught. And then when you're escaping, don't be in a worse position.
So defense in jiu-jitsu, when you're wearing gi, what does defense entail? Is it mostly grips? Is it mostly the positioning of your hips and legs?
It's everything together because it's a whole body movement. It's a constantly moving your arms, legs, body. They have to, everything works together.
Going back to the mind of that guy, so confident, no fear at this point. Is there a bit of ego in there too?
Yes, like I say, I'm not gonna say I'm fearless. Of course, there's concerns. That fight, I would have to say, was probably the fight that I got nervous the most walking in, because I knew what that meant. That fight, it meant everything for me. All my legacy was on the line, because if I lost that fight, I would forever be number 2. Forever. And I mean, Ushishi is a great guy, great competitor. Jiu-Jitsu is very good, but I'm better than him. I knew that.
But he's competing nonstop at that point.
He's a great competitor. Taking nothing out of him. He's super tough, very, very tough, very good. He's probably the best competitor in Jiu-Jitsu. He won 13 times the world championship. I won 10. So, as a competitor, he has more talent than I do. So, but in terms of analyzing the game, I consider technically better than him. So, knowing all that, everything that I build, all my legacy, it's if I lose
riding on this match.
If I lose this fight, I'm forever number 2.
And on none of that is going through your mind.
I knew. I mean, it's not at that moment that I already knew that. I remember just before, the curtains open, I'm standing in before they call my name, and my legs were like, I feel the adrenaline kicking on my legs, and I'm like, I'm hitting the legs. I'm like, wake up, get the adrenaline off me, So it was intense. It was intense.
And this was in Rio.
That was in Rio.
So
my hometown.
So this is, and Rio is not exactly known for its calmness in its fans. So this is like wherever they hosted the Olympics the year before.
Yeah.
So this is like, this like the whole basically martial arts community is watching this. Is there some sense of there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people are just, there's attention. It's also, I don't know if you felt that in part, but you're also fighting for the Gracie name.
In our hometown, the greatest, or the Gracie really
Gracie competitor of all time, arguably, in the hometown. Okay.
All my family, my best friends, my friends, everybody watching, everybody there. There was a lot of pressure. A lot.
And then, were you thinking that you would be able to see?
No, it's at that point, like I don't predict how the fight will go. That I never did because it is unpredictable. I never tried to set any strategy for any fight. I think, okay, that I did, but that was the only time that I set any strategy into a fight. It was a 15-minute fight there. And I said, first 5 minutes, I'm going to play defense. He's bigger, stronger, younger. I don't want to play his game. And I know he comes in very fast. Every single fight he had, he comes very aggressive. So my strategy walking into the fight, I say 5 minutes, I'm going to play defense. I'm not going to try to attack. I'm not going to try to match his pace. I already expected, maybe I'm going to start losing the fight because, if he comes in, there's a risk of me maybe getting taken down or something happen. I'm like, I'm going to stick to the game plan. 5 minutes, I'm going to start picking up the pace within 10 minutes to go. With 10 minutes, I won't fight. So I don't need to start fast, but I'm going to start being more aggressive and then, try to take him down up to guard. By then, I'm like, that's as far as strategy goes.
No specific stand with you. Were you comfortable being both bottom and top in this?
Yeah.
Strategic
I'm always comfortable being bottom or top. I prefer to be on top because being in the bottom, the person on top dictates the pace of the fight because he's on top over you. So I always prefer to be on top because I can dictate the pace. I can implement my own pace. And being the bottom, they can slow me down. So it's harder. So if I can choose, I will always be on top. But I think by then I was like, this, 5 minutes hit it. I'm like, he's pretty big and strong. I'm going to spend a lot of energy taking him down. I forgot.
How did it feel to hear you're stepping in? By the way, Puzzle Mass, this is old school as it gets. So calm and relaxed here for people just listening. We're watching the early minutes of the match. So just feeling it out. He seems pretty calm too. He must be nervous too. I wonder how. Did you ever talk to him? You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're friends.
Did he ever say how nervous he was?
No, we never spoke about that fight. No.
He probably lays late at night thinking about it.
I don't know.
That SOB.
Yeah. So you see the first 5 minutes, he kept. I knew what he was going to do in I studied his game. His stand up is most basic in takedowns, leg attacks, double leg. So he goes single double and he charges in. That is pretty much his stand up game.
You get a grip.
Yeah, that we got penalized.
Did you like to do you like to post to the left? You have a right foot forward usually. You're a righty, right?
I'm righty, but I know he wants my leg. So I'm playing my stand just because of his game. All my grips at the first 5 minutes was to kind of try to neutralize his attacks.
So he wants to get your left leg. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So how hard is that to stop that?
I mean, he felt pretty strong. I'm pushing the head down, trying to play with his balance.
Yeah. Wow.
If you see it, there was a pause. Go back there. He charged in. There's a pause. He's standing in front of him.
Yeah.
I did that on purpose.
What do you mean?
Just in front of him because he tried.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you failed. I'm here.
Okay. So you could feel the frustration.
I could feel his frustration not be able to take me down.
Okay. So now, and this is just psychological battles.
And you see me walking straight into the middle of the mat, and he's circling him. See, I'm going very slow, I'm recovering.
And he's computing like shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he just made a effort, tried to take me down. He needs to recover. And I mean, you need to recover. The other guys there ready for you.
And do I go for another takedown? Because this one failed.
Yeah.
Do I need to recalculate the strategy?
Yeah, and he kept trying over and over again and kept failing. I think that frustrated him a lot. And that fight, I felt him kind of slowing down because he was getting over.
So we're 5 minutes in. Yeah, he keeps. So you never got that takedown in the early.
No.
Let's see. So at this point, do you pull guard? Yeah.
So that's when I felt like he's mentally he's worried now.
Did you try to put close guard here?
No, I knew he was going to bring Danny in.
Because that's the defense against close guard.
Yeah. But I like that. I like people bringing them in between my legs. Because, see, I'm going to close my guard even with his leg.
Okay, he's stopping the clip. This is awkward, but
because I was holding his arm. That's why he felt he had no hand to post.
But still, it puts the leg in. But you're able to close your guard around. Is you okay with that?
I do that really well. I sweep people from that position a lot.
What's the sweep?
I just pushed.
Okay.
He's just
like to your left side. Okay. Because he has no. Oh, it's almost like you're basically around his back a little bit. Like
and he knew that, like I swept a lot of people with that sweep. So you see he kept leaning to his left, to my right.
Yeah.
So I want to push them to my left. So you see him leaning over to my right a lot.
What's the right answer for him? To like roll or something?
No. I mean, he's stuck. There's not really, he's stuck there.
Right.
But the one thing he did, he kept off me completely. See that he's leaning, he's too afraid of my attack. Because, he should lean on me. Yeah. You should bring the fight to me. So when I felt him, I knew he was he's too worried about my attacks now.
Oh, yeah, so he can't.
Yeah,
if he goes back to the center. He has no.
So he's not engaging at that time. He's 100% just defending. So I felt that I'm he doesn't want to engage.
Oh.
And he's looking. I knew at that point he wants my foot because our first fight, I had this the same position. I wasn't holding his arm, and he went to attack my foot, which he did. He got like a toe hold. Yeah. So I knew he's looking at my foot.
Which foot? Sorry, the left. Right.
My right. Yeah,
okay. So
I'm holding his arm. I'm holding his arm.
And now you're going to back as an arm drag type of thing.
So the moment that I came off, now I'm holding his arm so he cannot come up. So I'm holding his left arm so he cannot post a hand on the floor and come up.
And he's holding your right to try to get you. Yeah. Basically to prevent you from attacking.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. And he rolls.
Yeah, he tried to get me off balance. So see, now I'm switching. I switched the grip on his arm so I can free my left arm.
Can I ask you a question? Was there a chance he sweeps you here?
I mean, there's always a chance, but but see, my left arm is free.
I see you can close. Yeah. Why was your left arm free? Oh, because you were using it again. Okay. And now
I tried the hook. Now you will see
Still got your arm.
When I knew he's panicking because he did a move that he completely opened himself up. Like I'm holding his left arm, so by holding the arm, that prevents him from defending the hook on that side because his arm is being held across, so the arm cannot block the hook. And I mean
the hook with your left leg.
Yeah. So you see when he come up, but I would say that's my guess, but Rothschild he's a big guy. You know, he's like 110 kilos, 112, something like that,
Which is
245. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. So
What were you at the time?
less 220. Yeah, 220.
A nice slim 100 kilo. Okay.
So you know his defense are not amazing. He's good, but you know he's not known to have amazing defense. So by being the big guy in the room when you train, you need to get out of situation because of your size. You shake people off. You know, it's because of your size, you shake them off. You get off some bad positions. You can, I mean, I could feel in the first fight on side control. You know, suddenly he exploded out. So you know, I've seen him doing that a few of his fights. Not in the most technical way, just getting out. And he did because of his size. So he did the same thing. Like he tried to stood up when I'm on his back. He completely opened up the hooks. You will see the next move, his head gonna come up and he's gonna try to get off the floor.
So basically, come up, shake you off,
And there was no difference for the hooks. I put both hooks in straight away.
His arm is.
Yeah, I'm off balance. See, I didn't bring him up. He came up.
Yeah.
And now I'm attacking his neck and he's worried about the hooks. That's a fatal mistake. That's like defense always comes first. And what I just said now, defense first, escape second. So he's not worried more about the points than
Garbage.
he's not.
Fucking shit. Get
So
me
it
the
was
fuck out
like
of here.
a progression of
Just
mistakes.
no.
That's why I think
Just let me fucking go viral.
Take me down. And then when I pull guard,
This is the worst fucking stream of all time. No,
he tried over and over again for 5 minutes.
I got
And here he
banned.
was frustrated
They
about the
still haven't
hooks. So it's
unbanned
like,
me.
it's
Some
almost
asshole,
like the
some fucking
frustration. It's like,
19-year-old
these
prick
fucking
fucking
together.
banned
Like I
me.
pull guard on the grip.
Why?
That I want.
Because they
He's
suck
not
dick.
comfortable
That's
inside
why.
my guard. He's not in a
Probably
position
in
that he
some
wants to be.
manga group
He's
and
overleaning
fucking
to
likes
his
to
left.
draw.
You know,
Right?
he's
But
not
it's like,
engaging, not
dog,
trying to pass.
I'm sure he
He's
plays
trying
every
to get
fucking
the
game
foot,
out
his
there,
arm is trapped,
but he's never
trying to get
fucking.
nowhere.
He doesn't know
And
what
then
to
when
do
I
on
slapped
4th and
him,
2.
he
You
started
fucking
his
go
legs
for it.
started
That's what
collapsing.
you do.
You know, he couldn't take me down. I pulled arm slapped him. He
Really?
tried to roll me
Dog,
over.
if you're not going
No,
for it on 4th
he
and
didn't
2,
get me anywhere.
fuck yourself.
The
Your
first
head coach is a
movement that he
pussy,
tried
and
to
we all
escape,
know
I'm
it.
on his back.
This is the worst.
Now he's lost.
Yeah.
This is the
That-
worst. Do you always go
Go
for it on
back
4th
and-
and 2?
and,
I always go for it on 4th down. 4th
He
and
goes
35.
in, no
Leave it,
defense play. There was nothing on the way of those hooks
Why?
because he
They
tried
give
to
you
come
4
up.
fucking downs
Coming
for a
up.
reason.
You're high enough on him to where the weight was just probably immense. It just felt too heavy.
Man, you're already going for the choke, of course. There's no time to lose.
Look at that. Yeah. So you're not like worried I'm gonna get shaken off. You're going for the choke.
No,
Okay, you got your right hand.
No shaking me off. I'm on your back now.
We're in this together. Okay. And your right hand is opening up the lapel.
My right hand is holding his arm. I still holding the sleeve.
Sorry. Yeah, like you're holding the sleeve, but
Lady,
The sleeve, and I'm
it would
already
be
going
better
for
if
it
you had 4 hair.
because
So
it's
literally, you
time.
and I have
at
the
which
same
point do you let go of the sleeve and open up Hopotopa, or do you not need it?
No, I did that, but first I want to try to make a grip. Like, and then I need to establish control before the leg goes on.
Got it.
So I kept holding that a bit longer. And then when I felt, okay, I have a good control over the back, then I let go.
Do you? Okay, so you have like a light grip on his lapel, and you're thinking
I need to adjust that.
you need to adjust. And you're like holding it there. And you're thinking, okay, at some point I need to adjust.
All I want is to get under his chin. Then I know it's now I can go for it. Because if it's over, there's no choke, right? I need to to be under.
Can you choke Buchecha over the?
No, that's just not right.
Okay, it's not right, or does it?
It both It's not writing, it doesn't work. I mean, would you tap the choke on your chin? No, just pressure. You heard, but it's not going to choke you out.
I don't know. I'm not. Let me argue this. I love this. Argue with Roger Gracie about chokes. This is great. Okay. Like clock choke. It was always interesting to me because in judo it's illegal to have gi on the face, and so it was kind of liberating for me to be allowed to have a gi on the face. No, it's just liberating. No, that you don't have to worry about it. Like, yeah, of course, it's more effective to go to the chin, but I'm surprised just because the amount of pressure.
It's all about how much you can take it. You can take a lot.
It feels like
it doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, sometimes on your mouth, it cuts your mouth. Now you're breathing, you feel horrible.
No, but that's not the feeling. The feeling, it might not be a choke, but the feeling like it's the pressure that everything's just closing in.
Right? But it doesn't take you anywhere. Like you're not going to go to sleep.
You're not going to sleep.
So it's just pressure.
Yes.
So pressure, it hurts, it's uncomfortable, but it's not going to break your face, and it's not going to put you to sleep. So if I don't get the neck, I don't go for the kill. I'm holding his collar. My wrist is almost under. It's I'm trying to kind of dig in. Like if I can dig in, then I will just be called the first one to dig in.
Dig in first, then adjust. Yeah. Can you do all that without him?
I did.
So you can tighten the choke with just one.
No, I need a second one to open the choke.
But you're like digging in with one.
No, I'm digging under the chin. Under is under. Now I need to go deeper.
But the going deeper requires a second hand.
It does.
But that requires you letting go of the other hand.
Yeah, I have to let go of you. Yeah, I see.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's over.
Yeah. Because I'm already under this. Like the first hand got under the chin.
Do you need the hand on the second one?
Oh, of course, I'd like the turns. And he's up.
That's to control the turning versus the tightening of the choke.
Yeah, he does both. He helps tighten the collar and stop the person from out.
Why hasn't anything happened recently?
Were you feeling pretty good about this position?
Yes. I just felt I was getting tired because he wasn't super tight from the beginning. He wasn't like the perfect choke. So we're still, I mean, I knew it was like he's very close to the end, but I still need to just close to the wrist, but maybe he's hit.
Is it possible for his head to slip up?
Yeah, it's possible, yes. But I'm closing the gap. Yeah.
So here. What did that feel like?
Release. That's amazing.
Somebody on Reddit asked him about the cross grip he used to sweep, followed with a genius grip switch when Buchecha was inverted. Did you use a cross grip to sweep?
I guess the cross grip in the arm. That must be it.
Oh, that's the cross grip. Okay. What's the genius behind that, or was that just do you like that kind of grip?
Yeah, because I always like close guard, and no one wants to be in anyone's close guard, right? With open guard is the step to pass. So everybody, when you try to close the guard, they bring them in the middle. Like if you're not standing, if you're lower on the ground, and the open guard, if you're close to me, you need that knee between. So it is a must. That's when I start developing the attack. I managed to have long legs to close my legs around people even with that. And then I just developed that sweep.
When did you start developing that?
I don't remember when, but I would say before black belt.
Okay, so your answer to that is not to figure out how to prevent them from putting the knee in. Is there an answer to that?
No.
The good guys are always
you can't remove the leg out of it. It's not possible.
Well, maybe off balance them enough to realize that.
No. I mean, you can try, but like it's hard. If you spin off balance, you will sleep.
Right.
So
that needs to see
that's a full sleep. Yeah.
How are you? How's your day going? I hope you're having a good day. We're watching Lex Street, the podcast. If you'd like to talk, let me know. If you just want to chill, that's cool too. If you'd like to know all the time they can tell you all whatever you want. It's your world. We just live it. We're just gonna chill. Whatever you do.
Because that's is extremely common to have that. At night, if I'm on your guard, open guard. You know, if you have your legs, and from between both of your legs, you open guard. My knee will be between your legs. It's a must. My knee cannot be on the floor.
So Sanzo, what do you tell you before?
I think just motivate you. I think that's him who always did that fantastically well. To motivate me, like before I fight a match. I think that, you know.
How's your day going? How are you? Excellent. I hope you're having a good day. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you. Are you 18 years old? You have to go. So you gotta take care. I need cash. Shout out to cash, everybody. I need cash. Need cash. You gotta go. Take care.
You know, the constance, his energy being around you. I think that's is the great thing to have hands on the corner. It is the motivation that it gives you.
What did you learn about jiu-jitsu in life in Enzo Gracie? We got to hang out with him in Vegas a little bit. He's a character. He's one of the
Perfect, man. We're watching podcasts. You know what podcasts are? Of course you do. Absolutely. And we have brutal smoking here. How you living, kid? I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching like Pinkman with perhaps the greatest jiu-jitsu fighter of all time. We're done. Like this person here, I've told them. Thank you to YouTube. Hold on. Yeah, I know I did. Because you have to be 18 years old to do it. I've got to kick you out. Sorry, you can't be in here. Okay. Yeah. Just leave. We're done. We're done. I unblocked you so that I can ban you. Take care of me, friend. Talk to me when you're 21. Alright, there we go. Hey, we have a friend. Friend is here. I'm just watching podcast about everybody here. I have a really great turnout for a Tuesday morning at 7 a.m. Welcome, welcome.
of the historic coaches and jiu-jitsu competitors, but also personalities in the martial arts world, in the world in general. There's very few like him.
Hans is a fantastic person. It's like, what I've learned most from him is like, you can take any challenge. It's, doesn't matter when, where,
Yeah,
or,
sure. What would you like to say? What's going on?
it's,
Sure. Oh, no, I can't. Not, yeah, we can see the floor. She translated.
Yeah, but they just in society, but we also have that's interesting. For me personally, I just
Yeah, what's going on, man? Oh, fuck yeah. I can tell you all about them. I can tell you all the best ways to do it. I've been doing it for almost 20 years. Yeah. They're pretty. Sure. I microdose, I macrodose, I've done moderate amount, I've done it all. Pretty amazing. Yeah. you wanted to have like a 12-hour, if you want to get high for 12 hours, it's more expensive to smoke a ton of weed than it is just a couple of hours. It's just very, a lot of fun. Just because he was fucking high on LSD. I love it, man. I bet it was quite a sensation with all the grass on his feet. Oh,
he took his dog to the vet, and he was showering, put shoes on, and then his dog was holding the tree. So he got covered in mad dog hair because he sheds a lot. Sure. He was covered in green shit from all the lawn and dog hair. And then we went to Walmart like that.
wow. How was Walmart?
He said, why would I?
Oh, how was it?
I mean, it's all regular. We're just walking around buying shit.
Did you buy more than you normally would? So all in all, how long did the trip last? How many hours?
I would say like 24 hours.
Wow, okay. That's a good trip.
After we watched the comedy show, we started getting that shit. I felt like it wasn't funny. It was just bad. It wasn't real.
Yeah, which is great.
I don't know. All I know is that the experience wasn't bad. Oh, damn. It was like that. Shit. All that was that is on the whole thing that was mixing. And then bad. Straight. It was just like, oh, shit. That sounds like Jesus. That's it. Mostly. I'm like, I don't know. Like, don't let it. see you still play commercially? Oh, that's good. Feel like that medication, it heals you, but it makes you
There, dog. That's the right kind of mentality to have. In that picture.
I'm sorry, I just
You get the gun.
get outside and just come sleep.
That's a really popular game.
I was surprised. I was surprised how good.
you have to be ready. And, with that war spirit that he has, he always took any challenge, ready or not ready.
Was it you that said it, or he said it, where not until you go in, to do something difficult, do you discover the strength that you have. So, like if you really think about it, you might think that you're not good enough, you don't have the strength to take on something difficult.
I fully agree. I think we are measured not when we're on the strongest, but when we are on the weakest. That's when we truly measure ourselves, our character, who we are, not when in a position of power, when we're in a position of weakness.
Have you surprised yourself, like how damn good you are? Like, is this really how good I am in this situation? Where in retrospect you might think, how the hell was I able to accomplish this?
Not how good I am, because otherwise I wouldn't be there. So, being there in the first place, it's already not a great thing. But I say, every single time I found myself there, I was super proud that I've never cracked. Like, I've never gave up, ever, any second, any fight, never.
Never been broken in competition.
Never. Even, it's not about winning or losing, it's about you giving up. I've never doubted myself. I've always fought to the very end. Always. That I'm most proud. Because there was moments, it's in a terrible position, mainly like there was moments that I was super tired, but like exhausted tired, when it was easy to give up. Like I had nothing more to give, but I pushed. I took energy out of my soul, I would have to say, because when my body had zero, my spirit, my soul pulling out.
Is that in part just not allowing yourself to have to ever quit?
Yeah.
I have one other thing I regret. I remember like a blue belt match. I remember, I'm not gonna say who it was against, but I remember just being extremely exhausted and just constantly fighting a guy with a really good mount, really good guard passing, and I just remember him passing my guard. Eventually, it was just like the finals of one of the IBBJ tournaments, and then right away going to mount, and just, I don't know, the level of frustration. I mean, I quit at that point. So I remember that still. Like it's not about winning or losing. But I just remember I was like teary-eyed, frustrated, and then I knew there was a lot of fights still left in there somewhere, and I quit, and I regret that to this day. Because I think the reason I regret that is because it gave me an option to not quit in every other aspect of life. Like that, this is an option.
Yeah, it is.
It sucks.
Yeah, it teaches you, It makes us stronger. I think it made you stronger.
Yeah, it makes you stronger that you did that, to learn that don't do that again. But still, like you said, just going to sleep and training, I did think it made me weaker. It did make me weaker in the rest of my life too. I've quit a few times in my life on small things, and you realize, okay, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine. Like, who cares? But what you learn over time is that voice always comes there. Like, obviously, maybe it does for you too, even at the highest level. Of like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's okay to quit here. Like, it makes sense. I wouldn't even understand. In some sense, like, you're, many people would say you're past your prime in this match. You do Pacheco, like, it makes sense. You've been focusing on MMA. Makes sense. Makes sense to lose. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird voice, and in some sense, it's that voice and the voice that says like, "Why are you doing this? Like, this is silly. It doesn't make any sense. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop." And shutting that voice down and never allowing yourself to quit. That's a really powerful thing. Like, everybody I've met, everybody that's successful, down to the even engineers, CEOs, Elon Musk, just never quitting. Like when everybody around you says quit, never quit it. It's weird. I don't know what that is. It might be genetic. It might be like using the stubbornness to just never allow yourself to develop that. You're basically developing a calluses to that voice that tries to tell you to quit. You never quit, huh? What would you attribute that to?
It's like how much you want to get to the destination you chose. Like, it's how badly you want to get there. It's if you quit, you're never going to get there.
And you always wanted to. Is there some thing you remember from that match? Some things that happened before and after that stand out to you? Just since in Rio.
Yeah, there was an interview, like prior to the fight. There was a big fight. We were doing like media every day before. We were meeting, me and him were meeting for media. And it's like 5 days before, 5, 6 days before. I'm quite chatty. It's, the closer we get to the fight, the more focus I get, the less I stop, joke around, playing, with people. But I remember, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 days before, we were doing an interview together. And my cousin Kira was there. She was doing one of the interview with us. And I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but I just remember we were talking about the fight, of course. And then it was, we're standing beside each other. And I'm like, and then suddenly I jump in and grab him by the neck. I think, I'm going to tap you by the neck. And then he was like, very shy.
Yeah.
And then I let go and say, no, I'm going to tap you by the arm. And I could feel he was like, he wasn't comfortable, with being there. It was, me saying that I'm going to tap him out. There was like, I was so relaxed, joking about it, but I'm joking that I'm going to tap him out in a fight that we're going to have in 4 days' time. And yeah, I felt he was like not comfortable at all.
Do you think you got in his head a little bit?
Yeah,
It gave you a little bit of confidence?
Yeah.
You said that jiu-jitsu is a reflection of your personality. So both your jiu-jitsu and your personality, there's a calmness. What is that? Why are you so calm? Is there like an ocean underneath that's boiling? Is this developed or is this your personality? Are you basically leveraging who you are already to develop a game around the jiu-jitsu, or did the jiu-jitsu make you calm?
I think both. I was always very calm since I was a kid. Since very young. I was never very, fiery person. So that is a reflection. You reflected on my jiu-jitsu, my life, on my fights, the very fight. So it's a direct influence of my personality. And I think it's also in the day, you develop the more you practice, the more you fight. Is like, you don't want to get nervous. You don't want that adrenaline, and so you just learn how to shut that off from your mind. So the less I thought about it, it's like how many times I fought. Let's say the week before the fight, that's when you start more, when you concern the most, because now it's getting very close. Before it's just far away. It's normal to think of the tournament. You get a bit nervous, but it goes away quick. But the fight, the week before, now you're constantly thinking of it. And every time you think, adrenaline comes in, your heart accelerates. It doesn't, it makes it's like, why am I feeling this? What difference will you make? So you're shutting that thought out of your mind because you don't want to feel that adrenaline, your heart accelerating. It's not going to add you anything. So it's, it's the practice also that I think it helped me to shut that off my mind.
Does that help you in regular life?
Yeah, of course. It's, it's somebody when you go into any situation that might be stressful, like an important meeting, super, whatever it is, it's like how much would you worry about that before? Worry is not going to help you anywhere. It's the opposite. Just going to make you more nervous. Your heart will accelerate. Your ability to think clearly is going to be damaged by that. So it's like the more calm, the more relaxed you are, the better you can think.
Do you ever get angry?
Yeah.
Like in traffic? Do you ever get like not calm, just like you're screaming?
Not in a screaming. No.
But just angry.
Yeah.
What does angry look like? Is it still calm?
Yeah, like you got a few seconds of complaining, but then it goes away.
Have you ever like thrown a cell phone at a wall or something like that? Just that.
No, I never get that angry. But that's just it's like it's if I would have done that, I would not be able to control my emotions prior to a fight.
So
reflection,
letting yourself lose,
losing control, that will reflect on time.
Do you think it has in part made you more emotionally closed off from the world? Like it's harder for you to be vulnerable to others?
Probably. Yeah, but I heard that a few times. I'm emotionally closed. Yeah, maybe. I think that influenced. Yeah.
Have you ever cried in the mood?
Yeah. Not for many years before. I think maybe I'm getting older.
Do you remember the movie?
Something. I mean, it's no. I mean,
is it the Notebook?
No, I mean, I would say the last few years I've been crying more than before. For some reason, I don't know why. Like silly movies, like nothing suddenly brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah. Well, I already just having met you and interacted with you, I can see that you're kind of opening your heart and mind to the world. You could see like here's this historically great athlete. Now like the wars have been fought and you're now like waking up to the world. It's cool to see.
Probably I'm bringing my guard down now. I don't have to get it up all the time.
You can even do some podcasts. You said you watch like movies beforehand sometimes. You mentioned Braveheart. What were you doing? Did you watch something beforehand, like the day before?
I used to, yeah. It was like, I think Braveheart and Gladiator. I mean, there's a few others that I've always watched the day before. Because the day before I used to do nothing. Yeah, I just want to be at home in bed watching TV, like saving, energy, stretching by myself. So like, it's just want to save energy. I don't waste my energy going out, going around. So those are the movies that I always like to watch. Kind of try to bring some, hyper excitement. It's like I'm getting ready to walk tomorrow. So I'm like, let me watch some movies that like brought the, some that water spirit into me.
Yeah, what is that about human nature? Braveheart, I love even more. Should you put your life on the line for a thing that matters, or run away just so you can live? It's like running, you may live, but like years from now, when you look back at this moment, would you trade all the days just to come back to this moment and tell them you could take our lives, but you can't take our freedom? I mean, oh man, what is that about human nature? Is there some aspect of like the glory you were able to achieve being more important than anything else? There's some aspect of that's greatness,
Yeah, I never pursued glory, so it just came, it came with it, but that was never my goal. I never cared for glory.
Were you able to experience like I'm at the height of this thing? Whatever humanity is able to achieve in various things, holy shit, I'm flying.
I felt like no one can touch me. I can destroy people. Yeah.
For long periods of time, or just momentarily?
I always knew, from before I got to a black belt, that like I can be great because I used to train with the best in the world. I used to, for many years, and I used to see my progression with and everybody else. So I knew I was getting somewhere. I know I could be the best, and that was also my goal since very, very young. And I always believed that I could be, and that over the years that kept telling me over and over again because I'm getting better and better faster than everybody else. So I just need to carry on with what I'm doing.
But I think you've said that you wanted to, and maybe you thought you could be the greatest of all time, like at the very beginning, like when you sucked.
Yeah, not the greatest of all time because, and I never really thought about that. But I thought I'm going to be the best in the world when I start.
Okay, so what is that? What is that? Like that self-belief? Is there a component to that self-belief being a prerequisite?
It's difficult to say because that was a decision, I think. Like, why did I believe I could be? I can't tell you that because I don't know.
But you think you decided to be?
I decided to be, and I believe that.
I think there was like a day somewhere when you were young where you're like, you're sitting on a couch eating Cheetos.
I don't think it was a day, like a moment, because for many years, I wasn't really training much as a child. I've done a bit of, I used to train and then stop, done a bit of judo, never stay away from it much, but until, like from 10 to 14, I barely trained jiu-jitsu much. There was no Gracie school near where I used to live, and there was a judo school. I used to go twice a week. I went to jiu-jitsu tournament. I lost in 5 seconds, left crying. The guy who called me in 5 seconds. Anyway, so when I was 14, I went to the south of Brazil to see my uncle Hillian, to spend such summer holidays. So I was there for like 4 weeks, I think. And when I got there, my cousin Hollis was living with him. Hollis, like, bigger than me. It was, I think, 4 years older. So I was 14, he was already 17, 18. Purple belt competitor. And I think that was the first time in my life that I felt what it meant to be a Gracie in terms of having a school, teaching, training, living that, jiu-jitsu lifestyle, what a Gracie meant to be. And I've loved that. I was out of shape. My uncle was like, incentivizing me to lose weight, to train. Well, you're not training, why? It's like, you're out of shape, you need to diet. So I used to run every day. I was eating super well. I started when I started changing. So when I got back to Rio, I was super motivated to follow up, carry on. And he invited me to go back there to live with him. But I couldn't, it was too soon to change schools and everything. My mom said, no, but maybe next year if you want to go, you can. So I kept that in my mind. Next year, I moved to the south to live with him. I was 15. And it was him, my uncle Hillian, and my uncle Crowley. They both used to live very close to each other. They used to have their own schools close to each other. So I was with both. And I stayed there for almost a year. I was the youngest in the academy. There was some, blue, purple belts, normal guys, but they were already competing, training ahead of me. And I just joined the group of training. I didn't compete while I was there because there was no competition that then. And I wasn't really ready, but it's not about competing, it's more about the training. And I started training every day, started improving. And a year after that, when I came back to Rio, I was already on a mission. I was like, I love this. I'm just carrying on training every day with my uncle Carlos Gracie Jr., Gracie Barra. And when I got there, I was training a little bit there before, but just 14, 15. But when I got there, it was one of the most competitive, one of the biggest jiu-jitsu schools at the time. There was so many high-level world champions, competitors in every single belt. And so I've kind of joined in with that. And I've carried on. I don't remember when, but I remember, looking and saying, I'm going to be the best in the world. But I was at the bottom of the stairs. No one really believed me. I didn't shout, to disguise, but, I told a few people, I'm like, I'm going to be the best. And that's, I think, I was just losing, but I've never, ever I've never diverged from that mission, I would say.
Did anyone believe you? You said you would be great.
Nobody.
Didn't matter?
Didn't matter. I don't care. I don't need.
Even people that love you.
Everybody. My mom, my dad, no one in my family thought I was going to be here today. Nobody. Because I just started late. I've never had any thought that people, that kid's going to be really good. I was a chubby kid that didn't barely train. I mean, people used to look at me, just another Gracie that's, go more.
What do you learn from that? Do you think most people lose that self-belief? They quit when everyone around them doesn't believe?
Yeah. I think if those that need approval, yeah.
Right, so you shouldn't have approval.
I never need approval from anyone. I don't care if you believe me or not. It's not my problem.
It's tough. I don't need approval, but you're surrounded by people older, wiser, better than you, and they're kind of directly or indirectly saying you stop being silly kid.
No, no one ever told me that because that was not something that I used to say all the time. I maybe say it just very, very few times.
I just go, you know, maybe that's the secret.
Of course, I mean, if you start shouting, then you just be silly. Then it's not what you really want. Then you're saying that for another reasons. If you say it over and over again, because you shouldn't. I mean, that's why.
Well, to push back, one of the reasons you might want to say it is to find the right people that believe in you.
Yeah, but no, if you say over and over again, then you're just bragging.
Sure.
Because one thing is to say it, but the other one is to do it. So it's, you say that once or very few times, but now you have to do it. Saying is not helping you getting there.
Was there sacrifices you had to make?
Everything. Everything. That was my priority in life. Everything was secondary.
Like social life, career paths, all
everything.
And as from 14, 15, 16, as you get better and better and better and better, it was just being sharper the focus on this thing.
Yeah, it's just over and over again, over and over again. It's it's just training, and I mean, how many times I lost, I had no clue.
So on the mat, you were getting beat up
and getting smashed by everybody. People my age, I was chubby, I was physically weak. I mean, I'm tall, but physically, I'm not physically strong. I'm normally strong for my size, but physically, if you want to measure strength, I'm weak. Because, we can measure strength lifting weights. I'm weak. I don't lift. I lift weight same as people much lighter than me. Everybody my weight lifts heavy weight.
And the people that train with you often talk about how
they're super strong. Yeah. Because I generate a lot of strength. I can create. I put myself in the right angle, so then I can be strong. I'm not strong. And the only person who I listen to saying that is Computer, one guy that I fought for Jordan Medeiros. I fought him a few times. And he's the only one that I heard saying about me that's like, no, Roger is not strong. He's not. He's technical and he can create strength, but he's not strong.
He meant that as a compliment?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think he was honest because I think he's the only one who could see that.
Yes.
So I think that's a compliment.
But he's technically good, really strong. So you have a correct match with him.
Yeah.
Is there insight you have about how you went from a person who was not very good, but had a dream, a confident dream, a vision, to somebody that was actually good? Was there something to the practice sessions? Were you getting reps on specific techniques?
I've never done anything special because I'm in a gym training equally with everybody else. So I've never did anything on the side different than anybody else. So I was in the school training the exact same way as everybody else.
Well, in terms of schedule, yes, but can you reverse engineer what was going through your mind? Because there's so many different ways to actually mentally approach the same exact training session.
I'm gonna try to beat you.
Okay, so it's, in some part it's competitive.
Yeah.
But at the core of it is I want to be better than these particular people.
You're gonna keep beating me. I'm gonna keep coming back at you.
And to do that, I have to solve problems. I have to figure out how to do stuff.
Yeah. You catch me once, I'm gonna keep on coming, trying to not get caught in that.
At which point did you develop a game that was basically the famous white belt game of the very basics, the very fundamentals of jiu-jitsu? Like saying, I'm going to beat you.
Never. There was never a conscious decision to try to have a base jiu-jitsu first. I think there's a big misconception that my jiu-jitsu is not basic.
It's not right.
It's not basic. It's not old school. I think people they just don't see that it's extremely complex in a way that is people they cannot copy. I teach people. I can teach you the cross-collar choke. But the one thing that people they don't realize is not the move, is you need to practice the move until you learn. is the practice over and over again. Like it took me years. When I say years, I'm like years after I was a black belt, I was able to choke people out with the cross-collar choking them effectively. Years after I got my black belt. So that's something that you learn first day, first week. So I can teach you, it makes no difference. You know this theory, but until you apply it, it will help you. Of course, the more details you learn, the more tools you have to practice, but it's still very complex because it's not about the move itself, it's about how can you control the movement of the other person. He's resisting, blocking. You cannot predict what he will do, and he's doing a whole bunch of moves to block you every single move you do step of the way because it's a progression of moves from beginning to end to apply the choke. It's a progression of moves, and there's not one way to get that. There's many ways because how many ways can you block? You can put your arm in every single angle. You have both arms you can bridge. So it's dealing with all that. That is the complexity of the position. But that goes for everything. Like every single move, my strong moves, I would say, it took me years developing them. Years. So and you're going to tell me that's basic? So go try and do it. What the other person is defending. That's the thing, because most of the things that I do, I've been doing them for years. And they know that I'm going to do, and I can still get it most of the time. That's the hardest. It's when they know what's coming, they can still do it.
And you said that the way you're able to do that, you just have to do it right.
Yeah.
What do you learn by doing all the steps along the way? And just for people who don't know, cross-collar choke from the mount. So jiu-jitsu starts in a neutral place. There's people on their feet, and then you get to the ground somehow, and then there's the person on top and on bottom, and then there's a guard with the legs between the two people, and then you can get past the guard. As you get past the guard and you it's into side control and so on, you get more and more and more dominant positions. And so mount is considered to be one of the most dominant positions. It's when you're past their legs, sitting on top of their stomach, putting pressure on them. And cross-collar choke is using their jacket to, how would you explain that? To choke.
To have the collars, I put my both hands on the collars, and when I squeeze, you press your neck, it blocks the vein if you go to sleep. So you choke people with your hands in the wrist. You put them, you grab the collars, you get the wrist around people's neck, and you squeeze.
Yeah. The discovery of that is fascinating. I mean, it's interesting. It's like, you can imagine there's all kinds of ways to choke a human being. What animals do with their mouth, right? They put their jaws around and the fact that you can kind of discover this methodology of the right kind of positioning, and then it becomes an art form, of why this, why not this, right? Or why not this or something, to figure out.
I think we practice, that will come easy.
Over time, you figure out what works and what not, and then more further and further details and subtleties start to emerge. Anyway, on that process of being able to beat some of the best people in the world, and the thing they know is coming, what's the difference between the white belt doing that and Patrick Grayson doing that? The thing that's so hard to explain. What do you think you're picking up? Is it some tiny, tiny details of muscle movements?
It's many tiny details, because it's the whole movement itself. It's the perception from beginning to end. Like every step of the movement, it's important and precise. So it's, you miss one detail on the way, it collapses. So when you're with the black belt has no control over the whole movement. He's thinking beginning and end. So he goes straight to your neck, regardless. He cannot read the other person. If it's time to let go, if it's the time to go for a neck, should I be pushing here before I get my hand in? Is this the right time to go deep, or should I deal with this first before the second hand?
That's at the beginning. So it's at the white belt.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of the journey.
Yeah. The white belt, you just think, finish.
And then as you get progress, you see that there's this giant tree of possibilities that you're almost feeling your way down? Would you be able to teach? Do you even know what you're doing?
By the details.
But it's hard to convert into words, probably.
No,
It's possible.
then you don't know what you're doing.
So what are some most important details that you could say? Maybe positioning of the hand, the gripping. Is it the positioning of your body, the posture? Is there some interesting insights?
It's a combination, because first you have to put your body in a very strong position that you don't require your hands to hold them out. So the choke is that's first, because if I cannot use my hands on the floor to stop you escape. So if I had to, my body has to handle that. The way I position myself, I had to do it in a way that don't require my hands for balance.
Okay. Why is the mouth such a dominant position? Doesn't make any sense, right? Like you're just sitting on top of the stomach of a person.
It makes all sense. If you think, forget fighting, forget jiu-jitsu, like you've never trained, what's the one position, the most dominant position you can get over another human being? One, the most. For you, which one it is? Like the most dominant position that you can get over another human being.
So if we're just, because the way I think about it is putting myself in like a 6, 7, 8-year-old self without knowing any martial arts, and then an older brother would beat the shit out of me. Yeah, it probably won't. It what? But well, yes. Okay, so we both know. If we knew something, it would probably be back control.
If in the back control you're under the other person, you think being under is the most dominant position you can be over another person?
You mean like a back control?
If I'm on your back,
like that.
You can move, you can roll. Stop the rolling. Maybe you can even stand up. How dominant is that?
Yeah, but if we're the same size, both untrained,
it doesn't matter.
Have you seen kids do that? Okay. Mao looks and feels like dominance when you're 2 8-year-olds fighting. Okay, I don't know why it feels that way. It could be some animalistic thing. Maybe it is actual dominance. I don't know, but it feels like if you're untrained, you could just buck your way out of it. It feels unstable. It feels unstable to hold Mao unless you know what you're doing, right? No,
but you should not put both of your hands on the floor. Yeah, just your hands. I think it's easier to take somebody off.
Yeah, maybe not.
I think it's easier to remove the hand and bring them out. The hands on the floor. I'm straight. I'm leaning them.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you don't need to know fighting to hold yourself up.
Yeah. But you're right. When you take the arms off and balance them, then it gets tricky. Because when you're trying to, I think what happens, thinking back to 8-year-old, because my brother's 5 years older than me, and he would do the usual, like, stop hitting yourself thing. And I think he would be in mouth, like hitting me with my own hands. I'm from out of place of love, of course. I love him deeply. It was very formative and positive experience for me. Okay. I think, yeah, the weakness is when he takes, when the person who has you out takes their arms off to do something.
But even if you keep your hands up in the air, when I'm falling,
you can.
When I'm falling.
Now, speaking about untrained people, I feel like they get greedy. They try to do stuff.
The other day, I watched my 9-year-old daughter. In a friend's house. There's a whole bunch of kids there, they playing. And when I looked, she's mounting a boy, her age, her size. He cannot skate.
Wow, you probably seen.
No, she trains. She's been training for a year and a half. Not much. I mean, she's a 9-year-old daughter, a girl, over a boy.
Did she see footage of you? Maybe she picked up.
No, but she's been training for a year and a half, so she has an idea what mount is. But I mean, in terms of skills, I never taught her to mount. Yes, she has, she had lessons at the cabin like any other kid.
Did she make him cry?
No, but he couldn't skate. Which other position would she be able to hold the boy? In the back, he would roll it out. That's true. He couldn't come out from underneath her. She's ridiculous. But there is no other most dominant position where you can pin the other person.
Couldn't you argue from that perspective, side control? No.
Because side control, you have to hold the other person and it's not free. You cannot release them.
But in side control, your hips are not on top of those, so they can't fuck you off, right? If you're holding them a little bit, and you get hit with one hand,
But his head is here. You're gonna hurt him here. But the time you're doing that, but then he has his arms free. And if you turn towards the legs, then he's away from your arms. You don't even have a perfect angle. I mean, it is a good position. You can hit, you can dominate, but it's not the best position to be over the other person. He can knee you in the head. At the same time, you push him, then there's a move coming to your head.
I love playing devil's advocate with Roger Grace about 2 8-year-olds fighting.
Your head is closer to his head.
Yeah.
Maybe he can give for your punch.
Right.
So would you choose to be inside control of a mount? Getting me in the head?
Well, for a person who in competition prefers knee on belly or a mount, but that's my weakness. That's my failure as a human being. Holding mount can be tricky.
It's very hard. Of course it's hard. But what is easy?
Side control and knee on belly is easy. But to submit,
Knee on belly is
easier. I'm not saying black belt level. I'm saying, or maybe even black belt,
easier for what? To hold somebody?
to make them squirm and hurt, to create
You
openings.
can go to there with a big guy. You can't. He's going to push you back and come up. In the mount, he can't sit up. Not when you mounted him.
The thing is also about mount is people on the bottom of the mount panic more. So they fight
They
harder.
panic. They explode. It's the most exposure you have. Because the person's arms are free, you cannot touch him. His head is too high. There's nothing he can do. His legs won't get you anywhere. I touch your back. It's like nothing. You're most exposed. I'd rather you hold me side control 1,000 times than mount me to look up with your face come down.
Yeah.
Side control, I hug you. You cannot hurt me. Okay, hold me, but I'm hugging you. If I hug you tight, what can you do against me?
What it seems, maybe it's just from, again, I'm arguing just for the fun of it, but it seems like a more difficult skill to learn, to apply a huge amount of pressure and weight from mount.
It's just like pressure and weight from mount.
Not apply pressure, but be heavy.
You don't necessarily need to be heavy.
You know, why do you, as people say, you feel extremely heavy?
If I'm being heavy, I cannot attack. I have to choose. I can be heavy just to penalize, just to let them take the energy out, to make them suffer. But the moment that I decide to attack, I can only be heavy if I'm sitting up straight. That's when all my weight drops down. If I'm high, then I'm sitting on your chest and on your so that's the worst position to be sit as a person because that's where you breathe. So you're in a high mount, sitting up straight. That's when I can be very heavy. I can make people feel my weight, feel very comfortable. But I'm not in a position to attack. The moment that I want to attack, my body has to leave. I have to approach the neck with the arms. The moment that I do that, my weight comes off my hips. It goes to my knees. The weight is off.
But at that point,
Now I'm attacking them more heavy on you.
but you want to be at that point to remove any of the defenses they have, or some of the defenses by getting their elbow.
Now I'm like either trying to get your collar or bringing your elbow across the top.
So what are some interesting details along the way that are tough to get, to figure out? What were the big leaps for you from white belt to the best in the world?
You're trying to attack the neck and putting one hand in the collar. You're priving yourself that hand to place it on the floor. So now you're vulnerable to get braced, to get rolled over. But if your hands are free trying to roll you over, you stop. The moment that you put your hand in the person's collar, now you have to be very careful with the body position. Very careful.
The distribution of the weight.
Yeah, and how how high you sit, how tall your upper body goes. And then the biggest challenge comes as you trying the second test, for the choke. That's the biggest challenge, the second hand. because you already have, you already don't have one hand. Now you're trying the second hand, and if one of my hand is in, you as a defending yourself have two hands. One hand is already on one side. This side is getting attacked. You have two hands blocking. I have one hand. There's no help for that hand. I cannot remove anything. That's the biggest challenge. Getting one hand getting past two and not getting rolled over.
But I also have two hands. On bottom, I have two hands that can also turn and do all that stuff. And my whole mind and everything is focused on that second hand.
It's a big challenge. It's hard. Very hard.
Is there an art to getting your first hand into a place where you?
It's less of an art because it's easier. I'll say most times I get my first hand in is when you're trying you're trying to escape, to push in. I get the first hand. Opportunity.
It's gonna sit there.
And I go as deep as I can. So the first hand, because the second hand is the hardest, I have to compensate the first hand to be as deep as I can. If I cannot get the first hand in deep, I won't try the second. I need that first hand deep, then I'll go for the
And it's deep, but everything is like super tight.
super tight. The first hand has to be super tight, otherwise the chance of failing is very good.
Does the opponent usually feel like they're screwed at that point also?
No, as you put in the first hand in. The moment that I position myself just prior to attempt the second hand, I think the way my body is positioned, the way I'm collapsing with my weight, and they feel is like this is terrible.
And how long did it take you to figure out how to reposition your weight? It's the first hand in.
Very quickly. Or do I get pretty stuck?
Okay, so that there's a good feedback.
Yeah, because one mistake left. One off position left.
But you still have to do that against the best people.
Yeah.
Where's the way out for these people? Like if you were not against Shasha or some of the best defenses in the world.
The reality is, but they obviously to defend themselves and prevent the first hand to get deep. And I'll say the best thing that they could do is try to change my position on the mount in a way that it would push me to a very low mount. Try to change the way I'm dominating and not to be, to get me off the high mount.
Are you always, is it a slow or is it a fast range? You go from low to fast range?
Fast high mount. Because I need to beat your arms. Because you're holding me down.
And the arms get come out. It's a slow. And just, is there like a...
It's fine. Use my legs. I get so. Use my legs pushing.
How do you get your legs into the elbows?
As long as it's, it has to come under the tip of your elbow. Because now the legs will start forcing your arms in.
So your legs are like spread out.
Your elbow cannot get inside my elbow. Because that means I'm in a very low mount. And then I cannot attack. Because I cannot ignore that. But the moment that I can attack, that move, you will start pushing my leg down.
What's the secret to getting second hand?
There's two ways. Either you go fingers inside, right, which is the hardest because with the moment that your two hands are defending, you're blocking and I cannot clear and attack two hands. They're against one. So I go thumb and I go behind the ear. So my grip was because for you to defend, you need to get there. And when you get there, the kind of your elbows fall down.
So you put the thumb in, and then there's the dreaded, like the other person just waits for you to arm over.
Yeah, but that this was.
It's once you get the thumb in, it's over. Okay.
No. But when I'm there, if I get it could be a bridging. I'm not using the hand.
Now your head is
very close to the floor. When you try to bridge, even my forehead will touch the floor. That will be used as a hand.
It's not on the floor.
Not necessarily. Because if it's on the floor, my body's collapsed with me. So there's no place for my hand for me to work on the neck. So I need some completely
Then you can bob up and down.
Yeah, but I try to.
So that pursuit that takes many, 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 many years. I don't know if you see Georgians of sushi. The doing the simple thing that's not so simple, but it kind of looks simple. Of it over and over and over and over and over, presumably getting much better at simple. It becomes very simple. But you're picking up detail probably. There's wisdom in that. What is that? Is that there's like lessons you just kind of accumulate over time. Like one training session you'll see maybe like the positioning of the thumb, like this detailing positioning of the thumb or something like this. And then you're like, okay, you like load that in.
They'll be very basic because there is not that many different ways. Maybe one. Two. I just do one. Any other is not strong. Because it's about getting a strong grip on the thumb. I mean, the thumb it's the thumb goes inside, is it the thumb in or four fingers in? Place getting a strong grip on the cup. As long as this you just hold and feeling strong.
So that's just the option. So it's the dynamics of the way.
Yeah.
And then some nice time.
Time.
Are you also like making people like thinking them out, making them think about something else?
No different. It's not because I cannot fake anything else at that point. Because I will have to change the repetition to maybe to fake an arm. Then I have to move out from that. So then I'll lose that the control I have.
So what's the process towards mastery? If you were to convert that to something that generalizes beyond jiu-jitsu, how can you get that good at it? That's the same exact thing over and over.
It's just a matter of how long it will take.
So that's true. That's true.
And like I said, look how long it took me. People give up along the way.
There is intricacies to that journey towards perfection. Because there's a lot of people that do jiu-jitsu for decades and don't get better.
No, because they don't train the way. They don't train to get better. They train to get tough. There's a big difference. Most people they train to get tough, so they are tough. Like we were talking before, they don't practice the weakness. You want to be good at, you want to be really good at jiu-jitsu, you have to practice your weakness, not your strength. You have to practice everything, but you have to be equally strong in every position. They all exactly the same. Your guard, top bottom, side control, top bottom, turtle, half guard, mount, back. I mean, you take down. And then you get into details of escaping triangle, applying triangle, escaping arm lock, different scenarios of it's the one thing is defending the arm lock when you have your arms very close to your body, the other defend the arms on your arm, almost getting, and then when you hit with your arms. So there's so many things to practice that you need to repeat them over and over again until you're confident enough that when you get there, you have a chance.
And you can do the same kind of thing for even the final stages of the cross track for mountain.
I mean, of course, like you don't practice escaping the arm lock with a full arm straight because that's gone. I mean, you practice. You practice escaping the arm lock when he takes your arm. You have a chance of trying to stay, but you don't practice. Okay, take my arm. When I say go, I mean, you got, you pop the arm. That is why you get into doing that. Escaping the cross, escape not when the person get there. You can escape, you can practice escaping triangles because it's like, you have a way better escape for escaping triangle than, okay, mount to me, put both hands in my neck. I mean, it's like,
what's the best solution you need to do?
Choke.
If I gave you $1 billion to start in a position like in the submission, and you only get the billion if you get the submission, which one would you start? Cross culture, not from the back.
You have a better chance of escaping from that.
Really? Yeah. Even with the hooks, even with everything. Do you think some people disagree?
Okay. I have a better skate. I have a better chance to take it from the back than if you mount it with my hands on my neck.
So
I've been that
if
many
you're
times.
facing yourself, and I'll give you $1 billion to escape, you would pick
From the back. 1,000 times over. Like
really.
no comparison.
You have like a hooks with like a triangle,
Doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want.
like a body triangle.
Like
Really?
1,000 times.
What?
No question.
So to you, the mount is a super controlling position. It's not just
Because cross collar choking, the mount, the moment you put both hands on my neck, you have to, your arms need to be very close to your body. So that means there's very little space between us. So that means there's very little space for you to work on your skate. And the moment that you cannot bridge, let's suppose the person has a good mouth, so you cannot regional. What else? You don't have space to try to work on your defense. Being in the back, I have all this space around me to work on my defense and my arms. I have the mobility to be in the middle. So because of that, it gives you a much better chance. And I can move my body. If you feel my back, you cannot pin. I cannot take you off my back. First, I need to defend the choke, but you have no control over my body. So does that mean there's still a lot of movement that I can try to use to skate? In the mount, there's no movement. I'm pinned down. I cannot move, and I have no space between us to skate.
well. The argument against that, this is great, is that bottom of mount, I do have my hands between. So you're saying they're pinned. There's nothing. I mean, you could get them in theory, but somehow you could.
But you can, but then there's no space. It would be squeezed between our bodies.
It's an incredible mount.
No, it's not mount. Like standing. If I put both hands on your neck, I'm going to go for the cross collar choke. After I get my hands in, the next step is to put it close to me. So it's this. My arms used to be close.
But I can put. There's the hands that could do something.
They can come in, but there's very limited space between us.
No, I mean to push your body away to
Only through standing, not if your back is against the floor.
Okay, the argument against the mount is, or the argument for back controls being the most dominant position is, even though I have hands, I can't really use them as effectively.
Not in the mount. There's no space. There's no space. You can try. I mean, you can squeeze your hand in. I mean, there's still things that you could do, but they're so limited.
So if you pull the 100 best competitors of all time, what do you think they'll answer to that? Do you think most would agree with you?
I don't care. You will show me their skills, the ability to see.
Okay. So the perfect mount versus the perfect back control. Okay, there's no question.
For me, I mean, argue with me, like show me, because I'm not being stubborn, because I'm being
Scientific.
Exactly. So explain it to me why the back it would be harder, would be better to your position to finish them out. If you can explain it to me why, I might change my mind.
I was trying to, but I don't want the cred. I'm like a middle school science student trying to talk about Einstein here. Okay. Besides you, who do you think is the greatest jiu-jitsu competitor of all time? Can you make the case for some of them? Marcelo, Buchecha, Angelo.
I'll have to go with Buchecha. But look at how many titles he has. He has by far more than Marcelo. Marcelo's quite early. Angelo has 8, but Buchecha is better.
What do you think makes Buchecha so good?
He's a heavyweight that moves like a lightweight. He moves very fast, but he's very agile for his size.
So the agility combined with aggression.
Yeah. So it's very hard to control him because he moves fast, and he's 112 kilos, 115 sometimes, or 110. I'm not sure what he's about, around that. So 240 in pounds. So when you're agile, 240 pounds, that makes it very hard to control you.
What about making a case to some others? What about the little guys? What about Marcel? If you were to make the case for him being the strongest, what makes Marcel good?
Marcel Garcia is extremely technical. I think he's one of my favorite jiu-jitsu fighters because in technical way, I think he's probably one of the best.
There's raw technique in a bunch of different positions, submissions.
He's not very powerful, physically he's not very strong, but he can make himself very strong, and his technique is very, very high level.
Have you ever trained him?
No, I fought him twice.
Yeah.
He's very smaller than me.
What happened in those matches?
The first fight, I tapped him, I think, 5 minutes.
What's the difference?
Choke from the back, collar choke from the back. Then the second time I beat him by points, but very much. 3-12-2.
Actually, just to continue, I wonder if John Donovan would agree with you about mounting back. I can't wait to. This is a bear versus lion conversation. But I'm looking. There's statistics about. Not letting this go. There's statistics about. Oh, look at that, Roger. What do you know? Looking at Roger Gracie's statistics for most successful submissions, choke from the back, is the most. So how do people panic
because people panic when I'm out. They turn the back. I choke them out.
That's one explanation. But for people, it is interesting that, of course, this doesn't capture. This captures a lot of your major matches. And we should say that you've submitted most of your opponents, so you rarely win on points. Usually, it's submission. Choke from back is most of them low cost. Choke from out. Arm bars a lot too. 18 from choke from back, 12 cost choke, 10 arm bar, 5 RNC rear naked. It's for no gi. Okay.
So Ezekiel is very powerful. I use is a strong weapon.
Yeah. Also from low. Oh, that's when you can't get the one hand.
No, because the Ezekiel most times I use against people is the attack that as soon as I get to the mount, when they're trying to escape, they open up, and I get it. It has to be at that initial time.
So it's not a thing you use to like bother them in order to.
Either I get it right away, or I don't bother trying much, because you need to keep one hand behind the head, and that you're naturally on that position as most of the time. And the moment they mount someone, no one accepts that they go mounted, they're not supposed to get out. So holding the head, it gives you a better way to dominate them initially, to deal with that explosiveness on the beginning. And then, but then you have to let go to try. You're very limited holding the head.
In terms of goats, Shanji, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit that he deserves. He had an extremely dominant performance in the competition. What about Salo and Shanji? What are your thoughts about what makes them so good? He had a bunch of tough matches with Shanji.
Yeah, hands up 8 times. Yeah, fought 8 times. Shanji, I fought Salo once.
I think I'm bringing up a sore point. Did Shanji tap when you, or did the time run out? And that was the last time you guys faced each other?
Yeah, 2008.
That was incredible to watch. Also, I think you pulled guard with 1 minute left, working towards attacking. It's probably very tough to get anything. And for people who don't know, time ran out. You had something that looked like an arm lock, and Shanji looked like he may be tapping, but it looked like he might be just celebrating.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I think his arm just straight his arm time finish. So I'm not sure if he was tapping to let go of time's up, or because I would say most likely the time's up.
Yeah, and also there's a thing when you realize there's only 2 seconds left. You kind of start celebrating. You realize that Hodges not going to be able to finish this arm bar in the time left, so he starts over.
No. I think he tapped to say the time is up.
Anyway, what do you think the longevity, especially, is impressive with Shanji? How long?
I think he doesn't get credit as much as he deserves because he pushed his career very far. And the last few years, he wasn't his best. So if you were stopped before, people would remember even his highs, but he kind of pushed more than his peak, let's say.
How hard is it for you to walk away? We'll talk about the journey into MMA as well. But you basically, especially with the second match against Bucheshi, basically walked away on top. Beating arguably the greatest competitor of all time, and just walking away.
It wasn't that hard to do this because that was something that I was considering for a while. Because the last few years of my career, let's say, studying MMA at the same time as studying jiu-jitsu is very challenging to do. Like there's not another person who ever did that. Because the training is a confliction with the way you train. Everybody who starts doing MMA, start focusing on MMA, their jiu-jitsu gets worse because they stop training with the gi. Everybody, no exception.
Was your jiu-jitsu also getting worse?
No, because I made sure I kept training with the gi and I kept fighting at least the world championship once a year. That was my goal. I'm going to go for MMA, but I love jiu-jitsu and I still want to fight at the highest level. So I kept fighting once a year for a few years. It was a challenge, especially because the 2 or 3 times when I competed at the Worlds, it was rough the MMA fight I had. And then, you don't have the grips. So my grips, it made a big difference. And my grips were always weaker grip-wise. So I felt that. So I knew it was it's unnecessary risk because if I cannot be 100%, so why am I doing this? But I'm stubborn. I love jiu-jitsu. It's like I love fighting jiu-jitsu. I never loved MMA. I liked it, but I think it's for grace I would have done it.
So the thing you felt the most is the grips.
Yeah.
Because you win a gi world championship without gripping.
No.
Like just pretending it's no gi match. They get to grip you, but you don't.
No.
So grips are essential, of course.
And how can you choke something? Like if your grips are weak, your forearms will fatigue, and then you will have no power, and then you cannot do anything.
You can still so I meant more not for the submission, but for the control of the game and what the
But you need to grip to get there. Yeah. And if your grips are weak,
you also have grips in no gi. Can't use those grips.
No.
It's a thought experiment. So I'm trying to understand how essential.
I get a note. You got to follow the gi. You think?
Yeah.
Of course.
Everyone panics. A bear panics when they're in the water with a shark. That doesn't mean the bear can't still win when it stops panicking and relaxes.
It's not possible.
That's another discussion. The bear beat a shark in the water. Actually, I need to maybe a polar bear because they're pretty big too. Okay,
I feel not possible for the no gi guy to win.
But the bears is a further discussion. What was to you the biggest difference mixed martial arts and jiu-jitsu? What are some interesting differences, some interesting insights, even just about the grappling within both sports?
So the biggest difference for me between MMA and jiu-jitsu is first is the speed. Like jiu-jitsu, like a 10-minute match, I can take my time. There's no dangers there that forces me to move fast. MMA, we have to be 100% sharp and fast from the first second of the fight. Because punches are coming, you can get knocked out anytime. One mistake, you're out. Jiu-jitsu don't have that. I don't have to worry about quick submission because it's all about the way my body is positioned. My grips. It's easy to avoid. It's easier to see it coming. Like it's like a quick submission, a surprise. It will only work if you make a mistake. If you're not correct position, otherwise it's impossible. It's extremely difficult. MMA is not. One split-second mistake, and when the person comes, you have to respond. You have to match his pace. I mean, you can slow down, but it's like you're forced to respond to so much fast. It's a lot more physical, a lot more, and you need to be physical, much better condition, faster. It's the explosiveness. It's much harder.
Is it possible in the MMA to calm things down?
They change the rules, yeah. 5-minute rules now.
I see. So, like, I just meant actually, technically speaking, is there ways to take an opponent that's being exceptionally aggressive?
You can clinch, but then he takes you down. He keeps moving. Something is hard to control that pace. You don't. If you play defense, you save more energy than if you try to be the aggressor, to respond.
And even getting to the punches,
You have no way to hold yourself there. So that was the biggest challenge for me in MMA is the speed, because I'm a very slow start. But if you look at my matches, I start very slow, because if I go hard, I fatigue faster. So for me, that was the hardest part is to start fast.
What about on the ground? Is there something different, more challenging in the ground?
Being in the bottom, yes. Just punches.
Yeah, how fundamentally different is jiu-jitsu punches?
Changes everything. Everything.
Which parts?
The distance that you allow your opponent to be on you, the techniques that you choose to apply. You have to. Your body has to be aware of the punches, and you are a lot more limited when you attack.
Like, so you're known for your close guards. How does your close guard have to adjust? How does the positioning of your hands have to adjust when you're in the bottom of the close guard?
So in the guard, especially the close guard, you have to either keep the person very close to you, or you have to kick him away. That's in the guard. It's either I'm hugging you, or get away from me.
And in jiu-jitsu, you're allowed to have a middle.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu, there's a lot of it. You can allow the person to be.
What about getting arm lock or triangle submissions from the guard? Is that something that they different because you don't have the middle game?
It's much harder. There's barely no open guard in a minute. Very good. Because the open guard, there's a distance between them. There's a distance to how you cannot control. It's much harder to control that punch coming. And I had to position myself way to block that. And it limited my attacks, my options at the time.
Is there a reason, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you do open guard much in jiu-jitsu, no-gi. Is there a reason for that?
It's harder with the explosive person, because it's not when they're moving fast, then you have to try to slow them down.
So you like guards that allow you to control the person. And close guard is the accurate control.
It's not ultimate control, but close guard puts you in a position that I'm attacking you differently. You cannot attack me from my close guard. We can argue that there might be one or two attacks, but very, very, very limited, and depends on you fighting against.
I hate the close guard. Like being on top against a good close guard as well.
No, it's terrible. Yeah, it's one-sided. Yeah, so in the guard, and it's one-sided. The person in the bar has that thing. I can be completely relaxed in my close guard, and I cannot be completely relaxed.
You know what the most annoying thing is somebody who is both good and extremely confident in close guard. Because they have that smug energy about them. They know how much unpleasant, how much work it takes to pass this. Anyway, especially people with longer legs. Is there something you wish you did differently in how you started training in MMA, in that trajectory, in figuring out how to train, how to get good? Like, what have you learned about getting good in MMA from having done it? If you were to start now, for example.
I think I would have to dedicate it more. I didn't dedicate it more.
both like literally time, number of training sessions,
training, training-wise, physical. Yeah, I think a lot more of the physical part.
the strikes,
The strike from the beginning, it's because I mean I love jiu-jitsu. Like I truly love all the aspects of it, fighting, training, the practice, the competition. I don't have that for me. So it's hard to give your heart to it, something that you don't have passion to. Like jiu-jitsu, I gave my heart to it. Like I did everything that I had to. MMA, I didn't do that. So that's why it was. I'm gonna say it was wrong for me to do it because I don't regret doing it. I always, looking back as a kid when I decided to take jiu-jitsu for life, I already knew that at some point I would have to live with it. There's almost like that's the path of a great thing. When you're ready, you go do it. So
there was like a duty versus love.
Yeah, that was not a choice. It was like I have to. It's just the life I took, you will lose that.
Are you proud of that? That going against the natural love and towards more duty.
I think I don't regret it because if I hadn't done it, I would feel there was something missing. So I don't regret doing it. I would regret not doing it.
The tricky thing is the choice to go to MMA could have compromised your ability to win against Protection. And it didn't. And it's a fascinating case study. It still doesn't make sense to me. After all those years, you're able to come back and go against the best person in the world and beat him.
Yeah. And I had to because the first fight we had, I had something stuck in my throat for a long time.
You think about that.
Oh yeah. I'm like, well, as soon as that first fight finished, I had said that got stuck in my throat. That I already at that point I knew I'm gonna have to fight again. I knew. I always knew. Because there's no choice. I have to.
All right. Well, in terms of no-gi, who do you think is the best no-gi competitor of all time?
There's no question. It's Gordon is. I mean, I don't think it's good to say the best competitor of all time because he's still very young. I think that's something that it can be in the end of when the person.
You don't want to.
No, I mean, but you cannot praise someone in the middle of his career, So you cannot call him the best ever. He's 26, 27. So he's great. He's very good. He's ahead of all of other competitors, I think. And he's having an amazing career. He's doing amazingly well. So when he's finished, when he finally retired, then you can argue.
You know what? There's wisdom in that. It matters how you finish, right?
Of course.
It's very interesting.
I think the no-gi is relatively new. That the no-gi scene. There wasn't a scene before. I think he started out on his generation, his time. Because before, like when I was competing, no-gi was just ADCC. Nothing else. 32 years, and the first was only in the you had to go there to compete. So there was not even a scene. There was like this one tournament that gives a lot of money to competitors, to fighters, and brings fighters from other modalities, mock Van Arsdale, or some wrestlers, Greco-Roman, that can compete against each other. And they create that set of rules, try not to favor anyone. So that was it. So you cannot be called the greatest no-gi of all time if you only have one tournament every 2 years. Only members they have to be invited to. But I think now, it grew a lot. Now we have so many different tournaments. Now we have a scene. We have people that only train no-gi, they're fully dedicated to no-gi. And we have super fights, different tournaments. So now it's not, now it's professionally You can do just no gi now, which before was unheard of it because you have 1 or 2 tournaments. If you cannot be called a no gi fighter fighting once every 2 years, twice every 2 years.
Yeah, no, there's entire systems that are optimized for no gi that could be fundamentally different. Like, what do you think about the body lock? Like, just passing with the body lock. I don't know if you get an understanding of it.
I think it's okay.
It's a popular way to what is it? To apply,
Stay tight,
stay tight.
very close to your opponent, so he can't create distance. He can push away.
But somehow it shuts down the hips as well.
Yeah.
Makes it more difficult to.
And trap your legs. Your back is stuck against the floor.
Are you like scientifically curious about these new developments? Do you have answers in your head to them?
Most.
So body lock is one interesting one. Obviously, foot locks is another, and not only just the foot locks, but the whole like control aspect of foot locks. That's interesting. And there's other interesting stuff. John is really into the wrestling aspect, but not wrestling, but wrestling everywhere. Jiu-jitsu at all levels of the plane. That's very interesting because obviously jiu-jitsu has not really been unlike like freestyle wrestling and so on. It's not been like a systematic, scientific, rigorous exploration of wrestling. It's like you're on your feet and you're on the ground. There's a lot of interest.
John is academic. He tried to, numbers, mathematics, everything.
But you kind of are too.
Yeah. No, I mean, I am, because you have to understand what you're doing. There's everything. There's a step by step, like logistic, like details. Every single move, there's a reason for it. There's things around that happens. The more you know, the better you are. Right? The more knowledge you go compared to what I do. So I think with the footlocks, with the no-gi, like if you look back, if you think of, it used to be seen as a really bad thing to attack the foot. It wasn't seen as a good options of attack. Mainly,
What is it, like respectful gentlemen don't attack the leg or what?
No, because if you look back, with the tournaments, when they were created, all the rules and everything else was to simulate a real fight without punches. When I had the jiu-jitsu, I mean, if you ask what is jiu-jitsu, like what are you trying? What's the main goal of jiu-jitsu? To dominate your opponent. What's the main goal of fighting? It's we're fighting. It's of course submission is the ultimate goal, but before that, the main goal is to dominate you. Like we're fighting, I have to dominate you, and then the submission comes. And footlocks, I don't require any domination on me. I don't need to be in a dominant position to attack your foot. And if I attack your foot, you're still free to knock me out. If your body goes down to my foot, I can still come close to you or stand up or punch you. So it's not a good position to be when you're fighting. You have to attack in the foot. I mean, how many times you've seen that going bad? In MMA fight. I mean, of course, you had some sort of success with the hook. It's no question. But how many times went wrong? People were knocked out attacking the foot. So you can't say it's the best position to be. It's okay to go, but it's a very high risk position to be. So that's why it's not in a real situation. It's not seen as a good thing. So when you translate that to jiu-jitsu, when attacking the foot, it's not seen as a good thing because when you reflect that to a real situation, it's not going to go down well. So it was always seen as an easy way out, easy play. You're trying to do the easy path. You can't pass my guard. You can't dominate me. You're not just trying to attack my foot. That's why it was always seen as not as the best, great submission, the way to win.
But the side effect of that is it was completely underdeveloped because of that.
Exactly, of course. Some people never really developed that. But now, they do the tournaments, there's the fighting, it got completely, not completely, but it got so, it's not longer seen as as a simulation of the real thing. Now it's a sport. It's only seen as a sport. So now it doesn't matter if you're attacking, but you cannot punch me. So why is it bad now to attack the foot? It's not seen as a bad thing anymore. And now it got really developed.
I don't know. That's another bear versus shark question, but there is in a street self-defense situation, it's possible to imagine where a footlocks would be effective for a highly. But I guess if you invest 10,000 hours, it's better to invest it in chokes.
It's a dominant. If I'm fighting, it's way better for me to be on the side control on the mount, so I can continue to be completely safe, than to stay inside your legs trying to attack the foot.
But people would argue that there's a lot of very dominant controlling positions in the whole football game, right?
It is breaking back very quickly. Yeah.
There's
some great ways to control someone that he cannot escape, but he can go bad very quickly. That's the thing.
Well, even back and forth can go bad very quickly on the street. So Mount, I don't know. Is Mount a really good position?
But then there's no good position. Every position there's a risk. Okay, attacking the foot is a way higher risk than side control. Back. That's what I'm saying. The back is not the best way to pin someone unless you're underneath. Because if you try to rotate, I can sacrifice the back and just let you pin them out.
Okay, there you go. Would you prefer mount or back mount with your flat? Like
Still mount.
That is such
Not a-
bullshit. Usually
So yeah, if you go back to what do you think makes that guy so good? We would just say ADCC, get to see him historically dominant performance.
His dedication, the way he trains, and how much he trains. And of course, you have to add his mind, his belief to really try to be good, the best. Or, I don't know what his goals are, but I know he tries to be better than you can. So his belief are very strong. His dedication, he probably trains more than everybody else. I haven't seen firsthand, but from what I hear in interviews with him and everybody else training, the way everybody trains, trying to, for my little knowledge I have, I'll bet he trains more than everybody else. And most important, how he trains. When I kind of already knew, but when I heard John podcast with you the other day, John was explaining the preparation, the training for the ADCC, and that kind of gave me a very strong idea how they've been training all these years. So, when we said, you have to work on your weakness, so you have your weakness. And he trains a lot on his weakness, which not everyone does that. If you look, I'm not going to name the, all the main school, like very strong competitors, great competitors, super tough people, but super tough, not great, because they train, they spar very hard. That makes them tough. If you want to be good, you have to work on your weakness.
why radio?
Because when you spar, like we're saying, how many times you're going to practice escaping a bad position, like a submission hold or a pinning position, side control, mount. It's very little the amount of time you get to spend on those positions if you don't start. So that he's very smart the way he trains.
And part of that is also cerebral. It's not just putting yourself in those positions, but talking through different ideas. Like they talk, they like experiment. It's very like at first glance, it's like philosophical almost. Is you try to create systems constantly. You try to understand how this fits into this big picture.
And then it goes back to what is jiu-jitsu, what is fighting. It's fighting for dominance. It's fighting for the ultimate dominance positions, which is back and out. There's no others. And from that you finish. So if you look back at his, over the years of his past fights, before he used to mainly focus in legs. And over the past few years, he's mainly focusing finishing from the mountain bike. So that's when he became really good.
So part of that is Mr. John Donaher. What do you think? You've known John for a long time. What makes that guy interesting, special, and good? What have you learned about jiu-jitsu and life from John Donaher?
He's super smart. I mean, eccentric, and he lives through jiu-jitsu. He's 24/7 thinking better ways to teach, how to make his competitors better. And that as a coach, when you have that dedication as a coach, that it makes the most difference for your athletes. Like which other big team you have that coach with that motivation? All the other schools is either someone that competes, that push the training, like Andre Overall. It's not. He's one of the competitors, so he brings time in everyone else, but he doesn't have the time. He doesn't spend the time working individually. I mean, I'm sure he does, but he's limited because he loves it. And looking most of the other big schools, like you don't have that now. All the leaders, the main coaches for the other big schools, they have other things in their lives. They don't fully dedicate it to the athletes. John does. Look at the interview. He spends hours and hours a day studying how can await the system, to make his athletes better. Look at the result.
I enjoy just sitting back and forth, and you control him essentially by sending interesting videos, and you can just see his mind. He's going to do research on that. Because I kept sending him videos of bears because he claimed that a lion would beat a bear because I'd love to get your take on this. Okay, the bear is much bigger, much stronger, but his take is that the bears don't have experience of fighting to the death. It's not part of the culture. They're more scary. In fact, he keeps sending me footage of even a small mountain lion scaring a bear away because they don't want to fight. So his idea is that it really matters your life experience, how much you fight. It's not necessarily the skill, like the dimensions, the characteristics you have. But then I send him. People should Google this. It's bears fighting of any kind. It's the most epic thing ever. I'll show you. Let's look at this guy. The cardio though is interesting.
It's funny. I was going to mention that because I was, flipping to the internet. I came around that view. Look how big these guys are. They really wish they don't bite each other.
You think it's just
they try to intimidate because they didn't want to get hurt. But they try to size each other up. The whole fighting is sizing each other up. There's a lot of pushing, and the first so thick for the claw doesn't really damage much.
They're used to the trees, so maybe there
is bites, but so the whole time they're trying to intimidate the other one, like winning the fight by their stomach.
And mostly about the way drunk can fight, which is some kind of display of dominance versus actual.
They're all fighting to kill. And bear or tiger, they fight to finish. Unless the other one runs away, like the one will die.
Yeah, the lions attack. Yeah, it looks like cardio. Look how bad their cardio is. I wonder how. My favorite part is when one of them just stands behind a tree and says, "All right."
Get my breath.
He sit this down. It's like, all right, you can't. No. It's like it's the equivalent in the forest, tapping out. All right, you got it. Yes. Look, the both just shot. But see, the thing is that I was trying to make an argument for is that we get this rare footage. It's not rare. I mean, there's hundreds of videos, but it's not millions of videos because there's a huge number of bears. And I was trying to say that there's some badass bear we don't know about because he just goes in there and just does work. and we just don't know about it because he's like everyone. See, the thing is, if you kill a lot of other animals, you probably have a territory that nobody's going to mess with you, so it's very hard to catch the like the Haja Gracie of bears. You know, he's just going to be sitting there doing nothing. So I don't know. I feel like, of course, in the corner of John would say that if you put a bear and a lion in a cage, the bear will win. If they're forced to be to the death. But I don't know. Oh, let me ask you another ridiculous thing before I ask serious questions. So Joe Rogan thinks that a tie is an effective way to attack somebody. I can't believe I haven't, in the time in Vegas, I didn't talk to you about this. I think it's not. Have you ever explored this? So it's the best choker in the world. Have you ever explored to use? Because like jiu-jitsu has the jacket, but the tie, to me, is a pretty shitty way to choke somebody. Like intuitively, it thinks it's a good way, but if you slide around, it feels like there's no way to really pin. You need to. Right, so you use it the way you use a belt, essentially. Yeah. But then, yeah. See, I don't think it's. I think it gives you. It actually has the reverse effect, which it gives you the false sense of confidence that you can use it, and instead it'll just distract you.
So he thinks it's a stronger weight than the cow, or just a stronger? Yeah, stronger than the cow. I don't see how. Maybe just like,
well, it's in a street fight scenario, right? Like,
but the time you grab the tie, the guy will touch him.
Yeah. What George St. Pierre thinks is the best use of the tie is to actually like what do you call that? So basically to all balance them. Which is an interesting point to like that can be used to, yeah, like use the jacket and some kind of thing. Yeah, I haven't really fully tested it.
I say jacket or tie him from that perspective of balancing the person. It can be, yeah, because you can't control the person's neck. The collar, the jacket moves. So for the purpose of balancing the person, I would agree with you.
See, the thing is, that's the thing about martial arts, is you can say all kinds of bullshit, but until you really test it in over a period of years, the competition you don't need. I think like that's where my gut says so easily to find moves. My gut says the collar. There is something really powerful about the jacket. There's like the way it sits. I mean, the fact that the arms trapped us from rotating, like it's a weird piece of clothing. It's a really dangerous piece of clothing that we put on ourselves. Yeah. Like, and it's kind of cool to develop this whole martial arts system that allows you to use that to do a lot of damage. It's very interesting.
So when we're saying something that you develop over the years of practice over and over again, going back to the efficiency of the mountain bike, by experience of attacking people, people always had a much higher chance of escaping from the back than from the front. So I feel if I mount and get both my hands on the back, you cannot escape. If my hands are deep, it's like that. I don't remember anyone escaping, but I do remember if my hands are deep on the collar or even the real naked choke, it's still a hassle. Like,
So
not clean.
you have some data on this. Is there some aspect to how your body is, the characteristics of your body that fits a particular set of techniques? So if you just look at jiu-jitsu broadly, do you see most techniques being able to work for most people? Like what you're saying about mount versus back control, is it possible for a different body type and mount is not as effective?
Yeah, of course. That's a very big piece of amount.
You don't think yourself as big?
No, big, I mean fat.
No.
They should stay off the amount.
Why is that? That's a connotation.
Mobility, it's like I think that you don't see any, like you see weights like 160 kilos, like in pounds. I don't know, 270 pounds of fat. It's you need a bit of mobility, and that would usually play against you.
So
even back.
A great
back
mount.
is the same.
requires mobility. Okay. So even though it doesn't look like you're moving very much when you're doing that requires mobility because you have to reposition, weight redistribution.
Yeah, adjusting.
All right. The legend goes you got very good by training most of those lower ranks. What was your training like in that environment?
So when I first moved to London, I was 20 years old. I opened my school there, and I had nobody to train. I had one guy that was teaching with me a black belt. Either way, it was good. And that's it. But all it was, he moved to to England the same time as I did, but he was in Birmingham. So we did work together, maybe twice a week, close to, when we were preparing for something. If not, then not very often. As often as we could, but let's say not that often. And I had just called out schools. There's no one high level. There's no one world champion in the belt. Then you need to create a scenario that simulates, that can simulate, like a realistic fight. So I think on that aspect, when people said, people ask, why do I have such a basic game? I think that also influenced me sharpen up all my skills when I moved there because, when you practice with people, lower level than you cannot, there's nothing to learn from them. Or, you can learn things in practice with them, but actually very complex thing on them, it is not the best. So I sharpen up all my skills. So, that when I really improved everything that I already knew very high level.
But how can you sharpen something if the resistance is much lower level than
a purple belt can make it very hard for you to skip something. You don't have to be a world champion black belt. It's, if it's one is holding you, it can be very hard.
What about on the attack? How do you become literally by far the best person at the cross choke from mount by training with purple belts?
Sometimes purple belts defend way better than black belts.
Okay. See, a lot of people listening to that would be like, that makes no sense. Roger Gracie. How does that make any sense?
Because like a lot of the black belts, even more champions, they get to the black belt, they're really good, what you do, like in the guard, top or the bottom position, but the defense are not. Like very, very few people, high level, have a very good defense because you don't practice. Then that goes back to how you train. You can be very tough to make your defense because you're not going to practice your weakness. So your weakness is still going to be terrible. You're going to have the best guard in the world, impossible to pass. The day people pass your guard, you do nothing. Like, it's your guard is the highest level, but your side control defense are not. Your mount defense are not. So some purple belts, if they practice this, the mount way more than the black belt did. So naturally the difference is better.
So they get to experience the defensive position much more, and especially training with you, they get really good at defending.
And then over and over again, you're attacking with the same thing over and over again. And they know what's coming, they will block. They'll develop a defense over that. Yeah. Way better than most other high level black belts.
So both put yourself into really bad positions with lower ranks and just keep attacking the same way over and over and over. Yeah. And with that, you're able to be at the top of the world at the World Championship. Can you give some, what was the preparation like for the World Championship with the lower ranks? And,
I did a lot of boxing, a lot of conditioning.
But the conditioning is a good part.
Yeah. But the one thing that helped me extremely living in England, was training judo at the Budokai in London. That helped me massively because it gave me the motivation to learn something new. Because back then at the Budokai, the stand-up was, I'm sure today it is too, but by then was even higher than it is today. Like there was some very high level judo guys training them, and the first time I went there, my stand-up was terrible compared to this. And it was bad, but compared to them, it was terrible. So I was getting through like a child. And that motivated me to keep coming back and get better. So that made my jiu-jitsu much stronger. My days got better, my top game increased, my pressure game improved.
Did Neil Laddle train?
Ray Stevens, I've never met him. Ray
You
Stevens,
right? He's the voice of judo. I don't know if you watch the tournaments. He's incredible.
yeah. Ray Stevens is a silver medalist in the Olympics. He's European. He won a lot.
So he did some judo training. What's your favorite time? Like Soto,
Shimata, people.
So that made you better at jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. And back then, like for the first also maybe 3 years, maybe 4, I went to Brazil for like 2 months before every major tournament. So I say, I moved away from the school and I really focused. I was really well prepared with my judo and everything else, sharpened up my skills, and then went to Brazil to train with like really high level people. So that way I was managing to compete in the highest level.
What advice would you give to, let's start with a complete beginner? So, a bunch of people come up to me, they want to start doing jiu-jitsu. What advice would you give them?
Try to absorb as much technique as you can and try to be as relaxed as you can. Don't desperately try to fight so hard. Like learn and move slow.
Move slow and relax.
That's the hardest thing to do. The hardest.
You know what I find with people, it seems like it's hard to even know that you're not relaxed. It's like the introspection. They don't even know what it feels like to relax.
It's a big sense.
Yeah, right.
You try to relax, they look at you saying, wow, yeah. What do you mean relax? I'm relaxed.
Exactly.
Your arms are shaky.
You feel it. And in terms of going slow, you're like, yeah, I'm going slow. No, you're not. There's a grace and elegance of movement that you can probably pick up from a lot of other disciplines. Like for me, I think that came from just learning piano at a young age. Just for I think any mobility thing, to learn how to move efficiently, you have to know how to relax. It's just the fact that you can, like, your body can be tense or it can be relaxed. Just knowing that fact.
Now imagine you shoot the tense.
Yeah.
To think you play piano well. No, everything has to be relaxed.
I guess some of that is mine too. But just knowing that and being self-aware. But see, like, even me, approaching a thing I don't know anything about it. Being a beginner, you're going to tense up. No matter, and like, it actually takes a conscious effort to think to relax. And that's
why learning things as an adult is much harder than as a child. Like it's very hard. And as an adult, it's like to get to the highest level, it's not possible. Because you will never relax the way you should.
Yeah. Relax in a way that you become like water, but then you solidify it in other places. Yeah. Yeah. Is there advice you can give to an adult? So like somebody that has a job, like a hobbyist, like how to progress?
They train. You just need to train as much as you can. Not, 5-7 days a week because you're going to get injured. 2-3 times a week to start is the best way to initiate your jiu-jitsu journey and practice these things over and over again. When they don't work, just because you're not doing well, not because you have to learn something else.
You see some value in picking a set of techniques that seem to draw your heart in. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. You're going to yell at me, but I never learned close guard well. It just never connected with me. You could say it's body mechanics, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's just like my heart never connected with it. The way I justified it to myself is I felt like when you're bad, you're using the close guard, just think you could use the half guard to stall. I was really drawn to the butterfly guard as a beginner because I thought that or open guard in general. I have no option to stall. I'm going to learn. My thinking was when you do the guards that it forces me to learn. And then I fell in love with the butterfly guard and the open guards and so on. And I never really understood the close guard. And the other thinking was, do I really need to understand the close guard? Because it's always by choice that I go there. I can avoid.
You can avoid anything you want. You don't have to do anything.
It's like,
It doesn't make you complete. That means you have.
You want to be complete as a. This is the question: how valuable is it to be complete to get good?
It depends how good you want to be.
Okay, let's go. Well, there's several questions there. Yeah, okay. Like to be the best in the world, you need to be complete.
Of course, the best in the world. Of course, you have to be complete. Otherwise, somebody's gonna be better than you.
What about like so to understand to define, you have to be also good at the offense in every single position.
Otherwise, you have a weakness, and someone can capitalize on that weakness.
Okay, what about to be like a hobbyist?
And you don't have to.
But can you, or is it still bad?
I mean, it's not bad. Nothing is bad. I mean, as a hobbyist, you start late. I mean, it doesn't matter how far you're going to get. As long as you enjoy it, just train as much as you can. If it's twice a week it is. If you're limited, how good you will be training twice a week, of course. Then the guy that trains twice a day, it's just the more you train, the better you get.
But you have to select what you train. That's what I'm asking.
So no, yes, but like for how long? Like there's some point in your life that you might try something. See if you like it. There's some point in your life that you might, okay, let me try close guard. You might not like it now. Maybe 2-3 years from now,
you're gonna like it. I kept trying it. Listen, it's very difficult to get any respect and it's hard to get to black belt and beyond in jiu-jitsu at a respectable place and not have a good close guard. Close guard is
then don't do it. It's not necessary.
I'm being a rebel.
No, it's not. I'll say because it's not a position that you under pressure. That if you don't know, you'll be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble not to know the close guard. You're just going to go straight for open guard.
I mean, that's not a problem. The main limitation is if you don't do close guard a lot, that you don't get a full, complete picture of understanding how to attack close guard, or somebody puts you into a close guard when you're on top. So it's nice to know both sides, but just understand.
Yeah, but you can have a pretty good understanding of how to defend when you're talking, not having any problem.
I mean, some of it is also just like the length of legs and just the geometry of your body. I'm sure Marcelo Garcia has a good close guard, but that's the point I'm trying to. In theory, you can imagine. But like, for a hobbyist, I think it's interesting to think of that. Like, is it possible to focus on a small set of techniques and help you to develop, of course, still into a good jiu-jitsu player, and still enjoy it, and still be
most people have it. In the jiu-jitsu world, 99% is still there complete.
even the people that compete.
And we have high level competitors. I know those guys.
Thank you for that. No, I think you would say that most people don't have to. Coast Guard is such a difficult position to understand for me.
Maybe one day we'll learn that.
Yeah, good. I felt it's too easy to stall versus attack. That was my main concern. It's like I want to be forced in every way to always be attacking, to always be moving, to always be. And it felt like if I got really good, I've seen it happen with half guard too. It's like when people get really good at half guard, it just feels stalling. If you just look at the matches and so on, you slow things down so it's not. You don't get reps on running. You don't get action in interesting ways. So that was my worry, that I'll get old and fat and just sitting in close guard all day, holding on to the white belts trying to kill me. Because it's also, I mean, that's the other thing for hobbyists, for everyone, is like, when you first start, you have to relax in the face of the fact that you're just getting your ass kicked nonstop. That can also be really tough on the ego. I think probably the right way to see that is you're growing as a person.
You see that clearly when they are like in a bad position, let's say side mount or mount. Like a beginner, he will never relax in those positions. The moment that you say go, they like trying to push you up and explode. There's no relaxation, no competition. It's like no, it's out and go until I have zero to do, until I'm exhausted, my arms cannot move.
It's kind of fun to watch, actually. What's the role of drilling? Do you like drilling?
I do not like drilling, but I'll tell you why. I think it's fighting, it's mechanic. Right? So it's very important to drill a move until you learn the mechanics. Of course, it's important. If someone want to teach you an arm lock, you want to practice that movement until you learn the mechanics of it, but the guy's not resisting. Easy to apply, right? So you apply it as many times as you have to until you know the mechanics of the move, until you can apply the mechanics. The moment that you know how to apply, there's no more point in drilling. Now you have to practice. Now you have to practice with resistance. Of course, you're not going to practice with the guy fully resisting. The guy's better than you because he's not going to give you a chance to practice that move. But you have to practice with resistance. So when this drilling comes on that is most of people, they flow drill and everything. I think whatever you do, you're conditioning your body to do something. You repeat the same move over and over again. Your body's conditioned to apply that movement or the technique. Drilling is not realistic because the other person is not resisting. The flow movement or whatever. After you go beyond, you already know the mechanics. The drilling with no resistance is not going to teach you anything because you will never know how to apply the movement with resistance. So it's pointless to carry on drilling after learning mechanics.
See, but you're making it sound easy to learn mechanics. I would argue
you can drill as many times. I'm not limiting how much you drill. You drill as long as you have to. I mean, it doesn't matter how long.
The benefit of drilling, I'm just playing devil's advocate. The benefit of drilling is that you can more if you get a high number of reps. So,
what are you going to gain with those reps?
Understanding the mechanics of movement. And what I would like to argue is you don't necessarily need resistance to deeply understand the mechanics. Now, I don't know. There's some moves. Like I bet you could drill your way to an incredible mount. Like mount is a good example of that. You don't really need a resistance. I can imagine a world in which the resisting opponent is not essential for developing some of the very fine details of the mechanics.
I don't know what you say mount. Yes. What you're gonna achieve by drilling with no resistance after you learn the mechanics?
What I'm trying to tell you, the learning of the mechanics isn't a thing where you get a certificate and you're done. You're going to learn the fine details of the way you redistribute your weight. You're going to learn how to move your. I don't understand.
But inside at that body,
yeah,
like everything you do is just flow process and timing. You have to understand moving. If the guy is resistant, like I'm not going to grab you and apply the movement. I need to grab and feel when is the right time to do it. Like that it only comes with movement. If you're not fully resistant, how would I know?
You could infer with
no movement, with no resistance.
Like there's some resistance.
Let's get arm lock. Okay, let's say you've been drilling for a week. Okay. 5 hours a day. You should be an expert with the mechanics. But now, how are you going to carry on with drilling? For no resistance?
No.
Exactly. After that week, drilling 5 hours a day, the arm lock, you still have no clue how to apply the arm lock against a resistance. No clue, zero. Yeah. You don't know the movement, you know the mechanic, which is, it's like how long you have to drill, and it doesn't matter. It varies of the person. You can drill for a month. After that month is over, you should understand how the mechanic works, you still have no clue how to apply the movement against a resistant opponent. You will never ever know how until you apply with a fully resistant opponent. That's the only way to know to really learn the move.
Yes, well put. But the question is, can you have a small percentage of time when you go against a resistant opponent to get the wisdom and the insight of what it takes to do that movement? And you spend a large percentage of other time just practicing the mechanics of it. So, like, do you need to, as you get better and better at technique, to basically drift away completely from drilling and more into the sparring? I'd like to. You like to? No, I don't like drilling. Well, yes, I like drilling. I'd say, but I just see it would always bother me in the jiu-jitsu community how few people really so value drilling. I see it in wrestling, especially in the Russian style of wrestling, like the value of drilling. I don't necessarily mean that it's like a dead body or like a dummy or something like that, but just getting the reps in, really focusing on a high amount of reps.
I agree in wrestling and judo. I agree that drilling is very important, and you should drill 1,000 times if you.
Yeah, judo is a really big one.
It is because it's the movement, it's the timing, it's the precision of the movement. It has to be perfectly because it's one movement. Then you learn about the timing of the movement when you're fighting. But during fighting, you only need to know the time because your body movement is exactly the same when you drill.
That's really good. The mechanics is much more important.
Yeah, but it's completely different for jiu-jitsu. Because let's say from jiu-jitsu, like the unlock, for example, we use that as an example. Let's say from the close guard. In my close guard, before I go for the unlock, I need to have a set of grips. Let's say I have your collar in your arm, right? And then, when you're drilling, I'm going to grab your arm, I'm going to grab the collar, and I'm going to drill my body until I can apply the unlock and finish. And I can do that 1,000 times. Okay, now we're fighting. We start with the grip. The moment that I initiate the unlock attack, you will defend the unlock will not work. So it's not the one movement that will get me to attack the arm. There's a combination of other things that I need to do. I need to feel about your weight, I need to get you close to it. There's so many other things involved that I need to feel that only comes with with a fully resistant opponent.
Yeah. So pretty quickly it has to be live.
Yeah. And then becomes how you practice, how you train. You're starting on that position and just saying, let's go. And the moment that we disengage from that position, we go back. That's when you really learn. Because everything that you do wrong, you're going to go back there. And you're going to try again. And the repetition, it will teach you have a feeling of timing, when to go. If there's if there's other combinations, which you always have to go with it.
By the way, for the internet that's currently yelling at me for arguing with Hodge Racing about drilling, that's called, playing devil's advocate to strength and to explore ideas. I'm not actually arguing. Okay. I forgot to ask you, if you had to fight against the bear, lion, or anaconda to the death, which one would you choose, and would you be able to actually win anything?
A bear, a lion, a tiger, anaconda.
Oh, gorilla too. No, gorilla.
I'll probably choose the anaconda.
Let's see. I mean, you're not allowed to run away though. So you're in a cage. You have to kill.
So the anaconda. I think I have no chance against the other one.
Zero chance. What's up, Johnson? I think
I have a tiny little like this.
You don't think it's possible to be? I just it feels like technique can do something against these animals, but there's so much strength, so much aggression.
The real naked choke, translated to Portuguese, is to the lion. So ever since I was a kid, I always thought that if I get behind a lion, the real naked choke, which in Portuguese it says mata-leão, So Mataleon is kill the lion. So I always thought that that's the only way to kill a lion. The fight against a lion, go behind, you put the real naked choke. I think you put it to sleep. The name Mataleon is like kill the lion. Someone came up with the name. Why?
Somebody must have.
Maybe someone was just fight with the lion choking
There you go, John. There you go. I honestly do think, so actually, yeah, you understand controlling position. Do you think, like an animal like a gorilla or a lion would shoot you if you have back full locked in?
Well, I would say the one that would have the biggest chance of staying there is the lion because you just in your body. It's smaller than a tiger, I guess. I think tigers are bigger.
Yes. So do you think they can shake you off though?
I think I will have a bigger chance of staying against a lion's pack than any other animal.
I answer the question. Do you think you have a chance?
If I start on the back,
It's got full locked in, full controls. Let's say it's a small enough line you can actually have a full.
I'll guess it. I mean, I would like to believe so.
Well, like just like you said, somebody must have been able to do it. Throughout your journey in jiu-jitsu, have there been low points? Because there have been points where you really doubted yourself.
No, I never really doubted myself. There's low points in defeats. Those are the low points. When I lost,
How did you do it?
I just went back to the gym next week and said I need to get better. Yeah, every time I lost, I'm like, I need to get better because I need to choke them out. I need to sleep them because, win by point. It's as a black belt, I have very, very little loss. I would say, I mean, I don't like to sound like a crime baby, but I'll say most of those losses were very, very controversial.
Yeah, there's not a dominant, clear performance. It has about referees and points.
Everything since I was very young, I always fought against my opponent and the referee. Like if there was ever in my whole life, there was ever a doubt, they always go to my opponent. Always. That was just something that I had to do in my whole life.
What's the motivation behind? What led to the fact that you win most of your matches by submission or dominance? Like, are you chasing?
Because that's the only way to prove you're better. And I never fought to win tournaments. That was never my goal. That was the consequence of me trying to. Like, I don't care how many titles I have. I care about. I need to beat all my opponents and not win because win is not enough. I have to submit them. That's the only way to win the match. To submit them. If I win by advantage or a point, that means I was better than them that day. That does not mean I'm better. If I take out, pass your guard, mount, and submit you, there's zero questions with you. Like there's nothing you can say about it. If I foot sweep you, put your butt on the floor, I get an advantage. We carry on fighting and I win. It's not even means I'm better than you.
And if that happened, I would call you.
If it is for me, it's not enough. I wouldn't be.
What advice would you give to young folks who look at you, were able to accomplish from a place where you're not very good to becoming the best in the world at a thing? What advice would you give them to have a journey like that, to have a journey where they could be successful in their career and their life to such a high level?
Determination is the most important thing. You need to know where you're going to get there. So you need to have a goal, whatever that goal is. Like you need to set that goal for yourself, so you know where you want to go, and to have the determination to get there, and be sure that you will fail many times. Like you cannot let your failures bring you down because you will fail many times. Everybody does.
So you said you didn't look to external sources of belief. You just believed in yourself. Is there something to that where you have to try to like be your own source of belief? flame the fire within yourself? Was that something difficult to do?
But that was just very natural for me. I said, you can surround yourself with great people. That is extremely important. Don't surround yourself with failures because they're not going to push you to, they don't know what it is, how to get there. I mean, everybody knows what it is. When you surround yourself with winners, you know what it took them to get there. Use them as an example.
Yeah, there's a certain kind of aura to people that just achieve great things and being around them. But still, it's hard to find people that, especially at that early stage.
Any area, yeah, any area.
That's right. But, yeah, greatness has a certain. I think it's almost humbling just to see. Okay, any human, like at least that's the lesson I learned. Almost any human can do it. Can be great.
I've used Muhammad Ali as a great example. Look at his belief. Look at how much he believed in himself before he was Muhammad Ali. Look at the determination he had, the confidence he had fighting, even on his loss. He never changed it. When he fought George Foreman, not one person in the world thought he was going to win that fight by himself. He never doubted himself. Everybody else did. He won over all the odds against. So it's, when you look at people like that, you don't have to be a boxer to try to follow his example.
But see, those are like epic, giant battles. But I feel like you fight the same kind of battle when you're young and your parents tell you that, just with their whole energy that this is silly, don't be silly, don't be silly to chase.
It's harder. It is harder. But as a kid, it's harder to deal with that because, to go against adults, especially parents, telling you otherwise, like the amount of strength you need is gigantic. I don't even know how much strength you need because that was not my case. So I can understand what you have to go through with the force of your parents telling you, otherwise. But it's how much you want, it will dictate how far you're going to go, where you're going to go. So it's, if you can break through that, you get nowhere. It's that simple.
And actually, one of the really nice things the internet does that I would give advice to young people is that you can find, even if your parents are not a source of that, your teachers, your community, you can find people on the internet who believe you. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool how the internet opens the possibility of like a community of like 10, 11-year-olds, like building shit. I see this all the time, engineering, and they're fueled by belief. They want to be like, they want to create the next $1 trillion company, right? There's that fire in their eyes, and not for the money, obviously, but to do something really practical. And I think that fire is extinguished often by teachers and parents. They think that the logic that parents have and teachers, they look at a kid and they don't, on the surface level, they don't see greatness, right? They just see kind of mediocrity. And so to them, it's like, right, the world is more complicated than that. In order to get great, you have to, they somehow kind of always try to be reasonable with you, and in so doing, extinguish the flame. It's weird.
I think most people are afraid to even try. So you can call them cowards for not trying, because you are a coward for not trying, not putting yourself at risk, right? So I would say a big part of society are cowards for never trying, never pursuing what they really want. There is a weight, a pressure. Most people, a lot of people who stay around you, that because they were afraid to try, they don't incentivize people to do so, because they want everybody to be like them. Because imagine if everybody around you suddenly are not afraid and everyone is trying, and you look yourself in the mirror and say, I was too scared, I never tried. So you feel really bad about yourself. So it's easier to have people around you that think exactly like you than otherwise. So they reflect a lot on the kids. It's, so our society almost like press them down to be like everybody else, to have a normal job. Don't take risks because you can lose it all. I mean, that's the worst thing you can tell anybody. Take all the risks, lose it all a few times. That's how you're gonna do things,
especially when you're young.
Yes, exactly. What's the point of not trying? You should try, and you will lose everything. It doesn't matter. What it matters to lose at everything? It does matter. It will teach you. You can resilience. Try harder. Go after. It's don't live a normal life because otherwise you what we're here for.
Take big risks, take a lot of them, fail.
Fail 1,000 times until you succeed, and then you're gonna be the most proud of yourself. Like there's gonna be pride. Then will change the world.
It is true that most people are not necessarily cowards, but have cowardice in them.
It's most people are just afraid to try,
And a lot of it comes from this as well, because if you try and you fail, you get hurt.
It hurts. It's not a pleasant thing to fail. I mean, it's terrible. To think, when I lost any tournament was a good thing. When I was getting beat up at the gym over and over again was a good thing. When I was getting there and getting smashed by all the good guys, I think I liked it. Well, I hate it. But it's my resilience that, make me carry on till I succeed. I think I like to get tapped. I'm the most competitive, one of the most competitive persons. No, I hate to lose. But I accept. I mean, I just need to get better. Every single time I lost in the championship, I hate. I've never screamed. No one never saw me screaming, shouting that I got robbed. I should have won. The referee, this screwed me over. I mean, okay, it happened. Shit happens. I need to get better because I don't want to be in that position ever again. So when I fight, if I'm better, if I tap them, there's no question. I don't need to wait for the referee to decide that there's points or no points. His interpretation that made me better because I have everybody else. Winning is not enough.
It's just objectively speaking, what you learn the most from is really wanting to succeed and then failing. And doing that often. That's the reality from a parent, from a teacher perspective, from anybody, from people you love. If they really want to do something, help them do that thing. If you think they're going to fail, good. Help them do that faster so they fail faster. So they're going to learn.
The only way to succeed is failing. There is no other way. That's what people have to understand. Without failing, there is no success.
Since you've gotten a little softer, a little more emotionally open, what's the role of love in
It's probably the most important thing. That's the basic of everything, right? Love brings the best of us. If we have more love and compassion from the other person, I think we'll be a more evolved species. The world will be a much better place than it is now.
With friends, family, help you along the way?
Yeah, a lot. I always had a lot of love and help from many people. That's why I succeed. I never got here by myself. I had a lot of people who loved me, believed in me, and helped me get to be here today.
Well, I'm glad they did. I'm glad you're here today. I'm a huge fan. It was an honor to meet you. It's an honor to hang out with you in Vegas, to hang out with you again today. I've just been a huge fan for a long time.
My pleasure.
Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Hodrick Racing. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hodrick Racing himself. Jiu-Jitsu is simple. You just have to do it right. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.
additions relating to the drilling of oil pipelines. The facility was being cleared out in the connected corner of the Architects Lake Zone. But every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain gap, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider, the Green Beret bodyguard, became evidence to be shot by a crane.
Blink once you know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, but I'm not going to tell me. The following is Todd Howard, one of the greatest video game designers of all time. He has led the development of Fallout series and the Elder Scrolls series, including Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and the future Elder Scrolls 6, and a totally new one, an upcoming game called Starfield. Many of these have won Game of the Year awards and have been some of the most celebrated and impactful games ever made. To me, Stone is quite possibly the greatest game ever. This is a Let's Review podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Todd Howard. Is it possible that we are currently living inside a video game that the future youth designed? Can you give hints as to how one would escape if this was a video game? How can a video game character escape to outside the video game? Are these things you don't consider when you design a game?
Actually, we do. Because in the kind of games that we make, we want it to be as open as possible. So, when you start a game, you're always testing it. What can I do? What would the game allow me to do? And you check everything. You try to pick up the mugs, you try every door, you collide with everything. Like, hey, what are the rules of this world? We try to do games where, we say yes as much as possible. That leads to some level of chaos. But if you were stuck in a video game, you try everything, and usually you're going to find a door or a space where the designers didn't anticipate you piling all those crates up and getting over a wall that they didn't expect.
Right, so it's not a designed doorway out. It's a accidental, unintended doorway out, and it's a happy bug.
You could like Truman Show, just get in the ocean and go.
Just keep going, keep going. But the more realistic the game becomes, the harder it is to find that door. The bigger door for the world.
And then as we do it, we learn they're gonna find it. So just don't try to pen it. Usually we leave like this developer test cell area in the game that we don't anticipate anyone will find, and they ultimately find it. And it usually has crates of all the weapons in the game, things like that.
The little hints he drops out will just drive people mad, which is something I enjoy deeply. So Skyrim NPCs have at times hilarious dialogue. What does it take to build a good NPC dialogue?
The main thing is to make them react. A lot of times when you write characters, movies, things like that, you want to make that character interesting for themselves, right? What's their story? And there's some characters like that the player definitely cares about. But the best characters are the ones that react to you. So you'll find a lot of people love our guards, and the guards are written almost purely to be reactive. Hey, nice tie, like jacket, dude, cool watch. Hey, what'd you do? And so that, hey, you're the man as you walk by. That makes them interesting, or the way they react to something that you do. Lydia in Skyrim, who everybody loves, sworn to carry your burdens, that's a generic line that all of the house carls have, and it just kind of lands. She says,
"Why does it land? What do you? And did you anticipate it would land?"
There's a slight snarkiness in that particular read of it, and you're asking her to do something, and she's reacting to you.
What about the trade-off between maybe the randomness and the scripted nature of the dialogue? Is there any randomness of the dialogue?
Oh, absolutely. We tend to write them in stacks with, it's a very small, think of it as a small state machine that just says, okay, this is what's happening. Here's a random list of things I could say to that. And then some of that plays out in ways you don't anticipate. But we look at the things, what are the players doing that we could have the characters respond to that they don't expect, jumping on tables or stealing stuff, or sneaking in the middle of the night, or those kind of things. The more that we can do, the more reactive and interesting the characters appear.
And these state machines, how big are these things? Are these individual to the individual characters? It's just fascinating how you design state machines. Is it just a giant?
I would think of the AI as one big for sort of everybody.
So there's an AI.
There's a manager for all people. And one of the things
People manager.
Right.
Nice.
One of the things that makes what we do particularly unique is, and this is a trade-off for what people are seeing, because a lot of it's not on the screen. We're using cycles to run this, which is we're thinking about everybody in the world all the time. The ones that are further away at a much less kick rate, they go into low. But we know if they want to walk across the room, and we're running every quest at the same time. Whereas in other Roblox games, you start an activity, the rest of the world's going to shut it so that they can really make that as impactful. I really prefer that the rest of it's going on. It's more of a simulation that we're building. So when those things collide, that's where it gets the most interesting. And so we're running all of those people and understanding where they want to go and their cycles and what they want to do. And the ones that are closer to you, we just update in a lot more. It's one way to think about it.
That's really fascinating. It's something that people have, they're wondering about to what degree it's possible to run the world without you. So there is a feeling to role-playing games that you're at the center of the world. The whole world rotates around you, as it does in normal life. Like when you walk around, when you forget yourself, you start to take yourself very seriously. Like you are the center of the world. You forget that there's 8 billion people on Earth, and you forget they have lives. That's actually a sobering realization. They all have really interesting life stories, and they have their worries, their suffering, different, complicated ways. And yet, when you play a role-playing game, both computationally from a storytelling perspective, you wonder if the world goes on without you. Like if you come back, if you take a break and you come back, is there still a bustling town that now has a history since you have last visited? And to what degree can you create a world that goes on without you, that goes on at the same time as you do your thing?
We don't prioritize the stuff you can't see, so it's more like an amusement park. If you study like the design or level design, I think it's how they build Disney World in these places. So it still exists for you, the player. So it is fairly, you're going to come in, this is what you're going to see, the shops are in the front, you're going to do this. It's just for us to make it far more believable and get some more emergent behavior that not just make it sort of the verisimilitude of what you're in for that moment, but you buy it all. I always say, like, we got to do the little things that you buy the reality of the virtual world you're in. So we want to do something crazy, when a dragon lands or a death wall comes out of the wasteland or those kind of things it has the impact to you as the viewer that it would to the people in the world.
Okay. But still, you're simulating stuff that's close to you. It is a bit of a simulation going on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And so that creates some interesting dynamics.
And the stuff that we're looking at in the future, our plan is to push that even more, to think about how these things exist in the world first. And we do some of this, but even more so in the future, to say, how do these things exist? Take like a faction in the world. What is their role in the world as opposed to just their role is for the player to join it, go through a bunch of quests, and become the head of the faction. Think a little bit deeper about the simulation and what would the Mages Guild be doing in a fantasy world, or the Fighters Guild be doing in a fantasy world, versus just sign up, do quests, get gold.
And so that when you show up to that Mages Guild, it's a bustling guild. There's stuff going on.
It's not just that it's bustling, it's that they feel rooted in it. They don't feel like a storefront for come here, do quests, get experience.
Is that one of the essential components of randomly generated worlds? So when I think back to Daggerfall, it's a gigantic world. When I first played it, I thought you're just struck by the immensity,
right?
The immensity of the possibility. When you're young and you look into your future, it's wide open. And you can do anything. That's what Daggerfall felt like. The openness was gigantic.
And Daggerfall is interesting coming off Arena, where Arena does the same thing, but Daggerfall in many ways is bigger, despite focusing on an area, because of how the density of this is how much physical game space will do for these villages and towns, and it does feel endless, even though you're looking at a map that has constraints. And Daggerfall actually was a touchstone for us going into Starfield for how we do the planets, because there's a different kind of gameplay experience when you just wander outside a city in Daggerfall than follow a quest line and go to this place, and it's completely handcrafted, and everything around every corner we kind of place like Skyrim. Starfield's a bit more like Daggerfall. If you wander outside the city, we're going to be generating things, and you kind of get used to that game flow, different than we've done before, and fun in a different kind of way.
We'll talk about Starfield. So just for people who don't know, and how dare you not knowing, but with Daggerfall, we're talking about the Elder Scrolls series that started. So talking about the big titles within the series, started with Arena in '94, Daggerfall in '96. I didn't look up the years before this. This is depressing, or awesome. So all of these games brought hundreds, probably for some of them thousands of hours of joy for me. So Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. So I don't remember Arena being that open world.
Well, it's all the provinces. It follows kind of the same pattern. It just doesn't have all the number of villages and places that Daggerfall has. While Daggerfall focuses on the Iliac Bay area, Arena does it all. It just changes the scale in terms of, one block on the map equals this much space.
There is something that, I'm speaking to anecdotal experience, but I just remember it feeling wide open, Daggerfall.
It definitely was, yes.
The way Arena did. I don't remember. Maybe because Arena, it was so cool to have the role-playing game aspect. You're focused on the items and the character development.
Daggerfall has a lot more depth, particularly in the character system. That's what it introduces, all of the skills and those kind of things. Arena is actually, it's a game I love. And it's very, very elegant. If you look at the first one, where it's just an XP-based system, do this, get XP level. Very classic role-playing game. Daggerfall digs deep into who's your character, how you're going to develop it, what are your skills, there's advantages, there's disadvantages. And the environment going full 3D from Arena, which is actually like a 2.5D Doom-style engine, I agree with you that Daggerfall feels like there's more possibilities when you're playing.
Were you able to look up the sky in Daggerfall?
Yeah.
My memory.
Yeah.
So that's what full 3D means. And then you can go outside the city.
You can walk outside the city. You can do that in Arena too, but it looks more fakey, right? It's all going to be a flat plane. Here comes things, and then a dungeon entrance is 8-bit. Here comes a little flat coming at the camera.
So before we go to the end, in the middle, so from Starfield to Fallout and the Elder Scrolls series, let's go to the very beginning. What's the origin story? You know what? Let's even go before that. What's the first time you remember the thing that made you fall in love with video games?
Well, I think it's partly, my age coming up with the arcades and playing Space Invaders at the Pizza Place, and then Pac-Man. Really, it's usually about video games and what Pac-Man did for video games, where it popularized them in a way that was just insane at the time. Had a song, a cartoon, had all of the things. Nintendo comes along, so it was always part of. I think if you were a kid growing up then, it was such a newness to playing things like that. I remember being in 5th grade when the TRS-80 was brought into the classroom. There was a Star Trek game. And I was enamored with it. And they were going to start teaching some rudimentary programming. Okay, would you like to know how this is made? And I was hooked. I need to figure out how to make this stuff. And so I was a self-taught programmer, and my whole goal was to write my own video games. And by 6th, 7th grade, I'd written my own much better Star Trek clone for Apple II. I really enjoyed programming on the Apple II then. And that, I think, was the right level of complexity, at that age, where you could you were always learning, but you could still understand a lot of the problem set for this is when I get on the screen. And I was also a nerd, so I did a lot of art, and I did a lot of programming, and I was always making games. That was my hobby from the time I was, 10 or 12.
What was you involved in making games? How did you think of it? Was it from a graphics perspective, what shows up on screen? Was it how it makes you feel? Was it about the story? Was it the text-based stuff and the dialogue and the prompting? What does it mean to create a video game at that young age?
Well, it was a way of experiencing things that I couldn't myself. So, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons at the time too, where you really feel, even pen and paper, these are things they feel somewhat real to you as you're playing them. You're very invested in your character and what you're doing. And then I loved the games that was free and Ultima that were able to bring that to a computer so I could do it on my own time. It was very, very real to me. Sit in my bedroom and then go to bed and think about it, and then, oh no, I have to go to school. I want to come home and figure out how to do this problem in the game. And so whatever I was creating was something that I was excited about at the time. I made Raiders of the Lost Ark game.
With graphics and everything?
Yeah, it was usually, made a Miami Vice game, made a Root of Wonder game, made a Traveler game. But every time I was doing it, I wanted to figure out a new method on the Apple II of pulling it off graphically. Whether that was editing character sets to get graphics in different formats, or how can I enable the secret double high-res mode it had, or just things like that, where it became kind of this limitless, what can I make this do? And I had some friends who were doing the same thing, and then you get into who can impress each other. And I was kind of middle of the pack, I would say. But again, this was the time where they're bringing computers into the school, and the Apple's coming into the school, and the teachers are learning it because they have to teach the students. But then I would say I was part of a group of students that were way past that. And it was very much of a self-taught. How do you make this thing dance?
I'd like to ask a strange question. So at that time, a lot of people consider you one of, if not the greatest game designer creator of all time. You were middle of the pack then. Did you have a sense that this would be your life, and you also be creating, the greatest games ever?
Not in the slightest. No, I don't think anybody. But I was very much that was my dream at that age. But you don't think that that's a job, And as I got older, I was really going through college, and even the computer classes then weren't where I wanted them to be, so I was still kind of doing my own stuff. And I ended up getting a business degree and then interviewing for some jobs, like finance jobs. So, well, I guess I should do this to make money and keep doing this on the side. And I remember I actually got to like the final level of like this corporate finance job at Circuit City.
Nice.
And they turned me down. And I was like, fuck them. I'm just going to go make video games. So, thank you, Circuit City.
Yeah, I worked for Circuit City. I think they went bankrupt.
They were based in Richmond, close to there.
So what's the origin story of you joining Bethesda Softworks at the time?
So I had gotten Wayne Gretzky Hockey 3 for Christmas from my girlfriend. I was not my wife. I was in college. And I noticed that it was, in Rockville, Maryland. And, that's on my way home over Christmas break back to William & Mary, where I went to college. And I was at this point committed, like, this is what I want to do. So I'm just going to drive by and knock on the door, which is what I did. So I drove by and knocked on the doors Martin Luther King Day, 93. And someone came out and met me and said, well, maybe, and I said, well, I'm in college. I'm talking about my school. Okay, well, contact us then. And I would say I would contact them every once in a while. I did work for a small software company right out of school, down in that area of Williamsburg, and still would contact Bethesda. Arena had just come out. So then we're in 94. Arena had just come out. I loved it. So I was into sports games, like the hockey stuff. They were doing they did a basketball game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, they did like 6 sports games, Bethesda released 10 games, yeah. 6 of them sports games, and NCAA basketball, hockey league simulator.
So it was really like sports gridiron, which is like the first kind of physics-based football game at the time. And there's a famous story with Electronic Arts trying to do Madden and then hiring Bethesda before my time to make Madden because they were struggling. When I started at Bethesda, I remember the owner had John Madden's Oakland Raiders playbook in his office. Like, can I see that? And I love sports, right? So I still play Madden to this day. I love it.
So there's an alternate reality where
I make sports games?
Yeah,
absolutely. I wanted to make like the ultimate college football game. Well, it's always like, it's in music. If I listen to a lot of music, like, you don't play every time.
But I think of open worlds as fundamentally different.
Sure.
Like source of happiness, entertainment, storytelling, world, gaming, and matter. I mean, it's just because I love both. I love both worlds, but
they're 2 totally different experiences. Just like when you might watch a movie, you might be in the mood for Lord of the Rings one day, and then you want some other, I don't know, competitive show or game show or something like that, or watch football. Right? You watch football on TV, but then I want to get really into gaming. So I think all those things have validity. And actually, one of the first things I worked on when I started with Bethesda was NCAA basketball, road to the Final Four 2. So that was kind of an external project that came in like, hey, you know sports, get this game done. And then went on to, but they were doing everything I loved. It was like, this is where I have to work. They're doing like the Terminator science fiction stuff. I love that. They're doing these role-playing games. Like, I love that. They're doing sports. Like this, I have to work there. So I started there and I loved it. Yeah. So when I came in, it had just come out and they were doing the CD-ROM version. So CD-ROMs are out yet.
It used to be floppy disks. That's probably what was the reason?
We would burn them in the basement. We had the disk replicators.
Right. So Arena was not released on floppy.
It was. Yeah, I believe it's 6 floppy disks.
6 floppy disks.
Maybe it was 8.
Yeah.
But in those days, the number of floppy disks was very, very important to what the money. So if you want to do a big, huge game, like, that's too many disks. And so the CD-ROM became this jumping off point for the whole industry where, it's unlimited data.
By the way, I played Arena So that was, of course, attained legally, as one does.
Alternate means?
By alternate means,
right.
On floppy disks. That was such an incredible, as you probably have seen interacting with a large number of people. It's a whole world. It's a world that you escape to in a way, like your favorite book, like Lord of the Rings. It was just it was unlike anything else. It was incredible. It's probably, I mean, of course, people say the first game you play is the most, is the one that really sentimentally means the most to you. As I think the first role-playing game I played, and it was just changed everything.
Was Arena?
Was Arena, yeah. I think Daggerfall is what I really played, especially because, like you said, the character development was really rich. But just like that, you can feel like you travel to this whole other world. It's less about entertainment, like a shooting game,
right,
and more about a world. It felt like it's a world, like you're literally there. You can travel there. You can live there. You actually feel like that person, versus like a Pac-Man, like an arcade, fun, entertaining adventure game. So, so you joined. You made it. What did you work on first?
I worked, well, everyone did a bunch of stuff. So I worked on the basketball game, really just to get it out the door. And Terminator Future Shock. So we were doing Future Shock and Daggerfall at the same time. They were developing a new engine. So it was one of the first 3D engines, the X engine. We were a bunch of guys from Denmark, actually. There's like a big Danish demo scene in those days in the PC. And so a bunch of the top programmers there. Well, look, this is not big. This is not a big company. Maybe there's 20 people in development. And we were doing both Daggerfall and the new Terminator. And so Daggerfall was a bit more, again, behind the Terminator game. So I was one of the main people on the Terminator team. And I don't know, things kind of worked out. I very quickly, I don't know why, like I quickly became the producer, and I was making levels and doing all these things, and it was awesome. And I, like, looking back now, I can understand it better. But at the time, I didn't appreciate it, which is no one quite owned the Terminator license. It was in like this limbo legally. So there was no one to tell us what, like, no, you can't do that. So we would pick apart the movies and how does he mention the gun he wants and the wattage of the laser and all these things. And so Future Shock is a game that I still love today. It does a lot of things that if you go back and look at it, we're frankly still doing. Like, it's a large, open world, post-apocalyptic, landscape height map with instanced objects all over it. And that is still a lot of how we build our worlds.
What's an instanced object?
It's, some games, every, wall or building is kind of unique in its data, whereas we would just build, these little husks of buildings and then place them all over the place. So the memory and the way you render it is much more optimal.
So that allows you to build a bigger world.
It allows you to build a bigger world much faster and not, not every single version of that building is in its own unique architecture that is going to take up memory and processing speed, et cetera, et cetera.
They're very much feeling the computational constraints of the system when you're creating these open worlds.
And you know what? That's the thing, then. You see some of it now, but in those times, I do feel like every year the technology moved. And maybe it's because the same thing, or like that my age at that time, where every year somebody was coming up with some new game system. And it was every year that innovation. And then, 3D acceleration comes along. And then these things come along, and HD comes along. And it is true that as time goes on, there is visually a diminishing return in terms of what you're able to do on the screen. And there's a ton of work that goes into it now, because just rendering this cup to the perfect shine and material and roughness, and how does the global illumination off this wall, it's a ton of work. But you can pretty much do what you want if you want to put the time in. Whereas then, okay, you can't do everything you want. So pick your battles really carefully, and technically you can do what you want, if that makes sense.
How much trade-off is there now in how much effort you put into the realism of the graphics versus the story? And actually, not even how much effort you put in, but is there trade-off in the experience, the feel of the game, in terms of realism and story?
Usually we will start with let the player have as much agency and do as many things as they can as possible. And we will sacrifice some graphic fidelity for that, some speed for that. We could make a game that, traditionally our games are, we okay with 30 frames a second as long as it looks really good and the simulation's running and all of those things. So we'll sacrifice some of that fidelity for the player experience in the kind of things that I do. But from like a manpower standpoint, the graphics programmers work on graphics, the artists work on art, and we have an awesome team of artists and designers, writers, and programmers. It's usually where we find, as time goes on, the amount of art time that it takes to create a cup compared to what it used to be, that has increased. So we do use, like most people use, art outsourcing as well, so that we still relatively, compared to our industry, what we're doing, have smaller teams.
What about the experience of the beauty of the graphics? So like one of the most amazing things about Skyrim, and maybe you could say that about some of the other games, but for me, Skyrim is the outdoor. When you step outside, it's the outdoor scenery. So what does it take to create the feeling, especially of that, being outdoors, of nature, and just like lost in the beauty, whatever it is when you go hiking and you feel the awe of it? How do you create that awe? Is that graphics? What is that?
It's a lot of graphics. It's a lot of mood. We just talk about it in terms of tone. And those are, again, going back to my previous comment, the graphics are very, very important to us because, and we always push them, because when you're doing the kind of things we do, where you step into a virtual world, it does have to have that moment of, wow, this feels real. I've never experienced this. And it's okay. I think it's okay to let just like the time settle. Meaning you step out, how's the wind sound? How are the trees moving? How are the clouds moving? I enjoy strolling and watching the sunset. How does it land over the water? Like, it doesn't have to be like, hey, let's go, let's finish the quest, let's go kill things, let's figure out the next step, let's level up. Like, I like the quiet moments a lot, and I think even player games can tell we spend a lot of time on it. Then you watch like the weather roll in. I think that's just part of being that character, being that person in that space.
Yeah, I saw that there's a mod that removes all enemies. I've been meaning to do that. To just do like a live stream where for hours walk around Skyrim, just and answer questions and so on. It just feels that's a completely stress-free environment. It's just you are, just like you said, in this moment in time. And it's so incredible. It feels as incredible as going hiking or something like that, but in a totally different place, like Iceland or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This whole other surreal, ethereal place. So yeah, it's incredible how you kind of create that. So graphics is a part of that, but also letting it the temporal aspect of that, like the wind, the rustling sound and look and all of that.
The soundscape is really, really important. And the sky, we spend a lot of time on the sky because it's taking up much more of the screen than a lot of people give credit for.
What about the rendering, the openness of it? Like, there's
a lot of level of detail, streaming work, and nowadays it's getting more common. Like, frankly, the systems are built better for it. Hard drive speed is really prioritized. Like, they're so blazing fast. You take Skyrim and Oblivion, and the fallouts of that 360 era. There was a lot of time spent on how do we get all this data streaming in as you move, and then levels of detail so you can see all the way, but not crush the processor.
Hey, you know what? Let's even step back because you mentioned tone. You mentioned tone a lot. What do you mean by tone?
It's all of it together. If you look at, I think you can flip through. Let's just take fantasy. You can sort of look at a couple different than, a Thurian like Excalibur, or your, Sci-Fi Channel, series of the month kind of thing. And so finding that, what's going to make it kind of unique, and usually I lean on something that is grounded in reality for what it is, and then have lesser kind of fantastical things, at least at the start, and then they kind of build. So even when we do Starfield, it's a science fiction game. There are laser guns and spaceships that fire and shoot each other and blah, 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 blah. But it's grounded in, you can look at it and say, okay, this is kind of an extension of things as we view them today in space. And we sort of take the same approach with Fallout, where admittedly things can get even a little bit crazier the longer you're developing Fallout content.
So, just to move on this, the tone starts at, or defining the tone starts at creating a realistic experience. Like you feel like I could walk into this, and this feels like life.
What's their technology level, even for a fantasy world? Is magic, how prevalent is it? Are they making weapons and things and armor? Is it for utility? Is it for decoration? How do they live their lives? Does this feel like a place that you believe that has some grounding in our reality, whether that's historical or near future, or that it's grounded in some semblance of the reality that you and I understand, so that it can feel, it's also making it feel a little bit welcoming. Like, okay, I understand this.
Is that art or science? So like how do you know that it feels welcoming and everything fits and is grounded?
I guess it's personal taste. Some people like things that are weirder, that have more fantastical from the get-go. Even a game like Morrowind, where we get into some more fantastical things, it intentionally starts a little more grounded. There's a very classic medieval-looking town that you come into, but you look just beyond it are mushroom trees and giant insects and things like that.
So in Skyrim, we put a dragon in it. What are your thoughts about dragons and tone? How does that fit into tone?
That's a great question.
It's a ridiculous question, but I just love dragons. I'm going to bring it up.
No. These are the things that we debate with.
Do we include a dragon? You include a dragon in Daggerfall. That's what I'm.
I think there's dragon wings. They're hard to do. Dragons are hard to do. So when you start Skyrim, say, hey, look, dragons are going to be a theme. Just start visually. You can make the argument that dragons existed. Okay, what would they look like? How close to dinosaurs would they be? Or what would they? And ours are less, I believe they're less fantastical looking in general. They look like beasts that could exist in that world. And then how we introduce them, it's kind of a little bit of a slow, roll in Skyrim. And that the people in the world are reacting to the dragons appearing. And that somewhat, mirrors, you want something that mirrors the player experience as well. It says back to you, like, hey, no, have you heard this? Someone's all dragon.
But that's what Daggerfall. Is there mentions of dragons or something? Because I remember being sure that there's dragons in Daggerfall as I'm playing it. I'm searching.
Pretty sure. Well,
is there dragons in Daggerfall?
There's dragon wings in Daggerfall. From my memory, look, I can still probably correct. Like, actually, there's a dragon here. But I'm pretty sure they're not.
Yeah.
And then game I did, Redguard, we bring back a dragon. It takes place beforehand, so we have a dragon there in that game, and that was unique to that at the time.
Yeah, just a brief tangent on that. I thought Redguard was a really, really good game. I played it. It was again, you forget stuff, but I remember getting. I guess it was the first in the Elder Scrolls series to put it into that world, but it was like an adventure game. It reminded me of another game I really love, like Prince of Persia.
That was one of the inspirations. Prince of Persia is one of my favorite games.
Okay, but I apologize if I'm forgetting. Because like jump in buildings and stuff. Like there's a jumping, there's a dynamic, like airy nature, like it's a like parkour
that was
type of situation. Yeah, it was an incredible game. Why do you think? That's sort of a dark question. Why do you think that game was a flop? One of the few.
Not a dark question.
Yeah.
It was. Well, a lot of reasons. Game that I love and really got us going on a handcrafted world. We're coming off of Daggerfall. Morrowind is sort of in design. And then, part of our development teams broke up to do different things. The game that did Battlespire, Redguard was my game. And I wanted to do something a little more Ultima feeling, handcrafted world. I really like things that blend up genres. So I know it's in the adventure game category, but it really does a lot of things. It's a love letter to Prince of Persia. There's a little Raiders of the Lost Ark in it. There's a lot of Ultima in it. And really see what we could do with the engine. This very much, I think, plays like it would have had a much better home on, say, PlayStation or Xbox. This predates Xbox, right? Where it's much more like console-y. Tomb Raider had come out, so you see those influences of Tomb Raider on that game. And 3D effects cards had just come out. Okay, and it was the last. I think it's one of the last like DOS games in a Windows world. So I think it missed kind of a technology window, as well as ultimately not what people wanted from us. And I felt I was really kind of the company let me make that game, and it was a big flop. Battlespire hadn't done well. The company was in really bad shape, and I felt really like personally responsible. Like they let me do this creative thing. It didn't do what we needed it to do, and now we're in a very, very bad situation. Company almost went out of business. And that's when it got reformed with ZeniMax Media, and Robert Altman came in, and we were starting more when it just sort of started. And it was sort of that whole experience that made you sort of realize, someone says to you, okay, you're going to get another shot. And that's where you're like, okay, we're going to make Morrowind and make the biggest, best RPG we can make. We know what the audience wants from us. We know what we can do building a world. So there's like callbacks to how we built the world in Redguard. Morrowind is a large-scale, handcrafted, but if you were to put it, pixel per pixel with Daggerfall, you wouldn't even see Morrowind because Daggerfall is so big. But the impact of playing it, I think, is in many ways equal, but different.
Just you personally, psychologically, did you have doubt about yourself from the performance of Redguard? Like, do I know what it is?
Of course.
Where do you get how'd you overcome that?
I don't know. I would say this honestly. I enjoy it so much. I'm so heads down. Like that becomes better or worse, like my life. And it's just something that I want to play so much. It becomes like there's a little bit. You get a little obsessed with it.
No, but I mean, you love Redguard, right? So like, doesn't that mean? Isn't there a kind of self-doubt about, do I know what it takes to create a great game?
Well, no, I think Redguard's a great game.
Right, so you were sure. Even if
okay, so we're going to debate, like, do I like that game? It's about finding it. Okay, so I love Redguard. Yeah. And the people who played it won a bunch of awards. And, it like, critically was a pretty good game. Did not sell. And the reason for that, again, like, we probably made the wrong type of game, and we missed the technology. We also thought it was very conservative. We're going to do this. So my main takeaway was, I'm not going to be conservative again. I'm going to swing for the fences. And we've had, there'll be some rough edges in swinging for the fences and shooting for the moon. We'd rather do that and land where we land than be very, very conservative in what we're putting out there.
you mentioned just referencing this game on the Reddit AMA that long time ago during Red Guard, the lead programmer made all the buildings up and down after you played for 10 minutes just to mess with me. Just a curious tangent. What's involved with programming an open world game? So we will talk about design and so on, but specifically the programming, because I think this question came from what are some interesting sticky bugs that you've encountered throughout your life in creating these games, and this is one of them that you mentioned. So what are some of the challenges of programming these open world games?
I mean, there are different flavors of them, right? Your GTAs will have different issues than, the Ubisoft games versus our games. Kind of sort of, speak to ours, which is you want to build systems, right? Because they're gonna play the game for a very long time as well, which we've learned. And you can't go through and touch everything by hand per se. So you have to rely on some systemic level of creation and a lot of systems that are robust enough so that when they touch another one, things aren't breaking apart.
So there's like what are the major systems? Is like the physics of the game, the engine of how stuff, the physics, the motion, maybe how light is rendered, all that kind of stuff.
Right, so you have the rendering, right, of okay, this is how I'm going to render the data that I have. So a lot of people confuse engines with rendering. I mean, they're combined, obviously, but there's the data you're going to give to a renderer, which is the thing, that draws the pixels on the screen. So most of the engine is how are you going to bring in that data and give it to the renderer to draw it. So you have that whole system of walking through the world, feeding in the data, and drawing. You then obviously have the physics and the interactivity. What are the things that are there just to be drawn? And what are the things there that are meant to be interacted with and touched? We put a big premium on the ones that can be interacted with and touched, whether it's flowers, whether the trees move, whether you can sleep on the sofa, sit in this chair, pick up all the stuff, bake bread, blah, blah, blah. You then have the AI, which loops in the stuff we talked about earlier and crossing everybody, and combat systems, which is a lot of what people end up doing, combat systems on top of that AI. How do they react to those types of things? And then how do they look at the things that can be interacted with? One of my favorite things is when NPCs will go pick up weapons in the world, which you don't see in other games. The first time you see it in one of ours, it's very unexpected. You can drop a crazy weapon, fight, and an NPC runs over, picks it up, and uses it on you. It's not something you would expect, but I love that stuff.
And that's integrated into a larger system, the ability to pick up a weapon, the NPC pick up. So it's not like a little quirk that's hard coded in. It's part of a bigger system.
They have their own AI for scanning the environment, and that's one of the rules. Hey, is there a weapon that is better than the one I have? I'm going to go get it. Now, we do lock off in a chest, and that's treasure we left for the player. But it's in particular, because we actually have this problem. They are in Oblivion, I believe, which is step a level. Hey, let the enemies go pick up the weapons if they're better. So we make a level and go in, and all of the enemies are armed to the teeth, and there's no treasure for the player because the enemies took all the good weapons. Okay, they don't take those. They take the ones that were dropped by other NPCs or the player.
It's such a fascinating world of the design of the experience for the NPC, because in part so how they interact with their environment defines how the player experiences their environment. Is there a room for further and further development of the AI that controls the NPC?
Sure, we're always iterating on it, and again, as we look in the future, it's more about us finding those more reactivity to the player and also understanding their rules in the world. So they're not just there. They're not just there for the player as a signpost.
But they're reacting to the player. But what about some of the richest experiences we have with people is like the chaos of it, the push and pull, the unpredictability. Is there something, I don't know if you've been following, but the quick, amazing development of language models, the neural network, natural language processing systems, dialogue systems. Do you think there's some possibility of using sort of these incredible neural nets that can have open-ended dialogue, basically chatbots?
Yep, I've seen some incredible demos. I do think it's coming. I don't know when.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a question, like what's ready for real deployment and release versus, hey, let's use that to generate some things that's then static that we're giving to the players, versus it's generated on the fly. But it's definitely coming. It's definitely coming, and I think you'll see it in the types of games that we do. It has great, application.
I love the idea that you'd be using AI to design different NPCs and then testing if they're good enough. If they're like too crazy, you don't want like the super
right. But if we go back to it being reactive, some of that bot stuff, it's incredible. It's then translating that into voice, and then is that being done by the client? Is it being done on the server? Is it baked into the game? There's like different flavors of it.
So there's still computational challenges, like how do you actually make that happen?
Right.
Well, what about in terms of creating the feeling of an NPC? What's the role of voice acting?
Awesome. Yeah, we work with a ton of voice actors, and they bring so much to it, and that's the thing. We can write some stuff, and the best ones get in there and make it so much better, or even ad-lib things. And so we do a lot of voice recording. And we used to do it kind of like at the end of the project. And now we do it throughout. We start really early. We just start recording. So we're recording for years and years, literally, probably 3 years, 4 years.
The part of the actual experience is recording will help define the characters and the tone of the game.
Right, and we'll go back sometimes and, hey, we really like this. We want more of this. Let's do another session. Or, hey, we don't think this character is actually working. We want you to do it different. You're going to be someone else now. Sorry, that got cut.
Do you ever try to sort of imagine that people fall in love with the characters, with the NPCs?
I do.
Like, do they get really attached to the?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've done it in games.
These are like close friends, right? Like you can, like you missed it.
100%. I actually like whenever I'm playing a game and there's like a friendship option, like friends or a romance thing. I find those moments really. I enjoy them. I find them pretty impactful emotionally to what we're doing, and so we've done a little bit of it. It's one of the things that we actually have pushed in Starfield. So we have a number of companions, but for them, we go, I won't say super complex romantic, but more complex relationships than we've had in terms of not just some, state of they like you or they don't like you, but they can be in love with you and dislike something you did and be pissed at you temporarily and then come back to love you.
So that relationship status, if it's complicated, that they're existing in that gray area, it's complicated. We're not dating, we're just.
Well, it's in a lot of games. Previous stuff, you just work your way up. They like you more and more and more and more, and now you're in a relationship.
Now you're.
And when you make them upset, you drift out of like it never happened. You drift out of it. Whereas we wanted one where we can be in a relationship and we've committed to each other in some way, but I just did something that would be angry. As opposed to just drifting out of that status, you're temporary. I don't like what you did state.
Also, some greater degree of complexity in your relationship with a companion.
A little bit. I don't want to oversell that part, but
sure.
My point is, I think those things where you meet a character in a game and you do spend time with them, a companion in a game, and it leads to romance. Myself and others, and I find a lot of players, those moments are really, really impactful and special to them because they did put in the time. That's another thing that I alwaze come at it with, which is the people who don't play video games, they sometimes think like, well, that's a waste of time. That's not go. That's not like you're not getting a lot out of that. Like you haven't really experienced it the way that you can, because these moments that I spent in games, not the ones I made, other ones when I was growing up or even now, that is important time to me. Like I love those moments. I felt really like proud of what I accomplished, and we want people to have that in our games. And the fact that they have had those experiences, we hear from them how important it is to them. It's like, no, this is really, really special.
Yeah, it's I mean, from a game design perspective, I wonder if you can honor the time you spent together with a game, because sometimes there's a heartbreak at the end of the game. When you leave a game with it's a really complicated relationship, actually. Because when you leave a game, it's almost like leaving a romantic partner, because it's like you spent so much meaningful time together, and there's a sense in which it was ephemeral. Like this is not. This
didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't really happen. It was good. It was like you went to Vegas, you got drunk and stuff. So and now life goes on. I wonder if there's a way to sort of always carry that with you. I mean, I guess with words you can kind of share with others. Like
it's weird. I don't like now that we're in the age where you have achievements and you can look at your library and see your hours in games. Like that's like it's almost like a scrapbook now. Like I wish one of my wishes was like I wish I had that achievement list for everything. Like back to the late 70s.
Like every game you play.
Right.
Yeah, like you. I mean, that's one of the cool things with Xbox. Like, we're moving towards that direction. It'd be cool to be from like childhood. The first time you play a video game, it will actually tell you what is the first game.
But you know what? Kids today, they will.
Wow. And see.
You could look back and see. Oh no, I put 1,000 hours in.
What is the first?
And my last save was.
Man, I don't know. Golden Axe, maybe? I'm trying to think what was the first game. No, it's probably Commodore 64 games. Yeah, arcade games. Okay. You went to Starfield. What is Starfield? And what's the origin story of this game?
We had always wanted to do something where you explore space. The explore space book. So take the kind of games that we make and give it a little bit of a different spin. And, the other games that I love, there was a pen and paper RPG I love, Traveler. It was one of the first games I made for the Apple II. I never finished it, but I was doing it on my own. And love this game. Starflight was one. Star Control 2 was a game that I loved. Sundog was a big one in the Apple II days that a lot of people don't know that I loved. And so a lot of us in the studio felt it was time to do something new. We're going between Elder Scrolls and Fallout, going back and forth. And, I mean, we love that. But hey, we've always wanted to do this Explore the Galaxy science fiction game. Now is the time to do that.
And that's a brave move. So Fallout is post-apocalyptic on a single planet. Elder Scrolls series is on a single planet. So this is going out into the open world and many star systems, many planets. I saw that it's thinking about 100 star systems and 1,000 planets available to explore. What is that world of stars and planets like?
Well, you mentioned Daggerfall. We go back to some of that. Well, the first we did it was, how are we going to render a planet, like pull it off for the player? Like, can we? Or do we have to sort of do it where you can't land on all of them, where you're landing in a very controlled, small world space that we, kind of craft, where we would have a very limited set of those. You go back to tone, like, well, that's probably the wrong tone. And how can we say yes? I want to land on that ice ball. So we started the game right after Fallout 4, so 2016. And the first thing we did was, how can we have a system to generate these planets and make them look, I'll say reasonable, as opposed to, fractally goop.
What's the technical definition of goop? Fractally goop.
Fractally goop. You've probably seen a lot of simulations, whether they're space things or landscape things, where using fractals and just the landscape does not look real. It's just highs and lows, and it's muddy. And so we did find a way. We came up with a way, had prototypes of building tiles, like large tiles of landscape, the way we would usually build. We kind of generate them offline, hand do some things, and end up with these very realistic looking tiles of landscape, and then built a system that wraps those around a planet and blends them all together. And we had pretty successful results with that. So we thought, we could do this. And so there was a big design kind of problem to solve in terms of what's fun about landing on a planet where there's potentially nothing, because there's a lot of planets and moons. You kind of, right? In reality, there's nothing on it except resources. And so we spent a lot of time figuring out, okay, let's just lean in on that. Can be a lonely experience, as long as we tell the player, here's what's there, here are the resources that are there, go find them. But I equated to that moment of, we said, listening to the wind go, watching the sunset. And I do think there's a certain beauty to landing on a strange planet, being somewhat the only person there, building an outpost. And we are modeling all of the systems, because that's how we like to do things. So you can watch whatever that gas giant or moon, it will rotate and go, and sunrise, sunset, and all of those things that you would expect. And it's all really happening. And most people probably won't notice or appreciate all of that, but I think it gives them the ability to say, I want to go do that and see that on that place, as long as we tell them, hey, the quest leads over here. Here's where the handcrafted content is that you would expect, and then here's more of the open procedural planet experience.
So your
long answer. I don't know if I answered your question.
There's no question stupid in the answer. So that's how this works. So this is the world's most immense simulator of the human condition, of loneliness. I can't imagine a more lonely experience.
I mean, you put it that way. I don't know that was going to open.
Just on a planet alone, that must be, a deep embodiment of what loneliness is like. I mean, it's both the awe and like when you hike alone. There's a deep loneliness to that. It's like it's humbling that this thing will last much longer than you. It's been here way before you.
Is it the line from the moon landing? Desolation.
Beautiful desolation is what you said. Beautiful desolation. Wow.
Something like that.
But that's just words. There's a feeling to it, and you want that feeling to be real. You just hear there's some resources here. I just feel like it'll hit people at this certain moment, like it does for me with Skyrim. Like, holy shit, I'm here alone. And whatever cruel nature that's out there doesn't really care about me.
Exactly.
That's the experience. So you want to create the whole planet, and you want to have many of them.
We do have, but once you build that system, I think the numbers become, honestly, a little bit. We wrap it in so we can name them all and have a finite set, even though it's a very, very large number, but a set that we can, validate and know about, even though it's a huge number. But once you're building a system that can build a planet, a planet is sort of infinite space. Go back to the Daggerfall analogy, right? If you have systems to build that much space, doing 100 planets or 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 planets is not. It's just you just change the number and press the button. But you can't name them all. You can't control, like, when you're getting in really big numbers. Hey, what does the system way out here feel like if you take your ship and jump that far? We do level the systems. When you go to the system, you'll see, this is like a level 40 system. And us being able to at least control that scale is how we kind of ended up with the 100-ish systems we have.
What are the levelings? What do you mean by level?
This is like when you look at a map in a game, it says this is the area for low level players. This is level 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we do that on a system basis. Star system.
I read that space travel is considered dangerous in this game. Can you explain?
That's more, that goes back to a tone thing, right? When you actually play the game, because it's a game, like we don't really kill you when you fly out into space. But it has a tone of there's some effort involved, and we've dialed it back as we've been making the game. We used to run out of fuel, you jump and get stranded, which on paper was it's a great moment when you get stranded. You have to press this beacon, you don't know who's going to come. Turns out that's not like, it just stops your game. We found you'd be playing the game, and I ran out of fuel. Okay, I guess I'll just wander these planets trying to mine for fuel so I can get back to what I was doing. Just, it's a fun kill.
That's too realistic of a simulation of the human condition.
Yeah, the idea was, well, it's great. Games do that. If you had like a hardcore, you're right, a hardcore survival mode, it's the kind of thing you would do. Maybe we'll do it in the future. It's more of like a tone, how they build their ships, so they have all the right things for safety. We do get into environmental things on the planets. Your spacesuit, obviously, there are a lot of different spacesuits and buffs for, the gases, the toxicity, or the temperature on various planets.
Are there robots?
Yes.
Those companions, are they robots by chance?
One of the companions is the robot Vasco, yeah.
Okay, so they have a name and a personality and so on. And
Vasco does, and then there's a whole bunch of, we call them generic robots. So we use them for utility. People, we actually dialed them back, because if you think about one, a lot about this, including me, in terms of...
I'm offended right now. You call them robots generic. And,
No, the ones we use, the ones we made them more generic. We didn't
very
actually...
sensitive.
I understand. If you were to chart the future, you would say robots would have a much bigger role in our future than we are presented. But that was the tone thing. So most of our robots are there as utility robots, and there are some combat ones as well as enemies.
So it's a deeply human world.
Very much, yes.
In terms of tone. So have you talked to Elon about this game?
A little bit.
How much of reality, like the work of SpaceX, is an inspiration for the decisions made in this game?
I wouldn't say it's for the decisions we made, but visiting SpaceX and walking in there, it's like the Avengers meets NASA. It's like the most amazing. And here we're building the next gen, see the Dragon stuff before other people saw it. I was really in awe. This giant machine that looks for imperfections on the surface of these giant, fuselage. Whenever, and because we're in DC, go to the Air and Space Museum a lot, and so whenever I look at those kind of things, or go visit the space shuttle, sort of overcome with how big it is, and I go stand back by the engines and think about that thing leaving orbit. And one of the things that Elon really impresses, we're reaching the edge of physics on a lot of this stuff, where how hard it is to leave orbit, the gravitational pull. So the engineering that has gone into that, our space program, what he's doing now, I just marvel at. I don't understand, right? I'm not at that level, but I marvel at the kind of human ingenuity and scale. I was on the Delaware coast last month, and I was outside for it was dark, and I saw this crazy light in the sky, and I thought it was like a helicopter, and it didn't go away. And I'm like, what is that? And I called we had some friends, hey, did everybody see this? What is that? And we just stood dumbfounded looking at this thing in the sky. And that is a UFO. Nobody takes their phone. Everyone, I'm with 4 people. Everyone is too dumbstruck. You think, why don't you take a picture of this thing?
And the next day we found out it was in the news. It was the SpaceX launch in Florida. And I'm seeing it from Delaware, Maryland area. It was it was incredible. It's just, even just that. I am in complete awe.
Is there some aspect of that you can replicate the majestic nature of that in the video game?
I wish I had the answer to that. I think some of it we were doing when you're standing on a planet, you see the other moons go by, and then you realize I could get in my ship, blast off, and land there, build myself a home. I think that's pretty cool. There's a minor thing we do, which is we have other ships come and go from the star ports when you're there. So you'll be in the city and you can just you hear the engine, you look up and the ship is taking off.
That's great.
There's nothing for you to do, but I think it's awesome.
Yeah. So then that's all about creating the soundscape, the feel.
Seeing it like, oh, that's real. That's a ship that, or you jump into a system and you see these freighters. Sometimes they contact you. Like, it's not all just like jump in and contact.
Do you ever think about the fact that science fiction seems to make it has a way of creating reality, not just kind of predicting it or imagining it? It's almost like the thing you put out there with a video game like this, like Starfield, that you kind of anticipate. It kind of fuels people's imagination with what is possible.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't say. You're making me think now about other science fiction. Movie I love, Minority Report. It's more like a space movie, but more like looking at the future. If you look at a lot of the things in that movie, it's almost like, I think those are coming true.
Yeah. I mean, is that the one that you interface this like
the interfaces, and then the way he looks at his child's more like a holograph, almost AR, VR kind of thing, or digital billboards, or trying to predict human behavior. There's just a lot of future stuff in that movie. As it comes to sci-fi, to your other question, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I think it does. It's interesting. I mean, I suppose you're trying to create the most realistic, sticking to the tone, the most immersive, realistic world, and almost by accident you create the thing that's possible. Because you want it to be realistic in some deep sense, so accidentally it can become the possible, and then that places that idea in people's heads. I mean, if humans are ever to become a multiplanetary species, we need to play games. We need to read sci-fi to help imagine that that's possible. To look outside of Earth, to look outside, to look up on the stars, and can actually travel out there. I don't know. There's power in sci-fi to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you shouldn't feel the pressure of that.
I don't know if I'd make the leap now. That's all. That's what we're doing right now. Maybe, one of our, hopefully it might inspire some young people who are headed in that direction, or like, oh, I thought about getting into space and space exploration and being an engineer, doing these things, and I played this game, and it really sparked that interest in me. So I'm going to go take that as a field, and maybe that's the person who goes and does some of these things.
Yeah, because in the next couple of decades, likely a human being will step foot on Mars, which are the first steps towards us becoming multi-planetary.
Then if you read some of the stuff they're doing with the James Webb Telescope, and them being able to look for signs of life on other planets, it's quite fascinating. And, recent stuff I read say they think in 20 years they will. So it's actually quite encouraging to think. I still dream of, like, in our lifetimes, that we discover life on another planet.
Yeah, especially if it's intelligent life. I've been talking to a lot of biologists and a lot of folks. I imagine there's life everywhere out there.
The numbers would say so, yeah.
The challenging question is what it looks like and how much of it is intelligent. So a lot of biologists tell me the big difficult leap is from the prokaryotes to the eukaryotes. So like the complex life. It could be that a lot of our universe is just filled with bacteria.
I believe, if I'm understanding it right, that there's two ways they're going to look at planets. When they can look at, they can read, hey, this planet has this kind of gas. They can now look at the ones that are created by potential life forms, and then the ones that are created, the byproducts of industry. There's only certain ones that are created if you have a society, and that they can start looking on these types of star systems and these planets. But it takes a lot of time because you have to put time in that telescope. You have to look at that planet over a long period of time. But in theory, given enough time, given the amount of space out there, we would find it.
That would be a cool thing in this short life of ours to find out definitively that there is an industrial intelligent civilization out there. Before you contact them, so die, end your life, not knowing the rest of the story, but just know that it's out there. That's a cool. And then if you have kids, be like, well, this one's on you. F this, I'm out.
And I'm fascinated by what it would do to the way, I think in a positive way, the way humanity thinks about itself here. No, there is definitively other life out there.
I mean, both things. If there isn't life out there, that's also a huge responsibility. Both is super exciting. If we're alone, it's super exciting because there's a responsibility to preserve whatever special thing we have going on here. This, whether you call it the flame of consciousness or whether it's consciousness or intelligence, that's a special thing. Preserve it, have it expand. But if there's others out there, I mean, that sparks that drive for exploration of reaching out into the stars and meeting them. Most of them probably want to kill us. So, but luckily we have the military-industrial complex on Earth that builds bigger and better weapons all the time. Space Force. It will both protect us and destroy all our enemies. This is 100% a video game we're living in. Okay, back to Dragons. Blink once if you know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, but I'm not going to tell me.
I have a vague idea.
Okay, vague idea. So, like, if you have the quantum mechanical interpretation that allows for multiple universes, in the universe where you didn't blink, what would that Todd tell me about the year it's coming up? Would it be 2025?
Great question.
Or 26?
I asked that question, in many ways, but never like that. Yeah.
I thought it was 26. And I mean, there is of course no answer because
I wish it was soon. We want them out too, and I wish they didn't take as long as they did, but they do. And if I could go back in time, it would never have been my plan to wait as long as it's taken for it.
So you love that world, the Elder Scrolls world?
Well, look, it's part of why I'm spending more time there than anything else in my life, right? So, it's deeply love it. We all do. It's a part of us. And when you are doing it for a while, you really do miss it. And when I look at what we're doing, and I planned for that game, I was in a meeting yesterday, so we're just going to play all that's right. But we're going to make sure we do it right for everybody, and we do have to approach it. People are playing games for a long time. Skyrim's 11 years old, still probably our most played game, and so we don't see it slowing down. And people will probably be playing it 10 years from now also. So you have to think about, okay, people are going to play the next Elder Scrolls game for a decade, 2 decades. And that does change the way you think about how you architect it from the get-go.
What are some elements that change the way, like how do you make a game that's playable for 20 years? So
we're trying to figure that out.
There is some elements that I should pause on that. Part of me, I'm of course asking jokingly, I'm excited for it, but I think Skyrim is an amazing game still.
And you know what? The content, even if you step away from it for a while and play, well, let's say the vanilla version without mods, go haven't played it in a while, there's always a new way to play it. But then if you look at the mods and what creators are doing to it, we think that is just awesome. It's something that we've always supported. We're going to keep supporting. We've hired a large number of modders. They're professionals. We want to support the people who are doing it on their own so they can be professionals on their own. And
how do you come up with this model? So you think of designing the game from the start as that enables mods.
Yeah, absolutely. So it starts with us, like everything we're doing. Okay, a modder and content creator is going to have to do it, use our tools. Now, we do clean them up for release, because if you're like a development house, you could deal with some kludginess when you're putting stuff together. When you put it out for people, we do clean a lot of it up. And there's still a lot, obviously, learning curve there. But we have people who've been doing this for 20 years now.
What's involved with modding? I'm actually quite new patient at this.
Okay,
and I'm almost afraid to ask because now that you explain to me, I fear I will spend a very large amount of time creating mods.
Well, we have an editor you can download on Steam that creates a kit for our games, and then it loads up the world, and you could do something really, really small, like change the color of the weather, and it creates a little plugin file, we call it, modification of the game, and then you can run your game with that. It's on console now, the mods, not the editing. And it's just been incredible. Our community there, it's been amazing what they do with the games.
So a lot of it is the visuals.
A lot of people do visual things because it's the easiest thing to do first, to build a new space. There's some great things with, like, I love the Khajiit follower mod for Skyrim. It's awesome. There have been quest lines. Those things just take a really, really long time. And so someone who's going to do that, that's almost like it takes them a long time. It's more than a hobby. And we're always looking at ways that we can make it like, hey, they can turn a career into it because it's just awesome.
What about, is there any possibility in doing a mod for some of the AI stuff?
There is. And I've seen some, but to really move it along, if they're using the tools that we already put out there, so to really move the AI along, you have to get in the code, which some people have figured out ways to hack in and do things with script extenders. But for the most part, like really pushing it, it does take us, which is why you see when we have a new game come along, the palette that they have, is there's so many more things they can do.
Well, I've built bots that play the driving games, but they do that by just reading the screen and doing not basic, it's actually pretty complicated, computer vision, doing the control. We basically simulated the human player. To do that for Skyrim, or we want some of the open world games, that's literally, you have to create AGI to be able to play those. Well, maybe not. Maybe you can create a super dumb, like just a two-handed sword and just keep swinging until.
There's some bot stuff out there that does it. We have some very, very dumb bots that we use to run through the world to test it, that we'll deploy on a whole bunch of servers just to, we do it every day. We run through every space. We're doing Starflow.
And just running. They're all.
Well, it does it very quickly. It loads up every place in the game and runs around a little bit, and then loads the next place and runs around a little bit. We're just testing, like, did it crash? What's the memory road? Get a report, here are all the places where the frame rate wasn't up to snuff. And then we do have one that will play on its own. It's heavily scripted, but it lets us test. Every time we make a build, there's a bot that runs through, like, the first one or two main quests. Like, it'll just play it. That way we know, did we break anything? Because you don't want to waste, like, QA's time. Like, you guys broke it again within 5 minutes. So, yeah.
Yeah, so that's for like broken stuff.
Right.
I wonder if you can build a bot that estimates the quality of the experience.
Oh, okay, can you do that?
But just like the number, like how boring or not boring, the boring meter.
How many times?
How many times you die? Is death boring or exciting? That's a question. Yeah. I just feel like there's a balance to be struck there because you always want to be in fear of death.
Yeah, we have this chart at work we use, which is like if you think about any game that you've played that you've put down, it's either about a frustration / confusion or boredom. You got to put the player right in the middle of that.
But I've sometimes put down games for frustration, only to return again stronger.
Dark Souls. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's the challenge. That's part of it. Well, I don't know. Actually, Skyrim. I'm one of those. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of things interacted with about what they enjoy. But to me, I can enjoy Skyrim on any difficulty level. It doesn't all of it. So it depends. The open world nature of it is what's really compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily the challenge of the particular quest and so on. But I'm not sure if that's the same experience for everyone.
Do you play the survival mode? There's survival modes kind of. There's a creation club thing. It does like some hunger, it does hot and cold, it does some other systems that make it, in our minds, more believable. It was actually a creation club thing made by an external creator who is now full-time with us.
So can we actually, thinking about Starfield, thinking about Elder Scrolls 6, go through the full life of the video game you've created? So what's it take to take a game from the idea to the final product? What are the different steps along the way?
Great question. Well, usually it starts with, honestly, lunchtime conversations with a number of us. Hey, we think we want to do this. This is what it's going to be like. Look, with an Elder Scrolls, you're going to do it. It's a matter of when. So, okay, what's the tone we're going for, right? Where's it set? So we usually start with the world. And then we're always overlapping. So while we're making one game, as we're, getting in the throes of it or wrapping it up, probably by the midpoint of one game, we've had enough conversations to understand what the next one's going to be. What are the big ticket, like, where's it set? What's the tone? Is there a big ticket feature or two that make it really unique? And then when we're finishing one game, we start prototyping. Sorry, before that, we start concepting. So we'll do concept art. And for one reason or another, we usually have the beginning of the game worked out. Like, I like to think about, okay, how's the game start? What's the player do first? We do music early. So take Elder Scrolls 6, figure out where it's set. What's the tone? What are the big features? We discuss the beginning of the game, which we've had for a very long time.
Where's it set again?
Yep. In Tamriel. And
Damn it. Well, at least we know we narrowed it down that.
Yeah.
That would be epic if it was like a portal into another dimension. Anyway.
Then I like to do music. So we've already done a take on the music for Elder Scrolls 6.
So you can sit there with the concept art and the music. You can feel it.
No, the music art we put in the teaser for it, which was 2018. We've taken that further, obviously. And again, we're working on the world. You're then doing concepting design for the world, and then once we're wrapping up one game, we can really start prototyping the new one, and you're usually building kind of your initial spaces. And so we do like to do like a first playable, a smaller section of the game that we can sort of prove out sort of people, hey, this is how it feels different, this is what it looks like, this is what's unique about it. Then we turn that into a larger chunk before the team comes on, and the game is done. And that's still what we call VS, vertical slice. So you still don't have the full team on it. And it's a larger chunk of the game that you can play. And then once you feel good about that, you're going to bring on the rest of the team. And we're fortunate that the other games we've done are popular enough that we can be doing DLC and content and those kind of things while we're getting the one going. And then we're at full production, where we're sort of at maximum size. We just call that production. That's like the full production period. And that, depending on the game, can run a year or 2 years, maybe more. And then you kind of have a final 6 months to a year on a game, which is, okay, we've built everything now. And usually it needs a lot of glue, where we want very different elements that maybe aren't clicking together the way you want, outside of the regular polish for levels and features. And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not this schizophrenic game experience, that things flow from one into another.
In terms of story, like on that level?
It's really, usually the story, the designers have done a really good job. It's more about game features, and then how they interact with the story. Or I went from this experience to this experience, or picking flowers at alchemy feels like a different game and then how is another character referencing that? And how is that intersecting with the skill system and the interface? Like, the skill system and the interface is the party host. If you think about a game, most games, particularly what I like to do, is that's your person who says, welcome, do this, go here, check this out. And the skill system and the way it reacts on the HUD, the interface of the game, is sort of leading you to the next thing. And once you get that flow down, and the rate at which the game is giving you activities, then you're in like what we describe as a game flow. And it's not till about last year. Before that, the game flow was it doesn't even exist in the way that you see it in the final game. And that's what we're working on about that last year.
So at which point does the set of skills, the skill tree, the characteristics of the role-playing aspect of it, when is that set? The ideas?
We usually have it in the beginning, but it's just, we won't be done until that last year. We'll have one, but we know it's going to get honed, because it's not until you really see, okay, how impactful is that one? How much are you doing it? How much are you really, and the main combat ones, they always win. You always know the players will drift toward the combat type skills, because every character needs some amount of that. But okay, well, how important is cooking? How important is alchemy? How important is these other type of activities? And then how do you balance them, where when you load up the skill menu, it isn't automatically give me plus 10 damage.
How do you get what about the combat system? That does seem to be an important part of a lot of games.
Starting at the beginning, yeah, every time. Yep. So usually when we're making that first playable, it's an area you can go through, some amount of dialogue.
How do you get the combat right? What's the secret to a great combat system?
Well, first on the control side, helping the player when they don't realize it. There's a lot of tricks you can do with magnetism in terms of the controller and where the attacks go. So it has to feel, the minute to minute has to feel really good in your hands. So there's a lot of animation time, right? And changing animations so they're impactful and they happen at a rate that the player feels like they're really doing it. And then ultimately, it's the illusion that the enemies are smart, that they really are there for you to go. Right? So they do a lot of things to just let themselves get killed. They're not near smart as we could make them, because it turns out that is not fun.
Right. So there's a balance between, but that is, I guess, a kind of AI, and it's a very intimate interaction with an AI. It's just like there's a lot of stuff going on. It's not just very kind of shallow, like the dialogue or something like that. It's like there's a time critical nature where a lot of stuff is happening, and if anything feels off, it's gonna feel wrong.
Yep, all the games do it. It's not unique to what we do in terms of how they handle combat scenarios. And there's some games that just do it extremely well in terms of, even in multiplayer where you're playing bots and most people don't do it, or how a multiple enemy scenarios really, they don't all shoot. They trade off. They're going to wait. So, let's wait my turn because we don't want to overwhelm them. But you feel like you're overwhelmed when there's 6 enemies, but a good game. No, they're gonna take their time.
Is there a science to it? Is it art? Is it like, Like
Yes. I mean, it's all of that.
So it's like an iterative process where you try different things. You have to
Yeah, there's a lot of
animation.
There's a lot of timing, animation work, HUD work also. How does the red cube change? What are the little sound effects?
What about like the game fight that's fun?
That goes back to the winning. You know,
the winning. Death is not.
Yes, let the Wookiee win.
I like how you have to dumb down the AI to make it fun for humans. Because if you didn't, it would just be slaughter nonstop for all humans. That's good to know. What about things like you said cooking, like crafting, making potions and poisons, smithing, weapons and armor, cooking.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that right? What's interesting there? It's such an interesting just, a lot of games don't have that kind of thing. So what role does that play?
I think we really cracked it in a way I like the Fallout 4 actually, where when we doing Elder Scrolls, we have like the flowers and the things, and you have alchemy, and we took this to if it's post-apocalyptic, what if everything in the world was an alchemical ingredients? So breaking it down to their components. So when you walk around the world, again, we like the stimulation, we like the functions, and cups and all that. Okay, how can I use those to create? So I love how it starts working in Fallout 4, where all these things I find, they have some value in creating or crafting outside of a cup is worth one gold piece or one cap.
By the way, I have to be honest, I haven't played Fallout 4, I played Fallout 3. Thought that was a legendary game. And can you make a case for Fallout 4? Then should I just wait for Fallout 5? What is it?
I think you should play Fallout 4. Love to hear your thoughts. It's a different game.
Yeah. I mean, it's
we try to make them all different. They all have their own tone. Yeah, so Fallout 3, Fallout 3.
Oh, really? Yeah. What's that world like? What's the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout? If you could just briefly take a stroll into that world, tone-wise.
Well, in entertainment, there's a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff, and what makes Fallout tick is the world that was left behind, the world that blew itself up, this utopian world of nuclear energy, and it all goes wrong. So I love the American dream of that, how they visioned the future in the 50s and that blowing itself up. I think that's like a super interesting place to explore, which we always want to play in that world. And it does an amazing job of sort of weaving, the drama and darkness of a post-apocalyptic world with B-movie humor. It winks at the camera sometimes, often actually, and that when you're in that world, it just has this its own unique flow and vibe outside of anything else kind of in that genre.
So Elder Scrolls has, or at least Skyrim has some humor.
That's a little
bit. But Fallout leans into it a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah. It's like ironic. It's the duck and cover. So get under your desk, the bomb comes, and everything will be fine. It's that type of thing.
So the funny thing is, I do think Fallout 3 is one of the greatest games ever. You said that quote when we started Fallout 3 in 2004. We obviously had big ideas of what we could do with it, and I talked to a lot of people, from ex-developers to press folks to fans. What made it special? What are the key things you'd want out in a new one? The opinions, and I'll put this mildly, vary a lot, but they would all end the same, like a stern father pausing for effect, but do not screw it up. How do you not screw up? Again, you have not screwed up many games. Yet.
I mean, back to the Fallout. Yeah, I remember that. We were met with a lot of skepticism in terms of, what are they going to do with this? It was a beloved kind of isometric, turn-based role-playing game. Awesome for when it came out. And actually, it was announced. We had finished Morrowind, but not announced Oblivion. because we'd acquired the rights, we had to announce it. I don't know. I just remember we had to announce it. And we're thinking there, well, we're gonna piss off all the Elder Scrolls fans because we're announcing a Fallout game. And probably gonna piss off the hardcore Fallout fans because we didn't make the original, and clearly we'll probably make a different kind of game. So I do remember, there was a lot of concern with all of our fans and fans of Fallout at the time. And so I think it was pretty rewarding for us that game found the audience and success that it did. It's one of my favorite projects that I've ever worked on. And because it was so fresh for us, we had a very clear, even before we had the rights, this is the game we're going to make. This is the kind of thing we're going to do. And we had done more when we were working on Oblivion. And it was kind of a breath of fresh air to do it. And what's kind of remarkable is Fallout 3 comes out just 2.5 years after Oblivion. And we did all this DLC for Oblivion. So we were really, really kind of prolific in how our development, how it was going. So I just remember enjoying making that game so much because it was everything we were doing was new.
Which aspect of world creation, was there some innovation technically that was happening?
The world creation, it was, obviously a different look, even though some of us, very few of us, are working with Terminator things. The VAT system, the skill system, and we loved the original game so much, and we felt this responsibility to bring it back in a big way and reintroduce it in a way that, as much as we could, scratch the same itch when you played the original game that had the same tone.
Are there some favorite things to you about that world that just kind of connect you to the
Fallout 3, I love, again, I usually start with the beginning. I love the beginning. I love the character generation. If you played it a lot or you're developing it, it starts to feel really long. But the first time you play it or second, I just think it's awesome. And this idea, it's a hard thing to say, okay, we want you to feel like your character on the screen. When you play like a Skyrim, you don't know what you're doing before. With Fallout 3, you were born in the world, you were raised in the world, lived in the world, but you experienced a part of that. So it's a very different, when you step out, I think it really, the visuals are the visuals, but the emotional moment of stepping out, you feel
and you feel like you're past.
Right. And I need to find it.
We should. Isn't it possible to have that sense with Elder Scrolls, like a life story, like childhood trauma and stuff? Back to the human.
I mean, you have to you do some of that stuff, but they go through menus. Pick your background. We do that in Starfield. Hey, pick your background. What are you doing before this moment?
Can you pick your traumas and stuff?
Say, hey,
a mod.
You want to make a mod?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And then also make a mod for a therapist.
But a lot of it, is in your head. So you're gonna pick this background and do these things, and you're sort of like, this is who I was.
Yeah.
And we intentionally, with Elder Scrolls, kind of make it as much of a blank slate. Elder Scrolls is a little bit more of a blank slate game to who you are, which has a lot of positives. And Fallout for us has been more of a this was your life before. Here's who you were. Go be who you want to be, but this is the background. It's a little more strict.
Now, this might reveal something about me, and speaking of childhood trauma, but I feel like there's a lot of the meaningful experience in role-playing games, not just the development of the character throughout the game, but the initial character creation. So, is there something to that process that you found to be powerful? Like the design of that process, because you think so much about that beginning. How much should be controlled? How much should be defined? The interface itself, the visual appearance of the character too. Because I feel like that you're loading in, you start to load in the world that you're about to enter by creating that character.
We think about it a lot. It's a really, really good comment and question. And it's more than, it has to set the whole stage. It has to like pique your interest for the world you're going to enter. And we've done it so many different ways in terms of when you actually go to make your character, when you're making the choice. And one of the things over time that we've wanted to avoid is people starting over. So there's a lot of intentionality around the types of choices you have that can be undone or not undone. Because what game players want is, I'll play it and then I'll make a new character. But sometimes they do that because they realize they need the wrong type of character. And as a designer, you don't want that to happen. So some people like this comment. Oh, you simplified it. No. We move those choices onto the gameplay so that you don't, make this character in the beginning and then 8 hours later realize you made a horrible mistake. And so, okay, I'm going to start out like that. To me, is a really, really bad experience. So,
also like life. So, but yes, go ahead.
But like life is okay. So you can then
fix it in games.
Right. I wish I had learned archery. Well, I'm going to start tomorrow. So you can do that. Like the Skyrim character system, it was really designed around that. All you pick is like, what's your race, and that gives you some things, but there's nothing you can't get then on your own. Mostly, it sounds weird, but you mostly want that beginning character generation to be visual, which you then can also change in the game, and some starting skills that get you off to the type of play that you want. But if you discover you don't like that type of play, as you play, you can move your character along. So we have moved away post, Oblivion to a classless, meaning you don't have a strict character class, murder, mage, thief, whatever, in our games.
And that's continuing. Are you like thinking of Elder Scrolls 6? You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. So you think of early on, like you said, the first few experiences in the game. You're already thinking through that.
Yeah. We know what the first few hours are like. We know what the character system is basically like.
So totally, what's the difference to you between Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and Elder Scrolls 6? Like, to me, stuff blends together.
Yeah.
But Oblivion, that's when you can make spells and stuff.
You could do it in Morrowind as well. Oblivion has some more guardrails on it. Morrowind's where you can, and Daggerfall. I don't remember if you can make spells. I think you can. Someone will correct me. You definitely can. Daggerfall gets crazy. Morrowind, you can somehow, and then we start putting guardrails on it because people start breaking the game in certain ways.
Why is it bad to break the game? Like, you always wear it.
Well, there's like one people love in Morrowind where you can make these recall stones, and you could teleport to different areas, which you really need in that game. It breaks so many quests, and so as any quest, we would do this exercise of designing a quest, and then someone would say, and then I recall away. Okay, the quest is broken. And then one day someone says, can we just get rid of that spell? Everyone's like, yes, please. That's what allowed us to make better content.
So, a tangent upon a tangent upon a tangent. How do you create a compelling quest? Because there's all kinds of personalities of humans that play these games, right? Because I like the grind.
Well, there's multiple flavors of compelling quests. Some of them have very good upfront storytelling. You just like the story and the NPC that's giving you this task. And you'll go through a more handcrafted experience that the designers have done a really, really good job on. The space. It has some twist or surprise in the middle, and then the ending has some, multiple options that the player feels like they have to do something. They made an interesting choice. But the best ones for me are actually where all of that was far more open-ended. The how I am going to accomplish this task is completely up to me, and I'm going to find some ingenious solution. This sounds very basic. It's going to sound quite cliche and silly. So go find me 5 data cards or whatever. Like, find me X of something that's hard to get. It's a very simple thing. You have a simple story set up for that. And we're not telling the player where to get those. And I actually find those to be just as rewarding as the really handcrafted, well done, a little bit more linear with an interesting choice at the end, if those objects are in the world in some, believable way that there's usually some challenge at getting.
How do you place objects in the world in an interesting way? Because it's a big part.
We have a level design. You cannot, people, well, if they only knew how much we spend, we have a clutter group, like we do clutter. Clutter is all the stuff around. It's like exterior decorators for treasure and stuff and trash. And they go through every space and they clutter it. Our level designers think about it a lot. These also become landmarks for the player when you're walking through a space and, oh, this is the place with this. And there is a logic to making a good level, as they say, even if you walk by like a little T intersection, that becomes like a decision point in the player's head. I didn't go down that way. But the more you do that, it looks easy on paper, but when you're playing a game, you actually kind of want to limit those, because he's trying to keep track of all these decision points, then they get lost. And yes, we have maps, but anytime the players go and check a map in a place like that, I feel that it's more of like a backstop for certain players. If they need to check the map, I feel like we debate.
Got it. So there's a momentum to it. Just pulls them in.
And you played a lot of games. You played a lot of levels where you're just like, I'm a little confused. I don't know. And you play other levels where like, man, it was great. I went through it. It was well balanced. I knew where I was going. And it's not, you don't want to ever be lazy. As long as you know where you're going, as long as you know you make those choices, then it feels fine. But as far as the treasure and all of the loot, it is really an art. We will not do enough clutter, and then we will over clutter, and then there's too much stuff everywhere, and then we will declutter every single game. I wish we could. It would save us a lot of time.
But you're constantly going back to like, this is too much. This is not enough.
Right. Because the other thing is, look, it creates. People want to pick everything up. They want to click everything. So if you have too many things of importance in the room, it's like it actually makes you feel a little tight as a player. You're like, well, I'm basically an idiot if I don't pick all this stuff up here. You probably felt this way. Yeah. And like the moment where you decide, you just like, I've clicked so many things in this room, I actually am going to leave that ammo canister there. Yeah. But you feel like a dope. You've probably experienced it.
Yes. But also you have a joy from, if there's not many items and you found the one and you got it.
Right.
And you feel good. Yeah.
And then it's finding like, oh, I stuck my head in this corner and I picked this lock and I opened the locker and there was this thing everywhere.
Yeah. What about like rare items?
That's an art, even more so. I would say we have a ways to go there in terms of finding the right drop rate for special items, we call them, your epic, rare, legendary. You look at games, like so many games do it, and there are ones that you just play and love because they have it down. Destiny 2 is great at it. Diablo, the series I love, sort of famously, Diablo 3, which I think was great. And they did an update and mostly just changed the loot drops. It's like this whole new experience. There's a real art to it. I think that we're still learning. We're still learning a lot and have to try to get better at it, because it's one of those things where it drives you through the game. It's fun to get the treasure.
Diablo and Skyrim have this interesting quality of being extremely popular, and there's a lore around like rare items. So it changes the dynamic like you could afford to have really rare items.
Yes.
And then and then somebody finds it and that becomes like a thing. I mean, as you release the game, there's a lot of people play it and they start sharing stories and so on. It's so interesting because that's part of the game experience is the stories of others. I mean,
For us, 100%. Because we've been classically, with most of our stuff, single player, that water cooler shared experience, we would have a thing like where we call them did you know moments. Like we gotta have lunch. So you meet someone, they do, what are you doing? And then they say, did you know? If you go here, you go, what? Did you know? And that to us is where a lot of our community has been sharing their stories.
has there ever been a temptation to create not a single player game that's gigantic?
We did Fallout 76. We have Elder Scrolls Online, not a game I created, but look, that's started as more classic MMO. They're the folks who are part of our company who made that game, and it's insanely popular.
It is. Okay, so I should try it out.
They do some great storytelling quests. Like the actual mechanics aren't the same as Skyrim, but the world is awesome. They've just done an incredible job. You know, it's about to be 10 years for that game as well. And it's just, great community around that.
Yeah, it's I haven't played that because there's a mobile Fallout game, right? I need to play that. I was thinking of playing Diablo mobile too.
I mean, you can debate the monetization, but I would not. I think they did it for it's really fun.
On Fallout, what's
Diablo?
Oh, Diablo.
Yeah, well, Fallout, I definitely remember that. Fallout Shelter, completely different game.
Yeah.
Diablo Immortal. I was very, very
on the mobile.
Yeah.
What's the challenge of designing a game for mobile versus the PC and console?
Well, obviously the screen size. Right.
Is that what you feel first? What's the fundamental change in the philosophy of design? Does it constrain? Does it change the tone of the game?
Well, we've done a few things. We have a new mobile game that we're working on that we haven't announced yet that I'm in love with. There are a couple things that you approach on mobile. Now, I can give you sort of the classic mobile gaming thing, and then what we do. A classic mobile gaming is really for short play sessions. Because for the amount of people you're going to get, the number that have the amount of time to sit there for a long time and play it, like a console game or a PC game, is lower because people are playing mobile games up and move or whatever. And how it onboards you, because obviously most of them are free. So the tutorial, how the tutorial works, how it gets you into the game, because you haven't bought it, you haven't done this investment of buying it. It's like, no, I'm going to learn it. People don't care. So really understanding how they get into the game. Those two things are really the magic to mobile gaming. We have found, though, with our games, particularly Fallout Shelter, people will sit there for an hour or two. Like, they will just sit there and play it. Like, large numbers of people will play it for hours.
So there's a more, I don't know, addicting element to mobile. I guess you can spend more time with it.
If you look at kids these days, they can stare at their phone for hours. That's all they do. That's where they watch everything. So it's also like a demographic thing. The younger audience, they would rather sit and stare at their phone than play it on a big screen.
I would just love to sort of list out throughout human history the evolution of sentences that began with, if you look at kids these days.
This is true. This is true.
The kids these days would probably be talking about, would be doing like virtual reality.
Like, I love mobile games, though. I play a ton of them. I am like my favorite game this year is Marvel Snap, this card game from the folks who did Hearthstone. You should really play it. Do you like card games?
Yeah.
Do you like superheroes? It's genius. You don't like superheroes?
No, I don't like superheroes. I never understood. Listen, this is growing up in the Soviet Union. What I don't understand them. I don't understand. If you're wearing a costume, it's silly to me. I can't. So you have to suspend. You have to be able to immerse yourself. And for some reason, there's something about costumes it doesn't get me. But then again, I'm like into elves and dragons, so I don't understand, and I'm fine. Yeah, but the rest of the American, the rest of the world disagrees with us. Even Batman, we have little ears, bro. Go back to Elder Scrolls Starfield. So one thing I didn't ask you about, when you look at the timeline of 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it is, to create a game, what's the role of the deadline internally, not publicly?
Keeps you honest.
Do you try to keep in your own brain a deadline, for the team a deadline?
Yeah, all the time.
And when you set that deadline early in that development, do you try to set deadline like that's really tough to reach?
No, we try to make it like, hey, this is our best guess. We make it tough to reach. It's sort of, you're going to miss it. It's arbitrary. We really try to, keep ourselves honest, because it will let you know where you're at, right? When I first play, well, we want to be done with prototyping or design by this date. We want first play this date with this. But look, things happen. Pandemic happens. People go home. It throws everything off. Or what you needed to do, because we're not just like making a game and then moving everybody on, what you needed to do, like Skyrim was so popular, we kept people on that game for longer. So it delayed a little bit. We were doing with Fallout 4 at the time. Hey, we really shouldn't move the people on the Fallout yet because we're doing these things in Skyrim. We should. So it just sort of keeps you honest for where you're at.
Does it get super stressful as it gets closer? You try to avoid announcing anything? Is there a temptation to announce?
Well, I've done it all ways, right? I've announced, Starfield. We're pretty, loud with the release date that we then had to delay. So,
was that tough?
It was, but it was the right thing to do. And
how do you know it's the right thing? Like when you sit and look at it, like this is not ready.
It's not an exact science, but you can look at what needs to be done and the amount of time you have. And, we've done it in the past where we can get it done. We believe we can. And so you're fighting that personal belief that you can get something done. But there's a lot of things that go into release date, marketing, and publishing. And, we've reached a point where on Starfield where it was pretty clear to us, even though you want to say you can get it done, that the risk involved with that to the fans, the game, the team, the company, or to Xbox now, to everybody was, we should really move it and give it the time it needs.
So you mentioned part of Xbox. Microsoft bought Bethesda and ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. Well, what's it like joining the Xbox team? You've I think written about it. What are the exciting aspects of that?
When your company goes through a change like that, no matter what it is, even if it's somebody that you've worked with for a long time, you never know what you're in for. You hope. And I had worked with them since we started doing console stuff with Morrowind. They came to me, hey, you should make this game for the Xbox. And so when they were making that console, had a great experience with them. And then on the 360 with Oblivion. And so I guess the point is, we felt that we had a very good relationship with everybody there, and we understood what their culture was, but you never really know. And I mean this honestly, it's been awesome. The culture inside of Microsoft and Xbox that people see from the outside is the culture inside. The way they talk about players, the way they'll invest in the players, the risks they'll take, the thoughtfulness from Phil Spencer on down has been, feel really, really lucky. And then a game like Starfield, where, look, we've had a lot of success with the games that you talked about, but we've never been kind of the platform seller, the game for a platform for a period of time. And so, there is a lot of pressure there, a lot of responsibility there to make sure we deliver for everybody.
Is there a chance that Starfield is exclusive to Xbox?
It is exclusive.
It's officially released.
Yep. Yes.
Europe. I get it. So extra pressure, also creating a new world.
Yeah, it's new, but keep in mind, for us, that exclusivity is not unique, even though we've done PlayStation stuff, and I think PlayStation 5 is just an insane machine. They've done a great job, and we've had great success on PlayStation. We were traditionally a PC developers in the beginning. We transitioned to Xbox, became our lead platform. Like Morrowind's basically exclusive to Xbox. Oblivion was exclusive to Xbox for a long period of time. Skyrim DLCs. So we've done a lot of it. Our initial stuff was all Xbox, so we get into development and saying we're focused on Xbox, and it's not abnormal for us in any way. It's been kind of the norm. And from a development side, I like the ability to focus. So our ability to focus and say, and have help from them, the top engineers at Xbox to say, we are going to make this look incredible on the new systems is like, from my standpoint, it's just awesome.
What's the difference in creating the console versus the PC? I also have to admit, I've never. Is this shameful? Actually, you should recommend to me. I've never played Skyrim or any of the games you've created on Xbox.
Really?
Yeah, on console. I played. I played very little. On Xbox.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, there's the obvious interface part, mouse and keyboard, and then a controller. But when you're looking at hardware, PCs, it's tough, right? Because you're looking at, well, what are their driver versions? What kind of monitor do they have? What is the actual refresh rate of X, Y, and Z? We're used to it. But if anyone will tell you, give me the hardware that I know I'm writing it for, it. And the Series X is just an incredible machine. And now
you know what it is.
You know what it is, and now that we're part of Xbox, getting the people who built it to show you how to make it really, really dance is just awesome.
Is there a case did you get people that do both PC and Xbox that they enjoy Xbox more? Like that, is there a choice that they enjoy?
I think that depends on. And look, now that you can kind of you can take your save and go between and all those things.
You can?
Yeah. Depends on
for which game. So for Skyrim?
If you have the Game Pass PC version of it versus Steam, not via Steam, right? Not via Steam.
And so there's the Game Pass. So I'm like learning about this. There's a Microsoft game, so this could be on Game Pass, and then you could, if you can take it from PC through Game Pass.
But I think it depends on for me, what's my physical mood? Do I want to lean back on the sofa?
Exactly.
Right? The actual physicality of it is what determines where I want to play. Do I want to be 2 feet from a thing right now? And sometimes I like that. I am more of a console player because I sit on my PC at work all day. I play a lot of video games. So when I get home, I was like, I am a sofa screen controller person.
Let me ask you a ridiculous question. So you've created some of the greatest games ever. I think there's the question would be, what's the best game of all time? All right, just give me a second. So Tetris. All right, that's interesting.
Have you read the book on Tetris? You should read it, particularly some of the from Russia.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an interesting story. The fact that there's a book about Tetris is fascinating. Is there a book about Mario? I would love to find out more. But I think I would personally put Skyrim.
I'll take that. Good.
At number 1 for me, which is tough. However you put it, because you could also make the case out of the Scroll series. What do you actually value more? If you put Tetris and Super Mario up there, then the credit goes to Morrowind maybe over Skyrim. I don't know where the biggest leaps are, but overall I think it's Skyrim though. For you, if you're not allowed to pick any of the games you were involved with, what are some interesting candidates for you that are just games that inspired the world, impacted the world, shook the world in terms of what video games are able to do?
Well, first, I'm just sort of hearing you say that you think Skyrim's the best game of all time is quite, thank you. And it's, incredible thing to hear. And, when I think about, a couple of answers, there's ones that are personal to me. Ultima 7
You can't talk about Ultima. Like you said that as an inspiration. I've never crossed that world.
Well, what kind
of game is it?
It's a role-playing game. You know, circa 1992, 93, 94. And Ultima Online, first, really visual online world in that way. But for me, that was a virtual fantasy where I had, you could bake bread, you could pick all the stuff up. I mean, anyone who's played Ultimas and plays our stuff can see the kind of touchstones and callbacks to that or inspirations. And the other thing that I loved about Ultima was really that they were all different, right? That they iterated and there weren't necessarily what I'll call a +1 sequel outside of Ultima 7 Part 2, clearly a +1 sequel, but they each had their own tone. I love like the boxes, something that we get into as well. I love this idea that the game also is this tangible thing.
Oh, when you buy it,
the cardboard boxes and the way they were designed, and Ultima 7 is black, and Ultima 8's the fiery gate, and the paintings on them, and I just,
does that break your heart a little bit that culture is a bit gone?
A little bit, and that's also why I like. This goes to video gaming or any other digital things where digital ownership has great value to people. So I like looking at my collections of games, even digitally. I want to see nice, the same way you want to see nice album art, you want to see nice cover art for our games. And we spend a lot of time in them. So that you take a look at Elder Scrolls and Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, we want those boxes to look good next to each other. Going back to the video games, yeah, I always mention Tetris because I think it's, obviously I love virtual worlds and those kind of things, but for the time and what an interactive like video game from the simplest form, I sort of think you can put Tetris in front of just about anybody and they'll enjoy it. And it's got some moment of challenge and it's just so elegant. It's like, to me, this very pure game that only works because it's a video game.
And I think mobile games figured out some of the magic of Tetris. The simple.
Some of them have, yeah.
But Tetris did it a long time ago.
Right.
You can really create that immersive experience without.
But for me, the ultimate civilization.
Yeah.
As far as a grand strategy game. Pac-Man I mentioned in terms of bringing games into the mainstream in a way that captured people that nothing before it had. Super Mario, Donkey Kong, everything. Nintendo, probably the best game makers in the world still. They know who they are. They know what they want to do. Always in awe of what they create.
I'm going to ask you about a game I haven't played, but people put up there as one of the greats, Zelda Breath of the Wild. Have you got a chance to play it?
A lot of it, yes. It's fantastic.
What do you think about, it's a very different experience. I played other Zeldas than the open worlds you've created, but it is also an open world.
It is. It's my favorite Zelda, because obviously like open world stuff. And the one thing that they do really, really well is they don't constrain you. Some people, even some things we do constrain you a little bit more. Zelda says, here's the whole thing. And you are constrained by the actual player abilities you haven't earned yet, not some arbitrary barriers. And so I think this did a phenomenal job. It's a magical game.
It really feels open.
It's because it truly is, yes.
What about, I'm just like asking about some open world. A very different one is the world of either Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption.
Both love. I would put GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto 3 up there with the landmark kind of usher in the open world. When that comes out on the PlayStation 2, even though there was GTA 1 and 2, this was an all new thing with the mobster storytelling.
Is that the first 3D version?
It was. Then Vice City's kind of a fast follow, which could be my favorite one. I loved all the Grand Theft Autos. I think they're really phenomenally well-made games. Same with Red Dead. think Red Dead Redemption 1 could be my favorite story. Like, highly recommend finishing it.
So you like both the story and do you like the grittiness of like, because they have a bit of the, like, I guess if you like the Fallout, there's the humor, I don't know what it is. It's the light-hearted humor of it, but also the brutality of human nature is in there too. But it's like, and also some of the fun they create with the music when you drive and stuff like that. They create a world. There's a tone.
They do.
There's a very strong
There's
tone.
a very strong tone. The satire on the world is just so well done. The gameplay is great. I think they've just done a phenomenal job.
Is there any others that pop to mind?
Portal,
yeah. That's another weird creation.
I could just sit here and list games for
First one, I'm enjoying this.
Hearthstone's a game. I love it's college football. NCAA football was my favorite. It's like, I would say it's a great role.
Oh, you would actually keep getting.
It's a role-playing game because I have all these characters. I have 60 characters. They're all leveling up, and then I have to play them. And then the college ones, it graduates with booster players, and then they stop making the series. The folks at EA, and they will say, "I have bugged them." And they're doing it, so it's finally
nice. What would you say is the greatest sports game of all time?
Mm. Well, it's NCAA football. I have to pick the year.
That's it. Versus Madden?
Oh. Yeah, but it's more teams. You get the college, fight songs, there's more pageantry, and the players turn over. They're only there for 4 seasons, so you have to it's more dynamic.
So you like variety versus.
So what was the last one? 2014, I think it was.
And you don't like FIFA and.
Look, FIFA's incredible. Look, I'm a college football fan. They give you that fantasy. If you like European football stuff, soccer, FIFA is incredible. I love that game too.
Have you been paying attention to the game design of that world, of those worlds?
Yeah, and the thing people, I think, with those kind of games, it is really or racing games. Forza, okay, I love Forza. Play them all. When you have to recreate something that's real in the real world, say it's cars or it's sports games, everybody knows how it should work. That's a really difficult task. When people know how it should work. And then you're going to balance it for single player. The multiplayer parts of it are very, very competitive. And, in many respects, you're forced to put out a new version of it. And I say forced in quotes because they're, you can count them as big updates. But it's a much more difficult development process than I think people understand, and how hard those teams work. I know a lot of people who do it, and I think they just do. I've enjoyed them all. I buy Madden every year.
Yeah, so every single year. Yeah, they do refresh it. There's a feeling of freshness.
Yeah, look, there have been years where it feels like less was done and more was done, but I enjoy it every year.
What is a perfectly productive day in the life of Todd? So maybe not perfectly, but just like a perfectly average productive. What are you a morning person, evening person? Is it chaos? Is it pretty regular? I'm in a good flow right now. I'm still doing a lot of stuff. So there's things I'm executive producing, and then Starfield I'm directing. So I sort of view that as that's an everyday thing. Fortunately, I get to do a lot of stuff. Look at the TV show we're making, and this Indiana Jones game. It's being developed in Machine Games. We have to look at that. But the best really day where I feel it's fulfilling is get to play some of the game, we'll say Starfield. Get to play some of Starfield. Look at the problem set of what it is doing, and then get in the room with the other developers that I work closely with, and we solve that problem. So that's the most rewarding thing. Say, okay, what do we want this to do? What's the real player experience we want? What are all the pieces in front of us?
where you know the actual tangible pieces as opposed to the beginning, the pie in the sky part is always fun. But it's like anything is possible, that's fun. But it's not rewarding in the same way because you haven't solved something. Whereas these are the elements you have to play with. How do we make it all work together? And you come out of it at the end of the day like, now that feels great.
So brainstorming about specific big picture, both big picture and very specific detail of a game that's not working, something's not working, you want to fix it, that kind of stuff.
Because you feel like, okay, you've made tangible progress on the actual build of the game. Or something you played in the beginning of the day, didn't feel great. You figured out a solution with a group of people. It's always with a group. And then the next day you're like, yeah, that worked out.
Who's on the team? Is it designers, engineers,
All the above.
artists, voice over?
So it's internal to the studio. It's a lot of programming, a lot of art, design. It breaks into some quest design, writing, systems design. We're like doing all the treasure and the loot and the skill systems, and then level design, making the spaces like those that you play through. Production is a big part of it. The producers who organize everything. Can't remember if I mentioned artists. QA staff as well. They're hugely valuable in saying, hey, we broke your game in these magical ways. What are you going to do about it?
Is the loot design team still hiring? Not right. It seems like
Always.
I mean, all of this seems like a super fun
It is,
job.
you know what? It's the best. Then you have audio, and it by far is the greatest job you possibly have. If you're into like technology, it's great. If you're into storytelling, creativity, and art, it's great. It's really good gaming. The combination of that.
And like I mentioned to you offline, I think the video games, and to me, has brought thousands of hours of happiness. And so when you're designing the game, whatever you're doing, you have a part to play in the thing that's going to bring like millions, hundreds of millions of hours of happiness to people. It's crazy, right?
It is, and I'm gonna play you saying that back to our team because people forget. Your head's down, you're trying to solve these problems, and then you do forget how many people it touches.
Like even tiny decisions, you make tiny little things you create. Yeah, it's weird. I wish there was a way to like we notice things in a video game. It's like it feels good, but you don't get that signal. The creator doesn't get that signal. I wish they did. I guess you could get that signal by, why is Lex stuck in this room, like digging through the loot?
We do now get a lot of good data on what the players are doing,
enjoying and not.
Well, we know where they've been and where they've died, how long they play in certain sections, and we can sort of tell outside of people just telling us on forums or calling or other things. We can tell for some data where people are dropping off or having we can tell if there's a key frustration point.
Do you ever think about making people feel like human feelings when they play? Like designing, like make them feel fear or excitement, anger, longing, loneliness, stuff.
Yeah, of course. The big one I like to say is that video games give you is pride outside of other, if you watch movies or things like that, but you never think like, look what I did. Yes. And that feeling of like accomplishment and pride in what you did or you overcame. You talked about going back to a game that like those are real feelings of like accomplishment that I've felt in games that I played. And when we get to see a player feel that, it's really, really special. The other one is there is an escape or to be someone else that's more powerful in our games that you aren't in real life that gives you a confidence or a perspective. We're doing one next week. We've done a number of Make-A-Wish visits. Kids who can wish for anything. And they want to come and I want to see the next game and meet the creators and see how you do it. They come with their family. And it is like the greatest thing that we do. And it reminds you of like how important it is. And the other really awesome thing is that you can see like the family change by the end of the day. Like they didn't even realize what it meant to their child or what went into it. And it's just, that to me is like, been involved with that foundation for a number of years. And it's been really good, reminder of how lucky we are.
And in general, for young people, that sense of accomplishment is hard to find. I mean,
yeah, well, they don't. Not everybody has it in the outlets that real life provides.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the world is cruel when you're young. Nobody takes you seriously. You don't get like. That's why everybody always wants to grow up and get all this quickly as possible.
It's the hardest thing. It's hard.
And then video games allow you, to build that sense of confidence, sense of pride in something. That's why when people talk down to video games, like it's a culture and so on, it's not. It misses out on that really deeply meaningful thing. Mm-hmm. Especially with like single player, there's some darker aspects to multiplayer that people create communities, and it can go off the rails a bit. But the actual experience of the game, especially one that you stick with for a while, that's really beautiful. Do you have advice for those same young folks? Given that your life is an interesting one, given the kind of degree you got and being a legendary game designer, do you have advice for young folks in high school, maybe college, how to have a career or a life they can be proud of?
Well, you have to find something that you love so much that it's never going to feel like a job. And don't do it for money. Don't do it for, find something you love, and the rest of it will come. It won't be a straight path. And you do not ever underestimate yourself. It's going to take hard work. But the worst thing that young people do is think they can't accomplish something, or they underestimate themselves. And maybe those first few times through where they do fail, if they love it enough, they're going to be resilient and push past that. Anyone who's had success or gotten somewhere, they've had those times, right? And they've stayed resilient because they love it so much that this is what they want to do. When you do it for other reasons, I just don't think it's going to work out the same.
Did you have low points in your life, dark points, where your mind went into a dark place? Whether it's struggling to get a job at Bethesda Softworks, or maybe with a Red Guard flop, or where you kind of start to doubt yourself or any of that?
Well, I think what's weird looking back, I was always so like in love with doing this that I didn't view them as like dark per se. Looking back, I was like, oh, I just wanted to, okay, let me find a way to make this work.
Even when it's hard and it's failing and all that kind of stuff, you just kind of like, it's a problem before you solve.
Yeah, when I started Bethesda, my father had moved nearby to the office. I was moving, and I slept in a sofa. Like, I didn't care. Like, I don't need a bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa and work there. That's all I'm going to do. When the company almost went out of business, it was, well, I hope it doesn't. I feel somewhat responsible. But hey, that's a learning lesson. Let's go. I think I was pretty resilient to it all. Fallout 76, like really bad launch. And okay, what did we do wrong? What can we learn? Let's go at it. Now it's a success. But those kind of ups and downs, for the length of developments that we have, people don't see them, but we have them. The team, having done it time and time again, to know that now we're gonna make it as good as we possibly can. And whatever we're experiencing now, when we solve it, we get it out, and we see the millions of people who love it. It's all worth it.
And you're getting into new spaces. First of all, new worlds with Starfield, but also new. I saw the TV show you're working on. On Fallout with Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
What's that like? Worlds that you created in the digital realm becoming going on the screen.
Yeah, people asked. I can remember 10 years ago after Fallout 3 was a hit. Movie producers coming and, hey, we think this would be a great movie, and taking a lot of meetings. And I think most people would jump at that. Like, sweet. And it sort of paused and I don't know, what is this going to do? I feel like they're going to synthesize. I met great people, well-known creatives. It's going to get synthesized in this 2-hour. I don't know. I'm not seeing the great thing here yet. So, I think the advent of television, in terms of what it's become, nowadays with big budget TV series, it kind of came up again and met with people, and Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, who do Westworld, and I always loved the work he did writing Interstellar, Dark Knight movies. I just love.
Jonathan Nolan's involved with this?
Yeah, he's the EP, and
That's big.
directed the first.
Incredible.
Yep. He's the EP. He's directed the first few episodes. And when I connected with him, Jonah was like, "Hey, you're the person I want to do this." So, and I met with people, kept saying just let me see if he wants to do it. And then to my joy, he was like, "Oh yeah, Fallout 3 is fun. Yeah, sign me up." I was like, "No, how do we get this done?" And at that time, he was at HBO, and it was, we were trying to figure out, put a little pause on it, got to visit the sets, reading scripts, and things like that. It's all new to me, but they're doing such an incredible job. I think if you like this world, you are going to be just blown away. Keep in mind, I've never made a TV show. They're all the best. No one ever does it. Wanting it to not be great, but they've just done their attention to detail and obsessive with what's on the screen and the storytelling and how it looks. The whole thing.
Yeah, I think obsession is really a prerequisite for greatness. What they did, HBO did with Chernobyl, the attention to detail.
And he's doing the last one. That show.
If you really care and you really put a lot of effort into the details, you can
I was stunned. They I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but when people see it, I think they just be like, wow. It's the other thing we're approaching it is very different, where when it was, people would say when it was a movie, they wanted to, tell the story of Fallout 3 or then tell the story of Fallout 4. And for this, it was, hey, let's do something that exists in the world of Fallout. It's not retelling a game story. It's basically, an area of the map. Let's tell a story here that fits in the world that we have built, doesn't, break any of the rules, can reference things in the games, but isn't a retelling of the games. It exists in the same world, but is its own unique thing. So it adds to it. While also people who haven't played the games can't experience how crazy cool Fallout is. Can watch the series, and so.
Are there some similarities or interesting differences between the creation of a game and a TV show that you notice from the sort of story perspective?
Well, for them, it's much more character. You can do all these things with the world and stuff that we already have. It's the main characters, who they are, what their motivations are, that really is the engine.
Right, there's no
finding the right actors to do this.
Because there's no interaction. There's no, you don't get to enter that world. They have to do the work for you. They have big Caesar on the show. I can't wait to see how it turns out. You also mentioned Indiana Jones. That's a different one. How do you work with a famous protagonist? When the character is known, how do you work with that?
Well, it's different. It's different. Indiana Jones is different, where the name it is it's Indiana Jones. Not a world, it's him. Right? You can talk about the world of Indiana Jones, but at the end of the day, it's about this character. And Raiders still my favorite movie of all time. No debate, it's the best movie ever.
Best movie
Ever.
on a tangent, what do you like?
Well, you know, I saw it obviously when I was younger, and I believed it. I believed this happened. And when they found the ark, I could not believe that they found it. So, and I have found over my life, it's still really watchable every time. I enjoy it every single time. Love the character, love the story. The opening is the greatest movie opening ever, and I just love everything. I love everything about it.
What was the opening? Is it from the
What? It's the temple and then the pole rolls.
Oh, that's
the opening of Raiders. Yeah, steals the title.
I think you're deeply.
What's the opening of Raiders? So I've always wanted to. It's one of those things like, what's on your bucket list? Like, oh, I want to make an Indiana Jones game, and I pitched to Lucas. I met some people there and pitched them back in 2009 this Indiana Jones game concept, and they wanted to publish. Kind of the deal fell apart. They wanted to publish it. We were a publisher, and so we didn't do it. And I didn't really have the team to do it. I just was going to figure that out after we agreed to a deal. And, well, you know, we made Skyrim, so it worked out. And then, you know, fast forward 10 years plus, and you know, Lucas, now part of Disney, they're doing a lot more licensing and working with them. So I knew some folks there and said, oh, I have this idea that I pitched a long time ago. And they loved it. And, again, the internal team that I had not only didn't have the time, but probably weren't as good a fit as Machine Games, who has done the Wolfenstein series, who was the perfect fit for this game with storytelling and how to report it. And it's awesome. They're just doing an incredible job with that game. People are going to be, if you like Indiana Jones, it is a definite love letter to Indiana Jones and everything with it.
Can you say if it's more on the action adventure side, like the extra experience of the game?
I could go back. I would just say it is a mashup. It's unique. It isn't one thing intentionally. So it does a lot of different things that, you know, myself and Eric and the folks at Machine Games have wanted to do in a game. So it's a unique thing.
Before I forget, how many humans do I have to kill? I mean, dragons do I have to kill to get myself somehow into Elder Scrolls 6? So mod. If anyone wants to create mods of me, and is that possible?
Yeah,
that's possible. While maintaining realism somehow. You don't want a person that see the die. Doesn't make sense.
Put you in both. Put you in Fallout. You can run.
Yeah, please put me. So Fallout, there's also a culture of.
I do a mod where you replace the mysterious stranger.
There you go. That's a to-do task.
I'll do top mod right there.
And you will have my deep gratitude and more, dear stranger, for doing so. What's the programming language for mods? Is it mostly?
They use our internal scripting language. It's built into the tool.
Okay, I'm almost afraid to explore the world because you will never turn back. How long? You've created so many incredible games. Is there? What does the future hold? Is there so going through this process? Do you still have the energy, the passion, the drive?
I keep creating. I cannot imagine doing anything else. I'd like to do it as long as possible. I will say though, as I've done it, you know, soon it'll be 30 years at Bethesda. I've learned that to appreciate the developments a little bit more, you know, that the time it takes, I should prioritize all of us enjoying the development process more than I did in the past. It was like, you know, just wanted the end. That's all that mattered. And the more you do it, you realize, you know, I'm spending the majority of my life in Gabrielle and the way Sam thought out. So, the moments that we're all doing this together, we need to enjoy it. Like, it's a lot of work finishing Starfield, but hey, we got to enjoy this. This is like incredible. We don't get that many shots. So
the actual process of creating the struggles along the way, stuff not working, like you said, at this point of Starfield, probably creating some of the glue, how stuff feels, and going back again and again and again to try to make the beginning better, all that kind of stuff.
And I would say it for anybody's vocation, whatever you're doing, whatever people do, you're going to have harder times. And sometimes people, you have to, maybe recalibrate yourself to like, okay, how can we make this more enjoyable for all of us, no matter what you're doing, and rewarding?
So if life is a video game, which most likely is, what do you think is the meaning of life? From having created so many games, or the character has to try to figure out. I mean, there's bigger questions than just solving a quest. Asking big questions of why am I here? I feel like that's good practice for answering the same question for this video game, right? What do you think is the meaning of life?
Is very I can say what motivates me.
It's a good start.
Having a curiosity, the ability to not assume a lot and be curious about the world around you. It's not the same as just wanting to learn everything, but what makes other humans tick? How do they feel? How do they love? Might be cliche to say, the meaning of life is to love, right?
So that curiosity is about noticing the world.
Noticing the world around you. Like, there's so much anecdotes that says everybody has two lives, and the second one starts when you realize there's only one. And I think I usually preach to my children and everything else, like, have a curiosity to the world around you, and you'll have the most fulfilling days.
Are you able to be inside the worlds that you've created and be able to notice them? Like really enjoy them?
It takes time. So like Skyrim had its 10th anniversary. So when I went back into it, I think I got to see it for what it is. My younger son got really into it, a few years back on the Switch. That's when we noticed people age up into it. Right. So when it's so popular is most of people come into, they're now becoming, teenagers, and okay, I'll finally play Skyrim. And he got obsessed with it. And he wasn't, usually I say, hey, check out my games. Like, shut down, we're playing something. He got like obsessed with Skyrim. Like, we're having like deep Elder Scrolls lore conversations in there. And I saw it through his eyes. And that was pretty special. And then the mods he was down with, YouTubers he was following, talking about stuff. So the people who like the Elder Scrolls people don't realize how much of that I have watched with my son. And then I kind of, when the 10th anniversary came out, like, I'm gonna check out a build. I have to check out the build out, but I haven't played it in so long. It's like it does. It has this flow. We're like, oh my god, it's played before.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about enjoying video games that people love too, or the water cooler discussion, and with kids. So I would love to have kids, and hopefully soon in the future. So I guess the thing I need your advice on is how do I time it in such a way when they're old enough, right at the age you're old enough, like I want to know when to have them so that when they're old enough, that's exactly when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. Can you give me a hint when I should have kids? All right, never mind.
You are a genius at how to ask that question.
A number of times. Yeah, you told the anecdote that your son asked you the same question. But of course, it's all for good fun. Take as much time as is needed. Skyrim is still an incredible game. It has an impact on millions of people as do all of your games. Thank you for everything you've done for the world.
Thank you.
It's a huge honor that you will talk with me.
This has been an honor, and it has to be said. Look, I have a huge team of people I've worked with for some of them for 20 years, and it's really all of us together.
You're doing a great job. Guys and gals, I can't wait to see you right next. It really, really does have an impact on silly kids like me and millions of silly kids like me. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Tolkien. So comes snow after fire, and even dragons have their end. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Can you imagine possible features that Python 4.0 might have that would necessitate the creation of the new 4.0? Given the amount of pain and joy, suffering and triumph that was involved in between version 2 and version 3. The following is a conversation with Guido Venerasa, the second time on this podcast. He's the creator of the Python programming language and Python's Emeritus BDFL, Benevolent Dictator for Life. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Guido Venerasa. Python 3.11 is coming out very soon. In it, CPython claimed to be 10 to 60% faster. How'd you pull that off? And what's CPython?
CPython is the last Python implementation standing, also the first one that was ever created. The original Python implementation that I started on.
So what does it mean that Python, the programming language, is implemented in another programming language called C?
What kind of audience do you have in mind here? People who know programming?
No, there's somebody on a boat that's into fishing and have never heard about programming, but also some world-class programmers. You don't have to speak to the boat. Imagine a boat with two people. One of them has not heard about programming, is really into fishing, and the other one is like an incredible Silicon Valley programmer that's programmed in everything. C, C++, Python, Rust, Java. He knows the entire history of programming languages.
I imagine that boat in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, I'm going to please the guy who knows how to fish first.
Yes, please. He seems like the most useful in the middle of the ocean. You got to make him mad.
I'm sure he has a cell phone, so he's probably very suspicious about what goes on in that cell phone. But he must have heard that inside the cell phone is a tiny computer. And a programming language is computer code that tells the computer what to do.
It's a very low-level language. It's zeros and ones, and then there's assembly. And then
oh yeah, but we don't talk about these really low levels because those just confuse people. I mean, when we're talking about human language, we're not usually talking about vocal tracts and how you position your tongue. I was talking yesterday about how when you have a Chinese person and they speak English, there's a bit of a stereotype. They often don't know. They can't seem to make the difference well between an L and an R. And I have a theory about that, and I've never checked this with linguists, that it probably has to do with the fact that in Chinese there is not really a difference, and it could be that there are regional variations in how native Chinese speakers pronounce that one sound that sounds to L to some, like L to some of them, R to others.
So it's both the sounds you produce with your mouth throughout the history of your life and what you're used to listening to. I mean, every language has that. Russian has, the Slavic languages have sounds like the letters, like Americans or English speakers don't seem to know the sound. They seem uncomfortable with that sound.
Yeah.
So yes, okay. So we're not going to the shapes of tongues and the sounds that the mouth can make. Fine.
And
Words.
similarly, we're not going into the ones and zeros for machine language. I would say a programming language is a list of instructions like a cookbook recipe that sort of tells you how to do a certain thing, like make a sandwich. Well, acquire a loaf of bread, cut it in slices. Take 2 slices, put mustard on one, put jelly on the other or something, and add the meat and add the cheese. I've heard that science teachers can actually do great stuff with recipes like that and trying to interpret their students' instructions incorrectly until the students are completely unambiguous.
With language, see, that's the difference between natural languages and programming languages. I think ambiguity is a feature, not a bug, in human spoken languages. Like, that's the dance of communication between humans.
Well, for lawyers, ambiguity certainly is a feature. For plenty of other cases, the ambiguity is not much of a feature, but we work around it, of course.
Well,
What's more important is context.
So with context, the precision of the statement becomes more and more concrete, right? But, you know, when you say, I love you to a person that matters a lot to you, the person doesn't try to compile that statement and return an error saying, please define love. Right?
Yeah, but I imagine that my wife and my son interpret it very differently.
Yes,
even though it's the same 3 words.
but imprecisely still.
For sure.
Lawyers
Never-
have lots of follow-up questions.
Nevertheless, the context is already different in that case.
Yes, fair enough. So that's a programming language, is ability to unambiguously state a recipe. Actually, let's go back. Let's go to Pepe. You go through in Pepe the style guide for Python code, some ideas of what this language look like, feel like, read like. And the big idea there is that code readability counts. What does that mean to you? And how do we achieve it? So this recipe should be readable.
That's a thing between programmers. Because on the one hand, we always explain the concept of programming language as computers need instructions, and computers are very dumb and they need very precise instructions because they don't have much context. In fact, they have lots of context, but their context is very different. But what we've seen emerge during the development of software, starting in probably the late 40s, is that software is a very social activity. A software developer is not a mad scientist who sits alone in his lab writing brilliant code. Software is developed by teams of people. Even the mad scientist sitting alone in his lab can type fast enough to produce enough code so that by the time he's done with his coding, he still remembered what the first few lines he wrote mean. So even the mad scientist coding alone in his lab would be sort of wise to adopt conventions and to format the instructions that he gives to the computer, so that the thing is, there is a difference between a cookbook recipe and a computer program. The cookbook recipe, the author of the cookbook writes it once, and then it's printed in 100,000 copies. And then lots of people in their kitchens try to recreate that recipe, that particular pie or dish from the recipe. And so there, the goal of the cookbook author is to make it clear to the human reader of the recipe, the human amateur chef in most cases. When you're writing a computer program, you have 2 audiences at once. It needs to tell the computer what to do, but it also is useful if that program is readable by other programmers. Because computer software, unlike the typical recipe for a cherry pie, is so complex that you don't get all of it right at once. You end up with the activity of debugging, and you end up with the activity of, so debugging is trying to figure out why your code doesn't run the way you thought it should run.
That means broadly, it could be stupid little errors, or it could be big logical errors.
It could be anything
Spiritual.
Yeah, it could be anything from a typo to a wrong choice of algorithm to building something that does what you tell it to do, but that's not useful.
Yeah, it seems to work really well 99% of the time, but does weird things 1% of the time on some edge cases.
That's pretty much all software now.
All good software, right?
Well, yeah, for bad software.
That 99 goes down a lot. But it's not just about the complexity of the program. It's, like you said, it is a social endeavor in that you're constantly improving that recipe for the cherry pie.
But you're in a group of people improving that recipe. Or the mad scientist is improving the recipe that he created a year ago and making it better. Or adding something. He decides that he wants some decoration on his pie or icing.
So there's broad philosophical things and there's specific advice on style. So first of all, the thing that people first experience when they look at pie, it is very readable, but there's also like a spatial structure to it. Can you explain the indentation style of Python and what is the magic to it?
Spaces are important for readability of any kind of text. If you take a cookbook recipe and you remove all the bullets and other markup, and you just crunch all the text together, maybe you leave the spaces between the words, but that's all you leave. When you're in the kitchen trying to figure out, what are the ingredients and what are the steps? And where does this step end and the next step begin? You're going to have a hard time if it's just one solid block of text. On the other hand, what a typical cookbook does, if the paper is not too expensive, each recipe starts on its own page. Maybe there's a picture next to it. The list of ingredients comes first. There's a standard notation. There's shortcuts so that you don't have to sort of write 2 sentences on how you have to cut the onion, because there are only 3 ways that people ever cut onions in the kitchen: small, medium, and in slices, or something like that.
Right.
None of my examples make any sense to you.
Yeah. We're talking to programmers, but there is a strictness to the spacing that Python defines. So there's some looser things, some stricter things, but the 4 spaces for the indentation is really interesting. It really defines what the language looks and feels like.
Because indentation, sort of taking a block of text and then having inside that block of text a smaller block of text that is indented further as sort of a group. It's like you have a bulleted list in a complex business document, and inside some of the bullets are other bulleted lists. You will indent those too. If each bulleted list is indented several inches, then at 2 levels deep, there's no space left on the page to put any of the words of the text. So you can't indent too far. On the other hand, if you don't indent at all, you can tell whether something is a top-level bullet or a second-level bullet or a third-level bullet. So you have to have some compromise. And based on ancient conventions and the typical width of a computer screen in the 80s, and all sorts of things, we came up with 4 spaces as a compromise. I mean, there are groups, there are large groups of people who code with 2 spaces per indent level. For example, the Google style guy all the Google Python code, and I think also all the Google C++ code is indented with only 2 spaces. If you're not used to that, it's harder to, at a glance, understand the code because the sort of the high-level structure is determined by the indentation. On the other hand, there are other programming languages where the indentation is 8 spaces or a whole tab stop in sort of classic Unix. And to me, that looks weird because you sort of after 3 indent levels, you've got no room left.
Well, there's some languages where the indentation is a recommendation, stylistic one. The code compiles even without any indentation. And then Python really, indentation is a fundamental part of the language, right?
It doesn't have to be 4 spaces, so you can code Python with 2 spaces per block or 6 spaces or 12 if you really want to go wild, but sort of everything that belongs to the same block needs to be indented the same way. In practice, in most other languages, people recommend doing that anyway. If you look at C or Rust or C++, all those languages, Java, don't have a requirement of indentation, but except in extreme cases, they're just as anal about having their code properly indented.
So any IDE that does syntax highlighting that works with Java or C++, they will yell at you aggressively if you don't do properly.
Like in C, you type a few words and then you type curly brace, which there is their notion of sort of begin an indented block. Then you hit return, and then it automatically indents 4 or 8 spaces, depending on your style preferences or how you edit it.
Was there a possible universe in which you considered having braces in Python?
Yep.
There was 60-40, 70-30 in your head. What was the trade-off?
For a long time, I was actually convinced that the indentation was just better. Without context, I would still claim that indentation is better. It reduces clutter. However, as I started to say earlier, context is almost everything. And in the context of coding, most programmers are familiar with multiple languages, even if they're only good at 1 or 2. And apart from Python, and maybe Fortran, I don't know how that's written these days anymore, but all the other languages, Java, Rust, C, C++, JavaScript, TypeScript, Perl, are all using curly braces to sort of indicate blocks. And so Python is the odd one out.
So it's a radical idea. You still, as a radical, renegade, revolutionary, you still stand behind this idea of indentation versus braces. Like what can you dig into a little bit more? Why you still stand behind indentation?
Because context is not the whole story. History, in a sense, provides more context. So for Python, there's no chance that we can switch. Python is using curly braces for something else, dictionaries mostly. We would get in trouble if we wanted to switch. Just like you couldn't redefine C to use indentation, even if you agreed that that indentation sort of in a greenfield environment would be better. You can't change that kind of thing in a language.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to reach agreement over much more minor details. Maybe, I mean, in the past in Python, we did have a big debate about tabs versus spaces and 4 spaces versus fewer or more. And we sort of came up with a recommended standard and sort of options for people who want to be different.
But yes, I guess the thought experiment I'd like you to consider is if you could travel back through time when the compatibility is not an issue, and you started Python all over again. Can you make the case for indentation still.
Well, it frees up a pair of matched brackets, of which there are never enough in the world, for other purposes. It really makes the language slightly sort of easier to grasp for people who don't already know another programming language. Because sort of one of the things, and I mostly got this from my mentors who taught me programming language design in the earlier 80s. When you're teaching programming for the total newbie who has not coded before, not in any other language, a whole bunch of concepts in programming are very alien or sort of new and maybe very interesting, but also distracting and confusing. And there are many different things you have to learn. You have to sort of, in a typical, if it's really learning to program from scratch, you have to cover algorithms, you have to cover data structures, you have to cover syntax, you have to cover variables, loops, functions, recursion, classes, expressions, operators. There are so many concepts. If you can spend a little less time having to worry about the syntax. The classic example was often, oh, the compiler complains every time I put a semicolon in the wrong place, or I forget to put a semicolon. Python doesn't have semicolons in that sense. So you can't forget that. And you are also not sort of misled into putting them where they don't belong, because
that is forcing the strictness onto the beginning programmer to teach them that programming is values attention to details. You don't get to just write the way you write in English.
And other details that they have to pay attention to. I think they'll still get the message about paying attention to detail.
It's an interesting design choice. I still program quite a bit in PHP, and I'm sure there's other languages. That was an annoying thing. Didn't quite fit into my understanding of why this is good for programming language. I'm not sure if you ever thought about that one.
That is a historical thing. There is a whole lineage of programming languages. PHP is one, Perl was one. The Unix shell is one of the oldest, all the different shells. The dollar was invented for that purpose because the very earliest shells had the notion of scripting, but they did not have a notion of parameterizing the scripting. And so a script is just a command that is read by a very primitive command processor that then sort of takes the first word on the line as the name of a program and passes all the rest of the line as text into the program. And so by the time scripting was slightly more mature than the very first script, first word of the line is the name of the program. The following words could be names of files, input.txt, output.html, things like that. The next thing that happens is, it would actually be really nice if we could have variables and especially parameters for scripts. Parameters are usually what starts this process. But now you have a problem because you can't just say the parameters are X, Y, and Z. And so now we call, let's say X is the input file and Y is the output file. Let's forget about Z. I have my program. and I write program X, Y, well, that already has a meaning because that presumably means X itself is the file. It's a file name. It's not a variable name. And so the inventors of things like the Unix shell, and I'm sure job command language at IBM before that, had to use something that made it clear to the script processor, here is an X that is not actually the name of your file, which just passed through to the program you're running. Here is an X that is the name of the variable. And when you're writing a script processor, you try to keep it as simple as possible. The thing that interprets the script was itself had to be a very small program because it had to fit in a very small part of memory. And so saying, oh, just look at each character and see a dollar sign, jump to another section of the code, and then you gobble up characters or say until the next space or something, and you say that's the variable. And so it was sort of invented as contain both variable and fixed parts. Very easy in a very simple smooth processor. It also helps, even then, it also helps the human author and the human reader of the script to quickly see, oh, 20 lines down in the script, I see a reference to X, Y, Z. Oh, it has a dollar in front of it. So now we know that X, Y, Z must be one of the parameters of the script.
Well, this is fascinating. Several things to say, which is the leftovers from the simple script processor languages are now in code bases like behind Facebook or behind most of the back end. I think PHP is probably still runs most of the back end of the internet.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of it in Wikipedia too, for example.
It's funny that those decisions are not funny. It's fascinating that those decisions permeate through time.
Just like biological systems, right? I mean, the sort of the inner workings of DNA have been stable for, well, I don't know how long it was, like 300 million years, 500 million years. And there are all sorts of weird quirks there that don't make a lot of sense if you were to design a system like self-replicating molecules from scratch.
Well, that system has a lot of interesting resilience. It has redundancy that results, like it messes up in interesting ways that still is resilient when you look at the system level of the organism. Code doesn't necessarily have that, a computer programming code.
You'd be surprised how much resilience modern code has. I mean, if you look at the number of bugs per line of code, even in very well tested code that in practice works just fine, there are actually lots of things that don't work fine. And there are error correcting or self-correcting mechanisms at many levels,
including probably the user of the code.
Well, in the end, the user who sort of is told, well, you got to reboot your PC is part of that system. And a slightly less drastic thing is reload page, which we all know how to do without thinking about it when something weird happens. You try to reload a few times before you say, oh, there's something really weird.
Or try to click the button again. The first time just the button.
Well, yeah, that we should all have learned not to do that because that's probably just going to turn the light back off.
Yeah, true. To do it 3 times. That's the right lesson. So, and I wonder how many people actually like the dollar sign. Like you said, it is documentation. So, to me, it's whatever the opposite of syntactic sugar is, syntactic poison. To me, it is such a pain in the ass that I have to type in the dollar sign. Also, super error prone. So it's not self-documenting. It's like a bug generating thing. It is a kind of documentation. That's the pro, and the con is it's a source of a lot of bugs. But actually, I have to ask you, this is a really interesting idea of bugs per line of code. If you look at all the computer systems out there, from the code that runs nuclear weapons to the code that runs all the amazing companies that you've been involved with and not, code that runs Twitter and Facebook and Dropbox and Google, Microsoft, Windows, and so on, and we like laid out, wouldn't that be a cool like table, bugs per line of code? And what would let's put like actual companies aside. Do you think we would be surprised by the number we see there for all these companies?
That depends on whether you've ever read about research that's been done in this area before. And I don't know, the last time I saw some research like that, it was probably in the 90s. The research might have been done in the 80s. But the conclusion was across a wide range of different software, different languages, different companies, different development styles. The number of bugs is always, I think it's in the order of about 1 bug per 1,000 lines in sort of mature software that is considered as good as it gets.
Can I give you some facts here? There's a lot of really good papers. So you said mature software, right? So here's a report from a programming analytics company. Now this is from a developer perspective. Let me just say what it says. This is very weird and surprising. On average, a developer creates 70 bugs per 1,000 lines of code. 15 bugs per 1,000 lines of code find their way to the customers. This is in the software they
Oh, I was wrong by an order of magnitude there.
Fixing a bug takes 30 times longer than writing a line of code. That I can believe.
Yeah.
75% of a developer's time is spent on debugging. That's for an average developer. They analyze this 1,500 hours a year. In the U.S. alone, $113 billion is spent annually on identifying and fixing bugs.
And I imagine this is marketing literature for someone who claims to have a gold bullet or silver bullet that makes all that investment in fixing bugs go away. But that is usually not going to. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, they're referencing a lot of stuff, of course, but it is a page. That is, there's a contact us button at the bottom. Presumably, if you just spend a little bit less than $100 billion, we're willing to solve the problem for you. Right. And there's also a report on Stock Exchange, Stack Overflow, on the exact same topic. But when I open it up at the moment, the page says Stack Overflow is currently offline for me.
Oh, that is ironic. Yes.
By the way, their error page is awesome. Anyway. I mean, can you believe that number of bugs?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't that scary? The 70 bugs per 1,000 lines of code. So even 2 bugs per 1,000 lines.
Well, that's about 1 bug after every 15 lines, and that's when you're first typing it in.
Yeah, from a developer, but like, how many bugs are going to be found? If you're typing.
Well, the development process is extremely iterative. Typically, you don't make a plan for what software you're going to release a year from now and work out all the details, because actually all the details themselves consist, you sort of compose a program. And that being a program, all your plans will have bugs in there too, and inaccuracies. But what you actually do is you do a bunch of typing, and I'm a really bad typist. That's just, I've never learned to type with 10 fingers.
How many do you use?
Well, I use all 10 of them, but not very well. But I never took a typing class, and I never sort of corrected that. So the first time I seriously learned, I had to learn college in my first programming classes, where we used punch cards. And so with my 2 fingers, I sort of specced out my code. Watch anyone give you a little coding demonstration. They'll have to produce like 4 lines of code. And now see how many times they use the backspace.
Yeah.
Because they made a mistake. And some people, especially when someone else is looking, will backspace over 20, 30, 40 characters to fix a typo earlier in the line. If you're slightly more experienced, of course, use your arrow buttons to go, or your mouse to, but the mouse is usually slower than the arrows. But a lot of people, when they type a 20-character word, which is not unusual, and they realize they made a mistake at the start of the word, they backspace over the whole thing, and then retype it. And sometimes it takes 3 or 4 times to get it right. So I don't know what your definition of bug is. Arguably, mistyping a word and then correcting it immediately is not a bug. On the other hand, you already do sort of lose time. And every once in a while, there's sort of a typo that you don't get in that process. And now you've typed like 10 lines of code, and somewhere in the middle of it, you don't know where yet is a typo, or maybe a finko where you forgot that you had to initialize a variable or something.
But those are 2 different things. I would say yes, you have to actually run the code to discover that typo. But forgetting to initialize a variable is a fundamentally different thing, because that thing can go undiscovered.
That depends on the language. In Python, it will not. And sort of modern compilers are usually pretty good at catching that, even for C.
So for that specific thing, but actually deeper, there might be another variable that is initialized, but logically speaking, the one you meant related.
Yep.
It's like named the same, but it's a different thing, and you forgot to initialize whatever, some counter or some basic variable they're using.
I can tell that you've coded.
Yes. By the way, I should mention that I use the Guinness keyboard, which has the backspace under the thumb. And one of the biggest reasons I use that keyboard is because you realize in order to use the backspace on a usual keyboard, you have to stretch your pinky out. And like, for most normal keyboards, the backspace is under the pinky. So I don't know if people realize the pain they go through in their life because of the backspace keeping so far away. So with the kinesis, it's right under the thumb, so you don't have to actually move your hands. The backspace will be
What do you do if you're ever not with your own keyboard and you have to use someone else's PC keyboard that has a standard name?
So first of all, it turns out that you can actually go your whole life always having the keyboard with you. So this,
well, except for that little tablet that you're using for note taking right now, right?
Yeah. So it's very inefficient note taking, but I'm just looking stuff up. But in most cases, I would be actually using the keyboard here right now. I just don't anticipate. You have to calculate how much typing do you anticipate. I anticipate quite a bit, and I have a keyboard to pull with me. And same with the embarrassing. I've accepted being the weirdo that I am, but when I go on an airplane and I anticipate to do programming or a lot of typing, I will have a laptop that will pull out a Kinesis keyboard in addition to the laptop, and it's just who I am. You have to accept who you are, but also it's for a lot of people, for me certainly, there's a comfort space where there's a certain kind of setups that are maximize productivity, and it's like some people have a warm blanket that they like when they watch a movie. I like the Kinesis keyboard. It takes me to a place of focus. And I still I'm trying to make sure I use the state-of-the-art IDEs for everything, but my comfort place, just like the Kinesis keyboard, is still Emacs. So that's some of the debates I have with myself about everything from a technology perspective, is how much to hold on to the tools you're comfortable with versus how much to invest in using modern tools. And the signal that the communities provide you with is the noisy one, because a lot of people year to year get excited about new tools. You have to make a prediction. Are these tools defining a new generation of something that will transform programming, or is this just a fad that will pass? Certainly with JavaScript frameworks, front end and back end of the web, there's a lot of different styles that came and went. I remember learning, what was it called, ActionScript. I remember for Flash, learning how to program in Flash, learning how to design, do graphic animation, all that kind of stuff in Flash. Same with Java applets. I remember creating quite a lot of Java applets, thinking that this potentially defines the future of the web. And it did not.
Well, in most cases like that, the particular technology eventually gets replaced. But many of the concepts that the technology introduced or made accessible first are preserved, of course. Because, we're not using Java applets anymore, but the notion of reactive web pages that sort of contain little bits of code that respond directly to something you do, like pressing a button or a link or hovering even, has certainly not gone away. And that those animations that were made painfully complicated with Flash, Flash was an innovation when it first came up. And when it was replaced by JavaScript equivalent stuff, it was a somewhat better way to do animations, but those animations are still there. Not all of them, but sort of, again, there is an evolution, and so often with technology, that the sort of the technology that was eventually thrown away or replaced was still essential to sort of get started. There wouldn't be jet planes without propeller planes. But from a user perspective, yes. From the feature set, yes. But from a programmer perspective, it feels like all the time I've spent with ActionScript, all the time I spent with Java on the applet side for the GUI development, Java I have to push back. That was useful, because it transfers. But the Flash doesn't transfer. So some things you learn and invest time in. What you learned, the skill you picked up learning ActionScript, was sort of, it was perhaps a super valuable skill at the time you picked it up. If you learned ActionScript early enough, but that skill is no longer in demand.
Well, that's the calculation you have to make when you're learning new things. Like today, people start learning programming. Today, I'm trying to see what are the new languages to try, what are the new systems to try, what are the new IDEs to try to keep improving.
That's why we start when we're young. But that seems very true to me. That when you're young, you have your whole life ahead of you, and you're allowed to make mistakes. In fact, you should feel encouraged to do a bit of stupid stuff. Try not to get yourself killed or seriously maimed, but try stuff that deviates from what everybody else is doing. And like 9 out of 10 times, you'll just learn why everybody else is not doing that. Why everybody else is doing it some other way. And 1 out of 10 times, you sort of discover something that's better or that somehow works. There are all sorts of crazy things that were invented by accident, by people trying stuff together.
That's great advice, to try random stuff, make a lot of mistakes.
Once you're married with kids, you're probably going to be a little more risk averse, because now there's more at stake, and you've already hopefully had some time where you were experimenting with crazy shit.
I like how marriage and kids solidifies their choice of programming language. How does the Robert Frost poem with the oil glass taken, which I think is misinterpreted by most people. But anyway, I feel like the choices you make early on, especially if you go all in, they're going to define the rest of your life's trajectory in a way that, like, you basically are picking a camp. So, there's, if you invest a lot in PHP, if you invest a lot in .NET, if you invest a lot in JavaScript, you're going to stick there. That's your life journey. It's very hard to
only as far as that technology remains relevant.
Yes.
I mean, if at age 16 you learn coding in C, and by the time you're 26, C is like a dead language, then there's still time to switch. There's probably some kind of survivor bias or whatever it's called in sort of your observation that you pick a camp, because there are many different camps to pick, and if you pick .NET, then you can coast for the rest of your life, because the technology is now so ubiquitous, of course, that it's, even if it's bound to die, it's going to take a very long time.
Well, for me personally, I had a very difficult, in my own head, brave leap that I had to take relevant to our discussion, which is most of my life I programmed in C and C++. And so having that hammer, everything looked like a nail. So I would literally even do scripting in C++. And I would create programs that do script-like things. And when I first came to Google, and before then, it became already, before TensorFlow, before all of that, there was a growing realization that C++ is not the right tool for machine learning. We could talk about why that is. It's unclear why that is. A lot of things have to do with community and culture and how it emerges and stuff like that. But for me to decide to take the leap to Python, like all out, basically switch completely from C++, except for highly performant robotics applications. There was still a culture of C++ in the space of robotics. Mm-hmm. That was a big leap. Like I had to, people have like existential crises or midlife crises or whatever. You have to realize, almost like walking away from a person you love. Because I was sure that C++ would have to be a lifelong companion. A lot of problems I would want to solve, C++ would be there. And there's a question to say, well, that might not be the case. Because C++ is still one of the most popular languages in the world, one of the most used, one of the most depended on.
It's also still evolving quite a bit. I mean, that is not a sort of a fossilizing community. They are doing great innovative work, actually, a lot. But yet, sort of their innovations are hard to follow if you're not already a hardcore C++ user.
Well, this was the thing. It pulls you in. It's a rabbit hole. I was a hardcore. The old meta programming, template programming. Like, I would start using the modern C++ as a developer, right? Not just the shared pointer and the garbage pointer that makes it easier for you to work with some of the flaws. But the detail, like the meta programming, the crazy stuff that's coming out there, but then you have to just empirically look and step back and say, what language am I more productive in? Sorry to say, what language do I enjoy my life with more? And readability and able to think through and all that kind of stuff. Those questions are harder to ask when you already have a loved one, which in my case was C++, and then with Python, like that meme, the grass is greener on the other side. Am I just infatuated with a new fad, new cool thing, or is this actually going to make my life better? And I think a lot of people face that kind of decision. It was a difficult decision for me when I made it. At this time, it's an obvious switch if you're into machine learning, but at that time, it wasn't quite yet so obvious. There was a risk. And, you have the same kind of stuff with, I still, because of my connection to WordPress, I still do a lot of back-end programming in PHP. And the question is, Node.js, Python, do you switch back into any of those programs? If there's the case for Node.js for me, well, more and more of the front end is JavaScript. And fascinating, cool stuff is on JavaScript. Maybe use the same programming language for the back end as well. The case with Python for the back end is, well, you're doing so much programming outside the web, Python, so maybe use Python for the back end. And then the case with PHP, well, most of the web still runs in PHP. You have a lot of experience with PHP. Why fix something that's not broken? Those are my own personal struggles, but I think they reflect the struggles of a lot of people with different programming languages, with different problems they're trying to solve. It's a weird one.
And there's not a single answer, right? Because depending on how much time you have to learn new stuff, where you are in your life, what you're currently working on, who you want to work with, what communities you like, there's not one right choice. Maybe if you can look back 20 years, you can say, well, that whole detour through ActionScript was a waste of time. But nobody could know that. So you can't beat yourself up over that. You just need to accept that not every choice you make is going to be perfect. Maybe sort of keep plan B in the back of your mind. But don't overthink it. Don't try to don't create a spreadsheet with where you're trying to estimate, well, if I learn this language, I expect to make X million dollars in a lifetime, and if I learn that language, I expect to make Y million dollars in a lifetime, and which is higher, and which has more risk, and where is the chance that it's like picking a stock.
Kind of, but I think with stocks, you can do diversifying your investment is good. With productivity in life, boy, that spreadsheet is possible to construct. Like if you actually carefully analyze what your interests in life are, where you think you can maximally impact the world, there really is better and worse choices for programming language. They're not just about the syntax, but about the community, about where you predict the community is headed, what large systems are programmed in that.
But can you create that spreadsheet? Because that's sort of, you're mentioning a whole bunch of inputs that go into that spreadsheet where you have to estimate things that are very hard to measure and even harder. I mean, they're hard to measure retroactively, and they're even harder to predict. Like, what is the better community? Well, better is one of those incredibly difficult words. What's better for you is not better for someone else.
But we're not doing a public speech about what's better. We're doing a personal spiritual journey. I can determine a circle of friends, circle 1 and circle 2, and I can have a bunch of parties with 1 and a bunch of parties with 2, and then write down and take a mental note of what made me happy, right? And that, if you're a machine learning person, you want to say, okay, I want to build a large company that is grounded in machine learning, but also has a sexy interface that has a large impact on the world. What languages do I use? You look at what Facebook is using, you look at what Twitter is using. Then you look at performant, more newer languages like Rust, or you look at languages that have taken that most of the community uses in the machine learning space, that's Python. You can think through, you can hang out and think. It's always an investment. And the level of activity of the community is also really interesting. Like you said, C++ and Python are super active in terms of the development of the language itself.
But do you think that you can make objective choices there?
No. Yeah, but there's a gut. People don't you believe in that gut feeling?
Everything is very subjective, and yes, you most certainly can have a gut feeling, and your gut can also be wrong. That's why there are billions of people, because they're not all right. I mean, clearly there are more people living in the Bay Area who have plans to sort of create a Google-sized company then there's room in the world for Google-sized companies. And they're going to have to duke it out in the market
space. And there's many more choices than just the programming language. Speaking of which, let's go back to the boat with the fisherman who's tuned out. Let's talk to the programmer. Let's jump around and go back to C Python that we tried to define as the reference implementation. And one of the big things that's coming out in 3.11, what's the right way to
We tend to say 3.11 because it really was like we went 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, and we're planning to go up to 3.99.
99. What happens after 99?
Probably just 3.100.
We'll make it there. Go all the way to 420. I got it. Forever Python D3. We'll talk about 4, but more for fun. So 3.11 is coming out. One of the big sexy things in it is that it'll be much faster. So how did you, beyond hiring a great team or working with a great team, make it faster? What are some ideas that makes it faster?
It has to do with simplicity of software versus performance. And so even though C is known to be a low-level language, which is great for writing sort of a high-performance language interpreter, when I originally started Python or C Python, I didn't expect there would be great success and fame in my future. So I tried to get something working and useful in about 3 months. And so I cut corners. I borrowed ideas left and right when it comes to language design as well as implementation. I also wrote much of the code as simple as it could be. And there are many things that you can code more efficiently by adding more code. It's a bit of a sort of a time-space trade-off where you can compute a certain thing from a small number of inputs, and every time you get presented with a new input, you do the whole computation from the top. That can be simple looking code. It's easy to understand. It's easy to reason about, but you can tell quickly that it's correct, at least in the sort of mathematical sense of correct. Because it's implemented in C, maybe it performs relatively well. But over time, as the requirements for that code and the need for performance go up, you might be able to rewrite that same algorithm using more memory, maybe remember previous results, so you don't have to recompute everything from scratch. Like the classic example is computing prime numbers. Like, is 10 a prime number? Well, you is it divisible by 2? Is it divisible by 3? Is it divisible by 4? And we go all the way to, is it divisible by 9? And it is not, well, actually 10 is divisible by 2, so there we stop. Say 11. It's divisible by 10. The answer is 9. No, 10 times in a row. So now we know 11 is a prime number. On the other hand, if we already know that 2, 3, 5, and 7 are prime numbers, and you know a little bit about the mathematics of how prime numbers work, you know that if you have a rough estimate for the square root of 11, you don't actually have to check, is it divisible by 4 or is it divisible by 5? All you have to check in the case of 11 is it divisible by 2, is it divisible by 3? Because take 12. If it's divisible by 4, well, 12 divided by 4 is 3, so you should have come across the question, is it divisible by 3 first? So if you know basically nothing about prime numbers except the definition, maybe you go for x from 2 through n-1, is n divisible by x? And then at the end, if you got all no's for every single one of those questions, oh, it must be a prime number. Well, the first thing is you can stop iterating when you find a yes answer. And the second thing is you can also stop iterating when you have reached the square root of n, because you know that if it has a divisor larger than the square root, it must also have a divisor smaller than the square root. Then you say, oh, except for 2, we don't need to bother with checking for even numbers because all even numbers are divisible by 2. So if it's divisible by 4, we would already have come across the question, is it divisible by 2? And so now you go special case, check, is it divisible by 2? And then you just check 3, 5, 7, 11. And so now you sort of reduced your search space by 50% again by skipping all the even numbers except for 2. If you think a bit more about it, or you just read in your book about the history of math, one of the first algorithms ever written down, all you have to do is check, is it divisible by any of the previous prime numbers that are smaller than the square root? And before you get to a better algorithm, that you have to have several PhDs in discrete math. So that's as much as I know.
So, of course, that same story applies to a lot of other algorithms. String matching is a good example of how to come up with an efficient algorithm. And sometimes the more efficient algorithm is not so much more complex than the inefficient one. But that's an art, and it's not always the case. In the general cases, the more performant the algorithm, the more complex it's going to be. It's a kind of trade-off.
The simpler algorithms are also the ones that people invent first. Because when you're looking for a solution, you look at the simplest way to get there first. And so if there is a simple solution, even if it's not the best solution, not the fastest or the most memory efficient or whatever, a simple solution, and simple is fairly subjective, but mathematicians have also thought about sort of what is a good definition for simple in the case of algorithms. But the simpler solutions tend to be easier to follow for other programmers who haven't made a study of a particular field. And when I started with Python, I was a good programmer in general. I knew sort of basic data structures. I knew the C language pretty well. But there were many areas where I was only somewhat familiar with the state of the art. And so I picked, in many cases, the simplest way I could solve a particular subproblem, because when you're designing and implementing a language, you have to you have many hundreds of little problems to solve. And you have to have solutions for every one of them before you can sort of say, I've invented a program.
First of all, so Python, what kind of things does it do? The interpreter, it takes in this readable language that we talked about, that's Python. What is it supposed to do?
The interpreter, basically, it's sort of a recipe for understanding recipes. So instead of a recipe that says, bake me a cake, we have a recipe for, well, given the text of a program, how do we run that program? And that is sort of the recipe for building a computer.
The recipe for the baker and the chef.
Yeah.
What are the algorithmically tricky things that happen to be low-hanging fruit that could be improved on? Maybe throughout the history of Python, but also now. How is it possible that 3.11 in year 2022 is possible to get such a big performance?
We focused on a few areas where we still felt there was low-hanging fruit. The biggest one is actually the interpreter itself. And this has to do with details of how Python is defined. So I don't know if the fisherman is going to follow this story.
He already jumped off the boat.
he's this board. Yeah. Python is actually, even though it's always called an interpretive language, there's also a compiler in there. It just doesn't compile to machine code. It compiles to bytecode, which is sort of code for an imaginary computer that is called the Python interpreter.
It's compiling code that is more easily digestible by the interpreter, or is digestible at all.
It is the code that is digested by the interpreter. That's the compiler. We tweaked very minor bits of the compiler. Almost all the work was done in the interpreter. Because when you have a program, you compile it once and then you run the code a whole bunch of times. Or maybe there's one function in the code that gets run many times. Now I know that sort of people who know this field are expecting me to at some point say, we built a just-in-time compiler. Actually, we didn't. We just made the interpreter a little more efficient.
What's a just-in-time compiler?
That is a thing from the Java world, although it's now applied to almost all programming languages, especially interpreted ones.
So you see the compiler inside Python not like a just-in-time compiler, but it's a compiler that creates bytecode that is then fed to the interpreter. And the compiler, is there something interesting to say about the compiler? It's interesting that you haven't changed that tweak that at all. Not much.
We changed some parts of the bytecode, but not very much. And so we only had to change the parts of the compiler where we decided that the breakdown of a Python program in bytecode instructions had to be slightly different. But that didn't gain us the performance improvements. The performance improvements were like making the interpreter faster, in part by sort of removing the fat from some internal data structures used by the interpreter. But the key idea is an adaptive specializing interpreter.
Let's go. What is adaptive about it? What is specialized about it?
Well, let me first talk about the specializing part, because the adaptive part is the sort of the second order effect, but they're both important. So bytecode is a bunch of machine instructions, but it's an imaginary machine. But the machine can do things like call a function, add two numbers, print a value. Those are sort of typical instructions in Python. And if we take the example of adding two numbers, actually in Python, the language, there's no such thing as adding two numbers. There's just the compiler doesn't know that you're adding two numbers. You might as well be adding two strings or two lists or two instances of some user-defined class that happen to implement this operator called add. That's a very interesting and fairly powerful mathematical concept. It's mostly a user interface trick because it means that a certain category of functions can be written using a single symbol, the plus sign, and sort of a bunch of other functions can be written using another single symbol, the multiply sign. So if we take addition, the way traditionally in Python the add bytecode was executed is pointers, and more pointers. So first we have two objects. An object is basically a pointer to a bunch of memory that contains more pointers.
Pointers all the way down.
Well, not quite, but there are a lot of them. So to simplify a bit, we look up in one of the objects, what is the type of that object, and does that object type define an add operation? And so you can imagine that there is a sort of a type integer that knows how to add itself to another integer. And there is a type floating point number that knows how to add itself to another floating point number. And the integers and floating point numbers are sort of important I think mostly historically because the first computers used the same bit pattern when interpreted as a floating point number had a very different value than when interpreted as an integer.
Can I ask a dumb question here?
Please do.
Given the basics of int and float and add, who carries the knowledge of how to add two integers? Is it the integer? It's the type integer versus the type integer and the type float. What about the operator? Is the operator just exist as a platonic form possessed by the integer?
The operator is more like it's an index in a list of functions that the integer type defines. And so the integer type is really a collection of functions, and there's an add function, and there's a multiply function, and there are like 30 other functions for other operations. This power function, for example. And you can imagine that in memory there is a distinct slot for the add operation. So let's say the add operation is the first operation of a type, and the multiply is the second operation of a type. So now we take the integer type and we take the floating point type. In both cases, the add operation is the first slot and multiply is the second slot. But each slot contains a function, and the functions are different because the add to integers function interprets the bit patterns as integers. The add to float function interprets the same bit pattern as a floating point number. And then there is the string data type, which again interprets the bit pattern as the address of a sequence of characters. There are lots of lies in that story, but that's sort of a basic idea.
I could tell the fake news and the fabrication going on here at the table. But where's the optimization? Is it on the operator? Is it the different?
So
the integer?
The optimization is the observation that in a particular line of code. So now you write your little Python program, and you write a function, and that function sort of takes a bunch of inputs, and at some point it adds two of the inputs together. Now I bet you, even if you call your function 1,000 times, that all those calls are likely all going to be about integers, because maybe your program is all about integers. Or maybe on that particular line of code where that's the plus operator, every time the program hits that line, the variables A and B that are being added together happen to be strings. And so what we do is, instead of having this single bytecode that says, here's an add operation, and the implementation of add is fully generic. It looks at the object, from the object it looks at the type, then it takes the type and it looks up the function pointer, then it calls the function. Now the function has to look at the other argument, and it has to double check that the other argument has the right type. And then there's a bunch of error checking before it can actually just go ahead and add the two bit patterns in the right way. What we do is, every time we execute an add instruction like that, we keep a little note of, in the end, after we hit the code that did the addition for a particular type, what type was it? And then after a few times through that code, if it's the same type all the time, we say, oh, so this add operation, even though it's the generic add operation, it might as well be the add integer operation. And the add integer operation is much more efficient, because it just says, assume that A and B are integers, do the addition operation, do it right there in line, and produce the result. And the big lie here is that in Python, even if you have great evidence that in the past it was always two integers that you were adding, at some point in the future, that same line of code could still be hit with two floating points or two strings, or maybe a string and an integer.
It's not a great lie, that's just the fact of life.
I didn't account for what should happen in that case in the way I told the story.
There is some accounting for that.
And so what we actually have to do is, when we have the add integer operation, we still have to check, are the two arguments in fact integers? We applied some tricks to make those checks efficient. And we know statistically that the outcome is almost always yes, they are both integers. And so we quickly make that check, and then we proceed with the sort of add integer operation. And then there is a fallback mechanism where we say, oops, one of them wasn't an integer. Now we're going to pretend that it was just a fully generic add operation. We wasted a few cycles believing it was going to be two integers, and then we had to back up. But we didn't waste that much time, and statistically, most of the time. Basically, we're sort of hoping that most of the time we guess right, because if it turns out that we guessed wrong too often, or we didn't have a good guess at all, things might actually end up running a little slower. So someone armed with this knowledge and a copy of the implementation, someone could easily construct a counterexample where they say, oh, I have a program and then now it runs 5 times as slow in Python 3.11 than it did in Python 10. But that's a very unrealistic program. That's just like an extreme fluke.
It's a fun reverse engineering task, though.
Oh, yeah.
So there's people like fun, yes. So there's some presumably heuristic of what defines a momentum of saying, you seem to be adding 2 integers, not 2 generic types. So how do you figure out that heuristic?
I think that the heuristic is actually, we assume that the weather tomorrow is going to be the same as the weather today.
So you don't need 2 days of the weather?
No. That is already so much better than guessing randomly.
So how do you find this idea? Hey, I wonder if instead of adding 2 generic types, we start assuming that the weather tomorrow is the same as the weather today. Where do you find the idea? Because that ultimately, for you to do that, you have to kind of understand how people are using the language, right?
Python is not the first language to do a thing like this. This is a fairly well-known trick, especially from other interpreted languages that had reason to be sped up. We occasionally look at papers about HHVM, which is Facebook's efficient compiler for PHP. There are tricks known from the JVM. Sometimes it just comes from academia.
So the trick here is that the type itself the variable doesn't know what type it is. So it's not a statically typed language where you can afford to have a shortcut to saying it's.
This is a trick that is especially important for interpreted languages with dynamic typing, because if the compiler could read in the source these x and y that we're adding are integers, the compiler can just insert the single add machine code hardware machine instruction that exists on every CPU, and ditto for floats. But because in Python you don't generally declare the types of your variables, you don't even declare the existence of your variables, they just spring into existence when you first assign them, which is really cool and sort of helps those beginners because there's less bookkeeping they have to learn how to do before they can start playing around with code. But it makes the interpretation of the code less efficient. And so we're sort of trying to make the interpretation more efficient without losing the super dynamic nature of the language. That's always the challenge.
3.5 got the PEP 484 type hint. What is type hinting, and is it used by the interpreter, the hints, or is it just syntactic sugar?
So the type hints is an optional mechanism that people can use, and it's especially popular with sort of larger companies that have very large code bases written in Python.
Do you think of it as almost like documentation, saying two variables
It is
at this type?
more than documentation. So it is a sublanguage of Python where you can express the types of variables. So here's a variable and it's an integer. And here's an argument to this function and it's a string. And here is a function that returns a list of strings.
But that's not checked when you run the code.
But exactly, there is a separate piece of software called the static type checker that reads all your source code without executing it and thinks long and hard about what it looks from just reading the code that code might be doing, and double checks if that makes sense if you take the types as annotated into account.
So this is something you're supposed to run as you develop.
It's like a linter. Yeah, that's definitely a development tool, but the type annotations currently are not used for speeding up the interpreter. And there are a number of reasons. Many people don't use them. Even when they do use them, they sometimes contain lies, where the static type checker says everything's fine. I cannot prove that this integer is ever not an integer, but at runtime somehow someone manages to violate that assumption. And the interpreter ends up doing just fine. If we started enforcing type annotations in Python, many Python programs would no longer work. And some Python programs wouldn't even be possible because they're too long. So we made the choice of not using the annotations. There is a possible future where eventually 3, 4, 5 releases in the future, we could start using those annotations to sort of provide hints, because we can still say, well, the source code leads us to believe that these x and y are both integers, and so we can generate an add integer instruction, but we can still have a fallback that says, oh, if somehow the code at runtime provided something else, maybe it provided 2 decimal numbers, we can still use that generic add operation as a fallback, but we're not there.
Is there currently a mechanism, or do you see something like that? You can almost add like an assert inside a function that says, please check that my type hints are actually mapped into reality. Sort of like insert manual static typing.
There are third-party libraries that are in that business.
So it's possible to do that kind of thing. It's possible for a third-party library to take a hint and enforce it. It seems like a tricky thing.
What we actually do is, I think this is a fairly unique feature in Python. The type hints can be introspected at runtime. So while the program is running, Python is a very introspective language. You can look at a variable and ask yourself, what is the type of this variable? And if that maybe the variable happens to refer to a function, you can ask, what are the arguments to the function? And nowadays you can also ask, what are the type annotations for the function?
So the type annotations are there inside the variable as it's at runtime.
They're mostly associated with the function object, not with each individual variable, but you can sort of map from the arguments to the variables.
And that's what a third-party library can do.
Exactly. And the problem with that is that all that extra runtime type checking is going to slow your code down instead of speed it up.
I think to reference this sales pitchy blog post that says 75% of developers' time is spent on debugging, I would say that in some cases that might be okay. It might be okay to pay the cost of performance for the catching of the types.
And in most cases, doing it statically before you ship your code to production is more efficient than doing it at runtime piecemeal.
Can you tell me about MYPY, MyPy project? What is it? What's the mission? And in general, what is the future of static typing?
Well, so MyPy was started by a Finnish developer, Jukka Lätusalo.
So many cool things out of Finland. Just that part of the world.
I guess people have nothing better to do with those long, cold winters.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Jukka lived in Finland when he invented that stuff, actually. But MyPy is the original static type checker for Python. And the type annotations that were introduced with PEP 484 were sort of developed together with the static type checker. And in fact, Jukka had first invented a different syntax that wasn't quite compatible with Python. And Jukka and I sort of met at the Python conference in, I think, in 2013. And we sort of came up with a compromise syntax that would not require any changes to Python, and that would let MyPy sort of be an add-on static type checker for Python.
Just out of curiosity, was it a double colon or something? What was he proposing that would break Python?
I think he was using Angular brackets for types like in C++ or Java generics.
Yeah, you can't use Angular brackets in Python. It would be too tricky.
Well, the key thing is that we already had a syntax for annotations. We just didn't know what to use them for yet. So type annotations were just the sort of most logical thing to use that existing dummy syntax for. So but there was no syntax for defining generics directly syntactically in the language. MyPy literally meant my version of Python, where my refers to Jukka. He had a parser that translated MyPy into Python by doing the type checks and then removing the annotations and all the Angular brackets from the positions where he was using them. But a preprocessor model doesn't work very well with typical workflow of Python development projects.
That's funny. I mean, that could have been another major split if it became successful. Like if you watch TypeScript versus JavaScript, it's like a split in the community over types, right? But that seems to be stabilizing now.
It's not necessarily a split. There are certainly plenty of people who don't use TypeScript, but just use the original JavaScript notation, just like there are many people in the Python world who don't use type annotations and don't use static type checkers.
No, I know, but there is a bit of a split between TypeScript and old school JavaScript, the ES whatever.
Well, in the JavaScript world, transpilers are sort of the standard way of working anyway, which is why TypeScript being a transpiler itself is not a big deal.
And transpilers, for people who don't know, it's exactly the thing you said with MyPy. It's the code, I guess you call it pre-processing, code that translates from one language to the other. And that's part of the culture, part of the workflow of the JavaScript community. So that's right.
At the same time, an interesting development in the JavaScript/TypeScript world at the moment is that there is a proposal under consideration. It's only a stage 1 proposal that proposes to add a feature to JavaScript where, just like Python, it will ignore certain syntax when running the JavaScript code And what it ignores is more or less a superset of the TypeScript annotation syntax. So that would mean that eventually, if you wanted to, you could take TypeScript and you could shove it directly into a JavaScript interpreter without transpilation. The interesting thing in the JavaScript world, at least the web browser world, the web browsers have changed how they deploy, and they sort of update their JavaScript engines much more quickly than they used to in the early days. And so there's much less of a need for transpilation in JavaScript itself, because most browsers just support the most recent version of ECMAScript. Just a tangent of a tangent. If you would recommend somebody use a thing, would you recommend TypeScript or JavaScript? I would recommend TypeScript, just because of the strictness of the typing. It's an enormously helpful extra tool that helps you sort of keep your head straight about what your code is actually doing. I mean, it helps with editing your code. It helps with ensuring that your code is not too incorrect. And it's actually quite compatible with JavaScript. Never mind this syntactic sort of hack that is still years in the future. But any library that is written in pure JavaScript can still be used from TypeScript programs. And also the other way around, you can write a library in TypeScript and then export it in a form that is totally consumable by JavaScript. That sort of compatibility is sort of the key to the success of TypeScript.
Yeah, just to look at it as almost like a biological system that's evolving. It's fascinating to see JavaScript evolve the way it does.
Maybe we should consider that biological systems are just engineering systems too, right?
Yes.
But very advanced, with more history.
But it's almost like the most visceral in the JavaScript world, because there's just so much code written in JavaScript that for its history was messy. If you talk about bugs per line of code, I just feel like JavaScript eats the cake, or whatever the terminology is. It beats Python by a lot in terms of the number of bugs, meaning like way more bugs in JavaScript.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously the browsers, there's so much active development. It feels a lot more like evolution, where a bunch of stuff is born and dies, and there's experimentation and debates. Versus Python is more, all that stuff is happening, but there's just a longer history of stable working giant software systems written in Python. Versus JavaScript is just a giant, beautiful, I would say, mess of code.
It's a very different culture, and to some extent differences in culture are random, but to some extent the differences have to do with the environment. And the fact that JavaScript is primarily the language for developing web applications, especially the client side, and the fact that it's basically the only language for developing web applications, makes that community sort of just have a different nature than the community of other languages.
Plus the graphical component, and the fact that they're deploying it on all kinds of shapes of screens and devices and all that kind of stuff. It just creates a beautiful chaos. Anyway, back to MyPy. So you might talk about syntax that could work. Where does it currently stand? What's the future of static typing in Python?
It is still controversial, but it is much more accepted than when MyPy and PEP484 were young.
What's the connection between PEP484 type hints and MyPy?
MyPy was the original static type checker. So MyPy quickly evolved from Yuka's own variant of Python to a static type checker for Python. And sort of PEP484, that was like a very productive year where like many hundreds of messages were exchanged debating the merits of every aspect of that tab. And so MyPy is a static type checker for Python. It is itself written in Python. Most additional static typing features that we introduced in the time since 3.6 were also prototyped through MyPy. MyPy being an open source project with a very small number of maintainers was successful enough that people said this static type checking stuff for Python is actually worth an investment for our company. But somehow they chose not to support making MyPy faster, say, or adding new features to MyPy, but both Google and Facebook and later Microsoft developed their own static type checker. I think Facebook was one of the first. They decided that they wanted to use the same technology that they had successfully used for HHVM, because they had a bunch of compiler writers and sort of static type checking experts who had written the HHVM compiler, and it was a big success within the company. And they had done it in a certain way, sort of. They wrote a big, highly parallel application in an obscure language named OCaml, which is apparently mostly very good for writing static type checkers.
Interesting. I have a lot of questions about how to write a static type checker. That's very confusing.
Facebook wrote their version, and they worked on it in secret for about a year, and then they came clean and went open source. Google, in the meantime, was developing something called PyType, which was mostly interesting because it, as you may have heard, they have one gigantic monorepo. So all the code is checked into a single repository. Facebook has a different approach. So Facebook developed Pyre, which was written in OCaml, which worked well with Facebook's development workflow. Google developed something they called PyType, which was actually itself written in Python. And it was meant to sort of fit well in their static type checking needs in Google's gigantic monorepo. So Google is one giant guy.
So just to clarify, the static type checker philosophically is a thing that's supposed to exist outside of the language itself. And it's just a workflow, like a debugger for the
It's a linter.
For people who don't know, a linter, if you can correct me, but it's a thing that runs the code continuously, pre-processing to find issues based on style, documentation. I mean, there's all kinds of linter. You can check that. What usually things does a linter do? Maybe check that you have too many characters in a single line.
Linters often do static analysis where they try to point out things that are likely mistakes but not incorrect according to the language specification. Like maybe you have a variable that you never use. For the compiler, that is valid. You might be planning to use it in a future version of the code, and the compiler might just optimize it out, but the compiler is not going to tell you, hey, you're never using this variable. A linter will tell you that variable is not used. Maybe there's a typo somewhere else where you meant to use it, but you accidentally used something else, or there are a number of sort of common scenarios. And a linter is often a big collection of little heuristics where, by looking at the combination of how your code is laid out, maybe how it's indented, maybe the comment structure, but also just things like definition of names, use of names. It'll tell you likely things that are wrong. And in some cases, linters are really style checkers. For Python, there are a number of linters that check things like, do you use the PEP8 recommended naming scheme for your functions and classes and variables. Because my classes start with an uppercase and the rest starts with a lowercase. There's like differences there, and so the linter can tell you, hey, you have a class that whose first letter is not an uppercase letter, and that's just, I just find it annoying. If I wanted that to be an uppercase letter, I would have typed an uppercase letter, but other people find it very comforting that if the linter is no longer complaining about their code, that they have followed all the style rules.
Maybe it's a fast way for a new developer joining the team to learn style rules.
Yeah, there's definitely that. But the best use of a linter is probably not so much to sort of enforce team uniformity, but to actually help developers catch bugs that the compilers, for whatever reason, don't catch. And there's lots of that in Python. And so, but a static type checker focuses on a particular aspect of the linting, which, I mean, MyPy doesn't care how you name your classes and variables, but it is meticulous about when you say that there was an integer here and you're passing a string there, it will tell you, hey, that string is not an integer. So something's wrong. Either you were incorrect when you said it was an integer, or you're incorrect when you're passing it a string.
This is a race, static type checkers. There's somebody winning. As you said, it's interesting that companies didn't choose to invest in this centralized development of MyPy. Is there a future for MyPy? What do you see as one of the companies went out and everybody uses, like PyType, whatever Google's is called?
Well, Microsoft is hoping that Microsoft's horse in that race, called PyWrite, is going to win.
PyWrite, right, like RIGHT?
Correct. Yeah, all my word processors tend to typo correct that as PyWrite, the name of the, I don't know what it is, some kind of semi-precious metal. Oh my!
I love it. Okay, so that's the Microsoft hope, but so let me ask the question a different way. Is there going to be ever a future where the static type checker gets integrated into a language?
Nobody is currently excited about doing any work towards that. That doesn't mean that 5 or 10 years from now, the situation isn't different. At the moment, all the static type checkers still evolve at a much higher speed than Python and its annotation syntax evolve. You get a new release of Python once a year. Those are the only times that you can introduce new annotation syntax. And there are always people who invent new annotation syntax that they're trying to push. And worse, once we've all agreed that we are going to put some new syntax in, we can never take it back. At least the sort of deprecating an existing feature takes many releases, because you have to assume that people started using it as soon as we announced it. And then you can't take it away from them right away. You have to start telling them, well, this will go away, but we're not going to tell you that it's an error yet. And then later it's going to be a warning, and then eventually feature releases in the future, maybe we remove it. On the other hand, the typical static type checker still has a release like every month, every 2 months, certainly many times a year. Some type checkers also include a bunch of experimental ideas that aren't official standard Python syntax yet. The static type checkers also just get better at discovering things that sort of are unspecified by the language, but that sort of could make sense. And so each static type checker actually has its sort of strong and weak points. So
Cool. It's like a laboratory of experiments.
Yep.
Microsoft, Google, and all. And you get to see.
And you see that everywhere, right? Because there's not one single JavaScript engine either. There's one in Chrome, there's one in Safari, there's one in Firefox.
But that said, you said there's not interest. I think that there is a lot of interest in type hinting, right? In PEP 484. Actually, like, how many people use that? You ever said how many people use, because it's optional, it's just sugar.
I can't put a number on it, but from the number of packages that do interesting things with it at runtime, and the fact that there are like now 3 or 4 very mature type checkers that each have their segment of the market, and then there's PyCharm, which has a sort of more heuristic-based type checker that also supports the same syntax. My assumption is that many people developing Python software professionally for some kind of production situation are using a static type checker. Especially anybody who has a continuous integration cycle probably has one of the steps in their testing routine that happens for basically every commit is run a static type checker. And you know, in most cases that will be pipeline. So I think it's a pretty popular topic.
According to this webpage, 20 to 30% of Python 3 code bases are using type hints.
Wonder how they measured that. Did they just scan all of Python?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
They did a quick set, not all of, but like a random sample. So you mentioned PyCharm. Let me ask you the big subjective question. What's the best IDE for Python? And you're extremely biased now that you're with Microsoft. Is it PyCharm, VS Code, Vim, or Emacs?
Historically, I actually started out with using Vim, but when it was still called VI. For a very long time, I think from the early 80s to, I'd say 2 years ago, I was an Emacs user.
Nice.
Between, I'd say, 2013 and 2018, I dabbled with PyCharm, mostly because it had a couple of features. I mean, PyCharm is like driving an 18-wheeler truck, whereas Emacs is more like driving your comfortable Toyota car. That you've had for 100,000 miles, and you know what every little rattle of the car means. I was very comfortable in Emacs, but there were certain things it couldn't do. It wasn't very good at that sort of, at least the way I had configured it. I didn't have very good tooling in Emacs for finding the definition of the function. When I was at Dropbox, exploring a 5 million line Python code base, just grabbing all that code for where is there a class foobar. Well, it turns out that if you grab all 5 million lines of code, there are many classes with the same name. And so PyCharm sort of, once you fired it up and once it's indexed your repository, was very helpful. But as soon as I had to edit code, I would jump back to Emacs and do all my editing there because I could type much faster and switch between files when I knew which file I wanted much quicker. And I never really got used to the whole PyCharm user interface.
Yeah, I feel torn in that same kind of way because I've used PyCharm off and on exactly in that same way. And I feel like I'm just being an old grumpy man for not learning how to quickly switch between files and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that has to do with shortcuts, that has to do with, I mean, you just have to get accustomed, just like with touch typing.
Yeah, you have to just want to learn that. I mean, if you don't need it much,
you don't need touch typing either. You can type with 2 fingers just fine in the short term, but in the long term, your life will become better psychologically and productivity wise if you learn how to type a ton fingers. If you do a lot of keyboard email, but for everyone, emails and stuff, right? Like you look at the next 20, 30 years of your life, you have to anticipate where technology is going. Do you want to invest in handwriting notes? Probably not. More and more people are doing typing versus handwriting notes. So you can anticipate that. So there's no reason to actually practice handwriting. There's more reason to practice typing. You can actually estimate, back to the spreadsheet, the number of paragraphs, sentences, or words you write for the rest of your life. You could probably
Here you go again with the spreadsheet of my life. Huh?
Yes. I mean, all of that is not actual, like, converted to a spreadsheet, but it's a gut feeling. Like, I have the same kind of gut feeling about books. I've almost exclusively switched to Kindle now for ebook readers, even though I still love and probably always will the smell, the feel of a physical book. And the reason I switched to Kindle is like, all right, well, this is really paving. The future is going to be digital in terms of consuming books and content of that nature. So you should you should let your brain get accustomed to that experience. And in that same way, it feels like PyCharm or VS Code. I think PyCharm is the most sort of sophisticated, featureful Python IDE. It feels like I should probably at some point very soon switch like I'm not allowed to use anything else for Python in this IDE or VS Code. It doesn't matter, but walk away from Emacs for this particular application. So I think I'm limiting myself in the same way that using two fingers for typing is limiting myself. This is a therapy session. This is not even but I'm sure a lot of people are thinking
I'm not
this way,
going
right?
to stop you. I think that sort of everybody has to decide for themselves which one they want to invest more time in. I actually ended up giving VS Code a very tentative try when I started out at Microsoft and really liking it. And it took me a while before I realized why that was. But and I think that actually the founders of VS Code may not necessarily agree with me on this. But to me, VS Code is in a sense the spiritual successor of Emacs. Because as you probably know as an old Emacs hack, the key part of Emacs is that it's mostly written in Lisp. And that sort of new features of Emacs usually update all the Lisp packages and add new Lisp packages. And oh yeah, there's also some very obscure thing improved in the part that's not in Lisp, but that's usually not why you would upgrade to a new version of Emacs. There's a core implementation that sort of can read a file and it can put bits on the screen and it can sort of manage memory and buffers. And then what makes it an editor full of features is all the Lisp packages. And of course, the design of how the Lisp packages interact with each other and with that sort of that base layer of the core immutable engine. But almost everything in that core engine in Emacs case can still be overridden or replaced. And so VS Code has a similar architecture where there is like a base engine that you have no control over. I mean, it's open source, but nobody except the people who work on that part changes it much. And it has a sort of a package manager and a whole series of interfaces for packages and an additional series of conventions for how packages should interact with the lower layers and with each other. And powerful primitive operations that let you move the cursor around or select pieces of text or delete pieces of text or interact with the keyboard and mouse and whatever peripherals you have. and so the sort of the extreme extensibility and the package ecosystem that you see in VS Code is a mirror of very similar architectural features in Emacs.
Well, I'll have to give it a serious try because as far as sort of the hype and the excitement in the general programming community, VS Code seems to dominate. The interesting thing about PyCharm and what is it, PHP Storm, which are these JetBrains specific IDs that are designed for one programming language. It's interesting to when an ID is specialized, right?
They're usually actually just specializations of IntelliJ because underneath it's all the same editing engine with different veneer on top. Where in VS Code, many things you do require loading third-party extensions. In PyCharm, it is possible to have third-party extensions, but it is a struggle to create one.
It's not part of the culture and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember that might have been 5 years ago or so. We were trying to get some better MyPy integration into PyCharm, because MyPy is sort of Python tooling, and PyCharm had its own type checking heuristic thing that we wanted to replace with something based on MyPy, because that was what we were using in the company. And for the guy who was writing that PyCharm extension, it was really a struggle to find documentation and get the development workflow going and debug his code and all that. So that was not a pleasant experience.
Let me talk to you about parallelism. In your post titled Reasoning About Async IO Semaphore, you talk about a fast food restaurant in Silicon Valley that has only one table. Is this a real thing? I just wanted to ask you about that. Is that just like a metaphor you're using, or is that an actual restaurant in Silicon Valley?
It was a metaphor.
I can imagine it's a restaurant. So for people who don't, they read the thing, you should. But it was idea of a restaurant where there's only one table and you show up one at a time and you're prepared. And I actually looked it up, and there's restaurants like this throughout the world. And it just seems like a fascinating idea. You stand in line, you show up, there's one table. They ask you all kinds of questions. They cook just for you. It's fascinating.
It sounds like you'd find places like that in Tokyo. It sounds like a very Japanese thing. Or in the Bay Area, there are public places that probably otherwise work like that. I've never eaten at such a place.
The fascinating thing was you proposed as a fast food. This is all for a burger.
It was one of my rare sort of more literary or poetic moments where I thought I'll just open with a crazy example to catch your attention, and the rest is very dry stuff about locks and semaphores and how a semaphore is a generalization of a lock.
Well, it was very poetic and well delivered, and it actually made me wonder if it's real or not, because you don't make that explicit, and it feels like it could be true. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody like listens to this and knows exactly a restaurant like this and something like that. Anyway, can we step back and can you just talk about parallelism, concurrency, threading, asynchronous, all these different terms? What is it? So a high philosophical level. The fisherman is back in the boat.
Well, the idea is if the fisherman has 2 fishing rods, since fishing is mostly a matter of waiting for a fish to nibble. Well, it depends on how you do it actually. But if you have 2, if you're doing this style of fishing where you sort of you throw it out and then you let it sit for a while until maybe you see a nibble, one fisherman can easily run 2 or 3 or 4 fishing rods, and so as long as you can afford the equipment, you can catch 4 times as many fish by small investment in 4 fishing rods. And so since your time, you sort of say you have all Saturday to go fishing, if you can catch 4 times as much fish, you have much higher productivity.
And that's actually, I think, how deep sea fishing is done. You can have a rod and you put in the hole so you can have many rods. What is there an interesting difference between parallelism and concurrency and asynchronous? Is there one a subset of the other to you? Like, how do you think about these terms?
In the computer world, there is a big difference. When people are talking about parallelism, like a parallel computer, that's usually really several complete CPUs that are sort of tied together and share something like memory or an I/O bus. Concurrency can be a much more abstract concept where you have the illusion that things happen simultaneously, but what the computer actually does is it spends a little time running this program for a while, and then it spends some time running that program for a while, and then spending some time for the third program for a while.
So parallelism is the reality, and concurrency is part reality, part illusion.
Yeah, parallelism typically implies that there's multiple copies of the hardware.
You write that implementing synchronization primitives is hard in that blog post. You talk about locks and semaphores. Why is it hard to implement synchronization?
Because at the conscious level, our brains are not trained to sort of keep track of multiple things at the same time. Like, obviously, you can walk and chew gum at the same time because they're both activities that require only a little of your conscious activity. But try balancing your checkbook and watching a murder mystery on TV. You'll mix up the digits, or you'll miss an essential clue in the TV show.
So why does it matter that the programmer, the human, is bad?
Because the programmer is, at least with the current state of the art, is responsible for writing the code correctly, and it's hard enough to keep track of a recipe that you just execute one step at a time. Chop the carrots, then peel the potatoes, mix the icing. You need your whole brain when you're reading a piece of code. What is going on? Okay, we're loading the number of mermaids in variable A and the number of mermen in variable B, and now we take the average or whatever.
I like how we're just jumping from metaphor to metaphor. I like it.
You have to keep in your head what is in A, what is in B, what is in C. Hopefully you have better names. And that is challenging enough. If you have two different pieces of code that are sort of being executed simultaneously, whether it's using the parallel or the concurrent approach, if A is the number of fishermen and B is the number of programmers, but in another part of the code, A is the number of mermaids and B is the number of mermen, and somehow that's the same variable. If you do it sequentially, if first you do your mer-people computation, and then you do your people in the boat computation, it doesn't matter that the variables are called A and B, and that is literally the same variable, because you're done with one use of that variable. But when you mix them together, suddenly the number of mer-people replaces the number of fishermen, and your computation goes dramatically wrong.
And there's all kinds of ordering of operations that could result in the assignment of those variables, and so you have to anticipate all possible orderings.
And you think you're smart and you'll put a lock around it. And in practice, in terms of bugs per 1,000 lines of code, this is an area where everything is worse.
So a lock is a mechanism by which you forbid only one chef can access the oven at a time.
Something like that.
And then semaphores allow you to do what? Multiple ovens?
That's not a bad idea, because if you're baking cakes and you have multiple people all baking cakes, but there's only one oven, then maybe you can tell that the oven is in use, but maybe it's preheating. And so you have maybe you make a sign that says oven in use, and you flip the sign over and it says oven is free when you're done baking your cake. That's a lot. That's sort of, and what do you do when you have 2 ovens, or maybe you have 10 ovens? You can put a separate sign on each oven, or maybe you can sort of, someone who comes in wants to see at the glass, and maybe there's an electronic sign that says there are still 5 ovens available. Or maybe there are already 3 people waiting for an oven, so you can, if you see an oven that's not in use, it's already reserved for someone else who got in line first. That's sort of what the restaurant metaphor was trying to explain.
Yeah, so you're now tasked to sitting as a designer of Python with a team of brilliant core developers and have to try to figure out to what degree can any of these ideas be integrated and not. So maybe this is a good time to ask, what is async IO and how has it evolved since Python 3.4?
Wow, yeah. So we had this really old library for doing things concurrently, especially things that had to do with I/O, and networking I/O was especially a sort of popular topic. And in the Python standard library, we had a brief period where there was lots of development, and I think it was late 90s, maybe early 2000s, and like 2 little modules were added that were the state of the art of doing asynchronous I/O, or sort of non-blocking I/O, which means that you can keep multiple network connections open and sort of service them all in parallel, like a typical web server does.
So I/O is input and output. You're writing the network,
yes,
the network connection, or reading and writing to a hard drive, to storage.
Also possible.
And you can do the ideas you can do to multiple while also doing computation. So running some code that does some fancy stuff.
Yeah, like when you're writing a web server, when a request comes in, a user sort of needs to see a particular web page. You have to find that page maybe in the database and format it properly and send it back to the client. There's a lot of waiting for the database, waiting for the network, and so you can handle hundreds or thousands or millions of requests concurrently on one machine. Anyway, ways of doing that in Python were kind of stagnated, and I forget, it might have been around 2012, 2014, when someone, for the umpteenth time, actually said, these async chat and async core modules that you have in the standard library are not quite enough to solve my particular problem. Can we add one tiny little feature? And everybody said, no, that stuff is not too good. You're not supposed to use that stuff. Write your own using a third-party library. And then everybody started a debate about what the right third-party library was. And somehow I felt that there was actually a cue for, well, maybe we need a better state-of-the-art module in the standard library for multiplexing input-output from different sources. You could say that it spiraled out of control a little bit. It was, at the time, it was the largest Python enhancement proposal that was ever proposed.
And you were deeply involved with that.
At the time, I was very much involved with that. I was like the lead architect. I ended up talking to people who had already developed serious third-party libraries that did similar things, and sort of taking ideas from them, getting their feedback on my design, and eventually we put it in the standard library. And after a few years, I got distracted. I think the big thing that distracted me was actually type annotations. But other people kept it alive and kicking, and it's been quite successful actually in the world of Python web clients.
So initially, what are some of the design challenges there in that debate for the pub? And what are some things that got rejected? What are some things that got accepted to stand out to you?
There are a couple of different ways you can handle parallel I/O, and this happens sort of architectural level in operating systems as well. Like Windows prefers to do it one way, and Unix prefers to do it the other way. You have an object that represents a network endpoint, say a connection with a web browser that your client, and say you're waiting for an incoming request. Two fundamental approaches are, okay, I'm waiting for an incoming request, I'm doing something else, come wake me up, or sort of come tell me when something interesting happened, like a packet payment of that network connection. And the other paradigm is we're on a team of a whole bunch of people with maybe a little mind, and we can only manage one web connection at a time. So I'm just sitting looking at this web connection, and I'm just blocked until something comes in, and then I'm already waiting for it. I get the data, I process the data, and then I go back to the top and say, no, sort of, I'm waiting for the next packet. Those are about the two paradigms. One is a paradigm where there is sort of notionally a thread of control, whether it's an actual operating system thread or more an abstraction in async I/O, we call them tasks. But a task in async I/O or a thread in other contexts is devoted to one thing, and it has logic for all the stages. Like when it's a web request, like first wait for the first line of the web request, parse it, because then you know if it's a get or a post or a put or whatever, or an error. Then wait until you have a bunch of lines until there's a blank line, then parse that as headers, and then interpret that, and then wait for the rest of the data to come in if there is any more that you expect. That sort of standard web stuff. And the other thing is, and there's always endless debate about which approach is more efficient and which approach is more error prone, where I just have a whole bunch of stacks in front of me, and whenever a packet comes in, I sort of look at the number of the packet, that there's some number on the packet, and I say, oh, that packet goes in this file, and then I can do a little bit, and then sort of the file provides my context. And as soon as I'm done with the processing, I can forget everything about what's going on, because the next packet will come in from some random other client, and it's that client. And every time the file is maybe empty or full or whatever the criteria is, I can toss it away or use it for a new space. But several traditional third-party libraries for asynchronous I/O processing in Python shows the model of a callback. And that's the idea, where you have a bunch of different stacks of paper in front of you, and every time someone gives you a piece, gives you a new sheet, you decide which stack it belongs to. And that leads to a certain style of spaghetti code that I find sort of aesthetically not pleasing, and I was sort of never very successful, and I had heard many stories about people who were also sort of complaining about that style of coding. It was very prevalent in JavaScript at the time, at least, because it was like how the JavaScript event loop basically works. And so I thought, well, the task-based model where each task has a bunch of logic, we had mechanisms in the Python language that we could easily reuse for that. And I thought, I want to build a whole library for asynchronous networking I/O, and all the other things that may need to be done asynchronously based on that paradigm. And so I just chose a paradigm and tried to see how far I could get with that. And it turns out that it's a pretty good paradigm.
So people enjoy that kind of paradigm programming for asynchronous I/O relative to callbacks. Okay, beautiful. So how does that all interplay with the infamous GIL, the Global Interpreter Lock? Maybe can you say what the GIL is and how does it dance beautifully with ASIC-IO?
The Global Interpreter Lock solves the problem that Python originally was not written with asynchronous or parallelism in mind at all. There was no concurrency in the language. There was no parallelism. There were no threads. Only a small number of years into Python's initial development, all the new cool operating systems like SunOS and Silicon Graphics IRIX, and then eventually POSIX and Windows, all came with threading libraries that let you do multiple things in parallel. And there is a certain sort of principle, which is the operating system handles the threads for you, and the program can pretend that there are as many CPUs as there are threads in the program. And those CPUs work completely independently. And if you don't have enough CPUs, the operating system sort of simulates those extra CPUs. On the other hand, if you have enough CPUs, you can get a lot of work done by deploying those multiple CPUs. But Python wasn't written to do that. As libraries for multi-threading were added to C, but every operating system vendor was adding their own version of that. We thought, and maybe we were wrong, but at the time we thought, well, we quickly want to be able to support these multiple threads because they seemed at the time in the early 90s, when they were new, at least to me, they seemed a cool, interesting programming paradigm. And one of the things that Python, at least at the time, felt was nice about the language was that we could give a safe version of all kinds of cool new operating system toys to the Python programmer. Like I remember 1 or 2 years before threading, I had spent some time adding networking sockets to Python, and they were very literal translation of networking sockets that were in the BSD operating system, so Unix BSD. But the nice thing was if you're using sockets for Python, then all the things you can do wrong with sockets in C would automatically give you a clear error message instead of just ending up with a malfunctioning hanging program. And so we thought, well, we'll do the same thing with threading. But we didn't really want to rewrite the interpreter to be thread safe, because that was like, that would be a very complex refactoring of all the interpreter code and all the runtime code, because all the objects were written with the assumption that there's only one thing. And so we said, okay, well, we'll take our losses, we'll provide something that looks like threads, and as long as you only have a single CPU on your computer, which most computers at the time did, it feels just like threads, because the whole idea of multiple threads in the OS was that even if your computer only had one CPU, you could still fire up as many threads as you wanted. Well, within reason, maybe 10 or 12, not 5,000. And so we thought we had conquered the abstraction of threads pretty well, because multi-core CPUs were not in most Python programmers' hands anyway. And then, of course, a couple of more iterations of Moore's law, computers getting faster, and at some point, the chip designers decided that they couldn't make the CPUs faster, but they could still make them smaller, and so they could put multiple CPUs on one chip. And suddenly there was all this pressure about do things in parallel, and that's where the solution we had in Python didn't work. And that's sort of the moment that the GIL became became infamous. Because the GIL was the solution we used to sort of take this single interpreter and share it between all the different operating systems that you could create. And so as long as the hardware only had one CPU, that was all fine. And then as hardware vendors were suddenly telling us all, oh, you got to parallelize. Everything's got to be parallelized. People started saying, oh, but we can use multiple threads in Python, and then they discovered, oh, but actually all threads run on a single core.
Yeah. I mean, is there ideas in the future to remove the global interpreter log GIL? Like maybe multiple sub-interpreters, some tricky interpreters on top of interpreters kind of thing?
Yeah, there are a couple of possible futures there. The most likely future is that we'll get multiple sub-interpreters, which each run a completely independent Python program.
Nice.
But there's still some benefit of sort of faster communication between those programs.
But it's also managing for you this running of multiple Python programs. Like,
yeah,
so it's hidden from you, right?
It's hidden from you, but you have to spend more time communicating between those programs, because the attractive thing about the multi-threaded model is that the threads can share objects. At the same time, that's also the downfall of the multi-threaded programming model, because when you do share objects, you didn't necessarily intend to share them, or there were aspects of those objects that were not reusable, you get all kinds of concurrency bugs. And so the reason I wrote that little blog post about semaphores was that concurrency bugs are just harder. It would be nice if Python had no global interpreter lock and it had the so-called free threading, but it would also cause a lot more software bugs. The interesting thing is that there is still a possible future where we are actually going to, or where we could experiment at least with that, because there's a guy working for Facebook who has developed a fork of CPython that he called the no-GIL interpreter, where he removed the GIL and made a whole bunch of optimizations so that a single-threaded case doesn't run too much slower, and multi-threaded case will actually use all the cores that you have. So that would be an interesting possibility if we would be willing as Python core developers to actually maintain that code indefinitely. And if we're willing to put up with the additional complexity of the interpreter and the additional sort of overhead for the single-threaded case. And I'm personally not convinced that there are enough people needing the speed of multiple threads with their Python programs that it's worth to sort of take that performance hit and that complexity hit. And I feel that the GIL actually is pretty nice Goldilocks point between no threads and all threads all the time. But not everybody agrees on that, so that is definitely a possible future. The sub-interpreters look like a fairly safe bet for 3.12, so say a year from now.
A year, so the goal is to do a new version every year for Python. Let me ask you perhaps a fun question, but there's a philosophy to will there ever be a Python 4.0? Now, before you say it's currently a joke, and probably not, we're going to go to 3.99 or 3.999. Can you imagine possible features that Python 4.0 might have that would necessitate the creation of the new 4.0. Given the amount of pain and joy, suffering and triumph that was involved in the move between version 2 and version 3.
Yeah, well, we as a community and as a core development team, we have a large amount of painful memories about the Python 3 transition, which is one reason that sort of everybody is happy that we've decided there's not going to be a 4.0, at least not anytime soon, and if there is going to be one, we'll sort of plan the transition very differently. Because clearly we underestimated the pain the transition caused for our users in the Python 3 case. And had we known, we could have sort of designed Python 3 somewhat differently without making it any worse. We just thought that we had a good plan, but we underestimated what sort of the users were capable of when it comes to that kind of transition.
By the way, I think we talked way before, like a year and a half before the Python 2 officially
end of life.
End of life.
Oh, yeah.
What was that? What was your memory of the end of life? Did you shed a tear on January 1st, 2020? Was there?
Everyone
standing
on the
alone?
core team had basically moved on years before.
Yeah.
It was a little symbolic moment to signal to the remaining users that there was no longer going to be any new releases or support for Python 2.7.
Did you shed a single tear while looking out over the horizon?
I'm not a very poetic person, and I don't shed tears like that, but no. No, we actually had planned a party, but the party was planned for the US Python conference that year, which would never happen, of course, because of the pandemic.
Oh, was it like in March?
Yeah, the conference was going to be, I think, late April that year. So that was a very difficult decision to cancel it, but they did. So anyway, if we're going to have a Python 4, we're going to have both a different reason for having that and a different process for managing the transition.
Can you imagine a possible process that, so I think you're implying that if there's a 4.0, in some ways it would break back compatibility?
Well, so here is a concrete thought I've had, and I'm not unique, but not everyone agrees with this, so this is definitely a personal opinion. If we were to try something like that no-GIL Python, my expectation is that it would feel just different enough, at least for the part of the Python ecosystem that higher machine those people would likely feel the pain the most, because they, even if we don't change anything about the syntax of the language and the semantics of the language when you're writing Python code, we could even say, suppose that after Python, say 3.19 instead of 3.20, we'll have 4.0. Suppose that's the time when we flip the switch to 4.0, will not have a GIL. Imagine it was like that. So I would probably say that particular year, the release that we named 4.0 will be syntactically, it will not have any new syntactical features, no new modules in the standard library, no new built-in functions. Everything will be, at the Python level, will be purely compatible with Python 3.19. However, extension modules will have to make a change. They will have to be recompiled. They will not have the same binary interface. The semantics and APIs for some things that are frequently accessed by C extensions will be different. And so for a pure Python user, 4.0 would be a breeze, except that there are very few pure Python users left, because everybody who is using Python for something significant is using third-party extensions. There are like, I don't know, several hundreds of thousands of third-party extensions on the PyPI service. I'm not saying they're all good, but there is a large list of extensions that would have to do work, and some of those extensions are currently already low on maintainers, and they're struggling to keep afloat.
So there you can give a huge heads up to them if you go 4.0 to really keep developing it.
Yeah, we'd probably have to do something like several years before, who knows, maybe 5 years earlier, like 3.15, we would have to say, and I'm just making the specific numbers up, but at some point we'd have to say that no-GIL Python could be an option. It might be a compile time option. If you want to use no-GIL Python, you have to recompile Python from source for your platform using your tool set. All you have to do is change one configuration variable, and then you just run make or configure and make, and it will build it for you. But now you also have to use the no-GIL compatible versions of all extension modules you want to use. And so as long as many extension modules don't have fully functional sort of variants that work in the no-GIL world, that's not a very practical thing for Python users, but it would allow extension developers to test the waters, see what they need to syntactically to be able to compile at all. Maybe they're using functions that are defined by the Python 3 runtime that won't be in the Python 4 runtime. Those functions will not work. They'll have to find an alternative, but they can experiment with that and sort of write test applications. And that would be a way to transition. And that could be a series of releases where the Python 4 is more and more imminent. We have supported more and more third-party extension modules to have solid support that works for no-GIL Python for that new API. And then sort of Python 4.0 is like the official moment that the mayor comes out and cuts the ribbon, and it's now Python. Now the sort of no-GIL mode is the default.
The internet wants to know from Reddit. It's a small and fun question. This is maybe a fun question, but out of the PyPI packages, PyPI packages, do you have ones you like? In your opinion, are there must-have PyPI libraries or ones you use all the time, constantly?
Oh my! I should really have a standard answer for that question, but like a positive standard answer. But my current standard answer is that I'm not a big user of third-party packages. When I write Python code, I'm usually developing some tooling around building Python itself. And the last thing we want is dependencies on third-party packages. So I tend to just use the standard library, and
that's where your focus is. That's where your mind is. But do you keep an eye on what's out there to understand where the standard library could be moving, should be moving? It's a good kind of landscape of what's missing from the standard library.
Well, usually when something's missing from the standard library nowadays, it is a relatively new idea, and there is a third-party implementation, or maybe possibly multiple third-party implementations, but they evolve at a much higher rate than they could when they're in the standard library. So it would be a big reduction in activity to incorporate things like that in the standard library. So I like that there is a lively package ecosystem, and that sort of recent trends in the standard library are actually that we're doing the occasional spring cleaning, where we're choosing some modules that have not had a lot of change in a long time, and that maybe would be better off not existing at all at this point, because there might be a better third-party alternative anyway, and we're sort of slowly removing those. Often those are things that I spiked somewhere in 1992 or 1993. If you look through the commit history, it's very sad. Like, all cosmetic changes, like changes in the indentation style, or the name of this other standard library module got changed, or nothing of any substance. The API is identical to what it was 20 years ago.
So speaking of packages, they have a lot of impact on a lot of people's lives. Does it make sense to you why Python has become the dominant language for machine learning community? So packages like PyTorch, TensorFlow, scikit-learn, and even like the lower level stuff like NumPy, SciPy, Pandas, Matplotlib with visualization. Can you does it make sense to you why it's permeated the entire data science machine learning AI community?
Well, part of it is an effect that's as simple as we're all driving on the right side of the road, right? It's compatibility. And part of it is not quite as fundamental as driving on the right side of the road, which you have to do for safety reasons. And you have to agree on something. They could have picked JavaScript or Perl. There was a time in the early 2000s that it really looked like Perl was going to dominate like biosciences. Because DNA search was all based on regular expressions, and Perl has the fastest and most comprehensive regular expression engine, still does.
Yeah, I spent quite a long time with Perl. That was another letting go. Letting go of this kind of data processing system.
The reasons why Python became the lingua franca of scientific code and machine learning in particular, and data science, it really had a lot to do with anything was better than C or C++. Recently, a guy who worked at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories in the sort of computing division wrote me his memoirs, and he had his own view of how he helped something he called computational steering into existence. And this was the idea that you take libraries that in his days were written in Fortran that solve universal mathematical problems. And those libraries still work, but the scientists that use the libraries use them to solve continuously different specific applications and answer different questions. And so those poor scientists were required to use, say, Fortran, because Fortran was the language that the library was written in. And then the scientist would have to write an application that sort of uses the library to solve a particular equation or set of answer a set of questions. And the same for C++, because and there's interoperability. So the Dusty decks are written either in C++ or Fortran. And so Paul Dubois was one of the people who, I think in the mid-90s, saw that you needed a higher level language for the scientists to sort of tie together the fundamental mathematical algorithms of linear algebra and other stuff. And so gradually some libraries started appearing that did very fundamental stuff with arrays of numbers in Python. I mean, when I first created Python, I was not expecting it to be used for arrays of numbers much. I thought that was like an outdated data type, and everything was like objects and strings, and like Python was good and fast at string manipulation and objects, obviously, but arrays of numbers were not very efficient. Multi-dimensional arrays didn't even exist in the language at all. But there were people who realized that Python had extensibility that was flexible enough that they could write third-party packages that did support large arrays of numbers and operations on that very efficiently. And somehow they got a foothold through sort of different parts of the scientific community. I remember that the Hubble Space Telescope people in Baltimore were somehow big Python fans in the late 90s. And at various points, small improvements were made, and more people got in touch with using Python to derive these libraries of interesting algorithms. And like once you have a bunch of scientists who are working on similar problems, say they're all working on stuff data that comes in from the Hubble Space Telescope, but they're looking at different things. Some are looking at stars in this galaxy, others are looking at galaxies. The math is completely different. The underlying libraries are still the same. And so they exchange code. They say, well, I wrote this Python program, or I wrote a Python library to solve this class of problems. And the other guys either say, oh, I can use that library too, or if you make a few changes, I can use that library too. Why start from scratch in Perl or JavaScript, where there's not that infrastructure for arrays of numbers yet, whereas in Python you have it. And so more and more scientists in different places doing different work discovered Python, and then people who had an idea for an important new fundamental library decided, oh, Python is actually already known to our users, so let's use Python as the user interface. I think that's how I imagine at least that's how TensorFlow ended up with Python as the user interface. Right. But with TensorFlow, there's a deeper history of what the community is. It's not just like what packages it needs, it's like what the community leans on for a programming language. Because TensorFlow had a prior library that was internal to Google, but there was also competing machine learning frameworks like Theano, Cafe, the word Python, there was some Scala, some other languages, but Python was really dominating it. And it's interesting because there's other languages from the engineering space, like MATLAB, that a lot of people use, but different design choices by the company, by the core developers, led to it not spreading. And one of the choices of MATLAB by MathWorks is to not make it open source, right? Or not, having people pay. It was a very expensive product, and so universities especially disliked it because it was a price per seat. I remember here. Yeah, but I think that's not why it failed, or it failed to spread. I think universities didn't like it, but they would still pay for it. The thing is, it didn't feed into that GitHub open source
packages culture. So like, and that's somehow a precondition for viral spreading, the hacker culture, like the tinkerer culture. With Python, it feels like you can build a package from scratch to solve a particular problem and get excited about sharing that package with others. And that creates an excitement about a language.
I tend to like Python's approach to open source in particular because it's it's almost egalitarian. There's little hierarchy. There's obviously some because like you all need to decide whether you drive on the left or the right side of the road sometimes. But there is a lot of access for people with little power. You don't have to work for a big tech company to make a difference in the Python world. We have affordable events that really care about community and support people, and sort of community is like a big deal at our conferences and in the BSF. When the BSF funds events, it's always about growing the community. The BSF funds very little development. They do some, but most of the money that the BSF forks out is to community fostering things.
So speaking of egalitarian, last time we talked 4 years ago, it was just after you stepped down from your role as the benevolent dictator for life, BDFL. Looking back, what are your insights and lessons you learned from that experience about Python developer community, about human nature, about human civilization, life itself?
Oh my. I probably held on to the position too long. I remember being just extremely stressed for a long time, and it wasn't very clear to me what was causing the stress. And looking back, I should have sort of relinquished my central role as BDFL sooner.
What were the pros and cons of the BDFL? Like, what were the you not relinquishing it? What are the benefits of that for the community? And what are the drawbacks?
Well, the benefits for the community would be things like clarity of vision and sort of a clear direction, because I had certain ideas in mind when I created Python, and while I sort of let myself be influenced by many other ideas as Python evolved and became more successful and more complex and more used, I also stuck to certain principles. And it's still hard to say what are Python's core principles. But the fact that I was playing that role and sort of always very active grew the community in a certain way. It modeled to the community how to think about how to solve a certain problem. Well,
that was a source of stress, but it was also beneficial.
It was a source of stress for me personally, but it was beneficial for the community because people sort of over time had learned how I was thinking and predict but how I would decide about a particular issue. Not always perfectly, of course, but there wasn't a lot of jerking around. Like this year, the Democrats are in power and we're doing these kind of things, and now the Republicans are in power and they roll all that back into those kind of things. There is a clear, fairly straight path ahead. And so fortunately, the successor structure with the steering council has sort of found a similar way of leading the community in a fairly steady direction without stagnating. And for me personally, it's more fun because there are things I can just ignore. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a bug in multiprocessing. Let someone else decide whether that's important to solve or not. I'll stick to typing and async IO
It allows you to focus a little bit more. What are interesting differences in culture, if you can comment on, between Google, Dropbox, and Microsoft from a Python programming perspective? All places have been to the positive.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a difference, or is it just about people and there's great people everywhere, or is there culture differences?
So Dropbox is much smaller than the other two in your list.
Yeah.
So that is a big difference.
The set of products they provide is narrower, so they're more focused. Smaller
And
code base.
yeah, and Dropbox sort of, at least during the time I was there, had the tendency of sort of making a big plan, putting the whole company behind that plan for a year, and then evaluate, and then suddenly find that everything was wrong about the plan, and then they had to do something completely different. So there was like the annual engineering reorg was sort of an unpleasant tradition at Dropbox because like, oh, there's a new VP of engineering, so now all the directors are being reshuffled. This guy was in charge of infrastructure 1 year, and the next year he was made in charge of, I don't know, product development.
It's fascinating because like you don't think about these companies internally, but Dropbox to me from the very beginning was one of my favorite services. There's certain like programs and online services that make me happy, make me more efficient, and all that kind of stuff. But one of the powers of those kinds of services, they disappear. You're not supposed to think about how it all works. It's incredible to me that you can sync stuff effortlessly across so many machines so quickly, and like don't have to worry about conflicts. They take care of it. As a person that comes from version repositories and all that kind of stuff, or merge is super difficult, and just keeping different versions of different files is very tricky. The fact that they can take care of that, I don't know. The engineering behind the scenes must be super difficult, both on the computer infrastructure and the software.
A lot of internal sort of hand wringing about things like that, but the product itself always worked very smoothly.
Yeah, but there's probably a lot of lessons to that. You can have a lot of turmoil on the side and the engineering side, but if the product is good, the product is good. And don't mess with that either. When it's good, it's like with Google, focus on the search and the ads, right?
Money will come.
Yeah, and then make sure that's done extremely well. Don't forget what you do extremely well. And in what ways do you provide value and happiness to the world? Make sure you do that well. Is there something else to say about Google and Microsoft? Microsoft has had a very fascinating shift recently with the new CEO, recent CEO, GitHub, embracing open source culture, embracing the developer culture.
That's like why I joined Microsoft. I mean, after retiring and thinking that I would stay retired for the rest of my life, which of course was a ridiculous thought. I was done working for a bit, and then the pandemic made me realize that work can also provide a source of fulfillment, keep you out of trouble. Microsoft is a very interesting company because it has this incredible, very long, varied history, and this amazing catalog of products that many of which also date way back. I mean, I've been talking to a bunch of Excel people lately, and Excel is like 35 years old, and they can still read spreadsheets that they might find on an old floppy drive.
Yeah, there's so many incredible tools through the years. Excel, one of the great shames of in life is that I've never learned how to use Excel well. I mean, it just always felt like so many features are there. It's similar with IDEs like PyCharm. It feels like I converge quickly to the dumbest way to use a thing to get the job done. But clearly, there's so much more power at your fingertips. Yeah, but I do think there's probably expert users of Excel.
Oh, yeah, Excel is a cash cow.
Oh, it actually brings in money. Oh,
yeah, a lot of the engineering sort of, if you look deep inside Excel, there's some very good engineering, very, very impressive stuff.
so, but I had issues because I'm a keyboard person, so I had issues coming up with shortcuts. And Microsoft sometimes, it's changed over the years, but sometimes they kind of want to make things easier for you on the surface, and therefore make it harder for people that like to have shortcuts and all that kind of stuff to optimize their workflow. Now, Excel's problem, people are probably yelling at me. It's like, no, Excel probably has a lot of ways to optimize it.
In fact, I keep discovering that there are many features in Excel that only exist in keyboard shortcuts.
Yeah, that's the sense I have. And now, like, I'm embarrassed that it's just,
you just have to know what they are.
Yeah.
That's like, there's no logic or reason to the assignment of the keyboard shortcuts because they go back even longer than 35 years.
Can you maybe comment about Satya Nadella and how hard it is for CEO to sort of pivot a company towards open source, towards developer culture? Is there something you could see about, like, what's the role of leadership in such a pivot and definition of your vision?
I've never met him, but I hear he's just a really sharp thinker. But he also has an incredible business sense. He took the organization that had very solid pieces, but that was also struggling with all sorts of shameful things, especially the Steve Ballmer time. I imagine, in part through his personal charm and thinking, and of course the great trust that the rest of the leadership has in him, he managed to really turn the company around and sort of change it from openly hostile to open source to actively embracing open source. And that doesn't mean that suddenly Excel is going to go open source. But that means that there's room for a product like VS Code, which is open source.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And it gives me faith that large companies with good leadership can grow, can expand, can change and pivot. So, because it gets harder and harder as the company gets large. You wrote a blog post in response to a person looking for advice about whether with a CS degree to choose a 9-to-5 job or to become an entrepreneur. It's an interesting question. If you just think from first principles right now, somebody has took a few years of programming, has loved software engineering. In some sense, creating Python is an entrepreneurial endeavor. That's a choice that a lot of people that are good programmers have to make. Do I work for a big company or do I create something new?
Or you can work for a big company and create something new there.
Oh, inside the...
Yeah, I mean, big companies have individuals who create new stuff that eventually grows big all the time.
And if you're the person that creates that new thing and grows big, you'll have a chance to move up quickly in the company to run that thing.
If that's your aspiration. But what can also happen is that someone is a brilliant engineer and sort of builds a great first version of the product and has no aspirations to then become a manager and grow the team from 5 people to 20 people to 100 people to 1,000 people. Be in charge of hiring and meetings. They move on to inventing another crazy thing inside the same company, or sometimes they found a startup, or they move to a different great large or small company. There's all sorts of models. And sometimes people sort of do have this whole trajectory from engineer buckling down, writing code, not 9 to 5, but more like noon till midnight, 7 days a week, and coming up with a product and sort of staying in charge. I mean, if you take Drew Houston, Dropbox's founder, he is still the CEO. And at least when I was there, he had not checked out or anything. He was a good CEO, but he had started out as the technical inventor or co-inventor. And so he was someone who, I don't know if he always aspired that. I think when he was 16, he already started a company. So maybe he did, but he sort of, it turned out that he did have the personal sort of skill set needed to grow and stay on top. And other people sort of are brilliant engineers and horrible at management. I count myself at least in the second category.
So your first love, that's still your love, is to be the quote unquote individual contributor to the programmer.
Yeah.
Do you have advice for a programming beginner on how to learn Python the right way?
Find something you actually want to do with it. If you say, I want to learn skill X, that's not enough motivation. You need to pick something, and it can be a crazy problem you want to solve. It can be completely unrealistic, but something that challenges you into actually learning coding in some language.
And there's so many projects out there you can look for like that. That doesn't have to be some big ambitious thing. It could be writing a small bot. If you're into social media, you can write a Reddit bot or a Twitter bot or some aspect of automating something that you do every single day, processing files, all that kind of stuff.
Nowadays, you can take machine learning components and sort of plug those things together. So you could stuff with them.
So that's actually a really good example. So if you're interested in machine learning, the state of machine learning is such that like a tutorial that takes an hour can get you to start using pre-trained models to do something super cool. And that's a good way to learn Python because you learn just enough to run this model, and it's like a sneaky way to get in there to figure out how to import stuff, how to write basic I/O, how to run functions. And I'm not sure if it's the best way to learn the basics of Python. It could be nice to just fall in love first and then figure out the basics. Right?
Yeah, you can't expect to learn Python from a 1-hour video or blanking out on the name of someone who wrote a very funny blog post where he said, I see all these ads for things like learn Python in 10 days or something. And he said, the goal should be learn Python in 10 years.
That's hilarious, but I completely disagree with that. I think the criticism behind that is that the places, just like the blog post from earlier, the places that tell you to learn Python in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, they're actually usually really bad tutorials. So the thing is, I do believe that you can learn a thing in an hour that gets some interesting, quick, like it hooks you. And it just takes a tremendous amount of skill to be that kind of educator. Richard Feynman was able to condense a lot of ideas in physics in a very short amount of time. But that takes a deep understanding. So yes, of course, I think the 10 years is about the experience, the pain along the way. There's
you have to practice. You can memorize the syntax, but I couldn't, but maybe someone else can, but that doesn't make you a coder.
Yeah, actually, coding has changed in fascinating ways. So much of coding is copy and pasting from Stack Overflow and then adjusted. which is another way of coding. And I don't want to talk down to that kind of style of coding because it's kind of nicely efficient.
But you know where that is going?
Code generation.
No, seriously, GitHub Copilot.
Yeah, Copilot.
I use it every day, and it
Really?
yeah, it writes a lot of code for me. And usually it's slightly wrong, but it still saves me typing. Because all I have to do is like change one word in a line of text that otherwise it generated perfectly. Like, how many times are you looking for, like, oh, what was I doing this morning? I was looking for a begin marker and I was looking for an end marker. And so begin is blah, 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 search for begin. This is the begin token. And then the next line, I type E, and it completes the whole line with end instead of begin. That's a very simple example. Sometimes it sort of, if I name my function right, it writes a 5 or 10 line function.
And you know Python enough to very quickly then detect the issues. So it becomes a really good dance.
It doesn't save me a lot of thinking, but since I'm a poor typist, I'm very much appreciative of all the typing it does for me. Much better actually than the previous generation of suggestions that are also still built in VS Code, where when you hit like a dot, it tries to guess what the type is of the variable to the left of the dot, and then it gives you a list, a pop-down menu of what the attributes of that object are. But Copilot is much, much smoother than that.
It was fascinating to hear that you use Copilot. Do you worry about the future of that? The automatic code generation, the increasing amount of that kind of capability? Are programmers' jobs threatened, or is there still a significant role?
Are programmers' jobs threatened by the existence of Stack Overflow? I don't think so. It helps you take care of the boring stuff, and you shouldn't try to use it to do something that you have no way of understanding what you're doing yet. A tool like that is always best when the question you're asking is, please remind me of how I do this, which I could look up how to do it, but right now I've forgotten whether the method is called foo or bar, or what the shape of the API is. Does it use a builder object or a constructor or a factory or something else, and what are the parameters? It serves that role. It's like a great assistant, but the creative work of sort of deciding what you want the code to do is totally yours.
What do you think is the future of Python in the next 10, 20, 50 years, 100 years? Look forward. You ever imagine the future of human civilization, living inside the metaverse, on Mars, humanoid robots everywhere? What part does Python play in that?
It'll eventually become sort of a legacy language that plays an important role, but that most people have never heard of and don't need to know about, just like all kinds of basic structures in biology, like mitochondria.
So it permeates all of life, all of digital life, but people just build on top of it. And they only know the stuff that's on top of it.
Yeah. Because you build layers of abstractions. I mean, most programmers nowadays rarely need to do binary arithmetic, right?
Yeah, or even think about it, or even learn about it, or they could go quite far without knowing.
I started building little digital circuits out of NAND gates that I built myself with transistors and resistors. So I feel very blessed that with that start when I was a teenager. I learned some of the basic, at least concepts that go into building a computer, and I sort of every part have some understanding what it's for and why it's there and how it works. And I can forget about all that most of the time, but I enjoy knowing, if you go deeper, at some point you get to NAND gates and half adders and shift registers. And when it comes to the point of how do you actually make a chip out of silicon, I have no idea. That's just magic to me.
But you enjoy knowing that you can walk a while towards the lower and lower layers, but you don't need to. It's nice.
The other day, as a sort of mental exercise, I was trying to figure out if I could build a flip-flop circuit out of relays. I was just sort of trying to remember, how does a relay work? Yeah, there's like this electromagnetic force that pulls a switch open or shut. And you can have like, you can open one switch and shut another. And, you can have multiple contacts that go at once. And how many relays do I really need to sort of represent one bit of information? And the relay just feed on itself. And I don't think I got to the final solution, but it was fun that I could still do a little bit of problem solving and thinking at that level.
And it's cool how we build on top of each other. So there's people that are just, you stood on the shoulders of giants, and there's others that stand on your shoulders, and it's a giant, beautiful.
Yeah, I feel I sort of cover this middle layer of the technology stack where it sort of peters out below the level of NAND gates, and at the top I lose track when it gets to machine learning.
And then eventually the machine learning will build higher and higher layers that will help us understand the lowest layer of the physics, and thereby the universe figures out how it itself works.
Maybe not. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if you think of human consciousness, if that's even the right concept, it's interesting that sort of we have this super parallel brain that does all these incredible parallel operations like image recognition. I recognize your face. There's a huge amount of processing that goes on in parallel. There's lots of nerves between my eyes and my brain, and the brain does a whole bunch of stuff all at once because it's actually really slow circuits, but there are many of them that all work together. On the other hand, when I'm speaking, everything is completely sequential. I have to sort of string words together one at a time. And when I'm thinking about stuff, when I'm understanding the world, I'm also thinking of everything like one step at a time. And so we've got all this incredible parallel circuitry in our brains, and eventually we use that to simulate a single-threaded, much higher level interpreter.
It's exactly. I mean, that's the illusion of it. That's the illusion of it for us. That it's a single sequential set of thoughts, and all of that came from a single cell through the process of embryogenesis. So DNA is the code. DNA holds the entirety of the code, the information, and how to use that information to build up an organism. The entire, like, the arms, the legs,
how is it built? Yeah,
the brain. So you don't buy a computer. You buy
a seed,
a
diagram,
and then you plant the computer, and it builds itself in almost the same way, and then does the computation, and then eventually dies. It gets stale, but gives birth to young computers more and more, and gives them lessons, but they figure stuff out on their own, and over time, it goes on that way. And those computers, when they go to college, try to figure out how to program, and they build their own little computers. They're increasingly more intelligent, increasingly higher and higher levels of abstractions.
Isn't it interesting that you see the same thing interfering at different levels, though, because you have like cells that create new cells, and eventually that builds a whole organism. But then the animal or the plant or the human has its own mechanism of replication that is sort of connected in a very complicated way to the mechanism of replication of the cells. And then if you look inside the cell, if you see how DNA and proteins are connected, then there's yet another completely different mechanism whereby proteins are mass produced using enzymes and a little bit of code from DNA. Of course, viruses break into it at that level.
And while the mechanisms might be different, it seems like the nature of the mechanism is the same, and it carries across natural languages and programming languages, humans, maybe even human civilizations or intelligent civilizations, and then all the way down to the single cell.
It is fascinating to see what abstraction levels are built on top of individual humans, and how you have like whole societies that sort of have a similar self-preservation, I don't know what it is, instinct, nature, abstraction, as the individuals have and the cells have.
And they self-replicate and breed in different ways. It's hard for us humans to introspect it because we were very focused on our particular layer of abstraction. But from an alien perspective, looking on Earth, they probably see the higher level of human civilization. It's part of this bigger organism of life on Earth itself. In fact, that could be an organism just alone, just life on Earth. This is, wild, both philosophical and technical conversation. You're an amazing human being. You were gracious enough to talk to me when I was first doing this podcast. One of the earliest first people I've talked to, somebody I admired for a long time. It's just a huge honor that you did it at that time and you do it again. Well, thanks for next. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Guido and Russell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Oscar Wilde. Experience is the name that everyone gives to their mistakes. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You could buy literally whatever else you wanted. You could roast drugs. You could buy heroin right from Afghanistan, the good stuff. Hacking tools. You could hack for hire. You could buy murders for hire.
The following is a conversation with Chris Tarbell, a former FBI special agent and cybercrime specialist who tracked down and arrested Russ Ulbricht, the leader of Silk Road, the billion-dollar drug marketplace, and he tracked down and arrested Hector Monfigura, aka Sabu, of LulzSec and Anonymous, which are some of the most influential hacker groups in history. He is co-founder of Naxo, a complex cybercrime investigation firm, and is a co-host of a podcast called The Hacker and the Fed. This conversation is the perspective of the FBI cybercrime investigator, both the technical and the human story. I would also like to interview people on the other side, the cyber criminals who have been caught, and perhaps the cyber criminals who have not been caught and are still out there. This is a Let's Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Chris Tarbell. You are one of the most successful cybersecurity law enforcement agents of all time. You tracked and brought down Russ Ulbricht, aka Dread Pirate Roberts, who ran Silk Road, and Sabu of LulzSec and Anonymous, who was one of the most influential hackers in the world. So first, can you tell me the story of tracking down Russ Ulbricht and Silk Road? Let's start from the very beginning. Maybe let's start by explaining what is the Silk Road.
It was really the first dark market website. You literally could buy anything there. take that back. There's two things you couldn't buy there. You couldn't buy guns because there was a different website, and you couldn't buy fake degrees. So no one could become a doctor. But you could buy literally whatever else you wanted. You could buy sticks, drugs. You could buy heroin right from Afghanistan, the good stuff. Hacking tools. You could hack for hire. You could buy murders for hire if you wanted someone killed. Now, so when I was an FBI agent, I had to kind of sell some of these cases, and this was a big drug case. You know, that's the way people sell drugs. So internally to the FBI, how I had to sell it, I had to find the worst thing on there that I could possibly find. And I think one time I saw a posting for baby parts. So let's say that you a young child needed a liver. You could literally go on there and ask for a 6-month-old liver if you wanted to.
For like surgical operations versus something darker.
Yeah, I never saw anything that dark as far as people wanted to eat body parts. I did interview a cannibal once when I was in the FBI. That's another crazy story, but that one actually weirded me out.
Sorry, I just watched Jeffrey Dahmer documentary on Netflix, and it just changed the way I see human beings, because it's a portrayal of a normal-looking person doing really dark things, and doing so not out of a place of insanity, seemingly, but just because he has almost like a fetish for that kind of thing. It's disturbing that people like that are out there. So people like that will then be using Silk Road. Not like that necessarily, but people of different walks of life will be using Silk Road to primarily, what was the primary? Drugs.
It was primarily drugs. That's where it started. It started off with Rothschild growing mushrooms up in the wilderness of California and selling them. But really, it was just more of a libertarian viewpoint. It was like, you choose what you want to do for yourself and do it. And the way Silk Road kind of had the anonymity is it used what's called Tor, or the onion router, which is an anonymizing function on the deep web. It was actually invented by the U.S. Navy back in the mid-90s or so. But it also used cryptocurrency. So it was the first time we saw this birth on the internet of mixing cryptocurrency and an IP blocking software. So, in cybercrime, you go after one, the IP address, trace it through the network, or two, you go after the cache. And this one kind of blocked both.
Cash meaning the flow of money, physical or digital, and then IP is some kind of identifying thing with the computer.
It's your telephone number on your computer. So yeah, all computers have a unique 4-octet numbers. So 123.123.123.123, and the computer uses DNS or domain name services to render that name. So if you're looking for CNN.com, your computer then translate that to that IP address, so that telephone number where it can find that information.
Didn't Silk Road used to have guns in the beginning, or was that considered to have guns, or did it naturally emerge and then realize this is not good?
It went back and forth. I think there were guns on there, and he tried to police it. He told himself the captain of the boat, so he had to follow his rules. So, I think he took off those posts eventually and moved guns elsewhere.
What was the system of censorship that he used, of selecting what is okay and not okay? I mean,
Leave him alone. He's the captain of the boat.
Do you know, by chance, if there was a lot of debates and criticisms internally amongst the criminals of what is and isn't allowed? I mean, it's interesting to see a totally different moral code emerge that's outside the legal code of society.
We did get the server and was able to read all of the chat logs that happened, and all the records were there. I don't remember big debates. I mean, there was a clear leadership. Yeah. And that was the final decision. That was the CEO of Silk Road.
And so primarily it was drugs, and primarily out of an ideology of freedom, which is if you want to use drugs, you should be able to use drugs.
You should put in your body what you want to put in your body.
And when you were presenting a case of why this should be investigated, that you were trying to find, as you mentioned, the worst possible things on there. Is that what you were saying?
So we had arrested a guy named Jeremy Hammond, and he hid himself. He was a hacker. And we arrested him. It was the second time he had been arrested for hacking. He used Tor. And so that kind of brought us to a point. The FBI has a computer system where you look up things, you look up anything. I could look up your name or whatever if you're associated with my case. And we were finding at the time a lot of things you look it up, a case would end and be like, oh, this is Tor. We just stopped. Like we didn't get any further. So, we had just had this big arrest of Sabu and took down Anonymous. And sometimes in the FBI, the way it used, the old school FBI, when you had a big case and you're working 7 days a week, 14 hours, 15 hours a day, just sort of take a break. The boss kind of said, yeah, I'll see you in a few months. Go get to know your family a little bit, come back. But the group of guys I was with was like, let's find the next big challenge. And that's when we were finding, case closed, it was Tor. Case closed, it was Tor. So I said, let's take a look at Tor. Let's see what we can do. Maybe we'll take a different approach. And Silk Road was being looked at by other law enforcement, but it was taking like a drug approach where I'm going to find a drug buyer who got drugs sent to them in the mail, and let's arrest up. Let's go up the chain. But the buyers didn't know their dealers. They never met them.
And so you were taking a cybersecurity approach.
Yeah, we said, let's try to look at this from a cyber approach and see if we can glean anything out of it.
So I'm actually indirectly connected to, I'm sure I'm not admitting anything that's not already on my FBI file.
Oh, I can already tell you what you're going to tell me, though.
What's that?
That when you were at college, you wrote a paper, you're connected to the person who started.
You son of a bitch. You clever son of a bitch.
I'm an FBI agent or a former FBI agent. How would I not have known?
No, but I could have told you other stuff.
No,
it's
exactly what you were about to tell me.
I was looking up his name because I forgot it. So one of my advisors for my PhD was Richard Greenstein, and she's married to Roger Dingledine, which is the co-founder of the Tor Project. And I actually reached out to him last night to do a Tor podcast together. I don't know. It was a good party trick. I mean, it's cool that you know this, and the timing of it was just like beautiful. But just to linger on the Tor project, so we understand, the Tor is this black box that people disappear in terms of like the when you're attracting people. Can you paint a picture of what Tor is used in general? It's like when you talk about Bitcoin, for example, cryptocurrency, especially today, much more people use it for legal activity versus illegal activity. What about Tor?
Tor was originally invented by the U.S. Navy so that like spies inside countries could talk to spies and no one could find them. There was no way of tracing them. And then they released that information free to the world. So Tor has two different two different ways it can be utilized. There's .onion sites, which is like a normal website, a .com, but it's only found within the Tor browser. You can only get there if you know the whole address and get there. The other way Tor is used is to go through the internet and then come out the other side if you want a different IP address, if you're trying to hide your identity. So if you were doing, like, say, cybercrime, I would have the victim's computer, and I would trace it back out to a Tor relay, and then because you don't have an active connection or what's called a circuit at the time, I wouldn't be able to trace it back. But even if you had an active circuit, I would have to go to each machine physically live and try to rebuild that, which is literally impossible.
But what do you feel about Tor, ethically, philosophically, as a human being in this world that spent quite a few years of your life and still trying to protect people?
So part of my time in the FBI was working on child exploitation, kiddie porn, as they call it. That really changed my life in a way. And so anything that helps facilitate the exploitation of children fucking pisses me off. And and that sort of jaded my opinion towards Tor because it helps facilitate those sites.
So this ideal of freedom that Russell Baumberg, for example, tried to embody is something that you don't connect with anymore because of what you've seen that ideal being used for.
I mean, the child exploitation is the specific example for it. It's easy for me to sit here and say child exploitation, child porn, because no one listening to this is ever going to say that I'm wrong. We should allow child porn. Because some people utilize it in a bad way, should it go away? No. I mean, I'm a technologist. I want technology to move forward. People are going to do bad things, and they're going to use technology to help them do bad things.
Well, let me ask you that. I'll jump around a little bit, but the things you were able to do in tracking down information, we'll get to it, there's some suspicion that this was only possible with mass surveillance, like with NSA, for example? First of all, is there any truth to that? And second of all, what do you feel are the pros and cons of mass surveillance?
There is no truth to that. And then my feelings on mass surveillance.
If there was, would you tell me?
Probably not.
Yeah. I love this conversation so much. But what do you feel about given that you said child porn, what are the pros and cons of surveillance at a society level?
I mean, nobody wants to give up their privacy. I say that. I say nobody wants to give up their privacy. But I mean, I used to have to get a search warrant to look inside your house.
Yeah.
Or I could just log on to your Facebook and you've got pictures of all inside your house and what's going on. I mean, it's not, so people like the idea of not giving up their privacy, but they do it anyways. They're giving away their freedoms all the time. They're carrying watches that gives out their heartbeat away to companies that are storing that. I mean, what's more personal than your heartbeat?
So I think people en masse really want to protect their privacy, and I would say most people don't really need to protect their privacy. But the case against mass surveillance is that if you want to criticize the government in a very difficult time, you should be able to do it. So when you need the freedom, you should have it. So when you wake up one day and realize there's something going wrong with the country I love, I want to be able to help. And one of the great things about the United States of America is there's that individual revolutionary spirit. Like, so that the government doesn't become too powerful. You can always protest. There's always the best of the ideal of freedom of speech. You can always say, fuck you to man. And I think there's a concern of direct or indirect suppression of that through mass surveillance. You might not, there's that little subtle fear that grows with time that, why bother criticizing the government? It's going to be a headache. I'm going to get a ticket every time I say something bad, that kind of thing. So you can get out of hand. The bureaucracy grows and the freedoms slip away. That's the criticism.
I completely see your point, and I agree with it. But on the other side, people criticize the government of these freedoms, but tech companies are talking about destroying your privacy and controlling what you can say. I realize they're private platforms, and they can decide what's on their platform. But they're taking away your freedoms of what you can say. And we've heard some things where maybe government officials were in line with tech companies to take away some of that freedom, and I agree with you. That gets scary.
Yeah, there's something about government that feels, maybe because of the history of human civilization, maybe because tech companies are a new thing, but just knowing the history of abuses of government, there's something about government that enables the corrupting nature of power to take hold at scale more than tech companies, at least what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I agree. But we haven't had a voice like we've had until recently. Anyone that has a Twitter account now can speak and become a news article. My parents didn't have that voice. If they wanted to speak out against the government or do something, they had to go to a protest or organize a protest or, do something along those lines. So, we have more of a place to put our voice out now.
Yeah, it's incredible, but that's why it hurts, and that's why you notice it when certain voices get removed. The president of the United States of America was removed from all such platforms, and that hurts.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's insane. It's insane that we took that away. But
let's return to Silk Road subject. So, how did your path with this very difficult, very fascinating case cross?
We were looking to open a case against Tor because there was a problem. All the cases were closing with Tor. So we went on Tor and we came up with 26 different onions that we targeted. We were looking for nexuses to hacking because I was on a squad called CY2, and we were like the premier squad in New York that was working criminal cyber intrusions. And so, any website that was offered hackers for hire or hacking tools for free, or paid services, like now we're seeing ransomware as a paid service, phishing as a paid service, anything that offered that. So we opened this case
I think we called it. So you have to name cases. One of the fun things the FBI is when you start a case, you get to name it. You would not believe how much time is spent in coming up with the name.
Yeah.
Case goes by. I think we call this onion peeler because of the.
So a little bit of humor, a little bit of wit, and some profundity to the language. Yeah, you're gonna have to work with this for quite a lot. So
yeah, this one had the potential of being a big one, because I think Silk Road was like the 6th on the list for that case, but we all knew that was sort of the golden ring. If you could make the splash that onion site was going down, it would probably get some publicity, and that's part of law enforcement, getting some publicity out of it that that makes others think not to do it.
we should say that Tor is the name of the project, the browser. What is the onion technology behind it?
Let's say you want to go to a .onion site. You'll put in the .onion you want to go to, and your computer will build communications with a Tor relay, which are all publicly available out there. But you'll encrypt it. You'll put a package around your data, so it's encrypted, so you can't read it. It goes to that first relay. That first relay knows about you, and then knows about the next relay down the chain. And so it takes your data and then encrypts that on the outside and sends it to relay number 2. Now, relay number 2 only knows about relay number 1. It doesn't know who you are asking for this. And it goes through there, adding those layers on top, the layers of encryption until it gets to where it is. And then even the onion service doesn't know, except for the relay it came from, who it's talking to. And so it peels back that, gives the information, puts another layer back on. And so it's layers, like you're peeling an onion back of the different relays, and that encryption protects who the sender is and what information you're sending.
The more layers there are, the more exponentially difficult it is to decrypt it.
I mean, you get to a place where you don't have to have so many layers because it doesn't matter anymore. It's mathematically impossible to decrypt it. But the more relays you have, the slower it is. I mean, that's one of the big drawbacks on Tor is how slow it operates.
So how do you peel the onion? So what are the different methodologies for trying to get some information from a cybersecurity perspective on these operations like Silk Road?